Hello, my beautiful people, and welcome once again to the PGL broadcast for the EU RMR Group B. So many days behind us, and we only have 2 left and still 6 spots at the major in Antwerp up for grabs. Let's recap the action before we get into today.
Hunter, he makes it look better. Gets 2 on the AK, line up the headshot, trigger discipline on form. If he sticks it, he might be able to get it. Rickon, he's tucked into position, he's been given the bomb! He's doing something silly with his deagle though, isn't he? Look at him towards the side, taking every firefight that he wants. Even though this is a fall behind Nico, he's annihilating them!
Oh, swear it. Oh, Crad nearly gets a couple out of it. He has separated them into the 1v1. Oh, Crad!
I'm still in the dark.
They're so low on the Anonymo side. Oh! And the spam into the cubby. Now just one. Oscarich moments away and he'll close it. Anonymo take the victory over Entropic.
2 frags apiece, and now D-Hog gets another one. So that is going to be 3 on the round for him.
Are we ever gonna rise again?
There's the second flash, and here comes the push. He's blind, but he's still slaying. Shuts down 2 of them. And now he's got support. Missed shot on the AWP from Afro.
Look at all the ecos here for him. He gets 2. There's the 3rd. There's the 4th. And Spinks denied the ace again.
I'm gonna write you a song.
You can see him. Neo is about to shoot him in the back.
How was he here? Spray comes in, no reaction from Chopper. Has to commit to the plant itself. They're trying to pull it off, but Neofry just lines them up. Dexter with a double towards the back of the side, and he rips apart 3. Good hold here for Dexter, and he will close it out. Oh! Zetko brings down Bonk.
It is going to come down to the 1 versus 1, and Hobbit knows where he is. He's jiggling. He's trying to bait the shot. If he can get this one out, this could be massive, and Farlig misses. Nafany's got into cave. Blamef doesn't see him. He's got the nade out, and he drops. Nafany just walking straight through the smoke. Counter smoke comes in, and he pushes through again.
Axel's in the back line. He spams his way through 2 of them. Glaive, can he secure the defense at the B site? Says goodnight to Axel. Shot through the smoke as well. Axel gets 2 and completely capitalizes on the round. Missed shot from Farlig, you gotta hit that!
Finds Hobbit, and Farlig jumps up on the box, and he gets the 2nd.
He's gotta plant the bomb, but they don't actually hard commit to this. He gets the bomb off. He walks into the smoke with his back turn. He's got the timing off. This could be insane for Inters. All he's gotta do is play it to perfection.
Oh, could have gone down.
This is rough. 8 seconds left into the open. Skrunk able to close it out.
Flash and out. Look at this from Raging. Sensei under pressure with the AWP. That's a nice headshot. Needs another one of those, doesn't he? Another player close here, low HP. The AWP shot rings on through.
Waterfalls has just dropped it out, and he's got the no-scope. Raging. Okay. 2 guts get snapped. Made that look like an AWP rather than a scout. He has another chance.
Kissing in the smoke right here. It's awkward. Everybody's blind. The knife's coming out, and he gets him in the back.
Zyphon walks through with 3. Nice shot. Nikados, he's just sliding in.
Zyphon holds the line. It's his turn to have an A1S highlight. Oh, Nikados. There it is. He eventually breaks the silence over
I'll fight to the finish, 'cause I'm
now wrapping him. Hampus is going to lock it in. No way. He's going to start to creep up.
way.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's the bomb. It just goes down. They look like they want to play around it, but it all lines up for Yabby. 1v3. They're swinging him. They're giving him that first fight. They
top. Now they try to play time. Oh, with a double, but Nikodos is there to close. Oh, Copenhagen Flames are going to the major.
Rise again.
Oh, and Slacks is out of this one. This is a gun round with a pause call. Crucial through smoke, though. Oh, and then they hit
Crucial
another.
again.
Crucial! Speedy just tries to tuck in. That's 2 frags back the other way. The defuse is being stuck, but the Molotov lands on top of him, down to the wire. The defuse is his, and Mighty ties at 13.
We need like a little mini graffiti. It's an RMR defuse.
Mighty Max is looking for the clutch. The T falls back to short. Low HP. The peak is there. Rawls, what a play. Boros puts Stair on ice. He is at 27 kills, having an... Oh, there it is. Slacks has a chance, swings, hits Nerds right between the eyes.
Oh my
Slacks
God,
is going to get another chance, and he nails it.
Now we're never gonna heal the pain.
He's hiding, and he's waiting, and that bomb is ticking. Speedy comes up. Mighty Max could look to end it. Stair spraying the defuse, not denied. The gun's empty, and Endpoint run it back.
Oh my God, they do it.
Unbelievable. Endpoint bringing that back, which is such a huge victory for the squad and for the org. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Prof and by Maniac to embark on day 3 of the EU RMR B. Just gonna say the last RMR because it's always so like wordy. Let's get the standings up and look at what happened. Of course, we have to say goodbye already to 2 orgs, and 2 already booked their ticket to the major, namely Players and the Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, I mean, the Players one, I feel like that was what we expected. Copenhagen Flames coming over NIP, that was maybe the surprise of the day yesterday and a big result for the Danish team.
Yeah, a surprise, but at the same time, it's right in the wheelhouse of Copenhagen Flames, right? They come to this event, they already popped off massively during Stockholm, and now we're again in the major cycle, and somehow it feels like it's invigorating them. Like all the players are chiming in, Yabi is having a very good event, Nikodos is stellar with the AWP, all these pieces coming together, and that's a great win for them.
I'm really hoping that for them the stars align in the same way they did around Stockholm, right? It really does feel a little bit destined for them, but they had to beat NIP and they did so. We're saying goodbye to Sangal and to Sprout. Unfortunate with the stand-ins and the whole situation, right? That's gotta suck. But yeah, they also ran into just some good opposition.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a difficult situation for Sprout and Sangal starting here with stand-ins. I think the Sprout Endpoint game still, they finally got their full roster together.
Sure.
They should have, I think they expected better from themselves and to get that W, but yeah, Endpoint in a crazy match. We just saw some of the highlights came out on top.
It would never have been easy for Sprout to make it to the major, but with a full roster from the very beginning, with Stair, then we might have seen a different route, a different path, although the result might have been the same.
We have some heavy hitters also who are expected to make it to the major who haven't yet, are now standing at 2 and 1. Let's take a look at the ticket link first, because if you want to join us in Antwerp, then you got to buy a ticket. We won't let you in without one, so go ahead. I think the QR code will be shown in a minute, and it's just so cool seeing all these stories developing, right? Maniac also some of kind of the underdogs, and it's what dreams are made of in those big arenas.
Yes, that's what we're trying to, came across, or making it come across to the viewers to understand that we are in the major cycle. And this is unique when you play Counter-Strike, as simple as it is. And for some stories, we might just look back in 2 weeks and think about the RMR, think about that qualifiers, think about that defuse you just stuck in the Molotov, how it could have changed everything.
Oh,
so
Saw.
that's,
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
we still haven't forgotten that heartbreak. For some teams, it's for good, for some teams, it's for the worse.
I mean, it's not even just the player, the org, the importance of getting to the majors, potentially stickers, the monetary incentive that comes with it, also just how it impacts the whole country's scene, right? If Portugal had a representative here, maybe that influences things in the future, but yeah, now we won't see that
A
potentially.
perfect setup for the schedule today, because we of course have our first match will be Anonymo, who can qualify for the major, for which should be huge for Polish CS, of course. But on the A stream, we'll be looking at these matches, and then of course we have some on the verge of being knocked out. I'm looking at Entropic versus Heat. I mean, Prof, Entropic being in that position, I don't think a lot of people expected that.
Yeah, it's a really tough position for them, seeing their kind of rise late last year, the Great Major, coming close to making the playoffs, similar to Copenhagen Flames. There's two teams that are very similar situation. But then coming into this year, Entropic really struggled in Katowice, didn't really do that much at Pro League, and now they're here facing potentially elimination against Heat, and then in the last round, even if they win this one, there's a potential for like a G2 or an Astralis. It's really, really tricky for them.
And the 1-2 game is one that is quite uncomfortable to play in because you don't really have anything to win. All you do is survive. That's it. You have to not really think about the major quite yet. All you got to do is survive and set yourself up for that 5th game now against Heat in a best of 3. It should be Entropic's game to win.
Let's slightly touch on the other matchups we have for qualification. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Sinners up first, both on 2-1. Of course, NIP just yesterday losing out to the Copenhagen Flames narrowly. What's your view on that matchup?
I mean, I saw the schedule now, and I was like, even though I watched the Copenhagen NIP game, I was like, is this correct? Like, is NIP actually playing Sinners today? Aren't they already through? I think what we saw was kind of a lack of cohesion in some of these rounds, like getting triple killed and not having the trades on point. Close games as well, but there are certain things lacking, which new NIP now with Brolan, maybe we can forgive him just a bit.
Yeah, we'll be lenient. We'll be a little bit lenient because we have Esatag obviously in that sniper position. He surely at times must be out of his comfort zone, out of his depth. I think Brolan is doing exactly what we expected him to do, and that's very great positive. But the story of Sinners is actually quite insane. Like literally 2 years ago, I saw them play in a BIOC tournament in Switzerland. They actually came in with their computers to play, and now they're here in that stage. That's actually great.
Yeah, it's a great story, and just another scene that's kind of developing in a way. We had Oscar come back. He leaves the team, but they're still there. They're still kind of competitive, and I think the 4C replacement, it's not as big of a drop-off in the server as it is in name value, potentially.
Here we see the evolution indeed, and it would be nuts if they qualified today, right? If you look at kind of that trajectory.
Oh yeah, it absolutely would be, and I think it's quite rare in just the ecosystem of Counter-Strike to have this group of players just spawning from nowhere and surviving all these steps until you make it to under the big spotlights. So almost made it, and we knew it took them 10 years for some of them.
Exactly.
So resilience for Sinners as well.
It's crazy how in the CS scene there's such a pool of talent, literally in every country, right? And it's crazy to see that new names find their way to the biggest stage every single year. I want to also talk about Astralis versus G2 a little bit, because what a great matchup to have to watch, right? And that for a qualification for a major.
Great game, and a game that deserving of going to the major. Like if you win this against this opponent, yeah, you deserve to make it the next step. At the same time, like it's fair to lose and still expect to make it through. I think G2, with how they performed so far, hasn't been really convincing. And people can maybe argue that, oh, they're having a tough matchup. Now they lose maybe to Astralis, then they play Entropic next. But like they lost to teams that were not that great, right? And they need to fight back and earn their spot at the major.
I agree. I think G2 is on display right here. I think everyone is looking at G2. You look at the results they've had in this tournament so far. There was an overtime loss to Anonymo, and then a 16-10 to Sangle, and a 16-10 to Bad News Eagles. Nothing against any of these teams, but the caliber of team that G2 is supposed to be, remember, finalist in the biggest of events, that it's not supposed to be a question. You're not supposed to be in that position if you're G2.
Are they a team that generally does better against better opposition?
You know, I actually don't really know if it's about a better team, worse team, or if it's a play style. Whereas we had the example against the Eagles where G2 just accepted to have a boxing fight, and it got a little bit messy, but in the end they made it work. But it lacks that decisiveness that we would like to see from G2.
It lacks, I think when we watch G2, they're not a team that can come back out of situations either in rounds or in maps where they're kind of down and where things are not going great. And that is, if you want to be a championship winning team, that is a quality that you have to have. Like you can't win tournaments and you can't win majors if you have to have everything go right for you.
Talk to me about Astralis just a little bit, because they were up versus players yesterday, and I feel like even though they ended up losing that, we saw some good things out of them, which spelled some good things. But on the other hand, they weren't able to close it out, right? What's your vision on that?
I think the general takeaway is positive, especially like winning maps, even when config isn't on. I think that everyone has had their moment to step up. We saw some good stuff from Far League, but yeah, I think it's a good trajectory overall.
It's getting better. It's getting better because the drop-off after their first event together on LAN, which was in Copenhagen, the drop-off was so massive, and they looked so much out of solution that we got worried for Astralis. It's looking better. If you really look at the best of 3 against players, it's only one half. The T side on Inferno, where they absolutely looked dry, couldn't find any solution, and were outmatched. For the rest, they really gave a run to players for their money.
They were competitive, so let's hope that G2 versus Astralis is as much as a banger as that other one was yesterday. But let's dive into our first match of the day for qualification to the major, Anonymo versus ENCE, starting with Anonymo. I feel like this is one of the bigger surprises in this RMR. I mean, they were able to beat G2, they were able to beat Entropic. They also went 16-10 against players. So, you know, you see some other teams that are bigger, that stumble, and they just win those harder matches.
Yes, the comparison is absolutely fair. I just took a second to talk about G2's run in this event. Now compare this to what they had to go through. They had to play G2, players, and Entropic. They had no easy game whatsoever, and yet they stand here 2-1, one best of 3 away from making it to the major, and that is deserved as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, the way that even after the first win, Innocent came out to say, like, if we don't qualify for the major, all of this doesn't matter. And I think everyone vibed with that sentiment. Like, getting one upset is going to be forgotten quickly, but getting to the major, the first major for Poland as a full team since 2018, that would be a historic thing.
Yeah, of course, kind of the shadow of the Polish VP looming over them, but also the expectation and the weight of can we also deliver as such? And Innocent knows a thing or two about that. He gave a really interesting interview also to HLTV that you were referring to, but he said a lot of these players are a bit newer. I have the experience under my belt, so even if I don't get the frag, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to show my confidence just so it radiates to the rest of my team, and I feel like that summarizes his performance so far.
True. I think he has to show the way. He has to show the way to his teammates what it is to actually come to a game, even though you're playing against favorites, and you have to stand your ground. You have to take your risks. You have to be aggressive. You have to show your opponent that you don't going to give them any respect. Doesn't matter if you lose at the end. Just the attitude is correct. I also think that Innocent is on a story of vindication as well in the Polish scene. I mean, remember, they had Snacks. Snacks got out of the team, obviously a god in the Polish scene. It's always a decision that's going to be looked at with a little bit of doubt, and he has something to prove. He has a statement to make here.
Yeah, love the start there with the gamers too. Shout out to Ocelot.
Yes.
But yeah, he went through a lot of teams, played 3 majors, I think with 3 different teams, international, Polish, back and forth. So many different roles that he had to play, and so many rough moments going into Mad Lions for literally 1 month being kicked, then going back to the Polish scene and trying to rebuild something alongside Snacks that also didn't work out, but maybe this one will.
And his interview speaks so much of introspection and looking at yourself in the mirror and figuring out what you need to do better. That's what I really appreciated. He said he was aware that in a team he needed to have a voice, he needed to have space, and when he didn't have that, suddenly he got shy, he got timid, he couldn't really do his moves anymore. And that's a story, that's a path that a lot of players have to go on, trying to know yourself and what conditions you're performing and what you aren't.
Definitely so. Yeah, great performance by them. I think also we haven't mentioned it, but we'll see it in this best of 3 Veggie as well as Demo, just really fragging up a storm. And they'll have to if they want to make it to the major in this best of 3 because they're up against ENCE. Oh, I love it. They now use the LED light to play some guitar on, some air guitar. We're getting more creative here, and I think that's also a sign of what we can expect out of ENCE. We got to start by talking about Spinks. This guy, I mean, insane. His performance yesterday versus Heat, dropping 40 frags, and everyone was talking about it.
Yeah, 1.49 rating for the event. What to say more than that?
That's crazy.
He was doing everything. getting anti-ecos, getting full-on buys, getting clutches, getting like impactful kills all around the map. He one of these like unplayable games when a player just keys on and you can't do anything to stop it.
Yeah, it's the magnitude of the performance that caught everyone off guard. Now, the question is, can he maintain somewhat close to that level? Because he is currently, by the numbers, playing his best LAN ever. It's not even close. We've only played 3 maps, so everyone is just looking at him thinking, can you do that again? Can you continue on that path?
Well, funnily enough, apparently he was playing on 70 ping in Israel, and now that he comes and he plays on LAN, it's crazy. So I think if that's the reason, that he's gonna keep fragging, but it may not be 40 a game though.
I think this is a kind of a developing storyline in CS right now, like finding new talent, where you need to go. With all of these academy teams, players like being signed as 16-year-olds, you need to go somewhere to find the new and upcoming stars. And like the Middle East has been becoming that. It's like Spinks here, we saw Flames, Nerds also for Endpoint, Boros, like all of these players are becoming just that's a talent pool rare for the tier 2 scene right now.
Yeah, and I respect when a team actually goes out and take a risk, right? Take a risk, bring a new player we haven't seen. If he's shining in FPL, if he's shining in his individual league, he must have something. So foster that talent, give him the conditions, give him circumstances to shine, and then we might end up with Spinks again.
It's going really well. Let's talk about maybe something that needs a little bit of improvement at time. Hades in that lineup as well, who has the capability to have great impact, but unfortunately it's been a bit inconsistent, Prof.
Yeah, this is kind of the story of Hades since he got into the lineup. He came in as a stand-in when Al was moving out. Destroyed for a couple of tournaments online. They decided, okay, let's just sign this guy. And as things went on, kind of tapered off, right? Especially as they got into the tier 1 tournaments, playing against the best teams in the world. There we didn't see him perform as well. But then again, at EPL, he was one of their best players, and arguably their best players alongside Spinks. And that is the level that I think we need from ENCE for them to be a consistent top 5, top 6 team that they are right now, right?
I guess Pro League was the one shining light you were hoping to see from Hades, because there's a kind of a dangerous cloudy pattern if you look at his stats. He is currently playing his 2nd worst event with ENCE, only better than PGL Major Stockholm. And that is my issue. If your 2 worst events are the most important, the most anticipated ones, then you know where I'm going with this. There might be just a mental barrier that he has to break through, because in EPL, he showed us he can.
When we take a look at Snappy, the IGL, and kind of his career history, we've heard that he's a pretty open-minded IGL, right? He lets the players find their form. That's got to be crucial, I think, to activate Hades as well. And technically speaking, this environment, like it was at ESL Winter, like it was at EPL, like a LAN environment in a studio, not on the biggest stage, should be the best for them to thrive right now.
Yeah, they have a history of performing in these like studio environments, EPLs, that's been their bread and butter in terms of like getting into playoffs, maybe winning in playoffs. I think Snappy, as we see here, like his history is insane. Even took a couple of years off of CS, went into the finance world, decided that kind of sucks, came back to play, and he built this like tier 2 Danish scene essentially, like with Heroic and with a lot of these players that came up the ranks. And now with ENCE international team, he has actually the opportunity to bring in these like stars that he never had in the Danish scene, because all of them were just being picked off by the better ones.
Yeah, he fought for his position right here. I think that's the sentiment that I have. I personally thought before that end story that Snappy was done. Like, we had seen the best of him. He wouldn't come back. And now he's proving everybody that he has the ability as an IGL to build that roster like a puzzle and perform with it.
Let's take a look at the map, Veto, while we reset the stories for one last time. Of course, Anonymo, it would be absolutely huge if they make it. And for ENCE, it would be expected that they make it to the major, and they want to build on that legacy that they're currently in. Overpass first.
Yeah, I think this is one of the angles that, of course, we have to paint the real picture. Anonymo number 69 in the world, ENCE number 6. But when you look at the map pool, there is a kind of an angle where Inferno permaban for ENCE, one of the worst, if not the worst map for Anonymo. So that's a plus. Then Nuke gets banned out by Anonymo because they play 7 maps, so they can remove ENCE's best map. And now you're kind of in a middle ground where things can happen.
Yes, the caveat is that there wasn't really a way for ENCE to put Anonymo from the get-go in a horrible position. Sometimes it happens in a matchup that there is such a difference, such a contrast in map pools played that you're going to be stuck in a bad way. Here we knew that Anonymo would at least have something to fight for and fight with on their maps.
We've seen that Anonymo, when they got into tricky situation, overtimes or when they needed a clutch to happen, they pulled it off, right, against the likes of Entropic and against G2. How does Overpass suit what we've seen from Anonymo so far?
Good question. I think the way they beat G2, there was a lot of innocent early on.
Absolutely.
That was a great way just to start off against a big favorite team, to put them on the back foot, feel like good about yourself. One thing that went Anonymo's way so far, pistol rounds, 83% win rate against ENCE's 33. So that's an angle. If that continues in that trajectory, that's always something that can give you an edge as an underdog.
Allow me to be devil's advocate, right? What we have seen against G2 is almost impossible to see again. To have Innocent start with that 15 frag in 6 rounds, literally deciding the fate of the pistol in the first gun round, if that man can do it again, then I have egg on my face. I'll be really happy, but this cannot be like a sustainable path to victory. No, it wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't. But let's hope that Innocent has a huge game, as does Anonymo, and we can make this competitive. But ENCE, they are, of course, the favorites going into this one. Let's head over to Chad and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Shox. I'm really looking forward. Today, Poland can't lose, Chad. I guess that's the one positive everybody can take away.
Yeah, and I want to know what type of egg. Are we talking poached? We got boiled? Are we talking scrambled? What type of egg
Ostrich.
is Maniac? Ostrich egg on his face. Well, that one's going to be a big one. And maybe it could be a bit of an upset here with what Prof was saying about this map pool, the middle ground. And also, if you take a look at the 3 maps that we have here, Overpass, Mirage, and that of Ancient, this is the same 3 maps that both of these teams have played in their best of ones just to get themselves into the best of 3. So we've seen them go and show what they have so far on these battlegrounds. I'm excited to see what they have today, going toe-to-toe. You can see the odds on the screen quite heavily favoring ENCE, and you can understand why. They were just in the finals against FaZe of EPL. They should be the favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's a question of consistency coming into this roster now as well. How can they stay at that level? Will they be able to do so? And I love the point that the Prof brought up, and it's a great one for Poland today. The first major for a full Polish team since 2018, if Anonymo can make it through today. That was the old VP roster, the Polish VP, back in Face It Major in 2018.
Yeah, that's a couple of years between drinks, really, isn't it here? So, look, we're going to have some representation either way after this matchup here today. And Prof was talking about the pistols going in the favor of Anonymo here, being one of those stat lines for us to keep our eyes on. Let's see, as we dive into their CT start here on Overpass, if they're able to pick up another, silently descending on the ladder in towards connector with 3 from ENCE.
Look at the long play forward here from Innocent as well. He's getting a lot of info, but in the meantime, Veggie swinging in, taking Madden and Spinks out of the round immediately. Bomb is being found, and with ENCE off to this start, their B split no longer looks plausible, and everybody's gone down to the Julies.
Oh, and the push from Innocent here is going to find Snappy any second. The exchange of early bullets has gone either way here, but they know where Snappy is. They're going to run him down. Look at all the blue dots heading his way on the radar. Giving him a chance, though. He's taken 2 here, Snappy.
Yeah. Oh, Snappy with another, and now you start to sweat if you're Anonymo. Your pistol starting to get a little bit worrying, but Tudson will close it out. Oh, yeah, just bodies being thrown at Snappy. That
you don't want to give Snappy one of those chances, right? This is the thing. We know it's the in-game leader of the team, but how many times have we seen a Snappy just 30 frags and he's just pulled it across the line for his squad here? So almost drawing it back after this Veggie mowdown over towards connected with the Julies. Great to see them actually playing a little bit of a factor here. Snappy will get a couple on the way out the door, but the aggressive maneuver, the heads-up play from Anonymo will put another pistol round win in that column. And they're actually going to get an AK out here. So Madden's been dropped that one across. Those kills for Snappy immediately coming into play here.
Yeah, pretty sharp tool to give the AK2 here, Madden. Loves to get a couple of opening fights going his way, and he charges straight to it. Immediately takes out Tudson, and an advantage found for ENCE.
And that AK, honestly, only possible because of those Snappy kills, which is crazy when you think about that, right?
He'll be coming back to bite you.
Gets himself $900. That's that on to the loss bonus, and Veggie, will draw one back. We've had the CEO on the phone letting us know that it's not Vegemite.
He's certainly mighty, but he's Veggie. It's probably like Vega, probably, something like that as well. I mean, it's pretty hard to pronounce words in Polish. But Oskar, she's about to come around the corner. Actually, looking for the peek on out. A couple of ENCE players about to come into his crosshair. Shadow spotted of Madden.
The
that
trade
position is good enough, but a quick kill from Hades comes back. Innocence on the flank.
Yeah, he's going to take all this bathrooms control here. Coming back to deal with it now is going to be Snappy. No armor for Snappy, so has to be a little bit worried about this MP9 that's now in lethal range. Snappy's going to go down here, and that's going to be picked on up. Innocent with a better weapon to retake this win.
They're actually going to double up and bind here. ENCE is their move, their decision. Hades plays the Deagle, leads the charge, and now D-Hat tasked with dealing with the cross. Oh, the kills keep coming in for ENCE. Hades and D-Hat taking them down. Innocent thinks it could be long. It hasn't confirmed both positions? Okay.
Silenced M4. I think the Silenced M4, they're from Bank, right? They weren't aware because they were taking those fights over each other's shoulder.
Yeah.
And both those kills came in immediately, and one of them was with the Silenced M4. So the comms just not flowing freely there for Anonymo. Couldn't quite understand where that came on in. And that one stings. They get this pistol conversion, but they immediately lose to the follow-up. And again, it is that AK of Snappy that opens up the play. Good to see Hades finding some impact here. The desk was talking about him not necessarily having the best at times in this event so far. It would be a great time for him to show up, right? I thought that we were starting to see Hades with a bit more consistency after that EPO showing. Because him on the AWP, he can be a bit of a clutch factor for the team as well. They have a lot of firepower in this ENCE roster. It's just about getting it online at the same time. Spinx, yesterday, they even highlighted this. In 24 rounds of play, 40 frags. That's just nonsense.
We literally couldn't believe it. We thought something was broken about the scoreboard we were reading.
Yeah, I had to check with production in cast there to make sure everything was looking good as we were doing that secondary stream. But
Innocent slipping around the back, long bathrooms to the kill, and Hades had the bomb. So Innocent has taken away his kill and now drops back into the bathrooms. Luckily, Spinx was up towards the party, and he will clean up the 2 remaining players he spotted, go deep into that corner. Now ENCE can recover the bomb and probably recover the round here, unless Oscarish can do anything from the stairway.
yeah, this connector fight is the next one on the docket here for Spinx. So Veggie looking for his chance with the Deagle here. Might be greeted an opportunity. Spinx being extremely diligent. You can see that on the X-ray. Worried about his flank, worried about connector, worried about a little bit of everything here. Is pressure from Demo now being applied, and it looks like they want to hold on to these Deagles. Go for the double dip into the next. They've been dealt with. That multi-kill of Spinx is enough to secure the second round here for ENCE. And a nice steady start. Pistol lost, but Force Buy back, and they win out the Force Buy wars here early. They haven't gone for that rally, that long exchange. Been able to deal with this one almost immediately. And only losing one player of Hades here who was pants in the back of the head with the Deagle. So a very good start today for ENCE on that secondary stream. We do have matches coming to you all day. Those are of the elimination variety. Entropic taking on Heat. You're going to have Bad News Eagles taking on ASG, NIP Sinners, Astralis versus G2, and Spirit versus Endpoint. So some games all day.
We will also stipulate the NIP Sinners game is not for elimination, but
qualification.
Yes. Just the first few games are on the other side of things, and it's gonna be heartbreaking for a few sides on that stream. But here, this is a great opportunity for both of these sides. ENCE, a team you have to expect to be there in the major. Anonymo, a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, and Anonymo, we can, while we have these pistols just come out here again, maybe start off. Well, we got to cover off their G2 matchup for the opening game of this group on Mirage. And it was a very exciting game. Just to build a bit more on what Maniac was saying about the really good start from Maniac, it was Veggie and a really good start from Innocent. It was Innocent and Veggie, the two who were putting up absolute bombs in terms of impact. They went out a 2v5 pistol round. Innocent was having a couple of massive shots to his name. And then once we got into the second half is where we saw the other 3 members start to warm into it. Oscarish had a lot of information plays over towards A. Tudson started to hit a couple shots necessary, especially once we got into overtime with the AWP. And Demo, he's shown us some good mechanical ability, especially on the Ancient game we covered off yesterday as well.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it was incredibly fun to watch over on Ancient. But here for ENCE, not too many problems. They're cutting through the pistols, they're cutting through the weaker weapons, getting the job done. And it's just a matter of time before we add 3 to the scoreboard. Hades, interesting point brought up by Maniac that it is actually his second worst event performance so far for ENCE. Only better than that of the PGL Stockholm majors. So
yeah,
pretty important circuits to be missing on. So good to see Hades getting a few kills early on. He does get taken out by Innocent on the way out of this round. Upgraded AK available. A little chuckle for ENCE as they're feeling quite happy about the start they've got. But here comes Anonymo into the buy.
Even spamming some bodies right there. So starting to get saucy with it early here.
Try and get in your head.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? We know that Dihar and Hades both being Polish representatives here on one side. I'm sure they've played with a couple of these members on Anonymo throughout their careers, no doubt about that. And here we go. Mac 10 is going to be retained here for Madden. He has 7k to his name, so could have gone into an AK if he likes, but this might be something fast and furious as he heads swiftly over towards Connector. Deep. Monster Smoke is going to be deployed. A molly back the other way here from Madden just to try and get out this Connector control, and Spinx needs to be careful here because Scarish's bullets are going to keep him on notice. Chipped on down to 74, but will grab this control over towards Sewer. So as far as the default spread for ENCE goes, they've got that first little key piece of real estate alongside of Connector. This is a lot to have early. And it's a 4-man B lean right now from Anonymo on this CT side. It's just very susceptible over towards A. You can see that rotation coming back over now. Innocent starting to make their way back up the stairs to greet on over with Tudson's A site AWP. Now Tudson, I don't think we've seen the best his AWP has to offer yet. I think there's still opportunities for him to start to impress here, and this might be a good chance to do so.
Well, he's getting more aggressive. Flash claims the information. puts him in a difficult spot. You don't really want to re-peek around that long side of the bathroom, so you're now in a tough spot. You keep getting flashed. So Tudson is sticking around. He's playing the dangerous game and goes into the re-peek, and doing so will force him into the AWP of Hades.
Not many head-to-heads you're going to see here, but Overpass is a good map for it. So Chalk went up to Hades there over Tudson on the big green, and they can sort things out now. 40 seconds remaining. This connector control and this short control still established from ENCE, and they're actually slinking their way back on down towards B. This could... Oh, I was going to say start to fall apart, but Madden's found one on the Deagle here. Innocence hit the deck.
Yeah, came in from the long bathrooms, though, and just the check from Madden, just cutting off any potential flanks. Now ENCE can focus in upon their B play. We're going to need a big hold here out of Demo. And Veki towards Monster. It's a single kill. Spinks clears both out, and they move forward into the site. Madden finally taken down, but is cleaned out in the trade. And ENCE, it's systematic here. There's nothing too spicy about this, nothing too crazy. It's just simple Counter-Strike here and Overpass.
Yeah, with that opening kill and the second one coming their way for free, we didn't catch it on screen, but if it's a Deagle shot to the head right there, I feel that Madden may have had that one dead to rights. Once they're able to do that, right, the fact that they actually went back into the stack, it could have been problematic, but taking care of business, just getting the necessary kills. Walton on in, 4-1 scoreline now.
Yeah, good start here for ENCE. Haven't really been worried just yet. You can remember back to that upset that Anonymo got in their opening game. They made it immediately scrappy coming in against G2.
It's a bit harder to do on a map like Overpass, I would say, right? When you think about Mirage, it's the map that we will be going into next. Both teams have played Mirage. The order for both these teams in the best of one so far, by the way, let's just recount that, was Mirage, Overpass, and Ancient. And both of them lost Overpass in the middle. Both of them won Mirage as the opener and won Ancient as the third of the best of threes they played.
Well, BlameF did manhandle ENCE in their Overpass game. It was quite a brutalizing
That's
affair.
right. They denied them. I think it was like one opening kill in the entire first
Yes.
half. They were just getting absolutely blanked, weren't they?
Yeah, I think BlameF was like 25-3 at one point, I think. Just crazy performance. But 4-1 here for ENCE. And we now look to Anonymo's pistols. They haven't really posed too much of a threat in this, but Innocence got around the back. He's wrapped around. He's going to go for the knife. And okay, he's got the AK and his teammates alongside of him. And Anonymo have got some ground here. And Spinks realizes, damn, I got to go back up and help my team out. Dihad deals with a long play of Tudson. But that's information that the players are still around the bathrooms area. Innocent with a picked up AK. Well, I said just mere moments ago, they haven't made this one scrappy yet. But here Anonymo start to threaten, and they've got themselves into the advantage position. That's a massive kill for Spinks. Taking out Innocent, taking out the AK, has put it down. Ooh, well, I said to 2 Deagles, but now they find an AWP.
Yeah, well, they can get back over towards B here. They have a smoke for Heaven. They could even drop one towards site. Scarish is starting to rotate over, but won't be in position in time to deny this utility because they're not sure what laser. The other side of this one, Util now posted out towards the water position, and a shot needed to hit right there if they wanted a chance to stall this one out. Now it's the AWP of Vegi, and maybe you're thinking save might be the better option. This is a nice weapon to have picked up for free.
But he still fancies himself in this one, and he's got it down to the 1v1. Vegi starts to consider all possible positions that Spinks could be playing from. The sharpest tool in ENCE's shed yesterday, looking to save them in this round, and he spotted out. He'll swing out. ENCE will get the round, but damn, down to 1v1 there, Chad. That comes off the back of a couple of pistols.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Innocent, right? I guess the knife kill gets a lot of cash coming on through to drop that one across to Tudson to wield that again. But a round that felt like it was theirs every day of the week starts to get a little bit chaotic, doesn't it? Innocent putting himself in the thick of things, and you talked about him having to make it scrappy while trying to do exactly that again. And isn't Spinks just such a nuisance? He's always hanging out towards that tree over towards Fountain so late. You can never account that he's gone on by. But we are back into the buys, and well, Spinks is looking for the same space again. Going to lob out that Molotov over towards the sandbag position to give himself some control. The extinguish in the space has been taken back here. Vegi going to get up close and personal. And they have done this little flash play into the doors again. Let's see if they want to consider it one more time. He has Demo just up towards sandbag. The door's blown open. Don't worry about a bloody flash. Worry about a bloody fight here, as Vegi might get greeted with one.
No, Vegi starts to fight. Ooh, very lucky to actually come out of that battle alive, but also not taking significant damage, right? He's down to 78. Yes, he's taking a little bit off the top, but that could have been worse. Tudson, quick reposition up towards flower beds. Flash, he dodges it, goes out for the swing, unable to land the headshot, and we'll just drop back to a more passive position. But they're continuing this, Chad. They're being quite quick about it.
He wants to fight this old Tudson. Ooh, cops a nade on the head here. Might have to think better of it. Innocent's now left on his own.
Yeah, if he draws the attention away, though, Innocent would have been able to set up for a couple of picks. So Tudson is hanging around. He will draw the attention. This is setting up kills for Anonymo. It is perfect between Tudson and Innocent to shut down the long play events.
Really good response here from Anonymo. All that early space towards water meant they could have a third man over towards A. Tudson couldn't back down. It looked like he had given up after that nade comes through, but stays Backs up his teammate. Deha grabs one back, but Tudson onto Spinks, and that should be the round now. 33 seconds on the clock, and oof.
Wow.
Deha almost adjusts there, but that's a good round there from Anonymo, their first gun round of play.
Well, ENCE finally put to an end in their streak of rounds, and Anonymo won the pistol. ENCE won every round after that, and Anonymo finally getting one on the board. So tactical timeout needed here for ENCE straight away after that initial round loss.
You don't want to let it get too out of control, right? Because you can go into a buy now, but if you lose this one, your cash is going to be strapped on a lot of your members. Lost bonus bottom, the barrel, and a buy again for ENCE is going to be difficult. So I really like this timeout that's being called from Snappy and Saw over there. The Brain Trust to just have a chit-chat about how they want to proceed and make sure they don't get thrust down towards the pistols. They could make this a very strong first half of play. You want to get through this as quick as you like it, qualify yourself for that major. If you're just recounting as well the matches that Anonymo have had to play in this event, G2, Players, and Entropic, some of the biggest names in Counter-Strike at the moment, and Anonymo have taken down 2 of those 3. G2 coming in as the world number 4, Players they lost to as the world number 3, and Entropic is the world number 14, so really good stuff. Anonymo are quite literally the world number 69. That's not even me having a gag.
I'm sure they're going to shoot up the rankings pretty soon if they can take this win versus ENCE. Veggie, boosted up, gets the lineup. No reaction to the boost play from Hades. And the net is going to surely fall, but he's going to drop right on him. Veggie just shuts down 3 players out of the timeout, and it's down to 2 already.
That's not how they planned this one to go whatsoever. I think they wanted to try and buy this sewer control back in a big way, but Veggie with the boost on up, the change up in the CT hold, and it's been strong, and it's locked this one down 2 on 5, and a couple of kills back, I'm sure, is on the agenda now for Madden and Snappy as they trundle forward, playing behind the fire. Snappy does take a kill, so Veggie, the hero of the round, is dead, but look at the push. Look how much a nuisance Innocent is being. He takes so many liberties and risks within their games, and it tends to pay off more often than not, and I think it will again.
Well, he spotted the bomb now. He knows he just needs to watch for it. He's got such a good angle. Bomb down, Madden out, and just Snappy left now. On 1 versus 4, he knows he's surrounded. He needs mistakes to come his way. He needs fights like that.
If Tudson misses, could have a chance to capitalize the 3rd kill here. Still difficult to see how he wins this round, though.
Tudson does miss a few, and there's another one. Snappy pushes in towards him. Tudson's now down. They're fighting him. So close. Oscarish. Very lucky. Snappy didn't have much ammo left there. He was down to 5 HP. An extra boy. Snappy would then be in the 1v1 and had a bit of time to go back and get the bomb. So you're giving him too many chances here, Anonymo. Need to tighten that up.
It's a good amount of damage being done here by Snappy because this is how it kicked on off. Veggie just up and over. And not even being considered, right? The silence 7-4, you can see the orb that was just posted, not even looking in the right direction. So Hades expecting a push elsewhere. Does go on down to that holy hand grenade, and wow, I think ENCE, because of how much damage they've done, they've actually been lured back into another buy here. So a couple of AKs, a couple of Tech 9s. See how far they can push the issue here, because Anonymo's cash, it's not bolstered just yet to secure them. Another buy, and Hades with an opener. Innocent is going to trade this one out. He's now been noted. The pressure from Snappy's calls can start to take some space elsewhere, and here it is. Spinks is walking in. Tudson needs to hit this shot, and will.
Lovely. Tudson drops Spinks, gives Anonymo the advantage. And if there was a criticism I would have to throw out there for Anonymo, it has been sometimes, Tudson's misses. He had a lot of missed opportunities, so we'll see if he can be much more clean today. Innocent pushes in towards the bathroom. Deha taken out. Now Madden and Snappy just can rattle back, trying to take Innocent out. Damage has been done, so they know he's low. Around the corner, they will check him.
Yeah, good clear, right? You can see the pace there. They had a very good idea that he hadn't had a chance to escape all the way back towards the site, so the hard clear. And still plenty of time to make this round work. Demo push forward in towards the bathrooms, and Tudson's actually over towards Connector here as well, but they've already been able to make their way through the back lines. A player will need to respond to this and head back over towards the B site. 2 smokes, a flash, a HE, and a Molotov to try and piece this one together. Veggie's the man tasked with getting over towards B, and he's a smoke and a flash of his own, but how much does he want to push the issue here? Because he has to question how close can they already be back now. Still a lot of room, and the steps of ENCE starting to show their intention. But they just have to get past 1. If they can take out Veggie, they're in.
Veggie's going to hide behind the barrels as they come on up over the top. Madden, not considering this position, ends up getting dropped. Snappy, lovely quick headshot, but Tudson was already at short.
That's what we want to see from Tudson, right? That kill onto Spinks was a big one to make, and then an essential one there to close it down so it doesn't get out of control again. So an opportunity now for Anonymo. The Poles starting to get themselves a bit of a comeback of somewhat.
When you look at their player cams, you guys at home can do this. Just take a look at their player cams after the round ends. The sigh of relief that comes through from these players right now is crazy.
Well, that's the thing, right? You've got 4.1 on Tudson going forward, 3.4 on Demo. The rest of them are all below that 2K mark, so there still might be a couple of wobbles, but this right now is one you want to keep as a bit of a clean sheet. Kill as many as you can without going on down. That's probably the goal every single round, but this is just pebbles and pistols and stepping on out. Again with this long maneuver. 1, 2,
deadly pebbles.
Yep. Those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. That's an issue.
Yes, now ENCE have an upgraded weapon. Demo is about to swing out into the long fight. Madden, shoulder spotted. He's been hitting the gym too much, and Demo has to drop back.
Yeah, Demo yet to get a kill here. Now would be a perfect time for him to grab something.
Oh, D had a chance there. Oh, gets tapped away. Now, maybe this is the round where we get to see some of that Demo mechanical skill we talked about yesterday. Let's see if he's able to get something done here. One out front bathrooms. 2 players coming from that side for ENCE. Veggy's going down through the connector, clearing that out, but ENCE taking their time. They're sitting in the bathrooms right now.
Need to be very careful here. Just ahead of this smoke is Hades. He has a gap to work with.
They've lost them. They've lost the T side right now here in Anonymo, and
there's a window of opportunity. If Hades just walks forward off of this, he might be able to waltz into the side, but it's the Madden's fight here onto Demo, and can't convert it. But Hades should come around the back for the trade.
3 HP the difference.
He doesn't
Hades
want to risk it.
Needs to go a little bit more proactive here. The smoke is going to go down. He's going to be in front of it. He's in front of the smoke. Oh, Tudson was holding for it. Well played, but Spinks now comes out long. Nearly had a chance there. That molly might be good enough. Incendiary goes around the back. So low. If it spreads, it will. And now Spinks into the 1v1 up against Veggy. He has to go back and get the bomb, and Veggy should know this. Oh, Orpa spotted the head. Spinks goes for the shot, just about misses it, and Veggy recovers for Anonymo.
These have been some close rounds, haven't they? That was just pistols. It shouldn't have been getting out of control at all. I'm saying keep as many alive as you can. The last 3 rounds of play, there's been 2 or 1 player surviving here for Anonymo, so it's not going to get any easier for them. ENCE are keeping them right where they want them. 5-5 the score does now read, and this is where ENCE need to start taking some opportunities with these rifles. Hades, unable to get into an AWP, has opted to go for the Krieg instead. So at least he's got a scope to work with. Makes him a bit more mobile. But this long fight has been coming in consistently, so needing to account for that now, ENCE. Anonymo are really throwing some question marks.
Well, 5-5. We're all tied up. The start that everybody was hoping for today. A competition for a spot at the major. Tudson catches Madden just walking out towards party alone.
Yeah, he was going for a lot of space there, wasn't he? Just thrust forward, W key down, immediately dead, and it's now having to stomach a man disadvantage here and try and peel this one together. They're relinquishing any resistance they wanted to have over towards A. Demo going to jump back up towards the grading here of the drain. He has Veggy in combo, who's just getting the sweat off his hands and maybe just in time.
Here comes the flashes. Demo's fully blinded for it, so he's going to be taken out. And the swing out from Veggy, it's just a single kill. Oh, Diha now rapidly racing into the site with some vicious intent. Oscarish, he's going to try and play around the ramp side. They haven't checked him, and Innocence actually helped him out. Oscarish goes down, though. The Krieg of Hades pulling a kill back. Hades about to walk into Innocent.
Freebie.
Oh, knife out. Innocent will happily collect that. And Snappy has to collect his mind. Where are they playing from? The 2 positions. Monster short. And now he decides he's going to drop back.
You might be able to see this from heaven. I think they planted just to the right-hand side of the bomb box.
Okay, so this could be a good position for Snappy to try and close this one. They will start to consider that option and now confirm his spot. AK rattles from heaven onto the defuse, and Tudson. That's a damn shot right through the wall bang. Snappy's head no longer attached.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier in the piece here, we hadn't necessarily seen the best out of Tudson, but now on a map where it's a bit more free with the AWP, he's getting some impact, getting some kills, making this one hurt for ENCE. They lost their early man advantage because of Tudson. He opens and closes this round right here. Here's the opener. Bang, and Madden just caught in no man's land, wasn't it? I think Innocent is very annoying here still, right? Either the aggressive moves, the quick flanks, and the fact he's always in the side. He's making this jarring, hard to account for Innocent right now. He's doing a very good job of unraveling the approaches that ENCE want to have in these hits towards the site.
Innocent has quite a good spawn here as well. He's right at the edge of what is possible on that A site. So, could be getting some early control here at Innocent.
Interesting they've taken a timeout on the back of this one as well, right? They've won 5 consecutive rounds here. It feels like they're dictating the play. They're really dictating the pace of this. They're the ones who are taking a few more heads-up fights, seeming to find a couple of these openings, unless it's the pistols in play.
Yeah, I think I seen Tudson turn around to his coach that looked a little confused as to the timeout, but it's been called anyway.
even just a breather right now. You know, you have a handful to use.
It's going to be a tense game here for Anonymo.
Yeah, see if you can get yourself close to that 10-round mark that is still possible, still on the table. 4 more rounds of play here within the first half of this one. What's the change-up going to be? Maybe ENCE need to take the pace out of this. Bit of a flood piece of utility, but not going to come back to bite Madden in the ass by any means. Just some chip damage done to Veggie there. You can see that one was destined for the barrel position. Just going to detonate behind him. A little bit of damage done, but nothing really to worry about. So this is it. Yeah, ENCE are taking the pace out of the play, right? You can see how much more stalled out they are in their default. It's a little bit more B-heavy. Maybe just regrouping for a B hit, because if they can trade out a little bit more efficiently here and account for the flank plays, they might be able to convert around.
Only thrown towards A is one front bathroom smoke. That now fades away. Information is being picked up here on the other side of things for Anonymo that there is no presence towards A.
Yeah,
they're going to start making that move.
Tudson's just rotated all the way back through spawn, dropping down the bathroom. So he's bolstered this B defense.
This could become a bit of a bloodbath for ENCE. Just look at the ramifications of this round as well. They got no money in cash left over.
It's connector push as well as a party control. They know 100% right now that it is going to be this B hit. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, they're just so ready. And this is about to be brutal. They need to trade out efficiently. It's one for Demo and the initial swing out hit. He's quick to it, and Spinks just taps down, but the flank from Innocent. Look how quick this has come in. Once again, around the backside. He is such a nuisance right now to ENCE. Spink starts to move forward. It's Madden that's found the kill on Tudson. They know that Innocent's around the flank, but they've moved forward. They tried to take some control towards CT and Graffiti and play from this side instead. They've now traded out position. Anonymo trying to come back in for this. Oh, smoke again. It's going to drop. Or Innocent in the wrong spot, but Oscar is going to swing on out. A kill for him on a Spink, puts it all on Madden. It's down to the 1v1, and Madden closes it out for ENCE. A much-needed round win that keeps the economy afloat, and that looked good right up until the end for Anonymo, and Madden switches it on.
It's going to be so annoying right now for ENCE. They're getting into these sites, they're taking the fights, but the flanks are just constantly there. There's been so much pressure applied, and it feels good, right? It feels really good for Anonymo as part of that retake coming on in. They have them on their haunches, their backs against the wall. As you mentioned, they switch out and trade out places, so now they're the ones having to defend, but they have the friend the timer is of the bomb. They're able to pick up a big round here. We say big round because look at what it's done, right? Anonymo, as mentioned, had won 5 in a row. 5 consecutive rounds here on the CT side, but because of the close nature, by virtue of the way they unfolded, his ENCE coming out the better on the buy. It's going to be 3 Deagles, 2 USPs, up against a Galil, an AWP, 2 AKs, and a MAC-10 for Snappy here. So again, this connector space is just being taken. They seem to get this more often than not on the CT side, and here comes this late lurk of Spinks. Up the ladder they come. He's going to spot the barrel, grab himself one, and I think that might keep Innocent at bay for now, hoping that the footsteps, as they get more and more distant, he can now try and take this space back. He has Veggie alongside. The harassment of Demo. These silent shots, even though that was only a USP, still hard to identify exactly where that was coming from. And Spinks as well, looking this time round, Innocent dead. And actually slipping across towards the playground position has been Veggie. So he might get the kill here onto Spinks. You can see just poor Spinks has to check everywhere consistently. When we say head on a swivel, this would be exactly what we mean. And there you go, rude shock. Deagle bullet hits him in the noggin, and away they go. Madden will kill Astralis, and the round will be confirmed here. So I think right now, if you want to look at this in the context of the game, this is a very good first half from ENCE. 7 rounds confirmed. Still can get themselves 9 if they're able to push the issue anymore. So, but this is a really good first half from ENCE on their map choice. We do have Mirage coming up next, and the Ancient waiting in the wings as the third if we do need it.
And ENCE will start to feel a bit more comfortable about this. He's taking this round. You've really had a lot of scrappy affairs and close affairs just a few moments ago. Innocent's going to be a little bit frustrated, I'm sure, about that 2 rounds ago. When he had that flank, it must have felt like a great opportunity there for Anonymo. And every round matters in this first half. You don't want to allow too many T rounds to be picked up, but ENCE already at 7. Important that they don't let that get any further here. They have got the rifles out, AWP. It's back to the buy for Anonymo. Let's see what call it is for ENCE. They had a slow, methodical round a few rounds ago, but this time they're sending players towards A.
The problem is as well with that round is Anonymo knew it was coming too, and they still lost. So that's the thing that's going to sting the most. Is like when you know the attack's coming, you 100% have locked this down. You have all the information play, you have the fast flank, and you're still not able to convert. You have to start wondering what we have to do differently. Well, Snappy is at least over towards the AWP, and there's Tudson just striking. Hades walking out, Doesn't have the AWP to try and find that heads-up fight, and Tudson's actually been looking hotter and hotter here. 10 kills for him now. Flash deep towards Long, going to flush him back off the line. Has to tuck in towards the upper bathrooms. A defensive flash of his own to buy him a bit of time here to come on back. And if he runs, he could make his way through this front bathroom smoke and get out of dodge. But now that it's faded, needs Innocent to bodyguard him out of here. And they will be able to backpedal in time. Spotted, Diha gets a bit of information, but really just jostling for position right now. There's nothing with too much intent behind it here from either team.
Slowed one again for ENCE. This time, all the information isn't available to Anonymo, and Tudson's in a pretty difficult spot with the AWP.
Scope should have been heard there.
Yeah, Madden's going to hear that. Although, Tudson reacts quickly enough and spots the bomb out now, so somehow it turns in the favor of Anonymo as Demo catches out Spinks. We're just down to 2 players here for ENCE. 20 seconds left. They're not getting out of the toilets. Tudson's taking them out, and just Snappy. They swing out Long. His shot is missed, and he's down to 24.
They're hunting him here. Demo's already close towards Fountain. He might not get away here, Snappy.
He doesn't look like he will be. He's 24 HP. They know he's got an AWP in his hands. To take that out of his hands would be perfect. 7 rounds for Anonymo. And speaking of perfect, that is a perfect round. They don't lose a single player.
Yeah, this is good for the end of the half here from Anonymo. I'm just going to take a look right now in terms of the opening exchanges here for Tudson. So he's 3 for 3 now. He's leveled it out, right? Was given up a couple, as we mentioned in the earlier exchanges. Hades did get the better of him the first time the AWP comes out, but Tudson now has turned it around. 3 for 3 in those exchanges, and so is Hades 3 for 3 in those exchanges. So the 2 AWPers on either side of things getting involved in the lion's share of openings throughout this one.
Peek from Tudson, down into Con. Gives away position with utility, and Innocent, look at him. He's just fighting towards Fountain already. Being so disruptive, being such an annoying player. Madden, Snappy, and Diha just down to 3 already here for ENCE. They've got to play the rest of the round like this.
Had a couple of annoying moves, haven't they, Anonymo? Different pushes. They've done the 2-man long pushes. They've just now gone up and close towards that Fountain position, found a fight. They've always been in the connector. They've had that look early with Veggie pushing on out towards the short position, the boosts. It's been very dynamic on this CT side. But there is a bit of a gap right now, and well, it is the A bomb site. Ascarish is coming back over to deal with that. Innocent trying to clamp them on in, and Tudson making sure they can't come down connector. 3-on-5 situation, never the easiest to win. And I think here with... Oh, Snappy's heard something. Snappy's definitely heard the footsteps there of Innocent. It's been called on out. He's gone all the way around Long, though. And Madden, I don't think he's expecting this one so quick. Has just turned to acknowledge it, but it's too little too late. Innocent will deal with it. And this should be the round here. 8 looking good for Anonymo now in this 2-on-5.
And Innocent was the player that was brought up at the start of the day by Odesk, talking about his performance versus G2 and how instrumental he was to getting them that start. Well, he's had a good game here, so disruptive. 16 and 10 at the moment. Top fragger on the server right now. And Snappy into the clutch. He's going to run his way down towards Connector. Has got a smoke to cover off his cross. They can't take him down easily on the way over. Snappy will get to the side taps to try and draw the heaven fight, but Oscarish will win it. 8 rounds at the half for Anonymo. They lead the way. But ENCE still have a strong T-side there, picking up 7 rounds.
Yeah, you'd be happy with 7. I think 7 here is a very good T-side on a map like Overpass, and now it's about seeing if they can put up this CT defense and close this one out. I think with the different looks that Anonymo have shown on their CT side, they're definitely going to have a move or 2 on their T half. But you can see how difficult it is if you're giving up space across the map. And we talk about it with like superstar players like Rain, when they can hold party control, when they can really just be a nuisance in the bathrooms. You can just leave one guy there and kind of float more players over towards that B side. Well, that didn't need to be the case. They were always able to find a gap in Anonymo, and that's what you have to look to as one of the positives here within that first half of play. Now we get onto the CT side. You've got 4 sets of Kevlar, a kit and a smoke board out for Madden here. Bar on the other side, Anonymo's attack is going to be guided on in by 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov.
Well, Anonymo looked very good in the last pistol. Give a few chances to Snappy, but close it's still pretty strong. See if they can get the second pistol here already. And his quick hit for Anonymo up through connector. A lot of stats being hurt here, and a lot of forces committed down to B for ENCE. They're going to leave Oscarish to the bomb at connector door. Well, it'll be intriguing to see the fake out maybe down into the B play here.
Oh, they've missed that smoke, haven't they? I think it's meant to be a lurk smoke front side. It was all meant to draw the rotation towards A, but now they're coming back down connector. Hades is here on his lonesome. He needs a rotation to come on over. Tudson's trying to sell this. Now Hades is in trouble. He's gone down.
They've decided to just fight when it didn't go initially to plan.
To retake B setup, there's no way back in here for ENCE. They have to allow them to take the site.
Well, smoke goes down for Madden. Oh, it's too late though. They're already through, but he still found a headshot on the cross, and that's mid the bomb code. Lucent sets up Snappy for the pick from below. Snappy in below is set up with a chance, and Innocent getting one. It's just Hudson left, and he's so close to taking this one over the line. Jumps to reconfirm position. D has crossed over towards CT's side. He's 11 HP, so a bullet to the chest of the Glock would take him out. And Hudson now commits to the plant, realizing how much a pistol can mean here, and he's so close, he'll close it. Anonymo gets scrappy, but they find themselves both pistols here on overpass.
Yeah, chalk that one up. Another pistol around here, both within the series. Massive stuff right there, and it looked good as they were entering into the site. They take out Hades, but Snappy's the man to draw this back and make it interesting. Snappy's just able to tuck himself into this pit. They have no idea where those shots are coming from. Gets himself a second onto Veggie there, and it looks like it's done. It looks like it should be all over here, but Tudson able to confirm it. Having what I would say is probably one of his better maps so far throughout the showing here at the RMRs for PGL European Group B. Now back into play, and it is going to be a scout for Hades. He is completely blind, wants to make sure he tucks out of sight before they hunt him down, and looking for space. Demo has quickly resided to take any long aggressions. It's a very standard default here. One babysit in the backyard of B. Got the A pressure with 3, and one over towards connector of Veggie just to make sure that there's no cheeky business going on down there. But it is the force by events here. They made it work in the first half. Can they make it work in the second? To try and pull this one off, they've gone for 4 Deagles as scout. Now, the smoke on Snappy and a smoke on Madden. How are they going to deploy these? Traditionally, C teams like to lock out that monster position, force players up through the sandbags and short. Snappy is, however, over towards short right now.
Madden throwing down the smoke for Monster. It's a deep one. They're held behind it. They're now going to be forced through the tunnel, manipulated perhaps to go in towards Snappy's crosshair, and he's waiting for it. Innocent, no trade potential. He's the only player there. Snappy hasn't committed to re-pick up that rifle.
There's still 2 players on A. They're still going to be able to deal with this here. D has back towards Bank. They've even got Spinks. Make that 3 players towards A right now. ENCE ready for this.
Yeah, they are. It's all about landing some shots. It's all about Anonymo being methodical, but limited time. And they will just swing on by Spinks. Gets absolutely Ferrari peaked there. And now, flick out from Madden's Deagle. He needs more than that, though. And unfortunately for him, there's not much more where that came from at all. Tudson and Oskarish getting some clinical kills. Snappy has picked up that rifle in towards Tube and is now on the flank around the backside. Sets up D has Deagle. Well, we know what D has Deagle can do at times. Well, Snappy getting involved alongside of him and has put down Tudson in a 1 versus 2. The tap is putting pressure on Tudson. He can't just stay here. The stick is coming round. They've come off it. Tudson taken out. Snappy picks up the rifle, and it all comes off the back of a 4K from the in-game leader.
Huge, right? These are the type of performances that Snappy can have. And you look at the aim, you take the name off, right? Who are you looking at here? What absolute blistering hot shots from Snappy there to claw back another force by victory. You lose both pistols and you win both second rounds. I'm sure you take that every day of the week because now you're set up in the perfect position to convert against the force by wars again. And this is the chances for Anonymo that they feel must be slipping through their fingers. If they were able to convert this with what we saw within that first half of play, they're definitely a threat, definitely not one to be slouched upon.
What a round.
Snappy, just beautiful shooting right there. And it's massive rounds.
There's that instant rifle given away in Tube at water. When he gets that 1, D gets untraded and he can just pick up the rifle and flank. Great stuff from Snappy. Spinks throws the nade on in. It's going to be deep. It'll soften them up.
That's a massive nade right there. Look at all the damage done. Tudson half HP, Demo barely even walking, and chip damage to Innocent and Ascara shit. Hades might get his chance to mop up a couple. Silence them 4 behind the tree towards long, but they're going to reroute, making their way closer and closer towards the bathroom position. This should be ENCE leveling it up at 9-9 here. Spinks in the upper bathrooms. You have Hades as highlighted over towards the tree towards long. There is a timer on this, and if Ascarish actually just continues walking forward up through the banana position, I was going to say they would go by unnoted, but now the jig is up. Spinks knows that there is presence, and likely more behind those pistols. They're just going to filter themselves straight on up in towards Diha, who's seen a lot on that jump. Steps on out, gets a dink, gets another dink right there, and actually goes on down. They've taken side control here. This is getting sketchy.
If they get a bomb plant, that's good. But if they can win the round, you'll love that. You've now got a rifle as you tread out onto Spinks. Hades quick from behind. The bathroom's allowed a kill onto Innocent. The bomb is planted behind the truck. They can throw the utility onto it. It's not exactly planted comfortably here for the 2 remaining Ts as they run on in. Madden's quick kill. Now the AK of Veggie going into the fight. 2 players still to find. And he's pulled too thin there. But a fantastic round, really, from Anonymo.
Yeah, I think that's a key little summary right there. It is a fantastic round. They were taking a bit of a save here. They wanted to buy in the next round regardless. They've gotten the bomb down, and look how good their cash is going to be off the back of that. A couple of kills, going to force out some rebuys. A very, very threatening round. Felt like it should have been a little bit cleaner for ENCE right there, but that timing, it did catch them off guard. We're able to find the gap, pressure them, and even get a couple of nice ones. So the AWP going to come out for Hades now. The same can't be said for Tudson. They're going to be operating with 5 AK-47s into the first gun round here of the second half for Anonymo. Let's see if they can be just as competitive on this T side as they were on that CT half. It was a string of 5 rounds to really get them back into the piece.
And that round that Snappy breaks them, that could be one of the first steps to victory for ENCE. And they realize Anonymo, that was an opportunity for them they should have taken. They can recover that now.
There's no A presence whatsoever at all. They just went for the extinguish, right? And they're very heavy towards B right now. They've taken full control of sewer. They have a little bit of connected presence with all that U2 going back and forth. And they actually want to see if they can get a bit of a boost up going on here. Innocent to be elevated. See if you can find a leering head.
No, he's getting boosted up to... Oh no, they've fallen off the boost. That's a rough start, and now all the time that's being wasted has allowed ENCE to play much more aggressive. Spinx is pushed all the way down. They've got so much control. They know that every player for Anonymo is outside B right now.
Well, we did see a round like this fall apart for Anonymo in that first half, right? They had the flanks, they had the info, and the B hit still came in, and they just couldn't trade efficiently here. So Sky's trying to see if he can find them a way out of this, aware that that is a potential. They have to know that the push past them could have come in at any juncture. But that just seems a little bit more like a quizzical flash to throw out and maybe put some more questions into the ENCE camp.
They're about to run into a blue wall. This is going to be so hard for Anonymo to get through this. And even if it comes, there's also this flank coming around the back for Spinx. This should be signaled now. Here they come. Veggie, he's taking the first kill. ENCE have traded it out with Hades AWP. They haven't even got the bomb down yet. They haven't even started to think about the bomb plant. And now they go into Snappy. His kill is good, but Demo runs over the top, treads out the in-game leader of ENCE. And now just down to 2, but the flank from Spinx. It is massive, but it hasn't got 2. Hades now under the clutch up against Demo. And Demo has been quiet, but what a round this has been. 3 with 8 seconds left, 3 single health points available. Oh, Hades knows exactly where he has to plant, holds it, gets the pick. ENCE recover the round. A chance there for Demo to do everything, but he couldn't quite muster it. And ENCE, with a strong defense, take themselves 10.
Yeah, even still, though, they had all the info, they had the stack, they had everybody in the right places, and they almost lose this one, right? So, again, we can just reflect on how that went for Anonymo in the first half. Fortunately for Hades, going to get himself up now to 16 kills, but an opportunity goes missing again here for Anonymo, really running out of these chances. 2 to 4, as far as the timeouts go. They're going to have 2 more remaining for Anonymo. But this is the question, right? When you do that much damage in a round like this, do you want to buy back in? You know, you've got 4.8 on Demo, you've got 3.7 on Scarish, 3.8 on Innocent. You could buy, right? You could definitely buy. It would be Galils instead of AKs, but it's still going to be quite threatening, and it would be a good decision to make because Snappy and Diha have actually brought out MP9s. They don't have M4s in their hands, so this is a great opportunity. Isaiah Anonymo running out of them. Well, it feels like they can make one of their own right here, and they're operating to go with a half buy. They're not going to go all in on this. They're going to Mac 10, some Tech 9s. They're keeping it a little bit light. This will guarantee them a threatening round right now and then a threatening round into the next with the loss bonus of 2,900. So hedging that they can get the most out of this, and the B bomb site was almost susceptible there. Let's give it another go.
Well, held back by utility here. Initially, Anonymo, they're not going to get that water control too easily, and if now they go into Snappy with the MP9 ready to go. Rapidly shoots a couple of bullets out. Does take Oscarish down, but only 1. Follow-up kill there on the short play from Diha hasn't come in yet, but oh, he's staying. And they're not ready for that. They're not thinking he's going to stick around and re-aggress short again. And he's just mowing them down. Diha having some fun up against some of the pistols here. And when you lose so many players initially in a round like this, you can't take out the strength of the round, and you should just be picked out and should take 11, no problem. Now an Innocent left with a Tech 9.
And Diha Bloodlusting there, getting himself involved in the game. That's some nice impact there from Diha. Hasn't had the most of kills, but a round like that could have looked a little bit wobbly after your in-game leader, who has been hit, sitting on a bit of a heater, goes in and trades 1 for 1. It's good to see him mop up that mess with the MP9. Earn some good cash, can drop that one across. Diha's actually going to hold on to the MP9 and give Snappy and M4 into play in the next. But Anonymo, as we mentioned, they hedged their bets. They kind of leveled out the cash to make sure that they could stay threatening in 2 rounds. And this is much more of a threatening purchase here. 5 AKs again. Is there much of a change up here? couple incendiaries right now to corral the tease. Tudson will have to sit back and wait out that second one. They have extinguished onto the first, and Spinks with Hades are both staying quite aggressive here.
Fakey's taken down to 25 right away. Perhaps the last round for Dihaz. Fired him up with the MP9, wants to get involved again. Hades playing further back because he has the rifle support here of Spinks, so he can commit to the right side of the angle for the time being. Flash is going to get him in the open, takes out Spinks. Although Hades hasn't been spotted, nor has he been dealt with, and he's actually been able to get back in the bathrooms. Goes out for the swing, the shot will land, but not enough damage for the kill, and Hades very lucky to get away.
Yeah, they're scaling quickly up long here. You can see this push coming on through. Dihaz trying to help this one out, but they're all just up long right now. 3, 4, 5 of them very, very quickly trying to grab this space.
This is a very committed position for Hades. He's playing on the far right side, so you have a little cover you can get behind, but he's actually taken his position a little bit more passive now. 45 seconds left. Dihaz still in the connector. They're coming through bathrooms here on the side of Anonymo. 3 coming up, leaving 1 prone to the approach up towards long side. And Oscar is joining them just outside the divider.
They've gambled B.
Yeah, it's worked out here for Anonymo, hasn't it?
They should just be able to stroll on in. Dihaz is the worst weapon for the job here to fight them at range. So as he comes
behind
up,
him.
oof.
Oh, the element of surprise. It's delivered 1 here for Dihaz, and that might just hit the panic button, as now he's got a better weapon for the job too.
Safe.
They have to, but Dihaz, he's not making anywhere in this world safe for them now. Tudson's gone down, and just like that, 2 picks coming out, and Snappy through the smoke. Oh, Snappy! That is just brutal. Takes them down through the smoke. The second one is ridiculous. And Innocent left in the bathrooms. The bomb is taken away, but realistically, Innocent doesn't have much of a shot at winning this round at all, and Dihaz closes with 3. What a quiet game he's had, and he does that to them.
That's crazy from Snappy right there. I don't think he's even piecing together where that second kill came in. You can see the grin on his face. It's just so fortunate that's even able to land right there. And another threatening round from Anonymo. They get the opener. The utility was great to take down Spinks here. But Dihaz, just in the backlines there with the MP9, does make it work. I thought the range was going to be too much. There it is. The second one just wildly swinging around and takes down Demo over towards the truck position. It is going to be the 3rd timeout call for Anonymo now, so using these a little bit quicker here within the second half. And again, they can buy. Again, they can get out these AKs. They won't be able to establish too much of a game plan around Tudson's AWP that was finding them some traction over on that first half. But the score now 12-9, a 3-round differential.
Well, ENCE now 4 away, and it feels like Anonymo have been in this game the entire time, Chad, and have lost so many little tiny opportunities throughout this game.
2 force buys, you know, rounds where they had number advantages.
Yeah.
It is getting a little bit rough out here.
It's frustrating. It will be in the back of their head if they don't pick this one up today.
Rush.
It's going to be very quick here for Anonymo, charging with ill intent towards Madden. Will he be able to crack under the pressure or hold? Well, he's done very well there, hasn't he? Just one. Dihaz on the site has done most of the work. And he's able to close it up. Where has Dihaz been? He's finally woken up here this morning.
Yeah, he wasn't needed until the CT side, right? The T half, it's all good. It was being handled. They were taking care of business. But now Dihaz's impact being felt round after round. And that's when you know it gets interesting. Sorry, not interesting. Desperate. Desperately interesting when it's just a B rush like that, right? AK-47's rush monster. Hope we trade out efficiently, right? The rounds that they've actually been doing on this T side have been quite nice. They've been taking their time. They've been taking some control. They've been understanding the dynamics, and then they just go for that. So Anonymo really trying to use more speed and more power to get this one done, and just not able to make it work. They get completely denied there, and feels like Overpass is slipping away quicker and quicker. It's going to be a timeout this time by ENCE. Saw the coach going to chip on in with a bit of a conversation. What type of buy are we dealing with here? And maybe just have a bit of a smile. Look at all the smiles on all the faces. Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, loving it right now. I think Polish fans today are probably a bit torn, Chad.
Well, you'd probably want the Anonymo, the 5-man representatives, to be there. But I suppose this is why you're saying it's torn, because ENCE right now, probably the best team with Polish players.
Yeah.
So maybe if you're a Polish viewer at home, maybe you guys can let us know. Who do you want to win? Or doesn't it matter? Do you win either way?
Well, it's a good day nonetheless. You get to see a lot of Polish representation on the server. We'll see what Anonymo are able to pull out of this round. They have gone for the half investment. So upgraded pistols, armor, and they've got some utility around it too.
This type of round is where you would love to see that rush that they just did through Monster, right? See if you can scale quickly, extinguish a molly, maybe a couple of tidy flashes and get over the top of...
Look how ready they were for it, though. Look how many players are on the side of the map for ENCE. If you go through Connector, you've got to deal with Snappy's rifle. He is in a position where he could be overrun here. Snappy gets 1, 2. Oh, it's just cleaning it up, actually, rather. Spinks. Snappy's inside of water. Spinks just cleans it up. Snappy now coming back in towards Connector. It's all shut down here. And Innocent now going back in towards the bathrooms.
Those damn pesky capital S's, isn't it?
Man, it's just, I just seen the Spinks and the Snappy and...
Similar letters.
Yeah, you know what? Doesn't matter anyway, because he shut it down. Snappy would have done that too.
Snappy has been doing that, right? Think about the rounds that Snappy's had here, and that's why I think it's also going to add a bit of frustration over there for Anonymo. They've just had Snappy come on through and ruin their day, and Innocent with the Deagle gets another, but that's going to be it. They just throw their bodies to get the round converted, 14-9. Now, it will finally be a buy, and the first time on the T side that Tudson gets to bring out his AWP. So that is a positive. If you're looking for an opportunity now for Tudson to wield the big green, see if he can find them some space to work with on the AWP and consider the communication coming through as the call is being determined. This is a strong-looking buy here, but it's time to get around for Anonymo. They've only managed one this entire second half, and it was the pistol round.
Yeah, it's been a rough showing for Anonymo in the second half on the T side. I think the writing is on the wall when you lose a couple of these close ones. ENCE just pushing forward and forward. Innocent trying to take some fights early, and Snappy will beat him out on that. Spinks takes up the exact same position that he used in the last round, and it's worked out again. Veggie, the second victim of the round here for Anonymo. They swing out into Hades at long. He's missed his shot. That could have been 3 already for ENCE. I think they'll be happy having a 2-man advantage right at the start of the round.
Well, they still want to push the issue. Look at this. Actually still leering through the monster tunnel. So going to get caught right there, Madden. They do give one back over. The AWP of Tudson combined with the Scarish there for the kill. So have given a slight chance here for Anonymo to work themselves back into the round. 3-on-4 situation. Plenty of time on the clock. And check this move out from Demo here. He has actually been able to thread the needle and find the biggest gap available on that A site right now. As he walks on forward, we'll have to deal with... Oh, the rotation's just hasn't been called back over. Still floating just towards the top of A is Hades. Oscarish has grabbed another one, so finding themselves now in a 3-on-3.
Yeah, lovely pick there for Oscarish, and 45 seconds left. Anonymo drawing it back into competitive position, and with Tudson's kill, ENCE are going to be slapping themselves about letting this one slide. They still have a chance to close it out with 35 seconds. Spinks is on the flank again. Oh, not again. Tudson has the bomb and no one beside him. Spinks is right behind. Execution. As the bomb goes down, and Demo alongside Oscarish, they need to pull this one off.
Demo might get Hades for free here. I don't think he's considering this. Oh, he's positioned himself behind the pillar, so looking good to just hide from this maneuver. And Demo, as he jumps on out, he gets plucked out of the sky, and just one man standing. Oscarish goes down to Spinks as well. So an opportunity.
Spinks has been the nuisance, hasn't he?
Well, he did what Innocent did in that first half, right? Just an absolute pain in the ass with those flanks after flanks. But they find themselves just one round away now. Max loss bonus in play. Looking good to close this one. There's a couple of sweaty moments, but it has been a very tidy way for ENCE to pick up what should be map number 1. If you do want to check out what's going on in that secondary stream, the B stream, head over to twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO or go to YouTube. Type in PGL. You can find the streams, watch them in 4K, you can pause, you can rewind, you can do all that good stuff. And also, I believe there's some IPs available if you want to watch in the Go TV yourself. Head over to HLTV. I know that they have them available on their website.
Well, here we are, Anonymo. Last chance to try and stay alive here. They have got rifles. They've pushed in towards Hades, who will happily collect the opening and actually swings out for an attempt on the second. I think he's realized now maybe it's a little too rough to go for the re-peek again for the 3rd time, but interesting maneuver there for Hades. Does get caught.
Took the time quickly, didn't he? And he's going to grab a second here, so they're in. Spinks the problem.
Always has been. Spinks the Minx, and now it's going to be Dhad coming back through the bank. It's a boosted up position here for Spinks to try and peer down long side, but bomb can be committed to here for Anonymo. They're into the 3v3. Dhad, not again. Another smoke kill coming in for ENCE.
He's
through the exact same position, but
Veggie should have this.
Oh, the wrap around the back. Veggie does take the headshot, and they've taken some ground to play the post plan. Madden and Spinks now having to recover this one alone. Bomb is planted on top of the truck.
Bit of a limp smoke out here to lurk behind for the T. He's trying to take some space, but Spinks finds him just one now with Veggie, and he's trying to get it done all alone. The trade from Spinks will come on out. The defuse is there. There's plenty of time. 16-9. ENCE pick up their map choice of Overpass, and they do it in single digits. It looked like it was going to be a little bit more difficult than that.
I think it could have been. There was a lot of chances, I think, there for Anonymo to put up a fight and had a lot of opportunities throughout that one, Chad. But I think this is one of those maps that you'll just be thinking about all of those little details that could have gone your way but didn't, and it's going to be so frustrating to think about.
Yeah, lots of review there for Anonymo. Great stuff for ENCE, and we know that we have Mirage coming up next. But before we get there, I know that there's going to be 3 lovely individuals waiting over there on the desk to break this one all down. So guys, do you think this scoreline doesn't reflect how close this game could have been?
You're lovely as well, and I think that's right on the money, and that's also going to be, I think, the focus of a lot of this post-game analysis, right, Prof? A lot of what could have been threatening, but not being able to close out the rounds for Innocent.
Yeah, kind of the sad story of the underdogs. Good game overall in Overpass, and a lot of key rounds that went the way of ENCE and just made it look like a very convincing victory in terms of the score. But on the server, I feel like it's a very contested match, actually. And yeah, definitely there are options here and chances for Anonymo to do better.
I still feel like when it comes to the mastery of Overpass, there is no question. ENCE is a much better team. They have much more experience. And you could clearly see it. Any gray area situations we had on the second half where Anonymo wasn't exactly sure how to proceed to close that 3v2 or that 4v3, it was always ENCE pouncing. Always the individuals finding a way to be annoying, to be disruptive. And that, to me, leads to a better map knowledge overall.
Yeah, we talked about how Anonymo could win this. It's like, oh, let's win the pistols. We nailed at that point. They win all of the pistols, and they won all of the pistols here as well, but lost the second round on both sides. Like, that is the kind of a kick in the lower part of your body that you're not really enjoying, right? And then things spiral out of control. I think overall, Spinks, again, look at that, 8 multi-kill rounds, 26 frags. 100 ADR. It's
crazy,
it's really tough. It's really
tough. It's a beautiful setup. It's a beautiful setup for Spinks to perform in here, right? When you can play that forward position in the bathroom banana, and you have an offense that leaves some gaps, leaves some holes, and he just loves it. He's always behind, always annoying, always being a nuisance. Chad highlighted it very well at the cast.
Yeah, he thrives in that as well. And Maniac, I know you were happy to see that. Okay, Spinks was again at the top of the scoreboard, but we had a better divide of the kills across the team because some of the individuals we talked about. For instance, before, had a bit of a rougher start. For a team, it's always better when it's more evenly distributed and you have your star also fragging.
True, no obvious weaknesses when it comes to ENCE. I mean, as soon as you have both Hades showing up and Snappy having great games, as it was also pointed at the cast, he can have sometimes one game every 5 or 6, he's going to pop off and be massive. That was a great example here. So all across the board, strong from ENCE.
Yeah, he definitely delivered in that anti-eco in the second half to give them just a cruise control CT side, essentially. So great from the in-game leader that, despite his age, still has these like pop-off games that are kind of 22-16. That's great.
Yeah. That's really great. Madden also with like a couple of clutches, and I know that he talked in an interview about how he had trouble specifically with kind of the mid-round decision making and a stressy situation. So all good signs. But let's break down a couple of these rounds, as we alluded to before, in terms of how Anonymo was able to be a threat, but had trouble sometimes closing it out and kind of throwing it away at times, Prof, round 12.
Yeah, I mean, this is the round which in the first half kind of decides how the half is going to end, right?
Yes.
6-5, Anonymo comes back after a good start from ENCE. They lose, of course, that force fight that we talked about. ENCE get the lead, Anonymo coming back, and there's this B play from ENCE where we see what Anonymo is doing really well. That's pushing, being proactive, and getting the flanks in.
Yes, Innocent's position is key. His timing is perfect. He's already right behind him. Tells a lot about his positioning. The issue is he misses the smoke, and then he allows Main to close that 1 versus 2. I agree with you. Pivotal moment right here. When you look back at a game, even though it's 16-9, you might be able to pinpoint 1 or 2 rounds where a clutch would have changed everything, and they had the right positions here, Anonymo.
Is this one of the examples where you have a team like Anonymo who doesn't get consistent practice against Tier 1 teams in these situations versus a team like ENCE, who obviously has had that in recent past?
Yeah, it's also the pressure of the moment. You know, that failed smoke from Innocent wasn't really a failed smoke, but it's a jiggle peak and a bit of pressure, and there's the release, and then the trade didn't come in from him after that because there was a 2v1 which realistically Anonymo need to close out. They don't close it out. Next round is an eco, and then ENCE starts coming back into the game.
There's also discrepancy when it comes to maps. I think with these teams, these up-and-coming teams, they have maps where they actually have the experience, and all the players across the board know how to navigate these 2v2 and 3v3s. And then when you poke them a little bit in the map pool, people are a little bit less comfortable acting in chaos.
We know they have a ton of maps, right? 7, but it begs the question, like, would you rather have 4 that you're like extremely good on than be able to...
It's wide, but is it deep?
Is it deep, exactly. Let's take a look at round 21 as well, Maniac. It's much of the same, right? And I think although we're focusing on the opportunities for the underdog, we do also need to emphasize how ENCE was able to close it out a lot of the times.
Yeah, absolutely correct here. That was a given for Anonymo, executing a 5v4 on an empty A side. But again, Diha strikes him from behind. First mistake on the side of Anonymo, no one is really covering him. And then Tussen person offers himself to Diha, who's actually in a very good position to make the difference. And from that point on, things just kind of fumble and crumble. Really well played by ENCE, don't get me wrong. They I guess, optimized all the situations and possibilities they had in this round. But if you just opened the round at 5v4, I would have told you in the green room that this was one for Anonymo. They had all they needed.
This kill that Tudson gives away, that is kind of the unforgettable thing that you go back and you rewatch the demo and you're like,
because the information is here,
what
right?
was I doing here? What was I doing, and why did I do this? And then the Snappy coming in with a double through the smoke, yeah, then you really have no chance anymore. But yeah, definitely a great opportunity and another eco after this.
Yes, and that's the story of the game we're trying to sell here, is that Anonymo were definitely in most of the rounds they lost. They had a foot in, they were making the difference, but whenever they had to close it, whenever they had to play the strict discipline Counter-Strike, not allow ENCE back in, a few mistakes were made that were utilized by.
Yeah, regardless of their great performances so far, this is where Spot 69 versus Spot 6 comes into play a lot. Let's look ahead to what we got coming up next, which is Mirage. So obviously ENCE, I think, have emphasized how much they are the favorite in this matchup. What kind of possibilities can they get on this next one?
Honestly, like Anonymo, Mirage, I think that's their best map,
yes.
right? That is their best map. They, after this kind of a performance, maybe feel a bit deflated, but I think they also showed enough that they can take it to these guys, right? And on Mirage, what you're talking about, they're going to have a better depth in terms of these 2v2s, 3v3s, how to close out when we have an advantage, how do we finish off this round when we kind of know where they are and we just need to do the basic simple thing to eliminate the opponent.
And that has to be the deciding factor. If Anonymo are given opportunities on Mirage, I think they have what it takes to close rounds, but they should not sleep on ENCE. And I don't think we should be blindsided by the victory against G2. It's great from Anonymo, but again, there is a caveat to it. So it's going to be a hard-fought game, but I believe in Anonymo and I believe in the ability to go to a 3.
That they can make it competitive. When we look at ENCE, though, obviously want to make it to that major. They have such a sour taste in their mouth after playing versus FaZe in the EPL finals, of course. I guess we talked about the chip on their shoulder continuously, but it does really feel like this is a breath of fresh air for this roster that has a lot of possibility. They just need to harness in a way.
Yeah, I mean, Madden said in their interview, like, their main goal is to go through, hopefully 3-0, but 3-1 is like what they need to do. And just to prove everyone that they're a serious team, that the last round wasn't a fluke, and that they're a team that will be taking it to the best in the world.
Yeah, that's the journey they're on. They want to prove to everybody that what happened at Pro League wasn't a fluke, that they deserve to be up there, that they will fight deep in playoffs. And what better ground to do it so here at the RMR? You qualify 3-1 cleanly, you go to the major and you go on your journey. It's a long one. You have to be patient when you want to earn your stripe and your respect in Counter-Strike.
And I guess in that regard, when we tie it back up, it's like you have seen other big teams stumble in situations like this, even in this particular RMR, right? So for their sake, they'd want to smash Anonymo on Mirage.
I mean, there's also the angle of the legend spot potentially.
Yeah.
If you go 3-1 here, you could fight for that extra legend spot that is still up for grabs.
Yes.
Which means you skip a week of stage of competition at the major, which is always nice. Gives you a little bit more practice and time to prepare.
A lot on the line for both of these teams, and before we head to break, we'll see a little content piece on ENCE, seeing how well they know their teammates.
I'm Maui Snake here at the PGL EU RMR Group B, and joining me are two members from ENCE. We've got the coach, Saw, a man who doesn't get enough praise, honestly, and Snappy, the in-game leader. So what we're going to do today is find out a little bit more about these guys and the rest of ENCE. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw out a statement, and you guys tell me who you think on the team fits the bill most. It could be you guys, it could be anybody on your team. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, ready.
All right. So the first one is, who is the most likely to forget a strat?
Definitely Dusha.
Yeah, would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with it.
Who is most likely to come to practice with a weird new strat or setup?
This is maybe a hard one. Like, everyone will give their ideas at certain points, but maybe Maran is the guy. Yeah.
That has been coming up with a lot lately.
Yeah, he has a lot of ideas, so I would say Madden.
Okay, cool. That's cool to hear that he's contributing like that. Okay, who is the most likely to swear before they give out their comm?
Maybe Oleg or Madden. Maybe. I'm not sure. One of those two. Or me. I'm not. Could be me. Yeah, I mean, I hear a lot of people saying this, I swear to God, but I'm not necessarily swearing, but it might be Oleg. Yeah.
Who is the earliest to arrive to practice?
It's me, or it's Veto, then it's me, and then it's probably Madden. Yeah, it is like that kind of. one by one we arrive, but it is usually in that order. But maybe it's good to say that no one is late usually, like good thing about our team. So.
Nice, nice. Who is the biggest body shotter on the team? Who hits the least headshots?
I mean, it's obviously Oleg since he's the AWPer, but I think I'm next in line.
All right, that's nice, that's nice. Who on the team has the overall best mechanics? I think this is pretty hard for you.
I think that's actually hard, but I think it might be Dusha.
Yeah? Yeah?
He has this kind of mechanical, robotic kind of movement aim, and it looks nice when he's doing it. So.
Who spends the most on skins?
I don't think a lot of people are spending a lot. I think people are lending a lot of skins now. So maybe, I don't know, honestly.
Last question is, who is the easiest teammate to work with? Guy that complains the absolute least?
Would have to go with Spinks probably. Like, he's easygoing guy, chills, doesn't stress out about anything. So he's easy to work with.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I agree. Like, always on time, always shows up, always professional. So, yeah, I would probably agree.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. That has been another segment of Getting to Know ENCE. And this has been with Snappy and Saw. Thanks for joining us, guys.
ENCE versus Anonymo continues as we head into map number 2 of this series. We've heard the Death set it up perfectly. This is a chance here for Anonymo. They showed that they could take it to the side of ENCE on map 1. They had a lot of opportunities, but now we're heading on to their best battlefield.
Yeah, I want to see how frustrated they are after that one, right? Because they definitely had some opportunities there. But we've been talking about this one a lot. It was the G2 game. It was the opening game, Anonymo versus G2, and it was a big win for them, right? They picked it up in overtime. And some of the factors that went in their favor was Innocent getting 36 kills. He had 9 first kills in that. The team as a whole had 3 clutches, and they only just won in overtime, right? So a lot of things went their way. I didn't even mention that both pistol rounds went their way as well, and both pistol rounds just went their way on overpass, where they lost 16-9. So when you take that into consideration, when you look at some of the opportunities that they have dropped, that needs to be out of their head now, because this is an opportunity for them now to level the playing field, get into a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 3, and get things over towards Ancient as that third and deciding map that you can see here, waiting, ready and raring to go. But yeah, I think that one of the positives for ENCE, as far as this goes, is they get started on the CT side because this is the map choice of Anonymo coming on through, and they showed a very, very strong CT side just there, right? So they can continue to lock things out here as we move forward into Mirage.
Yeah, and a big part of their T-sided performance versus G2 when they started on T-side was Innocent's early rounds. Also, if you remember that pistol round, that was ridiculous.
2v5.
Yeah, it was 2 versus 5 recoveries to give them that opportunity, and that's going to fire you up. Don't see that happening too often here, but ENCE, they didn't really have a weak link. I think DL was a bit quieter because he wasn't really needed in that first half, and the second half started to light up towards the end, and Snappy having some good performances too. It's always good when you have an in-game leader that can frag with some of the best. It's good to see that. And Hades, I think it was the biggest talking point really coming off the Death segment was, we look at Hades, he's a player that has been inconsistent, having one of his weaker performances at an event. Well, he had a good first map.
Yeah, I think there's a few keys right there. If we just go with the DH one, once the kills came his way on the CT side, he was converting them, he was locking them down, right? So I don't think there's going to be too many dramas for him. I think a DH can be one of these X-factor players. Like, he doesn't need to necessarily pop off anything crazy, but when he does, you're definitely going to see him just absolutely marauder around the server. But yeah, Hades there, he was able to close out, I want to call it a must-win clutch. It was that demo opportunity in that one-on-one situation right there. Snappy, we spoke about it before the game even went live. He's just one of these in-game leaders who can find that crazy impact, and he had some massive rounds. That one with the Deagle into the picked up AK-47, into the conversion on the flank. So there's a lot of notes here for us to at least see that there's a lot of players in the server firing on all cylinders. I want to get talking about Anonymo in this map. It's a little bit harder with their T side, because I'm curious to see what they're going to throw their way, if they've actually prepped a bit of a game plan, if there's certain sides of the map they want to target more than others going up against ENCE. But their CT setup, I remember that Astralis over towards A was also grabbing a lot of information. He was pushing Palace, pushing A ramp. That came back to help them a lot within that. And Tudson on the CT side was able to find a bit more traction with that AWP. But we got 15 rounds before we can get there. We're getting into way here with map number 2. And Innocent looking ready and raring to go. The buyers are coming on out. Going to be Julie's this time round for Snappy. A couple of flashes for Hades have been dropped across. There's one flash and a smoke grenade. And on the other side of things, it's 4 sets of Kevlar, and Tudson's actually ecoed on the pistol. I like this. I like this a lot. Tudson hasn't invested anything.
Get the money out for that AWP. Quick play into mid here for Anonymo's T-sided pistol. Dia's going to see them hopping up in towards mid, but Madden has taken the first kill. Diha quickly positions back to jungle and deals with Veggie. Now goes back into the fight at Connector. Tudson actually beats him out in that fight, so still a 3v4. Within touching distance here for Anonymo, but with that kill of Spinks, starting to look pretty rough for the Polish side. It's a 2v4 this time. Let's see if they can bring it back. Madden has taken down Innocent, so just Tudson left. He has upgraded into the USP for this, but they know exactly where he is. They've got him pinned, and they're coming in from all sides. So
should die from vent room here, shouldn't he?
He really should die from anywhere he decides to peek next. It really feels like
can't
he's
go anywhere.
You're stuck in one corner.
Kid. Just pepping away out there. All right, well,
go.
he's the only one to get a kill in the round there for Anonymo, and the first pissed round of the series that they haven't won. So the 2-0 streak over there from Overpass comes to an end. Their fantastic stat line in that regard is unable to get them underway here. And, well, I think that Tudson in the next round of play will be able to buy an AWP if Anonymo want to go for a full eco here and just rock around the server with the Glocks in hand. But a couple of crispy ones hit. Perfect stuff for ENCE to get this one underway. And they will be taking the full eco out of Anonymo. We've left spawn. We're into round number 2. And a real opportunity right now for ENCE to just keep this one clean. Diha on that MP9 looking to farm up some magic.
Oskarish taken down to 53. Ned goes after Hades, takes him down to 25 HP, but he's still come away with a double kill. Tudson and Veggie victim of him. Another push up from Oskarish into Snappy's MP9. Oh, he's jumped over the top. Snappy does react in time, is able to get the pick, and it's looking clean.
Yeah, Glocks, right? What else you meant to say?
Glock.
They're a wonderful weapon.
In the pistol round.
In the pistol round, and then probably never again. So, all in all, the clean 2-0 start for ENCE now have been posted onto the board, and that Tudson AWP will come out early here. Maybe that's one of the things that they discussed when they were outside having their conversation after the map 1 loss. Hey, we didn't even allow our players to have their preferred weapons on that T-half. We don't want that to happen again here on Mirage. We're going into a bit of a tech timeout here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So sorry about that one. We'll get this one sorted and back underway ASAP. But if you are just joining us here, this is a winner's game. The winner of this matchup will be qualifying themselves for the PGL Antwerp Major in a couple weeks' time. We also have a B stream going on right now with Entropic versus Heat. The first map did go in the favor of the French team Heat on Nuke. And if you want to find that one, head over to twitch.tv/PGL_CSGO. You can also head over to YouTube and type PGL in, and you can find yourself the live streams, 4K, pause, and all that good stuff. I know a lot of people like that functionality, right? You maybe miss around. Maybe you're watching yesterday.
4K.
Well, maybe you missed out on Yabi's screamer, right? Where he gets that one tap onto this, and you want to go back and watch it again. So you can do that over there.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I was watching that one, just mesmerized really as to how that happened.
My neighbors in the hotel are very loud, so when I watch the Counter-Strike games in my room now, I just yell, try and keep up with them. I don't know why they're so loud. I don't know what they're doing, but I've tried to be just as noisy as them.
Maybe they're playing Counter-Strike.
I don't think they are. I think I'm the only one on the 6th floor.
Maybe they're doing other things, Chad.
Could be doing other things.
Well, it is Hades who is taking that first kill happily here onto Tudson. And the advantage picked up for ENCE. And we'd have to talk about how important this round is for Anonymo. They've lost their first player in their gun round, and it's Tudson who saved from the pistol from the first round to get that gun in his hands.
Yeah, well, I kind of just want to see them get some traction as far as frags go. Even if they don't convert the round, get a few players off these donuts they're starting to build right now. Tudson was the only one to get a kill on the pistol. They got completely blanked on their full eco. So with the AKs out, we need to show that potency here in the rifle department, or this CT lockout is going to feel very, very scary. But look at Spinks, more than happy just to bide his time. Will be smoked off now. Meggy pushing through towards Connector and caught by Madden. Well timed on the peek on through.
And he reads the play back towards Palace, but Innocent is quicker to the headshot. Now the short play for Demo. Teammate Austria is coming out rampant. Oh, Hades and Snappy. They both go down in tandem. And it's now Spinks and Dihad left to try and pull this one out for ENCE. And Anonymo have got themselves into a good position. Demo is coming out through Connector. Hasn't committed around the corner just yet to Spinks. Should actually maintain this position. Flash is not good enough. And Spinks will not be blinded by it. He's able to take that kill, no problem. And Innocent now swings from Palace to try and take this kill back.
Dihad's also been able to rotate in towards Connector now and get into an AK. He wants to fight.
Innocent, shoulder peeks out, sees the player in Connector, and now climbs on top of default box. It's taken Dihad out of commission. And Spinks, you know he's good in these situations, but 1 versus 2 now. Steps being made. Innocent. Oh, that's what you love to see. Innocent with a 3-piece. An influential part to their Mirage success.
Yeah, beautiful stuff and great. I wanted to see a couple kills come on the board. Well, almost everybody getting one in that round. Just Veggie unable to get on the board just yet, but I don't think there'll be too many dramas for him. One of these bigger fraggers on the side of things for Anonymo as they immediately respond. Now, the buyback from ENCE, no dramas for them in the purchase department either, but it started so well for them and then kind of crumbled apart here. Simultaneous frags over towards that A site coming on in and denying them the opportunity to stand tall over towards A. No AWP for Tudson now, but Hades definitely wielding one of those. Spinks the boost up and over and towards the vent room. Dihad to try and combo with him, and Hades and Madden to lock down this A side of things, while Snappy might be getting a lot of pressure coming his way. 4 Anonymo members now up in towards the B apartments, lining up some util for a pop and go.
There goes that pop. Molly sent out. Snappy sees what dropping out, but is
tail.
pulled into the open. He chases on that first player instead of fixating upon the second, and now Innocent. He's come through with some big ones again. 2 already found. At least ENCE have been able to keep this one even.
Denied.
And the swing out from D has denied the bomb plant. And he's still standing his ground. He wants another one. Oh, very close to it. 5 HP left in Oscarish. Oh, he's found another kill. Now he's up against Madden.
He's got no idea, though. Doesn't know he's coming from short. He's already pushed on past.
Problem is he's 9 HP here, Chad. So getting into a good position is essential. He can hit that instantaneous headshot. Oh, reaction. Madden missed a few. Was able to commit to the mouse one. And the body shots through the edge of the wall is enough to remove Oscarish.
Had a real chance there, didn't he? Madden not connecting immediately. Made you second guess that whole situation, but 3-1, an immediate response here back from ENCE, and round for round we go. This one is going to hurt a little bit more for Anonymo. Might be able to get some partial pistols up here, but a good shot from Oscarish onto the second there, but just not ready for this maneuver of Madden, and you can see it there closed on out. Going to be a couple of Deagles, P250 and a Glock right now, and can they make this one threatening? They had a Tech 9 round in the early stages of Overpass that looked pretty good. They were able to cascade their way in towards that A site. See if they can make the magic happen here. Is going to be ahead of that smoke is Oscarish. He's second guessing going forward, Veggie towards the underpass, and Innocent towards A as the other 2 reside top mid. So just stalling out, waiting for this util. Maybe you're watching the Counter-Strike today. It is Saturday. You've whacked it on the telly. You're having a bit of a midday viewing or mid-evening.
It's a weekend.
Yeah, well, whatever you're up to, let us know. Have a tweet, have a chat.
So let's have a chat about this, Chad. So we look at the teams overall in Group B side of things. And the teams you would expect to move through. Players, Copenhagen Flames have actually got a legend spot now. G2, Astralis, ENCE, NIP. But a team in Tropic, I think, was another one that we could throw in the mix there. But they seem to be struggling right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult for them, even if they do go, well, if they go down to Heat here, that's it. They're out of the event. If they're able to trundle forward after the Heat game, for either of those 2 teams, it's not going to get easy tomorrow. Nice shot from Demo there. I don't think this one's going to get interesting too much. And unless they grab another. Okay, Hades dead now, trying to deal with this. Spinks gets one and traded, so a 2-on-2 established now.
Yeah, Madden's coming up through Connector. His teammate from short. Smoke will go up in front of his face, but Madden's decided to play in front of it. Palace and Firebox set up. Flashes available. That is the only pieces of utility, but they found a lot of damage. Taking out Demo now. It is just Innocent. 9 HP up inside of Palace. Tap might just draw him into the open. One could be sticking in now, should be realizing that sticky is coming through. Innocent trying to take the shot on Snappy's actually got it! Oh, Innocent! That is incredible. The kills come in, but it's frustrating for him.
Just as well. Just after the time right there. That one is going to hurt. The fact that he didn't get that, Deagle to the diffuser
close,
in time.
man, so
But
close.
yeah, look what it's done though. Look what it has done to the buy events here. That's so much damage in a round that really shouldn't have got out of control whatsoever. So the fact that they're keeping it competitive here, Anonymo, with this extremely light buy, they get the bomb down. They've done so much. Look, it's an MP9 for Snappy again. It's an AUG out for Hades, but the util is extremely light. Hades is Glass Cannon AUG.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess Glass Cannon AUG's the new meta here. Tudson dead. Trade's on back. Spinks has found another, and more fights in mid.
4v3. Anonymo might just get another pickup. Short here, but so close to it. Demo will take Spinks. But elsewhere, his teammates are all going down, and just like that, Anonymo down to a single player on 23 HP again. It is frustrating. Last round comes down to a split second. Just after the time, swings with a dig. But Demo, he's not really in a position to compete here, Chad.
Yeah, and Veggie yet to get a kill. You'd love to see him get activated soon. Now, the issue is I can sit there and say last round was really good because the whole point is you can build off of that with a round win. And right now on 23 points of health, it does seem very difficult to see a round win coming out of this. If you can get another kill, they can still pressure ENCE's economy and keep them under the thumb to some regard. But you would have loved to have gotten away with one of these, forced them down to the pistols, make them eco or force buy. Now it's maybe just about getting the bomb down and grabbing a cheeky kill if they can. Over towards short. Madden peering back now. He's definitely spotted him. The bomb not going to go on down. He's just going to fake it on out and get cleaned on up. So nice. Well recovered there. ENCE, after what could have been a loss to just some pistols, have consolidated with a consecutive. And this is a good opportunity for them now. Oh, Innocent has immediately gone into an AK here. So he can buy. Demo could do the same. Scarish could get something in the purchase department here, but it's a timeout for Anonymo. They are just going to have a bit of a conversation about how they want to approach this. And when they found themselves in a situation similar in the first half of Overpass, they actually, the second half of Overpass, they actually took a timeout and half-bought. They didn't all in, right? They didn't all in when they could have with the Galils. And I think here, just as we can see these Tech 9s being bought up, they're going to do the same.
Man, it's a really rough start here for Anonymo. There's a lot of frustrating moments throughout this one, but as Maniac was saying on the desk, you know, ENCE are the better team. There's no doubt about it. They absolutely should be coming into a matchup like this and take the win and take their spot in the major. That should be the way the story goes. And we all sit here, we anticipate a possible Cinderella story, but the reason fairy tales are fairy tales is because a lot of them don't come true. And so we're now looking at ENCE 5-1 up. Anonymo once again into a weak enough buy, but they're going to be starting up for an A execute off the back of this. So smoke should be coming out. 3 standard ones should come through.
Here.
But actually, it's a different look to it, and they're committing into this one. It is Hades taking out 2. D hasn't even been used yet, and Madden now gets to try and strike the back at triple. It's taken out very cleanly here for ENCE. Just the amount of players he had in front of the smokes there, Chad, cancel out any potency behind that.
Well, these last 3 rounds now for ENCE feel like they've got easier and easier, and that's as varying buys have come on through. When you've had full AKs, when you've had just the upgrades, and here you've had a bit more of an investment across the board. So this is starting to really get away from Anonymo now. 6-1 scoreline, only 1 opening frag in all of that.
Yeah.
It's rough to make a change, yeah.
It's rough when you have the other player that was fragging really well along Innocent inside that G2 game was Veggie. And he's on 0 kills right now, as you pointed out. It hasn't changed. So it has been a very slow start here for Anonymo individually speaking, but there was a half buy in that round. It wasn't the full investment, and now they committed the full buy with the AWP up for Tudson, the rifles around it, and utility. Oscar is going to charge his way into the mid-fight early on. He's seen a lot jumping out the window, but actually dealing with it is another story. Spinks has taken 1. Hades actually gets traded out by Innocent. So we're back in a 3v3 at the start of the round. That's not bad for Anonymo. They can play with this.
Hades got a lot of value out of that, but look at this push from Madden here. He might just stop them immediately.
He's going to peek them.
Hello.
He's going to fight them, and they're looking for him. Oh, Madden. Very lucky. Thought he was going to go down without a single kill there, but he has seen all the information needed and takes 1 kill. So it keeps it at the 2v2. Anonymo now starting to figure out, okay, they've seen us towards T-spawn. Do we go back B? Do we go into the mid-play? And they've decided the mid-play is the call.
And it's a bit of a gamble here from ENCE. They're actually playing 2 over towards B. You can see Diha hoping that they come up and through the window position, and Snappy locking down the B apartments, and they're actually going to slink their way up through connector. So in this 2-on-2, there's a bucket load of utility still to deploy here. Oh no. If They're walking towards window. That's where Diha's waiting.
Diha.
This could be the perfect read. This could be the perfect read.
And the perfect position to
what
deal
an
with
off
it.
angle this is.
This is so good. He's going to see one. The life. Oh, doesn't actually pulls his knife out of the initial kill and will get traded out. So that gives Demo a little bit of a second wind into this round. He's going to run over towards this site. Has smoke, 2 flashes, and itchy. Snappy's going to be smoked off surely. No, he's going to be playing on triple. Snappy's instead going to throw his nade deep on towards Demo. It's taking him down to half straight away. Position should be confirmed here for Snappy. Knows he has to be behind triple. With that smoke, he has to be at the back of his head. He's created a corridor to play towards CT. So Snappy knows that he has to just isolate them into a couple of fights. As soon as he clears triple, he can now focus on CT. Snappy's in a good position here. He's going to smoke onto the bomb. He has actually lost him. And that's a little surprising. And Demo's going to close it. Snappy losing him in that situation is a bit surprising there, Chad.
Yeah, I think because the gap in the smoke, maybe that Snappy wasn't even trusting the fact that he could have gotten away, and it was that perfect moment in which Demo gets over towards spawn right there. So you can see just struggling to piece this one together. And well handled, all things considered. Hades got a lot of value out of that AUG for the rounds that was invested in. Those trades were very, very good. And the heads-up play to kill Diha and immediately rotate towards A to piece it together, knowing that Snappy is more of that B anchor, and they weren't doing something a little bit strange. She's just hightailed it straight on over towards the opposite side of the map here. But double AWPs is the immediate response right now from ENCE. One for Spinks, one for Hades. A couple of M4s and a shot here for Hades is going to land. That's a big opener to get them back in. And they know that there was one AWP on the other side of the map. They're not taking space quickly elsewhere. And fortunate for them, because if they did, they might have run into that Spinks AWP, which is over towards Ticket.
I was watching Oscarich just charge his way towards B, trying to find that opening. And Hades just peeks into him. It's a rough start. But ENCE are going to hold it. How do Anonymo find their way back into this? They're spread out at the moment with plenty of time.
Time's the one thing they do have, and Innocent is relinquishing any space over towards A. Going to backpedal up now. Demo top middle. Veggie in the underpass throwing out some util. It looks like they're regrouping towards B. And they're assuming that the AWP will have repositioned, and that assumption is correct, but just back towards market. He hasn't tucked tail elsewhere, but Demo's taking some space in connector now, and DR might be that first port of call.
Yeah, it's going to be this B setup to play in towards Hades and leave Demo to try and get the flank going. Oh, that's a big shot from Demo. Does the signal to go B come through yet? Hades now spotting them out. Flash is perfect. Gets Hades off the angle.
He's in trouble.
Now Anonymo into the side, overwhelming the AWPer and getting him out of the round. Veggie now taking up control of the market, and the second AWP is coming back to play here for Spinks. No extension around the corner, but he's holding for it, waiting for the peak. There's no reason for Anonymo to do so now. They've got the bomb down on the site. Innocent trying to fend off the retake attempt from the apartment side of things. He does have the help of his teammate watching market, so he can focus on this position.
Saving.
And Spinks has called it off. No opportunity came his way, and they're calling this one a done deal. Anonymo worked their way into the round.
Yeah, very, very fortunate stuff right there. If Spinks pushes in towards the market, Veggie in that position just kills him dead to rights for sure, up towards the shelving unit. So really, really good stuff out of this one. That's after giving away that opening pick towards B. So taking care of business, Anonymo now will strike back, will get themselves up to 3, but Innocent creeping ever forward. Madness just around the corner here. He's just going to make sure he's out of that bomb radius, tucks on back and holds on to his goodies. But saving 3 right now for ENCE allows them to at least be a little bit more threatening into the next round of play. But this grinding nature of Anonymo's T-side now is starting to find something. They've found 2 consecutive. Can they make it 3? The scores on the doors are a little bit concerning. Tudson with 1 and Veggie with 1. Now, Veggie got 1 in that round right there that helped them convert, so a good kill for him. But Tudson got that first frag on the pistol round. It's really been Innocent and Demo, 11 and 7, and then you've got Ascarish with 5, so middle of the pack. They need to get, I think, at least Veggie activated here based off what we've seen from him so far. They will be able to get the purchases on through an M4, an MP9, an AK, and Madden. I think it's another MP9 on the ground there for him to pick on up.
If you want to buy your tickets for the PGL Major, you can do so now with a QR code on screen. Join us in Antwerp to get the party started. There's lots of teams locked their spots in. We're now down to the final few days to see the other rosters that will be going there. Anonymo versus ENCE. One of these 2 teams will be heading there at the end of this best of 3. Tudson, AWP back in his hands. He had a rough time the last time he got this out. He's going to be over towards A looking for the early pick. And at least the difference is here, he's at least stayed alive.
If they do head towards A, it is right now just Madden over towards this balcony position with the MP9, and they're creeping ever forward. Madden has 2 choke points to worry about. Currently the balcony smoked off, and has a teammate over towards connector of Diha to help him on out here if things do start to get a little bit hot and heavy.
Now that Madden's starting to relieve his position towards Palace, he's bringing that MP9 to play from default. Anonymo have a lot of utility, but they haven't used any of it yet, and I don't think they feel like they need to right now. That peak now finally getting info. That was the problem that for ENCE, that they weren't finding the info they were towards ramp, and now that they've seen it, Anonymo are just calling to go. Flashes go up. It is Madden playing from default, trying to rattle it away with the MP9. The first blood of this round will go Spinks' way, and ENCE have it, but Denver's pulled it back. A quick dive into a sandwich has got Madden in his position. Hades had a shot there. He's got a lot of opportunities, but he hasn't been able to land it yet. And Anonymo now deploying utility towards him. Hades still goes back for the third time of asking. This time gets the pick. Quick play towards CT coming forward for Snappy. MP9 looking in towards the site. Shots will land. Sees one up on the stairway. Innocent taken off the top of the stairs. And Demo starts to put some damage down towards jungle. ENCE are finding the picks, putting Demo alone. And they will come in from so many different sides. Anonymo never made to feel comfortable into their post plant there.
Yeah, look good once they take Madden down. It feels like they've got control, but there was so much utility deployed toward jungle, but just not a smoke. So the AWP could just post up and managed to pip them there and be able to get one on back, and the retake was nice. I think that ENCE knew that they had to have a bit of quickness about that. They didn't have a defuse kit brought into the last round, so that's something that they knew going into that retake. They needed to take those fights quite quickly, and it will force out a timeout here from Anonymo, calling their second so far within this second map of play. There's enough money to buy. That isn't the question. It's what the approach is going to be. Maybe they're hoping that the distraction on A would have drawn enough eyes, but definitely drew some eyes in his direction. And some great shooting out of Diha here, alongside of Spinks to get this one done. Getting fired up now is Madden. Just a couple more rounds, really, away from qualifying for the major. Very good looking first half, and they've even retained this double AWP setup.
Update from the B stream. Currently 9-3 for Heat over Entropic.
That could be a big win for the ex-Double Pony boys. That's Body, Jocko, Lucky,
Exercise,
and yeah, Afro.
Yeah, that's a team that been on people's radar for a little bit. It
feels like a long time now, doesn't it?
But here we are. A chance for Anonymo. Once again, back to rifles. They've got themselves into some close positions. That last round wasn't one of them. Madden puts the smoke down in Palace. Might spoil their party, but looks like the execute coming in here for Anonymo.
Hades can be smoked off here quite easy, so he might have to drop out that lurk smoke that these AWPers have been doing over towards the triple box to try and play behind to give him something to work with here. A little bit worried about the flank, but it's not coming. Smoke's now deployed, and it's about the apartment's position with 3 up the ramp. Here they go.
Hades has tossed the smoke himself to play with, and he will play towards triple, so he won't leave Madden out to dry alone. The AWP will commit to the site. Madden now deals with the ramp play forward. Hades helped him out towards ramp. And another shot from Hades picked up. He threw his AWP down on the ground. He's picked it up. He was able to get away with one. And Hades, that was quick to the shot on Innocent. And Veggie now coming out of Palace. He's trying to fight so many angles. But Hades, what a round. He drags them down to the underworld with him.
What a great time to show up from Hades, right? We talked about his struggles so far. You know, he's been one of the lowest rated players for ENCE in this tournament. I think in these last 2 maps, he's shown what he's got. 16 kills now total. I don't know how that one didn't show up as a no-scope right there. Master got to the quick scope just in time. Yeah, accidentally dropping out the AWP, donating that one over. Yeah, all right.
That is so ridiculous.
Very fast shot there onto Innocent. Taking care of business is Hades.
We need to get the slow-mo guys on that one to watch that back. That is filth. Well, that's going to hype you up if you're Hades. Around like that always gets you in a positive mindset. That's 2 back-to-back A setups now for Anonymo going the wrong way. They're down to a weak buy again. Charge their way up towards bench. Spinks under a bit of pressure.
He's got help.
He has got help of Madden.
They should be all right. And every time I say that, then the pistols manage to chip away and make it seem like more of the interesting rounds. But I think Spinks and Dio have had enough of that silly business. Madden wants to chime on in too. And the woes continue here for the likes of Veggie. Still only 1 kill for him. And it's just night and day from that performance we saw from him against G2. They were able to find so much space. They were able to get themselves in lots of clutch situations. Really, really turned the game on its head. But now it is just one-man demo posted up and over. Bullet will ring on out. He's now noted, and look at how quick they're coming over to find these eeks. Eco Cobra's out to play.
Yeah.
Madden gets the last, and 9-3. This is a great half now.
Look at the money here for Anonymo. At least they'll get the buys out. But the problem is in these last 2 gun rounds, they haven't really shown too much about them. They've gone for back-to-back executes, haven't worked out at all. I was speaking to ENCE about, you know, there's always been a talking point for me is like understanding the culture in the team. Obviously, they're from so many different nationalities, right? But the culture just seems incredible in the team. It's kind of crazy. They all get along really well. Their personalities mesh together, and they just look like they're having a good time in the server. And that can often go a long way if everybody's on the same page and enjoying themselves. 9-3, they'll be enjoying themselves right now with this scoreline. They're pushing in towards ramp, Chad.
Yeah, well, this is difficult to break right here for Innocent. If he drops on down, Madden should be able to hear that, swing on out, get the fight. If he just peeks on through, Hades with the AWP, he's looking hot at the moment. As we say how powerful the setup could be, they will backpedal. Having Madden to deal with the apartment's position now, and well, it is just a very slow default here from Anonymo. Not wanting to take too many risks, not wanting to give much away, allowing this early util to be dispelled. You're just seeing one with a little blue line of a smoke landing front connector here. This is to keep Diha in position. Can peer on out over the top of that, make sure that nobody's creeping up through the underpass, keep him very cheeky, and also those question marks slow Anonymo down even further. There's a flash.
A little bouncy flash. Hades forced away from it. Shots are ringing out, and Innocent now dropping back.
But the no-way ramp's clear, so even though he threw that util, it means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. It doesn't really scare them off too much, and here they come up through connector. It's Diha's turn.
Diha the ready. Oh! He was ready, but Demo just takes his head right off his shoulders. Now Madden turns at the wrong time, and Innocent has got him around the backside. It's a kill confirmed. Elsewhere, Tutson had picked up one. Now Hades from the side. Oh, nearly delivers another second. That would have been brutal if he was able to get up for a pick there, but Snappy, the last player remaining, trying to get into this one, and Snappy has drawn himself into the 1 versus 2. Decides to go to the rifle. Oh, what? Okay, Veggie now giving him a chance. Oh, that was wild. That was utterly wild from Veggie. If he goes down, Snappy has a real opportunity to win that round. And almost should have gone down there.
Almost felt like he had to play wide with that Molotov because it would have been flushing him deeper into
what was that
sandwich. That demo shot was crazy, right? That was a big way to open that one up. That Molotov, I don't know what that was all about. But Snappy almost making it around to this, ready and raring for that fight onto Tuts. And this one here, right? You're having to take a little bit more of a fight there from Veggie. But all good. Able to get themselves 4 now confirmed. And a timeout here back from ENCE. So they need to win this one or they're going to have no cash to fight. And that means Anonymo could get themselves a 9-6 half, which, considering how this has gone so far, will be pretty good. 9-6 on the nose for Anonymo. We have a very, very competitive game, but an 11-4 the other way. Feels like ENCE are only going to be moments away from closing this one.
Yeah, if they are able to pick up 6 rounds at the half, Anonymo, I will be incredibly impressed at how they've been able to get back into this, because for the most part, it felt like a easy first half here for ENCE. Easy for ENCE, of course. But Anonymo, they do have an opportunity, and they realize that. Mirage map they're proficient on. Quick walk out here from Demo. He's going to throw the molly in towards connector. Flash will go out into mid itself, and Demo then crosses behind the top boxes. Some control at least taken for Anonymo towards mid, but it's going to be this B play.
Can't go down here, Demo. That nade might be good. Look how much damage is done.
He's eating that one.
Yeah, 10 HP remaining, and they're going B.
They're coming into the B site, and then the Snappy and Spinks. The combo looking to shut it down, and Spinks with 1, and that's it. Snappy can't get a single kill. So this is fantastic for Anonymo. And look at the underpass play from Diha. It's being held. Demo is at the ready for it. Problem is here, Demo is so low. He's on 10 HP. So if a body shot comes in quicker for Diha, or any shot really, it's going to be the kill, and it will come through. Diha picks that up.
Now they got kids.
Yeah, that position from Tuds is not when you're really going in pre-clearing, is it? Plays in the ninja box. Hades decides AWP is too expensive to throw away. You mentioned the money troubles, Chad. Well, you can't really go for this one, so it has to be the safe call.
And this is great. A real opportunity now for the Polish side of Anonymo to get themselves 6. 5 definitely confirmed. These 2 rifles saved on through. It's only going to be 1,900 as the loss bonus into the next, so not a whole lot of cash to splash. And Hades will deny another. Snappy and Spinks do actually have enough to get themselves into M4, so not going to be too bad. It's just going to be Madden there a little bit later on, and maybe Diha wants to hook him up with the Famis. So this buy is actually going to be pretty tidy. Pretty tidy indeed. It will be the Famis drop from Diha over towards Madden, so I thought there might be some more problems in the buy department, but no. They're actually going to be very competitive here, and it's going into the final round of this first half of the second map. Snappy thinking he should have at least got 1 there because Spinks was able to chip on in, just not able to connect the dots. And here we go. Quick window smoke out to play. Demo top mid again on his lonesome. I think they want to rinse and repeat the same type of a play here. Sell this mid fake Demo. He spotted the legs right there, tucking back through the smoke. And if they go B, there's just 1 player B.
Yops in connector now as well, and Demo's actually got underneath the scope.
Hades going to go down here, surely.
Oh, Hades is out. Oh, gets away. Hades reacts, misses the shot on the peak on in, and Demo nearly transfers down for two. And it is going to be that B play acceleration. Snappy needs to do better this time. Wasn't able to get a single pick, but this time it is stronger between him and Spinks. Just Tudson left. A big clutch needed on the way out the door, and he's not able to muster enough power to get it done. 10 for ENCE in the first half of play. They are now 6 rounds away from qualification to the PGL Major.
Okay, well, this now is going to come down to the Pistols, and we've spoken about this all throughout the series, how strong in this tournament so far Pistols have been for Anonymo. They've only faltered in 1 so far out of the 3 they've played. This would be a very good chance right now for them to pick up a Pistol round and get back into those winning ways. Now, this CT side, we've been talking a lot about how, influential Innocent has been. He's going to need to be a lot more of that here. I think it's a chance now for Veggie and Tudson to start coming online. Astralis as well. And this CT half is where a few of those names definitely started to do some of their better work in their Mirage game against G2 just the other day. But siphoning through the utility here, a couple of smokes and flashes left on the ground. That will be scooped on up. A window smoke immediately deployed. It's going to be one player of Astralis towards Ticket. You're going to see pushing in towards the site of Innocent, and they're going to flash themselves out mid. A deep connector smoke, and they're actually running down towards A here.
Yeah, running up through Khan. Tudson's going to see everybody. Not actually been able to do anything about it. Does sprinkle a little bit of damage on the way out, but it will be tasked for the players inside of the site to get something out of this. Still a player inside of the firebox is Innocent undetected. Oh, swings out into Hades, and the headshot is so good. Finally a kill back for Oscarish, but there's still a lot more to be done here for the retake. Madden's playing on top of Triple, sees the heads. Now they know where he is, so they have to worry about his positioning, but there's so many players you have to think about. And so that sets up Madden and Hades to just take some headshots. And Veggie now getting flanked as well. Spinks is around the backside, starting to display some damage, and Spinks will make that Glock look fantastic. I think that's something that Spinks actually did a great job at in this tournament, is making the Glock look good.
Yeah, not faltering. Look, we do talk about players shooting in pistols in the back of the head. Doesn't always go to plan right there, but good stuff for Spinks Aruni. And a couple of P250s were in the mix right here. You get to see both of them finding damage. Diha and Hades with a couple of big ones. And this one here, I love the way that they use that deep connector smoke, or get themselves up through that connector position. A bit of frustration here from Tudson not being able to hit the shots he was looking for. And Anonymo do love the full ecos. We're about to stomach another one here. This should be, without a doubt, the conversion for ENCE. How does this one go wrong? There's not even a flash in play. It's just going to be the Pistols peeking after the smoke starts to fade, and another one's lobbed on in, so good luck. Grey screen, stare at that for another 20 seconds and swallow a massive HE.
Could it get any worse, really? Well, it could. You could actually have Snappy run into you with a Mac 10. That could probably get pretty dicey, and that's what's going to happen. They run into him. Snappy holds down M1 and gets himself 4 kills from it. Snappy often the SMG farmer, and he'll do a very good job at that. 12-5 now. ENCE 4 away. Good start into the second half, but here comes the buy from Anonymo.
Worst weapon for them to run into right there as well, right?
Gives them all the money.
One of the AKs. Snappy had so much cash. I was questioning whether he was going to drop an AWP across into the hands of Hades here, but they want to operate with majority rifles. Diha's going to be using his Mac 10, and maybe, just maybe, they want to keep this one fast. High in here for Anonymo. They've got up the M4s. Enough nades to work with, no kit if the bomb does go down into these post-plant scenarios here, so keep an eye on that. Establishing some mid-presence, but using a lot of their nades to do so here, Anonymo. Diha's actually spotted that on the jump, so that information seems to have gone both ways. Demo isn't jump peeking back on in and just starting to piece this one together with quite a passive stance across the map from ENCE. You can see Snappy on the jiggle, and over towards Spawn is Spinks. Quite literally in T-Spawn, just smoking over towards the mid-window now and dealing with any of those A pushes. So looking very likely to be, I was going to say a B play here, but they're going for mid-control with a minute 10 on the clock.
This round is so important for Anonymo. They lose this, they're down to a weak buy again. ENCE are up to 13 rounds, maybe even 14, and at that point, recovering this and staying alive in the series becomes so difficult, almost unthinkable. So Anonymo need to hold strong here. ENCE starting to regroup and think about the B play. Jump spotting his Demo. Short is the setup of his teammates. The support network is that. And Madden going through the underpass to apply some pressure towards connector, but ENCE are
smoke.
going to have to sit behind that.
They might go through it.
Oh, they're going to go with the flash. Oh, I love that from Diha. Straight away opens it up. Now they charge on in, but Veggie and Innocent are doing a very good job at holding with the utility. It betrays Veggie, pulls the nade out, and now Madden in position, cuts off rotations.
Oh, no.
It's all crumbling here for Anonymo. It's into a 2v1. Innocent left to do everything. He barrels through the molly, but he's down to 17. He's taken so much damage from this. He's got close up short though. And this might separate him into the 1v1s. Innocent has got the first pick, but Madden plays from bench, and that wasn't the position he was in just moments ago. So the calm is last seen jungle, last seen towards jungle. So surely he thinks about market, but Madden is very intelligently repositioned, and he'll wrap around the backside. Not a thought in the head of Innocent that he could be playing from there, and ENCE will close another round.
The trading was good on the side there from Anonymo, even though Diha makes it through the smoke and does get that kill onto Demo, but just not to be enough. Tudson trying to stop the bomb going down. Takes a bit of a risk, gets himself into the site, unable to convert that kill. And once he dies, it just leaves it all on Innocent here. 13-5 right now, and a mountain to climb as they will force in with a couple of deagles. They've left enough cash on over for a buy into the next round. But Anonymo right now are going to have to make quite the comeback to keep themselves in the game. And that right there is a way to kick it off. I think Innocent, he's had enough.
That's just a mid pick. Just a mid swing out the window and a 1D from it. Another one from Innocent. All right, this could get very exciting if Innocent starts to land a few of these in this round. He's found two already.
was with an orb.
Yeah, he beat him. He beat him with a deagle versus the orb.
Okay.
All right.
Well, we were talking about how they need to make some comeback. This is the chance.
Another one?
Innocent. Try again. Why not?
Just send it. Make that blaze work. He's got his teammate close here of Oscarish. His peak has a chance, but Diha shreds him open. Innocent's going to play from default. Ned lands right on top of him. Here comes the molly as well to force him into the wide fight. He's hit the shot, but not enough damage to bring down Diha. Diha, the Destroyer, and Snappy still alive in this one, but there's 3 players up for Anonymo, and Diha is so low. A pistol could take him down with some body shots, even that Mac-10 as well. Diha's not in a position to really take risks, so has to use the cover and really try and land some of these headshots. They're still pinned here. They're still pinned at Tetris.
Well, they could drop back if they're quick about this, and they maybe even change the weapons across here, because Snappy has this AWP. They are going to swap guns out. Diha with Bogdan's Law, and that's forced to rotation. Immediately, Anonymo have to respect this. They've just sent through the underpass Tudson looking for this, trying to cut this off at the pass, and he will, but he's removed from the pack over towards Window. Vega's going to have to linger. And that just means it's Demo tucked in towards Ticket. They're allowing them in. They've rolled out the red carpet. Come and plant, they say.
Flash is set up. Now the shot from Veggie brings down Diha. It is only Snappy left in a 1 versus 3, and as soon as he plants, there should be a swing, and it will come out. It's Assassination. It's a round for Anonymo, and Innocent gets them into it early.
Well, that could be resuscitation right there from Innocent. As, we're making up words over here today.
I like that one, Chad.
Resuscitation.
That's a good word.
Yeah, they're tussling back in here. But Innocent with 2 massive shots. That is one way to get the team back into the play. So we've had 3 out the gate from ENCE. The bounce back on this lighter buy, just the deal upgrades for Anonymo. We'll get them their first round here on this CT. And that's the shot that you saw top mid just there, and the second towards the ramp. So really, really good stuff coming out of Innocent here to make an interesting round where it really shouldn't have been. That should have been a gimme for a 14th. And it is just Innocent, 17 kills. The next closest on his team is going to be 11 of Demo, and trying to go toe-to-toe with the other side. Hades with 23, 17 for Madden here, 15 for Diha, 14 for Spinks, and 12 for Snappy. So, wow, the score tells the picture, but so does the scoreboard. Here's another little update from our B stream. 12 to the good over the 9 of Entropic. Heat just 4 rounds away from picking up that series in a 2-0 fashion and knocking Entropic out of major contention.
It's been a very rough showing for Entropic, a team that we had expectations for, and dropped the ball here in Bucharest. Setup coming in here for ENCE. It's a quick one out of spawn. Smoke's landing in towards the A site for the standard. They execute. Snappy's out towards Tetris. Innocent Smoke behind. And Snappy's getting some ground here already. ENCE in a good spot. Tudson, though, has taken out Spinks. That's the Palace player down. Snappy commits into the site. There's Smoke up there, right. So he's been able to get away with a pick. Innocent forced into it. Now we're down to the 4v4.
Are they going to back off, or are they just going to stick with this here because the rotation's in from Anonymo? They want to fight.
They're going into this. Demo's pushing forward. He's beyond the flash, but still, Demo will hit the deck. Madden swings on out. Oscarish swings with a double kill, and Snappy on top of the stairs is knocking them down. It's just Veggie left. A 1 versus 2 up against Madden and Snappy. Well, he's found one already, and it was a fake plant from Madden. He hasn't committed to it. And Veggie knows what side of the site he was on. A quick relocation here from Veggie. He's hopped out the window, down in towards Connector. Looking for the peek from short, and Veggie with some quick movement is able to remove Madden.
I think Madden had no idea that he had gone that far around the world. He was expecting a fight much closer than that, worrying about losing him in the thick of the triple box right there. But that one is a big clutch to win. And 2 impactful rounds back-to-back here for the Polish side of Anonymo. The Deagles were great. That clutch is better. And now maybe just throwing at least a little bit more time on the clock as far as this game. 13-7. The plant did come on through. They were able to get themselves a little bit more cash in towards the bank balance here to get at least an AK out. Are they going to force buy with the rest? It doesn't look likely. Lost bonus is starting to build right now. But that's, you know, we talk about chances. That was a chance for ENCE to get themselves up to 14 pretty easily here.
Yeah, absolutely was. Madden's on the AK. Out towards the mid-fight. It's worked, and he's got himself the opening pick.
Maybe making up for last round.
Tuts has pushed deep in the apartments here. Look at this. AWP's pushed all the way down through B. And the Sphinx is coming back here. He's got the ball on his back. Oh, unscoped. Tutson very lucky to get out of there. What a nightmare situation was about to ensue there for Tutson.
Look at this space for Diha, though. No one's accounting for this.
Yeah, he's actually got his way all the way up Connector. Takes
Not
that
ready
first
for it
bait.
at all.
Draws Veggie into it. Luckily, Veggie does reply. If he didn't there, that's a big problem. But
they've left B during
B is
all of
open.
this.
Yeah, B's open for them to dive into. Demo's trying to hold the cross off. He's done well to take out Snappy. Commitment to the plant now for ENCE.
Oh.
Demo just assassinating them again. This time, oh, so clean. Demolition once again as Hades dives down. Deagle into the clutch and won't be able to find the head of Veggie. A reply from Anonymo. A retake of the site. Does get a bit scary there as ENCE did come in with a weaker purchase. The bomb plant's going to bolster that economy going into the next here.
Yeah, it's sketchy, but it's still great from Anonymo to pull this one through, right? They continue to mount rounds now, 3 consecutive. The type of game that we're seeing right here fills you with the feeling that, oh, it's only a matter of time until ENCE break through. But if Anonymo keep posting rounds like this, if they keep snatching the victory from the jaws of defeat in some of these scenarios where they're down and out, their buys aren't as good, they're winning clutches, they're able to pull back number disadvantages like we've just seen again, the conversation can start to change here. This one isn't done yet. ENCE fans can't be celebrating too early. Still 3 more rounds to find, and they can break Anonymo over their knee here if they are able to pick up a round and no saves come on through, but they need to get one.
Well, Veggie plays up on the booster position of short. His head, he's run boosted out. Dodges all the early flak damage that he was anticipating from window. But Veggie, this is a strong position, but can be peaked from bench. But he has the vantage point of 2, and he lines both up. Veggie takes down Madden and Diha in one swift movement and disappears away from the spot.
Yeah, well, now it's ENCE's turn to try and respond in one of these number disadvantages. And with this type of a lead, sure, it's a 5-round game right now, but they surely can't be considering a save just yet. A minute left on the clock. The bomb now starting to find its way up through Connector, and not too far behind is Hades. But look at Snappy taking some space. This time, it is being accounted for from Scarish, but still will need to win this fight. On the cusp of the stairs, the A-ramp pressure to come, and they're just going to try and go wider on the angle here. Scarish easily lines him up, knocks him down. A double kill for him, and that should be it, unless Spinks wants to win a massive 1-on-4. That's 2.
All right, Spinks. Now we start to believe, perhaps. Flash ain't great, but will allow him to move forward. He takes sandwich steps to try and draw them into the fight. He wants these fights. He wants them to try and fight him and separate them into 1v1s. He wants to break them apart. Another one for Spinks, and now we're just down to Demo. Trying to take his team to a 9th round. Spinks wants 14, and he's climbed up on the balcony. A swift, intelligent reposition here. Spinks dives down to the side, gives him the pathway, the only pathway. The nade comes in, but he's dodged it. Oh, Spinks nearly gets it, but Demo will close it out. The heart rates rise for Anonymo, but now they cool down.
Really good attempt there again, right? So Spinks in the clutch this time round, but is going to be converted one more time. So these conversions of these tight situations keep going in the favor of Anonymo. Is this frustration starting to build over there for ENCE? And the other way, 15-9 now. Heat, the French side, have almost done it. And actually the 4th tactical timeout called over here for the Polish squadron. Just want to have these last 30 seconds to have a discussion on how they can continue to keep closing things out here for the remainder of this matchup. Is going to have to be another half-buy scenario for ENCE. Their max loss bonus is in play, so manage those finances and get a buy again. But as I'm talking about, the rounds keep building. Anonymo keep getting closer and closer. They're chasing them on down here. That lead is whittled on down now. 4 consecutive, maybe even a 5th, as they've dealt with these lighter pistol buys before. Can they do it again?
I want to see what the call is here for ENCE. Everyone pointed towards A.
Looks like an A go for sure, right? Just and I'm not talking about the Polish team. I'm talking about a bit of an A execute. They've got plenty of smokes to do so. They've got the Molotovs as well. You can get that over towards the balcony position. Triple box in front of bench if it is a very standard execute here. Going to smoke off window just to deny that vision early. And lining this one up now is Hades.
Well, he'd have taken out Entropic. Here comes the play now from ENCE. Smokes. Deploying it into the site. Oscarish, oh, he's going into the palace fight. Actually works out really well. Takes out Spinks and the rifle. That was a power position for this round, and Madden now having to rattle into play. That Tech 9 has got a pick, but no one else from ENCE is finding ground, nor finding kills up until this point for Snappy. Oh! Runs through connector. A quick headshot, but recovered quite quickly there from Anonymo.
Definitely threatening, right? That seems to be the story of this game. Very threatening scenarios, but handled again. They swat them away. They deny ENCE the chance to get around on the board, and they will buy back in.
A little chit-chat here for ENCE.
Yeah, they've taken a timeout, so Saul right now is probably going to be calling the play, wanting to give them a little bit of inspiration on what they can do to try and close this down, because it didn't feel threatening before, but it definitely does now. I know it's still a 3-round game, but this can get away from them so quickly, and already has. So it's still a position of where just 1-round win is. We get a little bit of shuffling of hand warmers there from Hades, keeping himself busy during this 30-second conversation. He's not going to be into the AK, and actually for poor Spinks, it's going to be a Galil for him, so not the best of the buys. But they'll work with what they've got.
Anonymo on fire currently. But here come the rifles that look to break down their door. It's been close in rounds for ENCE. Very close to closing, but Anonymo have had the edge. Sinderi goes up towards the back of the mid boxes.
Looks like it might be a bit slower with this one here.
Taking the flash down mid, taking some control of middle. And actually accelerating a little bit here. Snappy getting up towards COD.
And gesturing that they're up close and personal as part of this default. Smoke is just going to bloom in time. Luckily, Innocent doesn't get the kill onto Hades, but Dihard does onto Veggie.
Now the play through the B apartment, smoke from Spinks. Does he walk this? It would be ill-advised. He has got his teammates coming up short. They can pull the attention of Demo away. Spinks can now swing. Spinks will get the pick. Innocent has got one, but is now forced back by the molly into the market, but he still has the avenue. He still has the window here to play with. And the bomb, luckily, has a fortunate bounce towards the side, but the kills for Anonymo keep coming in. Oscarish commits. A kill for Madden has drawn it back once again to the 2v2. Under a minute left as the bomb finally makes its way over to the site, and Madden has caught Innocent in the doorway. It is Tudson trying to get them the clutch to continue the rounds going forward in this streak. He's picked up the rifle instead. Madden is holding for his cross, and Tudson has to go into the crosshair. Madden sharp. 14 rounds for ENCE. 2 away now from knocking their way forward to the major.
That is actually a huge round to win, because I just flew over towards CT spawn after the buys came in. I saw them juggling the guns across. They actually overbought in the last round. They actually bought a FAMAS that nobody used.
Wow.
Nobody carried the FAMAS forward. So that's like $2,000 worth of cash money that isn't going to be able to be purchased into this next round of play. And now they're battling here against 15.
That's so rough.
Yeah, so that really does come back to haunt them here. An overbuy from Anonymo in a pressure situation does come back to bite them in the arse, and they've been able to get out this 1M4 into the hands of Innocent. He needs to get a lot done with this. And
what?
Oh, okay. Could have been looking at the radar, could have been focusing elsewhere, but not able to connect the dots on that one at all. They are going to be able to tuck on out just in time from middle here, and Veggie having a couple chances too on the Deagle to find this kill onto Madden. It feels like he should have been dead to rights on a couple of occasions there, but Tudson is. Snappy gets that, and that's the first on their way to 15 now for ENCE.
Oh, Hades. That is an awkward spray, and it hasn't gone his way. Innocent actually swings out from stairs with the distraction setup of his teammate and takes out Hades. So we're back at a 4v4. Oscarish, does he give it back here to Spinks? Does he give them the advantage again? Oh! Somehow the Deagle has landed the shot, and Spinks' rifle now sits in the hands of Oscarish. And once again, a chance here for Anonymo. Madden and Connector trying to fight them out. There's a lot of damage going the way of the Polish side of Anonymo, but bomb's going to go down here for ENCE. Innocent, a good pick. Snappy taking out Madden, doubling up now. starting to break their hearts perhaps in this round. They thought there was a pathway.
Barrel.
Barrel spotted. Madden turned.
They're so low.
But it's Diha looking to close this one now. They are so low. They're the walking wounded back into this one. And Diha should confirm the remaining 2 positions. Seeing the ramp player. Diha quickly shifts out to the left side.
He
but he has mollied himself.
Oh,
and because he's low,
nightmare.
he can't move forward into it. Diha's just going to hold him in spot. Diha just holds the time ticking. Diha's just playing with his foot now and swings out for the headshot for Oskarish, but because of the wasted time, the molly costs him, and there's not enough time to get to the defuse. It's a heartbreaking way to concede 15, but it will be that fact now.
Oh, the pressure of these last couple of rounds here, I think, have gotten to Anonymo, as you can see very deflated looks on the faces now. Just one more round required. They have had their chances. Astralis has been getting the better of Spinks over towards that Palace position. You get the force out of the purchases again here to Famus and MP9, a couple of Deagles and an AK that was saved across. And this is it. Do or die right now, or ENCE will be getting this series done too. Oh, will be qualifying for that major. Will be locking themselves in. I think a lot of people would have said rightfully so.
Yeah, I think so. ENCE, one of the teams on everyone's tongue, hot off the back of the EPL final. Here up against Anonymo, challenging for a major spot. Peggy swings out towards short. Madden has taken his life. Follow-up kill from D has created the opening towards B. And it looks like we're on our last legs of this game, Chad.
Yeah, it's just been way too many opportunities given away in these last few rounds here. The overbuy of the Famus, the unforced molly error right there, and now just 2 more staying alive as Askarish gets something back. Madden will trade this out, but it is just innocent. He's been the hero of this team.
Well, a swing, and he will be taken out. ENCE are heading to the PGL Major in Antwerp. Not a large celebration from the team, as I'm sure they expected to go there as well, but they've got the job done. Madden seems to be happy enough about that. At least some fist bumps going about, but ENCE, they're just another day at the office here, getting the job done.
Yeah, good attempt at comeback there from Anonymo. They're not done just yet. They go down into the 2-2 bracket, and we'll have another opportunity to play tomorrow to still grab a spot over at that major. Demo seems to have a smile on his face about things there, but it felt like the pressure of that situation maybe got a little bit too much to them towards the end. But all in all, an enjoyable game of Counter-Strike and a decent attempt there on the comeback.
Yeah, definitely so. I think ENCE, everyone expected them to be a team making it to the major, and they've done it in a fashion against a team that they should be favoured over. Is this giving you a lot of confidence now moving forward for ENCE?
Yeah, look, this is a mandatory win for them, right? One of the better opportunities they would have to qualify, and I think all the Polish fans out there can be happy they will at least have Hades and Diha representing them. But as mentioned, there will still be that shot for the side of Anonymo to try and lock it in tomorrow. Maybe a fortunate matchup coming their way depending on how some of these games shape on through.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the desk have lots to say about that one in terms of Anonymo's chances moving forward as well. And to talk about ENCE's destruction, we've got Shox and the guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, ENCE. Indeed, they do it. They were expected to do it. They just had a little hurdle, as I just did, versus Astralis on Overpass, but they clean it up here, and they have a very convincing performance, which I think was kind of what we were looking forward to if we wanted to get excited about ENCE in the upcoming major.
Yeah, they did what we expected them to do. They had that one loss to Astralis. Not the greatest thing to write home about. Bad D side, and that's it. A best of 1. Here they proved they were the better team, especially in these close situations, the 2v2s, the 3v3s, where their experience and just the quality of the individuals shown through.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Obviously, when it comes to skill, Anonymo had a lot to put on the table right here in this game, but any of these situations, the 2 versus 2, the 3 versus 3, that's where the experience started to shine. And for ENCE, it's a little bit of a... They're transferring into a new category, right? They go from being a team that we consider to be rookie to now having to have that advantage, having to have that edge on teams like Anonymo, and they did it on Mirage.
Just a great showing against underdog teams. Like, as we spoke before, they're a team that sometimes has great results, then go online, play a qualifier, get banged out, and then miss an opportunity to kind of stabilize and become really a top-tier team. And here they did the job just as expected.
And I think something we have to keep in mind as well for these players of ENCE, that a lot of them still have a very long path ahead of them to develop, to become better, greater, more versatile. Maiden's obviously an example, first major that's going to be for him. Hades, obviously a rookie that has a lot of, I guess, improvement ahead of him. So these are great signs for that team, that they're being able to play with that discipline and that authority today.
Hades also really turning a new page, right? We talked about kind of inconsistently coming his way previously, but here absolutely doing his job and more, Maniac.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we called him out because before that game, he hadn't been enough. He hadn't provided enough input for his team, and he stepped up massively. And that's what I want to see. I think everyone can have a bad game. Everyone can have a bad day in a tournament. It's fine. But the great players will be able to bounce back.
Yeah, it's just great to see him on point. Maybe playing against the Polish side gave him like that extra confidence and that extra motivation to deliver here in this series. Madden also had a great performance. He was also surely motivated to get his first major. Congrats to him. And yeah, the team just fits together. Tudson on the other side as the upper, really almost nowhere to be found.
Let's take a look at some rounds. Round 11, I'm not exactly sure what you wanted to show here, Maniac.
Tribute to Hades.
Okay,
Tribute to Hades.
nice.
We're going to stay on point. His CT side was nothing short of stellar. And right here, you will see the full execute coming in from Anonymo. And he is going to be the one cleaning up. It's going to be first that kid from the rifle, traded instantly. But Hades from behind with the AWP got the first kill, switches to the USP. And then you can see how he plays around that position behind Firebox. Very cleverly, very aptly knowing when to fight, getting the last kill. He was here, there, and everywhere. Perfect, man.
Yeah, awareness in this kind of an execute, just amazing to have that awareness, pick up the op, get the no-scope or the quick-scope on the player, sneaking around and just finishing it off. Well, just for style.
It's space management. It's space management. By knowing, okay, listen, I have about a meter to my left where I can peek right now, and then after that, I have, there we go. See, I almost got you. That's what I did on that one.
Okay, let's get some gauge on the excitement for ENCE then. I think previous to this, you would already have said they are a dangerous team for anyone to face, but we will still give it to kind of the number ones and the number twos in the world that they wouldn't get past them. Has that excitement, is it bigger now?
I think we can think of them as a potential playoff team at the major. I don't know if we're pushing it too far, but I feel like this team coming together, they're in the right trajectory to kind of peak even higher at the major than they are right now.
I love that you answered that question first, because I wasn't even sure myself where I would put them, honestly. Not that what we have seen in this RMR is enough for me to tell you, oh, they're going to have a deep run, it's going to be amazing, they'll be in the semifinals. But they've done the job, they've been the opponent that were in front of them. We will have to see and gauge what that loss against Astralis was about, because they looked a little bit out of shape and out of sorts, and the future will tell us how much we should read into that.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. If we kind of recap their run here so far, obviously they beat Spirit 16-11, which was convincing. Then versus Astralis, it really didn't work for them, as you already said, on the T side on Overpass. Then Heat, they set aside, but Heat just beat Entropic, so maybe something's going on there. And then they beat Anonymous. So we got to stay honest here, and I think these are the teams that they have to beat generally, with Astralis maybe being a little bit of a surprise. So careful optimism.
Yeah, it's not like Mouse's run where they play like FaZe, Na'Vi, and all of the best teams in the world. They had to play, well, you know, okay teams, but they delivered and they didn't make it complicated for themselves, unlike some other teams, G2.
Exactly. No, but thank you very much for mentioning that. I mean, the process for ENCE to establish themselves as a top team is also to make a clear difference with the rest of the pack. Entropic is a sad example of where things are not working in that regard. They might be sometimes considered a top team, and then they will just give a series, like it happened very recently.
You happy about Heat though, for so far?
Ouais, je suis content. Ouais. I'm happy.
Okay, oui.
I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them.
Je suis heureux pour toi.
Oh,
okay. So let's talk about Anonymo just a little bit, because you know, kind of the juxtaposition of what ENCE had to go through. They had to play really difficult opponents, and they actually at times shone really brightly, especially in those clutchy rounds where Innocent is able to be aggressive, leading his pack. It's going to depend so much on who they draw eventually, but what kind of a chances do you give them?
I mean, they beat G2, took 10 rounds off of players, then beat Entropic. And then in this game as well, double digits on the second map. On the first map, they could have done better as well. You look at all of that, they're way, way above what we expected from this team.
For me, the issue is experience and the pressure that is going to be on their shoulders in map number 5. It was brought out at the cast by Dinko and Chad. That pressure got to them a little bit in these rounds, and I can just imagine that and multiply it by 10 when it's the last game.
Yeah, the pressure absolutely did not get to Spinks, and I think we have him on the line right now for a little interview. Hello, Spinks.
Hello, do you hear me?
We hear you perfectly. Oh my God, congratulations on what you've done so far here at the RMR. Tell me specifically about this qualification game over Anonymo. Why do you think you were better and so much better that you could win 2-0?
Well, I think we came like on fire from the start. We had good momentum, and we just kept going, kept playing our game, and yeah, that's it.
Spinks, I would like to ask you, you're coming here from a very strong EPL, of course. Did you feel an extra pressure? Did you feel that people were looking at you extra carefully after that?
I don't think I felt pressure on me, like as an individual, but I think the team, like all of us together, had a bit more pressure than normal tournament, because now we are like, we need to prove it wasn't just one tournament and we can play like this consistency.
Did you feel like the second place you had kind of changed the expectations that you guys had for yourself? Now you hold yourself to higher standards, you want to do more, better?
Yeah, definitely. I think we were a bit sad that we didn't qualify with 3-0. But yeah, there is still a chance to qualify the legend. Depends on the other games, and we'll see.
Yeah, getting the job done. We heard from your teammates that it's absolutely crazy that you become a beast on LAN as well. And yesterday, so many people talked about those 40 frags that you dropped versus Heat. Now we know that at home, sometimes you're used to playing on 70 ping. And I wondered, and I don't know if this is a stupid question, but has it sometimes surprised you how insane your accuracy is now that you play in this LAN environment? And yeah, does it surprise yourself how good you have been?
I think the thing that most surprised me it's just easy to kill on LAN compared to the back home. Like you just shoot and the enemies are dying so much easier, so much faster. And yeah, I think it's also a lot of confidence that I'm getting with 5 ping. I'm just like, I have 5 ping, I will just take the duel, and it's working sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, that works perfectly for you so far, at least. We've just been talking here about like expectations for ENCE. Where do we put you? Where do you put yourself going into the major? Are you a playoffs team?
I think yes. I think we can do it. It just depends how we go into the tournament, but if we start good, I'm pretty confident we can be a playoff team.
Okay, wonderful. I don't think we have any more questions. Congratulations. Great run here at the RMR, and we'll see you in Belgium.
Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye. Amazing. Calm, cool, and collected, just like he is on the server. I love that he said that. So much easier.
It wasn't a stupid question.
What? It wasn't?
It's a good question.
Oh, good. But I never know, right? Because they may say, yeah, duh, I have a lower ping. Of course, it's easier. But I think maybe you're like, oh, shit, I'm actually hitting these shots now. And he said it. It helps his confidence a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you just said that people die easy.
They die so easy. It's kind of an anomaly, right?
Yeah, but it really shows. Like, him on LAN, he's been amazing. He's been really amazing. The duels that he takes, and he's not even set up as the biggest star player of some of these other teams. I don't think he has all of the best roles on every map, but he makes the most out of every situation.
No, and he has the space for it. I think Snappy really understood what kind of roles he had to tailor for him. Said, listen, you can take the risks. If we take Overpass for a second as an example, when he goes first on the CT side towards Fountain, you are expected to trade. It's okay if you die. Just go ahead and risk everything. And I think that's what he shines in.
Hey, I'm really excited for this lineup. They're just really fun to watch, and they hold a lot of promise. So, you know, we'll see them at the major, and that'll be awesome. The morning crew is about to sign off and leave the floor for the Rockstar evening crew. We still have 2 best-of-3s today, Astralis versus G2 and NIP versus Sinner. So it's going to be great. Get yourself a little snack, and we'll see you right here in just a few. Bye.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to €20. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Plenty more Counter-Strike to come your way today. We've changed things up. I found myself back in the host seat, and I'm joined by the wonderful, smiling Blair and Pimp, and you kind of coordinated, but it's not quite the levels of what Prof and Pimp do, but you guys are looking like well-dressed together.
It was completely unintentional, Pimp. Just goes to show we have great synergy here on the desk.
I'd agree, you know, as said, it looks like something I would wear, and I guess that's the biggest compliment I can give you.
I'll take it.
You actually took that as a compliment.
I'll take it.
Prof didn't. But
yeah, but I'd say Prof was really offended last time around. But you know, that's just love on this
That's classic Prof, you know,
Yeah,
just gets offended by everything. I'm more used to people like you, Banks, so I'm used to this.
Wow, wow. I love how we start with this fire to go off with. We do have a fiery matchup, though, to go into this one, right? We're having Nip taking on Sinners here. And yesterday, NIP going up against the Copenhagen Flames. We thought there'd be a bit more of a battle in it. It was a great game on Vertigo, but then we saw the Overpass game where Copenhagen Flames were just better.
yeah, they were just better. I mean, NIP, they didn't play the best brand of Counter-Strike yesterday. We saw some flaws in the game, and we saw that individually speaking, you know, they were, as a team, outmatched by Flames, I would say. Just a better team, just a better showing from them yesterday. No doubt when you look at NIP, they're still, you know, still probably a week or two out, you know, before we get to see them play at their best. Integrating Brolan, you know, is still... It's still okay, you know, the S-Attack AWP question is still one where I think, I'm not really made up my mind on that one yet, but when you look at the lineup, you look at the players, and you look at how they play Counter-Strike so far, I think NIP has done a decent job, but yesterday they just faced a much, much better opponent.
Well, let's take a look at our ninjas in pajamas. Now, yesterday, you guys were telling me that you're finally getting excited about NIP. You know, they've been through their troubles. We see Rez on the screen right now, who's, at least at this tournament, performing better. But the one we have to talk about, the one we cannot ignore, is Brolan. This guy has stepped up. He's loving life. He's enjoying life. And he is just the shining star right now.
I mean, we said about this yesterday. For NIP, the first real test they're going to be facing was Copenhagen Flames. And I got to say, you know, Brolan, sure, they might not have completely, you know, kind of worked his way into the team properly. But as an individual, he was absolutely fabulous. But looking at this guy, and then look at the rest of the team. Rez, we spoke about, can he maintain the consistency he seemed to find in Pro League? He could not. Plopsky, almost nowhere to be found yesterday. Even Hampus was kind of... look, we don't expect big numbers from Hampus, but we expect him to be impactful, and he wasn't really finding that, especially in Overpass, a map that they're very comfortable on. So, yes, the questions, the doubts we had for NIP, we thought it might be allayed yesterday. It wasn't. We still have issues with how this team approaches the game right now.
Which is why this game is so important for them. They are out here now to prove a point, not only to us, but to themselves as well, and obviously playing for a major spot. To say to the rest of the world, right, that, okay, yesterday we faced a better team. We maybe not ready for that yet, but a win against Sinners today in a convincing fashion, that could be enough to give them more confidence.
Well, do you know what we are ready for? To take a look at Sinners. And the Sinners right now have not looked too bad, you know. Okay, they start off with a win over Heat, who we obviously just saw take a win in their side of things to save them. Then we saw them go up against Copenhagen Flames. They lost on Overpass. We know what the Flames can do. Come on, they've qualified now. And then it was a 16-6 scoreline versus Spirit on Nuke. Not bad at all so far. But again, you were talking about the real test for Nip was yesterday. This is the real test for Sinners.
Absolutely, and the one commonality between these two teams are, you know, Nip and Sinners losing to Copenhagen Flames, right? So that's the one common thread right there. But Sinners are a team who were a bit of a question mark for me, right? We know that they have potential, but if you look at the results, it's not ideal. You don't really rate them that high because of that. But then you look at some of the players really stepping up. You look at his lineup, and you look at someone like Neofrag and the new Opera replacing Oscar, that is 4C, as a star. Zetko isn't even the top 3 player for this team with this current iteration. But in this tournament, he's been having a pretty fantastic showing. He's not the highest rated player. It's still Neofrag and Forsey. But if he continues to deliver for his team, they could make things very interesting here.
I'd agree. It's a very well-rounded team. I would say we look at the ranking progress right here as well, and obviously a team that haven't really broken through yet, right? We don't consider them to be a top team. We don't consider them to be a team that time after time will be part of the close qualifiers or even qualify for some of the big tournaments. But whenever you go up against Sinners, you have to respect what they are, and that's a very well-rounded, sound team. They're one of the best teams on the T side so far. They're one of the best teams on the CT side so far. They don't have like one strength or one player that is the main guy. This is a team that plays a lot of different maps, plays a lot of different Counter-Strike, and they do it to a decent level all the time.
Now, when it comes to this, guys, what I want to look on is this Veto, right? As you guys were mentioning yesterday, you're not super confident with NiP's map pool right now.
Yeah, and for the side of Sinners and NiP, the one commonality in the maps are neither of these two teams like playing Dust 2, and I was wondering who's going to ban it first, and I love this. I absolutely love this from Sinners. They did not blink. They're like, fine, you ban out Vertigo, we're going to ban out Ancient. It's your best map. Now let's see what you got. And NiP blinked. NiP banned out Dust 2. That gives 2 free bans for Sinners. That is Ancient and Mirage getting taken out. I'm a bit surprised for me, personally, Pimp, that NiP didn't ban out Inferno. It is Sinner's best map.
Yeah, I'd agree. Maybe it's one of those things where NIP is walking into the matchup thinking we are the favorites. We're supposed to be the better team. Let's not overthink this Veto. Let's just play to our own strengths. And yeah, sure, you got to give your opponents respect, but it's always a balance. And we talk about it often here on the desk. You don't want to give your opponents too much respect, right? And for NIP, I think Sinners read it well in terms of the Veto, in terms of floating Dust 2. NIP are the favorites. NIP is supposed to win this game. It doesn't matter how big of a Sinners fan you are out there right now. They are the underdogs. There's no denying that right now. So if you're NIP, you do not want to take those risks. So for Sinners to play out the Veto like that, it's giving them a bit of an advantage. So it's good to see.
And you got to bear in mind as well, like, sure, that there is the caveat that is Brolan coming in as his debut tournament with his lineup. There is the caveat that SSX now picking up the AWP again. But this is a top 7 team in the world, the 7th ranked team against a team who's not in the top 40. So I don't care about the caveats right now. If you're NiP, you need to win this. If you're Sinners, give them a fight.
Listen, there's no excuse for NIP here. It doesn't matter whether they're in a rebuild, Brolan coming in, yada, yada, yada. NIP has to win this game. NIP has to qualify. If Sinners were to make the surprise, that'd be giant for them. That'll be a massive result. But let's not beat around the bush, as they say. NIP, they have to win here.
Now, I want to touch on SSX in this one, right? Because obviously he's been moved over to the AWP role. Pimp, you were mentioning not many good Danish AWPers around right now. You know, this whole theme coming back in. Because you keep...
We have Nikodos, all right? We have Nikodos.
One man.
The best Danish AWPer right now. If device, as long as device is not playing, I'm just saying.
All I said right now is that there's not, a device around in the Danish scene, right? It's a spot that is up for grabs, and if you want to throw a bit of spice on it, I think the best Danish AWP we have right now is not even playing the AWP in Stown from Heroic, so that goes into that, right?
All right, Pimp, okay.
Anyhow, SSX is a point of conversation, because I think when he goes up against the big teams, when he goes up against a guy like Simple, or a guy like Saivu, or a guy like whoever that may be,
the best opposite in the world, yeah.
The best opposite in the world, what can SSX do in a head-to-head duel? He needs to find impact elsewhere, and one of the things SSX is good at, and one of the things I think can be facilitated around him, is that he's a solid rifler. So maybe SSX is not supposed to be the guy that always buys the AWP, that always gets a drop whenever there's money for it. You do that with Simple, you do that with Saivu, maybe you do it with Sirsen in Big as well, but outside of that, pick up the rifle and be efficient.
Can he make it work in this game, though, Blair?
I mean, he's going up against a very young star in the form of Forsey, and I feel like Forsey had some pretty big shoes to fill. You're talking about someone like Oscar, who's been around the scene for quite a while, a veteran in the scene. And one thing I liked in the interview that the IGL of Sinners gave was the fact that Forsey is a whole different player altogether compared to Oscar. He's more composed, he's more device-esque, so to speak. So they've actually kind of rebuilt this team around the star young AWPer. So for me, yeah, I find it very interesting how SSX, the veteran, is not really a primary AWPer, how is going to be faring against this young gun.
We'll have to wait and see, because the game is just about to start. NiP may be the favourites once again, but can they grab themselves a win? We're going to find out with Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you very much, James, and our analysts. Pimp spitting a little bit of fire. Stown is the best Danish AWPer. Holy moly.
He might be the best Danish player, honestly.
It's not a bad take, man.
That kid is insane.
It's not a bad take. But here we are. Another chance for NIP to get themselves to Antwerp. They lost in a best-of-3 versus Copenhagen Flames yesterday. Copenhagen Flames going on record as saying that's still not revenge just yet.
Yeah, it's still in the RMR.
Yeah, exactly.
We felt like it was. You know, we were watching. We're like,
it's a taste
let's
of
get Ancient. Let's get round 30 Ancient.
But here we are with Chance versus Sinners. I would say a better chance than that versus Copenhagen Flames. Sinners definitely punching upwards in contrast to the Flames, whose form just looked undeniable. But honestly, NIP, and don't hate me, Swedes, but haven't been super impressed with them as a team so far during the RMR, and I think they've had a bit of an easier road.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one thing at least is that because they got Brolin, he hasn't been an issue. He's been actually a real shining moment, and almost every single match with him playing, I don't know, it's just been solid basically in terms of integration. So that's been cool. We have seen a little bit of change in the identity, like with the last time we saw Nip play Ancient, we saw Hampus doing a lot less lurks, which was kind of interesting. So we'll see if the team is going to evolve right before our eyes. And of course, their first challenge here, and maybe the last of the RMR, is the Sinners.
Yeah. You know, and ultimately, if they beat Sinners, then we look back at this road from NIP. It's a victory over Endpoint, bad news Eagles, lose to the Flames, and beat Sinners. It's a pretty smooth ride in terms of an RMR. And so that's why we really expect them to kind of grasp this chance with both hands and just lock it in, right? And then nobody can look back at the RMR and say they disappointed. But for now in this pistol, we've got Shock trying to play out from Boiler. It's him versus Rez, and if there are any question marks around Nip, I don't feel like Rez is really one of them. We saw a crazy Ancient performance from him earlier in the RMR, and with that, I thought to myself, you know, this is the star that they hope to invest in when they extended that contract. Plopsky gonna do a bit of contact. Hampus, ooh, finds one through smoke. Little luck goes a long way. V-Stick, not anything for him, but Neofrag's got the 2K back, so this round is still very much alive, and Forcey's going to prove it with that P250 tap. But I just hyped him up, so now he's going to have to come in big. Rez, 1 versus 2. He's got a player locked into the new box, and he's got this float in Neofrag. Now, Neofrag is going closer towards that backdoor. Could have been the 1v1 Rez is looking for. Oh, but Forcey keeps it clean. As much as he wasn't a part of that first blunt attack into the bomb site, 2 very clean kills from Forcey.
I built my aim training routine from Rez.
Did you?
Yes.
How's it going for you?
I'm insane.
I do agree. You're the best scout player in all the talent.
Rez's aim training routine is really, really smart. And I built it based on a few different players, but his is the foundation. So he was looking so insane on Ancient. Obviously, that was his peak. You know, that's the Rez that's top 20. So yeah, he has already shown this RMR what he can do.
As has Brolin. I really like this slotting in of Brolin.
Yeah.
And it's very nice to see that Brolin going on an interview and saying, like, oh, this feels better. This feels like home. Within Swedish CS is where he wants to be. It's where he wants to lay his roots. But down goes Hampus. He got a headshot in a smoke last round. This time he is down early.
Well, look at the progress that Forcey's made off the scout kill. That's 2 dead on A, and they know they were all just focused in on lane. Could still, of course, be 1 inside the halls, but they were working on clearing that out as well. Right now, they're taking it slow because there is a mid smoke. I don't know if that was smoked maybe from B, because it doesn't seem like there are any mid players right there. But either way, clear sight, easy plant.
Easy second round.
I'm going to call it 2-0. Yeah.
Safe bet, Launders. Safe bet. NIP and Inferno, any red flags we should be aware of? Anything you got to get off your chest?
I mean, not really, not a super special Inferno, I would say. So I guess there's that, like beatable on Inferno. Some other specialty maps, like I think their Ancient CT side was actually unbelievable. Their T side Ancient was rough, but honestly, T side Ancient as a side of a map is just really rough. It's very hard to look good on that map right now on T side. But Overpass, you know, for Nip, there are some maps that stand out. Inferno isn't really one of them per se.
We look at Inferno for Sinners, of course. Play a lot, win it a lot. 83% win rate. And we haven't seen it yet at the RMR. So in terms of recency, you know, Nip maybe playing a little bit in the dark.
Sure.
At least half shadowed.
Yeah. Just depends if they've even practiced versus them. It's very possible, but we don't know. A lot of times, Tier 1 teams are not practicing against other Tier 1 teams because they will play them in live events, so they end up playing a lot versus the Tier 2 teams, and that's how, you know, beneath the surface, a lot of these Tier 2 teams actually get better, and how a lot of people can see it coming when they're about to reach the point of being able to take big wins.
That's why NA comes to Europe.
Exactly.
Get better practice.
The whetstone of NA is Europe. All regions, to be honest.
Technicality of a round here. Esatag on the Deagle. We got the smoke and 2 flashes that could maybe make this interesting if suddenly they just pop in at the right time. But Sinners, they are indeed running into the stack site. They're kind of throwing caution to the wind. Stuck around the corner, though. 2 headshots come through that smoke. One for Forcey, one for Neofrag. Rez is still boosted on CT. And I feel like with those 2 kills, suddenly Sinners know they can just pump these brakes. There was like a second and a half there where things were getting sketchy.
Yeah, it looks like they still want to just continue B, but it's always good form just to pause for a second, especially if you're outside the site. The CTs will start to normalize the rotations back to the other side, spread out a little bit, watch their flanks as long as you wait. But Rez is still up here on the boost.
It's what they want.
Yeah.
Ninja's getting what they want. Zedco down after 1. Brolin comes in, spams Neofrag up close on smoke, and takes a face full of Shock's AK-47. Now, yeah, they did pause. They did wait, and I think that's one of the reasons it prevents them from losing the round. But Nip going to be very content with that success. 3 kills off just a Deagle and a P250, 5-7. Minimal investment, decent return. Now the game begins.
Yes. Now Sinners know that they've got a much harder round here, but that execution looked pretty good, as competitive as NIP made it. Listening for info on mid, and Brolin wins his first duel on Banana. Oh my goodness, it's already begun.
There he is.
Brolin be rolling.
The Wonder Child. Zedco's got an answer here towards middle. Hampus being flashed. Awkward moment for him. This could be a good chance for Sinners to keep the train going. A trade back from Shock means man advantage NIP, but open A site.
Yeah, they don't know it. The CTs are actually quite scared right now.
If only they knew.
Oh, the craziest part is they're actually all rotating because they have this enormous gap on lane and halls.
For all they know, we've already got Sinners sitting inside this A site.
I was going to say, and listen, they're actually just sitting back on T-ramp with the bomb at the moment. But I think, yeah, it's really good practice here for NIP to go and clear out mid after they've done this, because they made such a hasty rotation, and they'll spot one. Not only they spot one, they shoot the bomb. So now they have info that the bomb has not picked a site.
That's Nip not being scared, playing proactive enough to just regain map control, and from having nothing on A site, closest CTs in their spawn, with the possibility in their head of like a bomb plant happening at a moment's notice, now they got it all. But Shock will still lurk through middle into the waiting hands of Plopsky here on Arch. Clean headshot from Plopsky as well, survives that test, and B-Stick in a 1v3 now. He's got the utility to block off Plopsky, and killing him is one step better. He's going to sprint around on short perhaps, but time is becoming an issue, and if Brolin were to tuck, then he's got this guaranteed.
Oh, he's... Wait.
Should have seen the arm.
I think his teammate at least should have seen it, but it seems like no at all.
Oh, everybody's a bit too scrambled at the moment. B-Stick will have a bit of cover for this bomb plant. He's going to get rushed in from Brolin. Guns back up.
Not bad.
But the wall bangs there from Brolin. Still a plant. It's something. Sinners, not an awful first gun round.
Didn't think he would even be able to get that far, so at least he'll take that little bit of money. Great round from Brolin, of course, with this spams down Banana. There will be more of that, I promise.
Big victory in an immediate 5 versus 3.
Yeah, he is a great player to be able to send down there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's good Molotov. Landed in pit.
You know the lineup now. Oh, so we could. Oh, he did see
saw
him.
the elbow. Yeah.
So that means his whole team
should have.
Someone should have. Someone should have.
It's good old tunnel vision, Lunders. Oh, that poor chicken. Caught between 2 mollies. Brolin gonna peek behind one. Dies to the MAC-10. Plopsky right on Brolin's back. And that offers Shock an opening into the B site. Again, an open site off of kills, but again, a little hesitancy from Sinners. They're gonna go ahead and throw up their smoke grenades. Hampus can't do anything other than throw his own utility in front of them and hope that maybe the coffin challenge works. His next closest rotator not moving a muscle. Esatag's still worried about mid. Hamp is taking a lot on his own shoulders.
Man, they're almost depleted of grenades right now, so Hampus can play quad if he wants to. All the nades are on the A site, so depending on the speed of Esatag's rotation, he could also support. They've at least got the ability to smoke CT spawn, so that's huge. But it's about to be the B site, and actually Esatag's getting farther and farther away from it.
Hampus waits and waits. And with just enough time on the clock, he goes for that peak.
Oh,
but 2 players ahead of the bomb planter guarantees it. That's Sinners in a very good position now.
Yeah, they actually, NIP were very convinced it was going to be a late A hit there, but yeah, at a certain amount of time, they had just not enough info, I guess, to make an informed decision, so they decided to risk it. If Hampus pulled off some heroics, I guess he could have won that round just from quad by himself, but no nades for himself either, so. I guess it makes sense. That's 4-1 Sinners, even though the one round that NIP won looked great. It's 1 of 5.
Looked great because of Brolin and that banana aggression. They tried it again this time. If Plopsky's able to get back around the corner, then maybe it's okay, but heavy emphasis from Sinners on banana. A heavy price tag here for Nip.
Price tag, you say?
I feel like Sweden kind of has the same problem right now that NA does, and that is that we don't
we have great pizza.
Okay, well, all right. First of all, they've got kebab pizza, so that's an argument for the Swedes. I got you guys. Secondly, AWP players, man. North America went through this period where, like, AWP players, just far and few between, and our desk talked about this, you know, obvious, huge role to fill with the absence of device. And I feel like Fnatic went through that same problem as well before having to go international, picking up Smooya.
Yeah, they tried the Jaquinho, they tried the Smooya.
It's just, there's a gap
JW's
here.
just sitting there.
There's a gap. There's a gap in
He's waiting.
In the AWP stars. But now we've got Junior, so it's all okay. And the North American Monacy in OC. Very passive round here from Sinners. No peek down B, as we saw in the back-to-back rounds from Nip. Esatag just sits back and waits for that peek.
NIP just hoping there will be something involving brackets, but yeah, 30 seconds, and you know there hasn't been any control taken. You know, maybe it makes sense to start rotating over. They're going to peek it to mid now. They'll see one player in ult, but B-Stick comes out of Boiler to cover his teammate.
Oh,
what a friend to have. They kill 2 on A, and oh, now they start rotating out. They didn't see bomb, but people had pistols, so they didn't want to make that decision. Esatag alone,
He can win this.
But he has the op.
He
10
can straight
seconds.
up win this. Barely enough time for Esatag. He just needs to stop Neofrag's plant. It's right there. Oh, but the no-scope's not going to land for him. He will still find Neofrag on the fallback. That creates this interesting spot because you've got 2 players very low. Rez then dinks the third. Everybody left from Sinners, super susceptible to this kill, but Forsey blinded, lands the op shot, and suddenly Esatag just feels like he's so boxed in because he is. They are everywhere and yet nowhere to be found. They all just stay tucked. They realize a stiff breeze could blow all 3 to the wayside of round 6. And B-Stick, awesome round from him. Gets 2 kills, covering that mid-push inside of the brackets, wraps onto Arch, and then locks in CT spawn.
Yep.
So close, NIP, and yet so far.
That was a very selfless move, you know, to run out of Boiler because he could have got shot from anyone on that porch setup, anyone on Arch, and someone did flash for the mid guy, but he just prioritized getting that trade, and it ended up getting him 3 kills in the end. And his team winning the rounds. All the B guys just started rotating madly after he got these first 2. And that made things a whole lot easier. Sinners off to a flying start. Nip back on full guns. Don't want to see the CT side get too plasticized. When we saw Brolin push down Banana, that was the one big move of the round, and that was all they needed. In some of these other situations, NIP have just been kind of waiting for the round to come to them.
Push into the apartments, nets them a frag here for NIP, so double man advantage. You just alluded to it, Banana aggression, a couple of rounds. Well, here we get it in the apps instead. It still works out. Can they get their second off of this? We're going to get a grouping of the Sinners players. Definitely still enough firepower here that if they take down this B site defense cleanly, then it's just hold off versus retake. Minute on the clock, no commitment off of those missed op shots. Still a good amount of utility for Sinners, and no movement from Nip. They're not afraid of that contact.
Yeah, they're cool now. They just have this win condition that they get that opening kill, or in this case, 2. Then they have now earned the right to play passive, which is true. It's on Sinners to get that shovel out, dig up some ideas.
Attack starting to get curious here. Doesn't want to leave it to the final few seconds on site. Easy pickup from him. That's bomb confirmed and dropped. Rez gonna lay down some utility as Beastic tries to make contact, but the sniper and S attack good for 2, and Forcey's gonna have to go and run. 6-1 at the moment, but not able to get his op running in this 7th round. That is still Nip trailing, but at least now only by 3.
A lot of these rounds are running the clock down, not using very many grenades throughout the round, I think, from both the T and CT side. And early action is the key for Nip. So far, the one thing in common between the 2 rounds they've won have been these banana pushes. It's not something you have to implore every time. And maybe they're afraid of Sinners instantly squeezing for top mid control if they take banana heavily. So they probably don't want to throw it in every single time. But it doesn't feel like Sinners are playing too reactionary when it comes to that. They're trying to chill, sometimes wait for an option they want, and then execute on that site, kind of despite what Nip could be doing. Just get the kill, wait out the numbers. An update as Bad News Eagles are up 12-2.
Making quick work of ASG.
Wow.
Quick work. Bad News Eagles, obviously one of these fairy tale type, stories here at the RMR. I do believe they've got a little bit of a chance, man.
Okay.
Tomorrow's matchups could get really interesting.
I think both updates we've seen so far, they've just been owning the other team.
You never know at the RMR. You never know. They could play the loser of Astralis and G2, because one of those teams is going to be playing tomorrow. That's our best of 3 after this one. But for now, speaking of upsets, let's keep our eyes on Sinners, because they've got a comfortable lead on this T side, but they don't have eyes on Brolin. And as that smoke fades, Brolin's got good contact. S-Attack missed shot, comes back, recovers versus Shock, then loses his head to Zedko. Rez can't activate fast enough to punish the fallback, and Forzey's now posted on the angle. So if Rez is thinking about it, he might not want to. Draws a B player over. It'll be helpful to NIP that they saw that bottom mid was so clear. Remember how close Brolin was pushed up and no contact seen from Sinners?
Yeah. Okay, right now they're leaving B totally open. So I think it would be better if they went back and tried to. They don't know if Brolin's on banana somewhere, but I think they should keep it open, because now they're getting smoked out of mid control, and they can go and take bracket. A lot of the grenades are being used at A. I think this is NIP trying to lure them into actually taking the A site, because there are actually still 3 here. But now a smoke will come down on Arch. Hampus will half rotate. Nip are playing with very low information once again, but they've done a good job of winning via the clock. We're past the 30-second mark, and now decisions have to be made.
Oh, Exec comes in. This is Sinners on the A site. Plopsky, back site. Rez in pit. A decent crossfire could be held. That's a little bit of information gained, but a desperate jump in from B-Stick means Rez is just so comfortable on this one, swinging for 3, his 3rd, 4th, and 5th of this map. And I mean, B-Stick just jumping down from balcony like that, Rez is gonna gobble you up every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think Hampus knew that he could cheat that rotation a little bit, knowing that they can't go for an arc trap at a certain point too. So you can start to get towards B a little bit. They use a lot of grenades, and then they have a great crossfire between the site and pit. to hold on to. And that Sinners attack didn't look that convincing, so that probably helped. You know, they had 4 there versus the 2 and didn't even get a single kill.
Nothing. With the guns and the better utility. So that could be a bad sign of things to come from Sinners. They'll have to pay the price with pistols here in the 9th. Brolin. Every round, dude, it feels like he's pressuring this properly.
Yeah, and he makes those spams look so consistent.
Got caught once. The same round, Plopsky was right behind him, and they both died. But barring that, B belongs to Brolin. Plopsky peeps the push. And a very tempered round here from Sinners. They've got at least the banana control, but they've just got nothing to do with it. So then Shock is caught on jumping cross.
Yeah, they seem to just wait. And here, of course, you know, Brolin's smart enough to realize, okay, we can push him. Let's go and feign top B control. Let's kill the guy that we can see at the top of B if he wants to keep peeking. Meanwhile, A site, well fortified.
Campus Easy does it. Bomb dropped. Ooh. Stops the spray, resets for 3. That's a lockdown in top middle, and sure enough, Nip on recovery mode.
Yeah.
Closing that gap, only 1 round the difference.
I like that Brolin didn't play fully reactionary there. He just kind of felt, oh, you're not going to make a move. All right, I will then. All right, let's smoke top B, take over car control, or at least make it seem like it. Let's separate the offense a little bit, and if anybody makes noise, then we'll get full confirmation and scare you from wanting to go B site, because time's ticking and you're not doing anything. So let's put some pressure on. I think Sinners are missing a little something special to keep this lead.
It's the shock and awe of having such a strong start versus NIP. Now it's a matter of hanging on to it. Plopsky was very close to punishing that one as he locked in the fight versus CT. We could get the Brolin Plopsky banana push, but there are bodies here for Sinners, and with those bodies, they've got frags. B-Stick with the double. And how fast of an answer from Sinners? I mean, they could just go. They could just hit it here, now, quickly. But again, they just pause.
They don't believe. I think they always feel like it's some kind of bait. They have never jumped on an open site. And I think there's some merit to that. But one thing you can credit to NIP is they've been searching back info every time that they've lost some ground on the map. So I think, yeah, that's making it harder for Sinners.
And they pull the goalie from the A site.
I'm not sure if they felt like there was a car flash from a third B player, and that's why there was a double push.
Now, as they do think about committing to this B site, there is actually somebody committed in the back. And on top of that, you've got Hampus close coffin. So Sinners making it harder for themselves. But Esatag could, I was going to say miss again. AK fight from Hampus, not to his avail. They know Esatag's still in the back of this bomb site, but they've got a 2v1 if they deal with him now. A miss shot again. Esatag challenged, and Neofrag will create that space for the bomb plant. It is Rez in the clutch. A frag, a flash, a kit, and the element of surprise. Forsey and Neofrag. With Scope already locking in on Banana, Forsey just got around the coffins. That is a door ajar for Rez. But he doesn't know, of course, where these players have gotten off to, so he's still just going to try to play it silent. Could catch Neofrag on a peek if he does it again, but instead, it's Neofrag with the headshot and Sinners with their 6th.
Wow, they work it out. They work it out. They still, yeah, they paused up. And like you said, I mean, we've seen a few opportunities here for Sinners where they haven't taken them. They try to be patient. And, oh, yeah, it'll be Bad News Eagles to win 16-2
Done.
in their matchup versus ASG.
GG go next.
GG goes next. Yeah, I'm actually not even sure who threw the flash when they decided to go for the double push, but both players being there, I think scared Sinners a little bit, but they won. They won versus top banana control. NIP again, they've been picking when they go for deep B control, not really even faking it every single round. Maybe they should be maintaining some presence around car, I don't know, but so far we've seen NIP have the most success when they're a bit more aggressive in those spots. Esatag also dropped a pretty. I think that really makes a difference in the round there. If Esatag just gets one from quad, Rez is on the flank. Rez comes on the flank. He has no smoke even, so it would have been very hard for him to defuse with an op getting away in con.
Still a forward thereby. Take a timeout to talk out strats, and we see it again. Brolin, hyper aggressive. The smoke and the incendiary. Nothing Sinners can do about that. They've got to let him have it for now.
Yeah, they've never tried to test him, actually.
They could just go fast into A. Esatag, oh, he's got support. Luckily, Hampus and Rez doing a great job of just locking in that brackets control. Pressured from not having anything at the base of Banana, they just decide to run up into brackets. That's like one of the most explosive moments we've seen from an all-in on Sinners.
Yeah.
And it's an all-out. NIP, total lockdown.
Yeah, they were set up pretty well to deal with that. Sometimes there's only 2A. This time there was still 3, even though they took bottom B control.
Oh, 3 backs turn, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, well too easy for the Arch player in Hampus. Just have open fights.
Sinners back to pistols. Oh, what a contrast in comparison to like getting 2 kills on Banana the round prior and then not going all in.
Yeah.
You know, hard to gauge when Sinners like to pull that trigger. That round's going to leave them desiring more, safe to say.
Feels like Nip have a pretty good idea about the money. I like the re-aggro. Again, Sinners, they haven't been jumping out logs. They haven't been jumping out into the pockets. And so when they go and search, it's just been really easy for the B players to take over control here. They're just never trying to punish them for doing this. I really think the only mistake Nip have made is just not seeing that. They basically never tested it. They could just keep doing it, basically.
Ooh, Esatag. Thought he was going to get spotted by the Deeg, but he's quick enough on the trigger.
Just an elbow.
Sees some skin, sheds some blood. All in from Sinners here on Arch side. Close support from Hampus, but nice deagle shot from Forsey. However, A1S and unarmored opponents means Hampus is a happy man. He'll survive that one, pushes his score to 13 and 7. He's been farming some anti-ecos.
Yeah.
And NIP happy to just take that lead away.
Yeah. I'd say NIP look comfortable, but they're still not winning. You know, they're still not winning. It's still a very, very close game. So I think we wrap up the half. We'll see a different side from both teams, but the Sinners are probably going to be kind of okay about the fact that they've won some of these attacks where even though they've been kind of individual rounds, not really streaked. Just a good start with the pistols and then a couple of rifle rounds here and there. But the map has just been so quiet. Okay. So quickly Sinners come up B. And it's been the case where it's either NIP are at the bottom of B or Sinners are giving it up or they're taking it here. Okay, now we've got kind of nades going both ways. They're fighting for control. They're waiting for the re-aggression. And they've wedged themselves into this position at Car. So they can kind of exec whenever they want to. And NIP just playing all the way back on the A side as well. Not looking to take over top mid control. Don't want to show off their insecurity. And time goes, but it seems like the exec could come soon. Smoke will come in. Might be a risky maneuver with... Oh.
Knife out. Oh, Brolin's caught on him.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is weird, dude. Zedco,
That was... Oh, man. That, man, they did that with no... They had no other players, and they were just... I don't know.
That's a weird one, huh?
Yeah.
Zedco pushes into the smoke, presses up against Brolin with his knife out, realizes something's going on. He could feel him. Spams away 2. The fact that Plopsky also dies to that same smoke spam, that's just... Well, that's just unfair.
That was a bit unlucky.
Forsey going to be throwing the scope up in the back site. We're going to get Nip with the retake attempt by the looks of things. They just ignite this bomb site, and Neofrag finds Rez's head. Esatag then turns that on him, and time is there. NIP jumping into this with time to spare.
Wow. Okay, they score the win. The B-side hold was a little bit weird there, but, you know, that was a symptom of they just didn't... It was the B players who want to get info, which has been good for the whole half. They're the ones who have been doing that the most, I would say.
The fact that it's a headshot too, you know, like
I know.
You know,
The first bullet.
Plopsky takes 30 damage there. I don't think he minds.
Plopsky also got a kill through the smoke, right?
What goes around comes
what
around.
What goes around comes around, as they say.
Still, the retake's good. Thank goodness they had those incendiaries.
Uh-huh.
There was a bunch of fire on that back bomb site.
Yeah.
Made them uncomfortable. NIP got a lead.
Of course, Brolin was going to push that smoke, get a kill, and fall back immediately. Even if they were set up there, if they were just had any grenades out or not looking and holding that part of the smoke, that was his one risk. But whenever you're floating in front of a smoke, there's always a chance you can get killed like that.
And Zedko could have been that guy, right? You said if you're holding nades or whatnot. Buddy had a knife out.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that he
Couldn't
used
get
his
through.
body. He
Yeah.
used his body to block Brolin from getting the kills he was fighting for. That's wild. Your body is a resource. Lobsky, ooh, a little bit awkward there. Flashbang kind of keeps him off his crosshair. Brolin, though, quick trade as nobody else comes through that smoke, and we stall out 4v4. Remember, that was the one gun as well on Neofrag. And if Brolin can just keep eyes on it, then it'll have to be the Desert Eagles, the 4 Desert Eagles that Sinners have also bought up. 3 sets of Kevlar for them. You know, this is one of those magical rounds. Sprinkle in a couple D Quan shots and you're good to go, but Esatag feels that warning sign. Zedko's not going to find anything. Hampus pressed very closely to the side of Balk. It's just this little pixel gap for Esatag to raise the red flag on the A play. Finds Forsey easily as he tries to go back into the peak. Could have used that as a chance to cross, but it all gets denied now. Brackets is very much under watch between Rez, Esatag, and eventually Hampus. Short side will be taken by B-Stick. That's something to work with. They've at least squeezed him through the cracks of this A-site defense, but Zedko completely countered and completely alone. This is an 8th for NIP. CT side stabilizes and gets that lead back. When we think of the Sinners' success at the start of the half, this is a very strong recovery from NIP.
Yeah, they're starting to cool off a little bit. Yeah. Looks like the emoticons are good right now. Everyone's smiling. Most people. Almost everyone. But it's quite serious here for Sinners. They've got the... You know, this match could be, even though it's not easy, could be easier than the next. You know, and this is obviously for qualification. So, something to think about. Quick into Halls goes Shock. Will not see anyone here. 3 set up at the top of Banana, and they're just, I think, giving it to Sinners to hope that they actually take it, and exact like they did just a few rounds ago.
Ooh, that's good, that's good. Quick, easy kill on Rez.
Oh, this was nice, actually. You know, late attack here on Banana. They pop with 3, and they instantly rotate over to A. Oh, there was a chance there for Zedko.
Oh, his smoke. Hampus' smoke is the reason Shock... Oh, gets taken down. Nice double in from B-Stick. Peeks around that side of Arch. And this one was a little bit quicker. Sinners got that fast frag versus Rez. Didn't wait too long. They did try to set up their balcony push, and Hampus nearly canceled that out with the smoke grenade. But nonetheless, it's the B-Stick 2K that should be the nail in the coffin of round 15. Brolin's going to try and fight his way out of the death box, but no, gets sent right back to it. An 8-7 half. I'm sure Sinners will be content with that. Would have wanted more, seeing as they've had openings in some of the rounds they lost, and also a very momentous start. But all things considered, we're still just trying to separate these two teams, and we know that Sinners punch upwards.
Yeah, it seems pretty unclear at this point, you know, who's going to win this map, which is pretty cool. And that last round, I feel like both teams leveled up at the same time. You know, we got a faster tempo out of Sinners. They squeezed for this mid-control into the punishing the rotators really quickly, and it was NIP who played 3B off the jump, retook Banana just at this mid-round timing that was different from before, got info so that they could rotate, and I felt like just both teams were playing with such low info all the time. It felt a little bit gambly, and we could see a clear advantage for the team that just went for it sometimes because, you know, Sinners didn't keep one on Banana to push punish the B pushes, and NIP just didn't push B sometimes. There's no one there. So lots of chances for both teams to have free rounds of information.
I feel like B-Stick, of all the players from Sinners, kind of embodied that the most, that go-for-it mentality. Couple of times.
Yeah.
Yep, just really popped with it. And in doing so, won some rounds. Neofrag, dual Berettas, and he's got 3 already. Going for a little more. Hampus gonna end him as he continues his reign of terror on the top of NIP's scoreboard. Still, 2 pistols, 1 player, 3 kills. Hampus gets deep around the coffins, looks to take this fight into construction. Counter-terrorists getting closer from their spawn, and also one-up Banana. Beastic has a smoke.
Oh,
but there's Zedco with the trade. And now Rez. Rez with his mighty Glock. Oh, insta headshot onto Beastic, turns his attention back. He's gonna get faced. Gush's shock in the background. Zedco's gonna start defusing. He loses his support, so he comes off that bomb, and with no kit, it is Rez looking for this 1v3. Zedco desperate for it. He chases him around, but that is the end of this one, and Nip with a 9th thanks to Rez.
Masterfully played in the 1v3. Even the timing on there could have been a stick, but he got off the bomb immediately, thinking the swing was going to come in. Very smart psychologically, and this is a 2-on-5 after they refrag Neofrag, and that was wonderful from Neofrag. He had no one to help him. He just had his dualies, his sandbags, and some hope.
You know, that's really the mantra of dual Berettas players, okay? You watch your own back.
They're mercenaries. They're renegades.
I got 2 guns because I don't need teammates. Of course, he needed teammates.
Yeah, at least one more.
Because his 3K
He did what he could
nothing.
do, though. Yeah. He definitely did his job.
Zedco looking for the apartments peak, perhaps. Rez. Ooh, that second flash kept the guy in front blind the entire time. Thinks maybe he can peek into it. But good to keep a player with full vision just behind him.
At least we got Sinners playing Fluid and watching the mid fall back. There is still one in the alt at the moment, not jumping up into halls just yet. And Zedco will now see them, and see 3, in fact. Oh my god. Brave Man goes for it again.
Could find Rez and App still. Turns his back. Rez well timed.
Just waiting for this one opportunity. And now Sinners can just save off this. I like that they tried to gamble towards B. They kept one spotting mid. They were playing off of information the entire time, staying nice and fluid.
To the double digits. No casualties on the Swedish side.
Or the Danish side.
Or the Danish side. That's fair.
Yeah.
I feel like Esatag's also kind of American.
Yeah, he lies about it,
He lies about it. He spent a lot of time stateside.
Yes. I think
Explains his accent, or lack thereof.
Yes. I think he watched American TV. I actually can't remember, I think.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there for that. Yeah.
Was it
watched
American
a lot of
TV?
American TV.
Now he sounds like a K Kona.
Bomb pops for a 10th. Nip gonna be happy with that one. All right, Sinners, let's see. Your map pick. Your CT side. Hampus silently just flying up this scoreboard. 19 and 9. I know for a fact.
When did Hampus get 19 kills?
I know for a fact there are anti-eco kills in there. All right?
There has to be, because
It's a little inflated, Hampus.
I don't remember a Hampus frag.
And he would say, prove it.
Prove it. Yes.
I'm on to you. Flying Scoutsman, 4C, jumps over mid and then hits Rez down to 40 health. Completely open B bomb site. Whew. Playing whack-a-mole. 4C, great damage so far. And if he hits Esatag again, he's a dead man. Neofrag's Deagle could actually find it as well, because he's going to come out from alt middle. This is just going to boil down to timing. And Esatag gets the better of Neofrag. We will see Zedco be thrown through CT spawn, but not in time, fast enough to lock Nip out of B. The Deags hopeful that they can find one of the 2 tagged Ts. But very tempered here from the Ninjas. They don't want to step on a landmine. Some CT player hiding behind boxes, but instead it's hiding in the smoke. Zedco, he didn't think he'd been seen.
We've all been there.
Brolin's got the, he's got his youthfulness. Those eyes are still sharp.
Yeah. I switched to stretch res because my eyes are getting bad. I switched back, though.
Damn.
That's why
take
people
you
play on stretched.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because they're mentally boomers.
Boomer advantage.
Yeah.
Don't get too blind. I'll have to take you out to the pasture.
I'm gonna get glasses.
Oh, that's my. Okay, I'm gonna get LASIK then.
No, I'm getting LASIK after, but I can't get it until I have glasses. That's what Moses said.
Oh.
He said he got LASIK, and then they put like what's that movie called? Or they keep your eyelids open, and then they put cups on your eyeballs, and then they slice your iris or something like that. And they said that they told him he had to look forward for 15 minutes straight, and then they said at one point, "Hey, look straight," while they were like slicing his eyeball
his
open.
eyeballs, dude.
Yeah. He said it was really smart.
Well,
and now you can see everything.
I'm no longer getting LASIK.
I'm gonna go on that path. I
Not
want to
after
try
that.
this.
Nope. You keep your laser beams away from my eyeballs, Dr. Evil. Buy-in from Sinners, trailing by 4, a CT side that has yet to get started, but a flash means the Opper falls off of his initial peak. I understand why he goes for that. Good scout damage in the round prior, so why not try with the bigger cannon, the bigger caliber? Smoke grenades on both sides of the map. Everybody kind of cooling off. Saw this affinity from Brolin for Banana on CT side. He's looking to get back at it, but they throw a smoke deep, and that's going to cause a little caution for the Swedes, but not so much caution that Brolin shies away from it. He's just going to jump right through and see this is a ruse. It's from within the B site that Sinners hold.
Yes, and they are actually ready to hit the site now. I mean, there's 2 on Arch here from the Sinners. The guns aren't the best here for NIP, but they have a significant advantage in people. And the CTs seem to still be scared of the A site. Just this one Arch smoke is enough to hold them in place. So Exec comes through.
Neofrag turns back. Good first. Rez clears oranges, and Neofrag tons of damage. Rez could easily fall, but Neofrag does a good job of falling back. His rotator and shock takes some damage. Nade off of the mark.
Oh,
it hits
so
Essetag
close.
quite heavily. Neofrag will then kill him, so this is all Neofrag.
And they can't plant.
He's looking for a little bit more. Remember, he's already gotten Rez so low, and now the smoke fades. Neofrag on for the ace. Plopsky's in the open, and Neofrag just can't end it. So damn close, and still so damn well done. He wins the round by locking it in from Coffins.
Wow.
That is his name stamped on that one. Sinners CT side starts now.
He spammed him through the stained glass. Yeah?
Did he?
Did he? He got a wall bang for that one kill. Was it through Coffins or was it through the stained glass? Ah, okay.
If it was stained glass, style points.
Yeah. Okay, it was Coffins. Oh man, I swear, people just they just don't know how to line this up as well as Neofrag. Everyone misses a bit except Neofrag.
It's literally just about that.
That was beautiful.
You line it up.
It's because the missiles sometimes absorb a lot of damage.
Fast one, fast one. Oh, Brolin's got an answer.
Oh, they're trying to hurt him, but he gets the kill. That's what matters more. That's what matters.
Neofrag from 100 to 0 real quick. Oh, some damage here from V-Stick, but he falls back.
I already feel like both teams are doing better now. We switch over.
Okay.
It's matching up better.
Finding their grooves.
Yes. They're playing more for info. They're countering each other's grenades. I think NIP's T side is a good match. They're going to be weary of this arch smoke. There's a few, I'm sure we're going to see a few times right now where this arch smoke is not going to have any T's in bracket. If they boost over it, for example, sometimes you don't want to boost over it because someone shoots you back. But if you just want to peek for info, they could potentially boost over the arch smoke to confirm it's clear. But also, 4Z is here with the op, looking comfortable on the peak. He's getting ready, trying to search this out. And oh my, well,
Clonk.
yeah, that's tough. And now they're running lane. There's still 2 here.
There's a crossfire to be had. Shock a little bit wary of the arch wrap. They're all over him. Shock lines them up, but no kill. Neither player able to... Look at the health. Everybody look at that health.
Yeah.
32, 37, 1 in 22.
Damn.
Each of those could have been a kill the other direction, and instead, that is the way that NIP secure 12.
Yep.
Sinners bottomed out bank accounts. Oh,
That's tough.
This is the round that could have been,
You could say,
but isn't.
Well, yeah, you could say also the entry pack is really good from NIP, and even if Sinners got 2 kills on that hold, those get traded. There's still one rotate. There's only one rotator. You know, you're still 1v3 in that spot.
Yeah.
So NIP, it's obviously very nice to keep all these 5 alive, but they probably would have won. They did better overall. They got that refrag first on Banana.
Yes, sir.
They one-tapped the Opper on Arch. Disgusting.
Sometimes res do be like that.
Yeah. It just skates across your screen.
Hampus having a little fun. Generally feels like Hampus, positive guy.
Every time we see him.
Little trolly. You know, he's got that Swedish in him.
You know, as casters, we have an extra view on players that because we see how they are in person all the time.
Yep.
Hampus is the comedian. They're all nice. The CSGO players are hella cool.
Yes.
Very cool. People ask me, who's the worst one? I don't know. I don't have an answer. There's a couple bad ones.
But we don't talk about
No, there's actually not really that many. Basically, everyone's really cool. I think we have the cool, like in terms of overall players compared to all the other games that I've been to events and stuff. We got a lot of cool players.
No bias, of course.
I mean, I've hung out a lot of games. You know what I mean? I've been to a DreamHack Open or 2.
Rockstars of esports.
I think Meatheads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, meatheads. But that's fine. We embrace all. Zedco about to be embraced by Plopsky. Ooh, could have been a one-tap. Still Plopsky easily recovers that one. Brolin's been busted up a round or 2 with the utility that goes down Banana. Saw him locking into logs, something that you really highlighted Sinners weren't doing.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Yeah, he's way less
cost of health.
shy. He's way less shy. I think I like the way he's...
Brolin's in it.
Yeah.
Doesn't mind playing with 50 HP if he gets that info and angle held.
Let's take a player like the Vice, for example. Okay, he will constantly jump out and take tons of HE damage at the bottom of Banana, even though he's one of the most, what people would call passive players, or whatever.
Like really passive.
It's really, really passive. He still does the job he needs to do.
Flash for the arch play. B-stick. Buying his time here. Peeks out with the flash. Oh, Hampus! Just a 180 turns it onto the corner. Plopsky with that simultaneous balcony opening. Really unraveling this one.
Yeah.
And that is NIP with 13.
Quiet lead to 13. Their T attacks look pretty good.
Bro, they're strutting through this T side.
They're doing good. I mean, the entries look awesome.
Taking nade damage. Shake it off.
On CT side, I was getting bored.
Guys in the corner, shake it off.
I was kind
Just strolling.
I feel like they were playing a little boring on CT side.
Oh.
So
You gonna tell them that?
if they listen. If you listen to the cast after you play a match, it's your own damn fault.
Yeah.
Okay? It's your own damn fault.
If I was a player,
Mind
I'd
your own
download
business.
demos.
This is for us and the viewers.
This is our house. This is for the people, not for the players. Bomb pops.
And I don't want anyone else coming for Pimp. Okay?
Yeah.
He can say whatever the hell he wants. If you listen to the desk, that's your own damn fault. Stay away from Pimp.
I respect Pimp because he speaks in absolutes.
And he says yada yada a lot.
Yeah, that's my favorite. Buy back in from Sinners. Let's go. CT side has got to give us something. They had that one round in the 4th of the CT side. Barring that, NIP having a field day here on Inferno. Sinners map pick. Overpass up next.
Oh, Jesus,
what?
man. Okay, now we're deathmatching. I mean, with 2 oppers have just gone.
Whoa! That op flew away.
Yo, that's a T-op now. Did they nade it?
Yeah, the nade blew up in mid, and that thing just went flying.
They just threw it over the wall.
See ya.
They've already got the S-op.
Now you got to go knock on the neighbor's door. Sir, can I have that back?
Then he slaps you like Will Smith.
Get off my lawn.
They will molly. Oh, it's a push.
It's a good crossfire.
They will molly bracket, surely.
And Shock's not going to have anybody to deal with inside of balcony, so you'd think that if things get a little haywire, he could also help. Keep your gun out. Neofrag in the corner, spotted, insta-kill. Zedko going to be challenged, 2 for him. Here's that peek, and Plopsky and Brolin survive the test of time.
Oh, I guess because they didn't have the op. There was no op there, so they weren't scared of bracket. That's actually a good call. I didn't even consider that.
Just trade with the rifles.
Slowly worked up, yeah. And their entries have been so good. I mean, they could trust them today, that's for sure.
If that op gets smoked and is just left there, then there's this uncertainty as to, like, did they get it back?
But they needed it back. Then they threw it over the wall.
Bro. NIP.
NIP.
Using physics.
Wow.
And with it, a 14th round win. So this T side, just too good. Too good for Sinners to try and handle.
Yeah.
And also, may I add, bro, that's a couple of times where we've seen Oppers just get deleted.
They're getting domed.
Rez,
Yeah.
one tap on Arch side. This time Hampus from underground into mid.
Poor
Poor
is getting worked.
And you could argue he's the best Opper in the server. But the rifles are just a little better.
Yeah, he is getting worked. I mean, he didn't even click the last 2 times. He didn't even get to shoot. That's how fast these kills have been. Of course, you always take a risk if you peek into underpass with the op and mid. Yeah, Hampus is just there. His tiny little head pops up like a grape. And in Counter-Strike, the bullets come out of your face.
Is that not how it works, IRL?
Yeah, you shoot from the hip and the bullets come out of your face.
Screw your realism. This game's best. Hampus coming around the top of Banana. 21 and 11. Fire on his feet. He'll fall back. He's got teammates to support him. Brolin ready for that next volley of nades. Ooh. Frags are good. He's down to 1 HP. Oh, and B-Stick's going to end him.
He wasn't even really looking in his direction.
2 nades take him to 1 health. And the follow-up rifle push succeeds. I like that from Sinners.
Yes. Dude, that did not feel like they had 1 rifle with the nades they just used.
I honestly didn't notice.
That's pretty good. And B-Stick hands it over to Neofrag since he's low.
Neofrag takes a peek down Banana, saw nothing, but the moment he leaves is the moment that NIP start walking up Banana. So now there's just going to be this internal timing that's not going to work out. Dude, if they don't respect the smoke grenades that he has stockpiled, you'd think he's doomed. Man's got 8 health.
That is yeah, that's underrated, but honestly, it was a very careful crack spot there. He could have died to any bit of damage.
Wow.
And he also has more smokes. Oh my god, he has another smoke. Guys, he's got 1 more smoke.
Stockpiled.
Yeah, and it's coming down to 5 seconds if they want to go B, and now NIP are scared as hell because they have to go through this.
And luckily for Sinners, it's no longer just the 8 health of B-Stick's Deagle, but A1S on Neofrag tucked into the coffin.
There's no rotation,
We know what he's done here. This is a good position for Neofrag. He knows the lineups through this smoke.
Oh, they got B-Stick on quad.
Not ideal for Sinners, and the closest rotate also just dies, so it needs to be Neofrag from start to finish. This time, a safer bomb plant, no spam damage from that, and a 4 versus 3 man advantage for NIP's 15th. Neofrag gonna try all the wall bangs. Smoke and a flash on Zedko. And they're just going to have to concede. They will play versus 7 map points instead of the attempt on the B site retake. NIP's T side just keeps going swimmingly.
There's a bit of dissonance here where the idea to smoke Banana that late was awesome because, you know, by the time NIP get to the bomb plant zone, there's like 10 seconds left on the clock. But they're not watching the smoke, right? So if NIP are at the top of Banana in this theoretical situation, and they have to come B, they're going to go through a smoke, but actually no one's watching it. And that's the world we lived in because they played 1 quad and 1 coffins. If they're going to go A, why even have 2 B? So in both of these situations, the B guys weren't really useful, even though they had the key piece of utility. I think they just didn't believe in their setup enough. B-Stick could have played, you know, maybe in CT spawn and tried to spam from there. They could have played within Emo or quad with the guy who had a rifle and Neofrag. But of course, it's a scary situation.
Got a dire feeling of distress. 1 CT round since they've swapped sides. And Brolin, no. But he's omnipresent, dude. 2 kills off top Banana. The aggression gets shut down. Sinners, it is going to have to be desperate. Forcey's going to come sprinting over. I don't even know if Forcey's gotten a kill this half.
It's tough. But has he shot this half is the other question.
He's just getting deleted with the headshots. A barrel sticking out for the mid-peak. Rez. Oh, he gets 1, but Shock's going to double down top mid. Meanwhile, we've got footing inside B site for Nip,
Bomb
but
is
no
still
bomb.
steps. And now they're just walking around inside of middle. And I'm not sure if Plopsky heard anything. He's going to catch an interesting timing here. The bomb is going towards A, which might even be the weirdest option because
this is weird.
technically they have both sites. So now we've got lurks going on, and the player in B goes down.
Sinners have a chance.
And Shock is about to cut off the... Oh, maybe not cut off the bomb, actually.
It's going to be the retake instead. 2 versus 2 in the post plant. Shock could find Hampus if he thinks he has time to just fall back or just doesn't even move. Oh, he will just sprint towards the hay carts, fighting as he dives down into the little pit. Shock's position not only known, but also very easy to handle. Hampus is going to come out of pit, goes back to mid, gets caught by Forcey. And now it needs to be Plopsky. 1 versus 2, both counter-terrorists coming in from mid. It's a matter of sharpshooting. And as he holds for that peak,
oh, Jesus.
Double headshot, double kill, and a first map win for Nip.
Hey, well done. Plopsky, what a 2K that was. The 1v2, and they close it out. And on the bright side for NIP, even if they lost that round, I think they showed already on this T side. They were furious. Fearless, furious, whatever you want to call it. They were hitting all the entries. They had fraggers they could believe in. I think S-Attack, Ampus, Brolin on B, all getting kills, opening duels. Op presence just wasn't there. The Op was getting deleted. I mean, my heart goes out to the Op in that situation. He was just getting killed before he could even shoot back.
Poor Forcey, a couple of rounds where he had a chance. I mean, especially after the round where he had a scout, right? His scout peaks down mid, feels like that's where he got off the most amount of damage. And then tries to upgrade that into the Op and just gets hammered by Hampus on that underground peak. So ultimately, Nip, switched sides and really separated themselves from Sinners in terms of quality of CS. And I'd say confidence of CS. What Brolin did every single round on T side is what Sinners never really kind of had the stomach for on their own offense. And with that, Banana consistently in the back pocket of Nip. Couple wonky, weird rounds and clutch situations, but Nip also picked those ones up too. So here we go. Handing this one back over to James Banks and the analysts. We'll see you guys on Overpass in a second.
Nearly, Scrawny, nearly. You saved yourself at the end, mate. And Nip saved themselves going into that second half. The T side looked phenomenal compared. At the beginning, you started to have some of these worries. You mentioned it, Blair. Sinner's best map. They can do some damage. They got some hitters coming in. Then Hampus, up to his old tricks again.
Yeah, it's not just Hampus though, right? The first half, I really felt like Sinners had kind of done enough. That T side was pretty solid. You get, 6 rounds in the T side, 9-6 score. Sorry, I think it was 8-7 scoreline right there. You're feeling very happy heading into your mapping CD side, and then the openings. I like the fact that Connor and Laundress just kept mentioning how these duels were just being won every single time by Rez, by Brolan. Brolan was fantastic. Hampus as well. And the one player we picked, Forcey, with the AWP, CD side, he just got absolutely slaughtered by the entries.
Couldn't do much, unfortunately. And I agree, a good start, a pistol round, they converted into a good lead, 5-1. You think to yourself, oh, NIP, are you in trouble? Even after this round here, you saw it to 5-2 as well. There was another buy round, but I think that was the last full buy round Sinners won, where it looked good. It just felt completely flat for them. We gotta give a lot of credit to NIP, obviously, for playing well. Hampus, as you said, James, up to his own good. Rest stepping up as well, but I am a little bit disappointed in Sinners. I actually expected more out of them, especially after the good start. I thought to myself, there's actually a chance they take away Inferno from NIP. In the tournament so far, they've been looking good, but they completely fell flat. And I think the last round of the game, we saw here as well, the 2v2, where the guy gets the timing in apartments and then completely just whiffs the duel and ends up losing in a 1v2 to Plopsky. That was kind of like a very telling story for how this game unfolded. Sinners had a chance of making it competitive, maybe even stealing away the map, but they didn't have the quality.
They didn't have the quality, and that's going to be a problem, right? And that's something that Nip will be able to take advantage of. And we saw it kind of at the beginning of the game in the second half, right? You see, okay, Sinners, again, you might have a chance in this. NIP get up to their tricks.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can just talk about a pistol round, right? I think that's when things just completely turned around. We saw Neofrag with the dualies. It got me very excited. You guys could hear me channeling my inner Jason Moses O'Toole yelling, yeah, dualies. It's a 2 versus 5, and then NIP somehow turned it around, right? Rez, thus far in this map, was having a comparatively an okay map, nothing too great, nothing too special. So this is great. So firstly, we have the player pushing towards coffins, they're grouping up together. He gets 1 kill, and actually, I do believe it is Rez who gets the first kill. Yes, he gets the first kill, a clean tap coming in. Now this is a 1 versus 3, mind you, and he plays it to perfection. He plays the time, isolates the duels, and once he gets the second kill, he's like, yeah, I'm just going to play the bomb. There's no need to face peaks, makes things very uncomfortable for the final player, and finishes off with a clean tap. And that was Rez going on a streak in the second half alongside Hampus. And I think you hit the nail on the head perfectly there, James. They had the right idea. They knew they needed to take fights to NIP. They can't be too scared. But the individuals just weren't good enough. It just comes down to duels not being won.
Lack of quality, again, no offense to be thrown towards Sinners. They played a decent game of Counter-Strike, but when it came down, as you said, to the duels, when it came down to outperform players like Hampus and Rest, they couldn't do it here in Inferno, and that was the one shot I feel like they had of making this series overall competitive.
I do feel bad for him, though, you know. Does all that work with the dualies, things are looking good, you feel like, yeah, this round's done, we can get back into this game. And then it all falls apart, the string of rounds just continue not to go their way. And we're going to highlight Hampus a bit here, right? Because Hampus, we know he can be this nuisance player. You don't know where he's going to be, but when he's on form, when he's hitting his shots, you don't stand a chance. That's what I remember, I think you would remember it as well, when he just dinks the guy at the top of mid. Orb comes out, swings on him, it's dry peek, and you've not got a chance.
Yeah, instantly deleted, right? And I think that is the not just the difference in the caliber of players here, but also for Sinners. You got to understand they're used to playing against opposition of their caliber, maybe a little bit lower in the tier 2, tier 3 scene, and you get away with these mistakes. Like we saw Forsey a couple of times holding that wide angle towards top of mid, towards archway, and then as you pointed out, going for that mid peak. You won't get away with that against teams of NIP's caliber, anyone in the top 15, top 20, so to speak. You will be punished, and I believe that was a harsh lesson for a lot of these guys. And look, they are the underdogs over here, right? They still have a chance to go through, even if they do wind up losing this particular series. But these are the hard and harsh lessons that you learn when you play against teams like this.
It's a learning experience, without a doubt, and there's a lot to be taught from this game, for sure. As said, they win this pistol, right? It's going to be 8-8. They convert that, and all of a sudden we're again in a scenario where they maybe on paper are the favorites to win the map. So it wasn't all doom and gloom for the guys from Sinners right here, but they just fell short and couldn't get it going in any of the buy rounds on the CT side, which to me, as said, was a little bit disappointing. That being said, though, take away the positive, apply that to Overpass, and let's hope it becomes better.
Well, you say hope it becomes better. We apply this to Overpass, Tim. And yeah, I know you're trying. You're trying to be nice on this one, but Overpass out of the maps that were in the pool is like the one thing Sinners doesn't want to be playing. Now, they probably expected NIP to pick into this, you know. This is kind of, like you mentioned, they're gambling on that Dust 2 on their side, or who's going to float it the most. But this is now in the comfort zone of NIP.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a map that the interview the Sinners guys gave on HLTV, they also mentioned that it's a map that we're trying to work towards, we're trying to get better at. And we saw against Copenhagen Flames, they kind of fell apart on that map. So playing a map that you're working on against a team who would rather be comfortable on is it's going to be rough for them. There is a small caveat there. Copenhagen Flames completely dismantled NIP yesterday, but unfortunately Sinners aren't Copenhagen Flames.
The problem is Sinners have played it 6 times so far in 22, and they've only won one of those games. That was against Isuba, which is a team that
there we go.
not really a high caliber team, right? The rest of them, they've been losing. Tries to Copenhagen Flames, once to Apex, one to Tricked, one to Skate. Not necessarily bad teams, but you're going up against the top 7 team plus minus in the world, you know, in form of NIP, and to win Overpass, to win that map pick, you got to play your A game right here. And honestly speaking, we don't know that much about Sinners, you know, in terms of them fighting up against the top tier opposition. This is again one of the first times they're in a tournament of this caliber with the new roster as well. But there's nothing, you know, statistically or anything historically that points in the direction that Sinners should be able to take away this win.
And also just to add on to that, the fact that, you know, considering the map pick coming in from these guys, they're going to be starting on the CD side, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, and it's going to be rough for them. The one caveat they have over here is the T side yesterday for the side of NIP just fell flat. against the wall being set up over there. So maybe that could be something they can kind of work with, but I have to be a believer, an optimistic person, to expect them to take this map, honestly, Banks, and unfortunately, I'm not one of those.
Well, when you do mention NIP's side, right, I think it is again going to kind of live and die with Hampus and what he's able to read into the game on this, but it seems, if you look at Inferno as an example of that, this is an easier team for him to read and have the success.
Should be, right? And it's always easier when you can just outshoot your opponents, which we ended up seeing on Inferno as well. You mentioned it, right? You get to start on the CT side, you have a chance of getting off to a good start. The last 3 months, they only win 46% of their rounds on the CT side.
That's
on
yikes.
Overpass, which I guess recently with the whole, meta change in terms of the M4, in terms of the grenades, is only getting more and more CT side of the field for a lot of teams. We saw Astralis manhandling, we saw Flames having some strong CT sides. Yep. If you're only winning 46% of your CT rounds against a team like NIP, you're going to be done for, right? There's too much quality on NIP. So to paint a very clear picture right here, if you're a Sinners fan out there, they need to play their A game. They need to play better than they probably have ever done on Overpass if they want to stay alive in this series.
And you know what they also need to do? They need to know their team wakes.
I'm Maui Snake at the PGL EU RMR, and I'm joined by Sinners players Basic and Forsey, and we're going to see how well they know each other as teammates. You guys ready to go?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's go.
First question is going to be simple one. What's his favorite gun?
Op. No.
Oh, already.
It's Deagle. It's Deagle, of course.
Oh my God, already one X. That's oh man. Okay. Does he prefer beer, wine, or liquor the most?
He's not drinking at all, so not anyone.
Good. Okay,
That's true. I don't like alcohol that much.
So another question: does he like to travel by train, plane, or car the most?
I would say plane.
Plane?
Yeah, I'm thinking, but yeah, I think it's plane. I mean, car or plane. Yeah.
Okay, that's a point on the board. That's pretty good. All right, nice. Okay, another question here. Does he prefer to deathmatch, retake servers, or execute servers the most?
Retakes, of course. Yeah, retakes and surfing is my thing.
Okay. Nice. Another point right there. Okay, last question then for you is going to be, what is his favorite map?
I would say Overpass, but he likes Ancient as well. But Overpass for sure.
Okay.
It's Nuke, but nice try. It's nice try. I like Nuke because it's like complex map, But Overpass is my second favorite probably. So.
Okay.
Good guess, I think.
Okay, all right. We'll see if you're able to do better. So now, again, questions are just about your teammate now. So first one for you. What is B6's favorite position on any map?
Position? Oh, that's hard. Yeah, I would probably say Inferno Banana.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Overpass on A with me. Yeah, that's his favorite. That's true. Like Banana is as well, like really good position for me, but I like A on Overpass.
Okay, nice. That's a good one. On a half buy, so he has like $2,000. What's he gonna buy?
He's gonna buy utility, of course.
So util first.
Yeah.
Nades.
Either util or nothing.
Oh.
Depends if we force or not.
Great, team player, love it. That's what you should be. All right. Question about his personal life. What's his favorite type of food?
Yeah, maybe some sushi. I don't know.
Any Asian food?
Dude, it's hamburger, of course. Like I'm literally eating everyday hamburger, and he doesn't know. And he says sushi. I hate sushi. Like,
Oh no. If he could live in any other country, where would he live?
maybe Iceland or something with like not many people.
Is that accurate?
Kind of. Like I'm between Switzerland and Iceland. Yeah.
Oh,
he's probably right.
Wow, that's a really good answer then. Okay, you know him pretty well. Okay, last question then. Does he prefer being too hot or too cold?
Maybe too cold because he can take like a hoodie or something. If it's cold or hot, I don't really care. But I like if it's more hot.
All right. Well, that's about even. I think you guys did about even there, but that has been another episode of Getting to Know Your Teammates with Sinners at the PGL EU RMR.
Welcome back to this second EU RMR, where there's nothing but big gamers and bigger games. NIP, they about to do this? 2-0, quick and easy. See you later, Sinners. Is that how you're feeling? We're going to overpass. Obviously, you know, a loss to Copenhagen Flames could take a dent out of NIP, but maybe they just, you know, maybe it's smooth cruising. Maybe it's smooth cruising, Mo.
I think after we saw Inferno, NIP showed a really great T side. TD side was whatever, but look at the score. I mean, 16-8. You know, they really didn't sweat that much. Wait, did they even lose a round in the second half?
One.
Oh, they lost one round in the second half.
Uno.
Yeah. I mean, they had Popsky 1v2. Everyone got entries. Opera shut down completely. Brolin, I think Brolin looked like the best player in the server overall, both sides.
Okay.
You know, looking good. Hampus was up there too, of course.
Anti-eco kills Hampus. We
Yeah,
know.
he was eco farming.
We know, Hampus.
Yeah.
We saw you.
He'll take him. Overpass will be a lot harder, even though that was already really hard.
Yeah, I was going to say, for Sinners, right? This is obviously a map NIP are very content to play. They lost to it yesterday versus Copenhagen Flames.
No shame in losing to Copenhagen Flames, even especially on Overpass, actually. I mean, they're really good on Overpass.
Copenhagen Flamme.
Copenhagen Flamme?
Now, of course, looking to just stabilize. Again, I want to kind of reiterate, dude, like, NIP, like we look at some of the journeys that teams to qualify for Antwerp had to take. Dude, I think NIP are kind of in cruise control mode. Again, you know, endpoint BO1, bad news Eagles best of 1, lose to the Copenhagen Flamme, and now you just beat Sinners best of 3, 2 easy maps. That, in my opinion, that's 4 pretty easy maps to get into Antwerp.
I think anyone would take that road.
You can only beat the teams that are put ahead of you. We
Yes.
always say that, right?
There's
It's not NIP's fault, but
there's probably like 1 or 2 teams in each RMR that
Yeah.
gets like an easy routes.
and it feels
sometimes you roll high.
could be NIP.
It could be NIP.
Could be NIP.
But they'll take it.
You roll the D20 and you get an 18, and with your +2 agility stats, you slay the dragon.
Yeah. Is that RuneScape or?
D&D is kind of what I was going for.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't played either. I'm just uncultured.
Yeah, you're on my case about watching anime. You haven't even played RuneScape, loser.
I watch it. I watch RuneScape YouTubers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh man, the good old PK vids of the early 2000s.
I don't really know what's going on, but I enjoy them.
Oh, you tell me you didn't get those? You didn't get those Poison plus Dragon Dagger PK drops, bro?
Ooh, yeah.
Talk to them. Send them back to Lumbridge. That's what NIP are looking to do here v Sinners.
Keck walk.
It's not elimination, but it is major qualification. NIP to the T side of their map pick. Map 2, let's get it on.
After seeing those entries on Inferno, I think Overpass will be even more severe. And I think when NIP's Inferno or Overpass looks good is when their T entries look good.
Well, if Brolin's performance on Inferno was anything to go off of, entries, the name of the game. Rez tried to dodge a flash, got rocked by a shock. We saw
definitely
the
ate
dual
that flash
Berettas. Last
too,
time,
Val.
3 kills. Neofrag just 1 this time. And Zedko gonna tuck down into the waters. Ooh, Esatag's picked up them dual Berettas, but it's Plopsky with the kill. Quick rotate in from Graffiti. Bomb plant from Plopsky. 3 versus 3 in the post.
I think he was just spotted.
Maybe. But see, the thing is, are you confident with dual Berettas? Esatag will bring one with him to the watery grave. That is the depths of this B site. Plopsky peeks back around the side. Shocks on 46 health. Not the best spot for him, but 2 clean headshots. Or just a little bit of body spam. He works the body. Rip, jab, kick. And just like that, we got Sinners winning pistol. A CT side that has started better than that of Inferno.
4
Now
kills.
they gotta convert.
Shock. 4 kills. Very powerful 4K here. Look at how beautifully handled that was. I think Forzy should have probably got that kill on Plopsky in the first place.
Sure.
So I feel very happy for Sinners that his teammate got the last 2.
Now they got to convert. But this is not an NIP that is too intimidated by losing pistol. They'll buy right up double AK, Galil, and Deeks.
Yeah, they got that bomb plant. They'll feel pretty comfy. Don't want to waste too many grenades though here. Oh, but Neofrag starts out with an early opening. Oh no! Forzy gets caught trying to fall off, and that gun will try to be recollected by the MP9. It's an upgrade for B-Stick. And immediately they rock back around to Monster. Neofrag on the hunt. No flash for him, so I think he'll just search this. But they have two rifles that can both peek off each other. Timing's in, but Neofrag loses his duel. Teammate gets caught. Shock is low. And he actually manages to escape, but now they know no one's on the right side of Monster. They'll start to make their way out. Smoke goes a bit deep. But it's enough to scare NIP back for a second. They've still got a minute. And they've already got significant compensation for their efforts just walking around, re-aggressing. They caught Sinners, trying to get back some info.
They've got good reason to be nervous. Nearly half of the players in this 7-man situation very low.
Here's the interesting thing. We've got 3 smokes for NIP. No flashbangs.
Maybe their frags will be flashy enough. Exec coming in. 20-second mark. These are where the CTs are stacked. Incendiary goes to where no one's coming in from. And Rez, quick headshot onto Zedko. Shock's going to try to press that Fomis up close versus Plobsky. It works, but it's Rez with the double kill that takes off all of the pressure and all of the chances. Beastic concedes it, and the pistol round means
nothing.
Zilch.
Nada. NIP's worst attributes are their T-sides. They improve those, and it seems like Brolin is definitely adding a lot. Then they could win some big matches because some of their CT sides are actually phenomenal, for sure. Probably need still a little bit work on Inferno.
What's the struggle on the T side, you think? What's the weakness?
Honestly, Plopsky's a really poor T-side player. Just to name one. I think, well, to be fair, I put it this way. Hampus was probably the only good T-side player before Brolin came on. Only pointed out Plopsky's particularly low on T-side in terms of efficacy. And I think that their slow crawl defaults work really well when teams get uncomfortable and start peeking. And when they're feeling good, they're all hitting shots like they did last map. Then they can crumble CT defenses. When it looks bad, these T players are a bit too passive. They work a little bit too slowly. The punishes don't come to them. And then I think that's when they lose to some better teams. But I think Brolin just looks so well seasoned, and really is just such a two-way player. Really great pickup for NIP.
Nice dink. Hampus dropped to 57. A Deagle headshot should mean a kill, but not in this case. Just a warning sign. Brez, blind as a bat. Those flashbangs, smoke grenades, and Molotovs just blanket the B site. Missed Heaven Smoke. That could open up a possibility for Neofrag to just dish out some damage. Scout also line of sight clearly.
They missed their Heaven Smoke?
Yeah, left peek. T-side missed it.
Ooh.
Forcey gonna punish him for it.
And now look what happens.
Bomb drop 3 from Forcey. Neofrag's in with the Deagle. It is only Esatag, a missed Heaven Smoke from the Ninjas.
That's all Forcey needs.
And with it, the Force Wars begin. Unless Esatag wants to pull off a clutch with 40 seconds, but I mean, they know that bomb is dropped. The smoked, or rather unsmoked, Heaven position for the Scout player will be fine, as he is primed to kill Esatag on a dime. Reconfirming that he is still here. Almost. That would have been a cool way to at least take one player out. But now you're at the 20-second mark, and Esatag needs to die. Who's he taking with him? Beastic at the very least. Good dink damage. One more, maybe. But no. Zedko gonna end that one, and Forcey, man of the round, as he comes in with the 3 kills on the Scout. They just could not get pushed past that pillar.
It's Forcey's revenge map. After getting blown away every round in the second half of Inferno, he's back, and he's doing it with an even cooler weapon, the Scoot.
Rowdy scouting. T-side, what's the call? Rez all in, everybody all in. Buy, buy, buy. Buy low, sell high. AK and a Scout. Esatag gonna try to do his best Forcey impression. B-stick, yeah, good job to turn attention to Hampus. Instant headshot, easy does it, falls back. But the gun will be picked back up. Or excuse me, Hampus never had it. lie. Miss nade. That could have taken maybe half of res down. Oh, there was 2 AKs. Excuse me. Maybe I need LASIK. I do. I do. I literally...
Give me
I
those
need
glasses.
Yeah, maybe I can see more with them off.
Still a chance here for NIP. Moving in silence on T side. They've got the right idea. There are no players in bathrooms at the moment. Passively spotting. Still 3 CTs await them. And Forzy has a scout. I don't want to say only a scout. He's shown us what he can do with that.
Clean clip in the last one.
They'll get spotted.
Beastick knows it. Not going to show any flesh. Forzy ready for the peaks here. 30 seconds. NIP, what you going to do? Push through that smoke? They've got the flash, and it works wonderfully. There's the scout player down. Neo frag and Beastick activate very nicely. Scout damage for Esatag, but that is all she wrote for NIP. They're 1 round to Sinners 3.
Yeah. Yep. Nice. Something that always kind of sucks is like if an entire setup hinges on one player jump spotting, then you could have got them to react way sooner. You threw 1 flashbang, you know? So sometimes we'll see, like in a setup like this, I mean, they're waiting on the sign player jump spotting to spot 1 in bathrooms at 39 seconds. And if you do it too late, you got to commit to the site, you know, that you're about to go to. So that's why sometimes it is good to throw out an empty flashbang sometimes, take a peek a little earlier, take a risk here or there. Jump spotting is definitely one of the safest and best ways to get info in CS, 100%, but it's also quite fickle in the sense that it's scary to continuously do it after you see someone.
Wasting no time breezing through this one. Quick kill. Good push from Forzy. Looks to make some money, afford himself a nice clean op. Age of the Sinners players between 20 and 24. All 5 of them.
Yeah, young lads. Oh, crazy that 1 missed, you know, heaven smoke and 2
it
saves.
all turned upside down.
Yeah, it all turned upside down.
You give Forzy a chance where he's not getting 1-tapped down mid on Inferno. Suddenly NIP look like the lesser team. So all of this, the price of a single utility mistake.
Yeah.
Call that the butterfly effect. They're going to walk right into the 2 AKs here. This is going to be a shooting gallery down the pipe and down the drain. Easy does it between Zedco and Neofrag. Perfect setup from Sinners. They were on high alert.
They have
0 challenge.
3 fully caps lock name players.
They're very loud.
Yes. It's like walking onto the court with the Monstars. They're just bigger than you.
And 2 entirely lowercase players.
Balance. Yin yang. Harmony.
Also, 0 numbers across all 5. Just letters.
Cohesion. Camaraderie. Sinners.
Quick one from Plopsky, looking for the fire. Not there. Oh, that's... Forzy. He's trying to go for a deep op peek, but instead he's just like surfing, looking the wrong way. Probably caught by a flash.
Wait a second. There is a flaw there, right? There's no smoke and tunnel or molly?
No. No, there was no molly for him to peek into that with.
Maybe they were pranking him.
I mean, Plopsky had his smoke out like in anticipation because Plopsky was always going to play that quickly. And instead, you've just got an opper point blank looking at the wrong direction. Surfing like this is a community server, not an RMR qualifier. Plopsky's locked into the corner. Brolin double kill, triple kill from
Brolin.
Connector. Huge clawback because Beastick was giving us a little bit of Connector control, and that gets swept away alongside all of Sinners.
Don't want to boil it down to 1 nade, but yeah, you know, he flies out for the surf, and if they're just defaulting outside Monster, it's fine. But you usually put some things in place to at least give yourself an advantage when you take short control. They did have someone in stairs, so that means if the op got a kill, the stairs door could open and they could potentially really crush an attack towards short. But otherwise, it looked like the opper just had no idea about the timings because he had no support grenades there.
It was a weird one.
Yeah.
We need like a top-down replay where we figure out what the hell happened.
Yeah, maybe it missed. Maybe it was a bad call. There's the molly this time around.
And Plopsky immediately extinguishes it, posts up on short B. Very much on his own at the moment. He's got Hampus outside just to make sure that the monster push doesn't actually come through. Heavy emphasis from Sinners down on B. This could put pressure on B-Stick, just solo lurking upper bathrooms. And we can see Nip getting dangerously closer to him, but for the moment, Sinners kind of corralled on the other side of the map, and Brolin, he can smell him. He knows he was here.
Yeah, that's dude's a brewing.
He knows that you were here not long ago, and he's going to find B-Stick with his back turned. Oh, it's ugly!
He's going to let someone else do it.
No.
Oh, no, he's not.
It's still his for the taking. Now we get that quick scramble back up to the A site. Forcey's going to try to get in fast enough, but we already see the grenades coming down long, and Esatag posted up. The CT's in the open!
Oh, yeah.
Double up from Esatag made way too easy. NIP's third round win, a piece of cake.
There's certain players who lose in certain positions that really unravels your setups. The rotations are so scary for the CT side when that kind of kill goes down. And the last two CTs will show themselves, so they know there's no retake in play. And now they'll actually be hunted down in their spawns. But will they survive?
If Brolin has anything to say about it, no. Hampus could come up from the ladder.
They're not actually kind of crunching this, so. Oh. Ah, there it is.
Shock goes down for free. Now Zedco just waiting to get into the club. He's going to be hunted to the very end. Zedco just staying tucked. Bomb. Oh, doesn't blow up fast enough, and Brolin predicts the position. A clean sweep of the CT side puts Nip one round away, and Sinners back to the pistols.
Brolin, very tricky. Don't know how he sussed that out, but yeah, like you said, he could smell him. This is a nice angle from Esatag, yeah.
Yeah. They thought they had better timing, but you know, that is the danger you play with 4 guys B site for the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, your A site player has that kind of responsibility, and I think maybe B-Stick goes for some kind of flank around A to get info that way, really hoping they're not in bathrooms for that second. And we'll say that Brolin moved quite quickly through the top of bathrooms, but I think also they didn't have an idea that CTs were opping, so that's why he just moved a little bit faster.
Even going back to Inferno, I would say there was some really good moments where, like, we'd see Sinners have top banana control, bottom banana control, go for like a departure, and then Nip do such a good job, like water, of just taking any little space you give up. Like, it's the internal timings that I think Nip have an edge in. That round's a good example of it. The moment we see solo B-Stick in bathrooms go long is when Brolin just follows him. It's literally 2 seconds after, 3 seconds after.
Yeah, that's the Fnatic spirit.
Yeah, it's so hot on their heels. We're gonna get the quad boost. And
that was organized so well, but
yeah, it falls.
There's also no one there, so else they'll actually just transpose into a full monster hit.
This is cute.
Very, very cute. They're so close together and very tall.
Camaraderie. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose together. If we're gonna die, we're gonna die together. We are the Sinners.
The question is, will they rotate?
Out of principle, I say you stay locked in this boost forever.
I agree.
From start to finish.
The nomadic tribe.
They'll find nothing as NIP tie this game up. Easy 4th round for the Ninjas, and it really does just kind of remind us that all of this success from Sinners, barring the pistol round, which was just a legitimate win, it's all about Nip missing that heaven smoke and the 3K scout from Forcey.
It really does. Yeah, it really does.
Ramifications after that. Then things stabilize, and NIP just back to winning ways, as they were on Inferno. Happy to play from behind, and once they've caught up, they don't let go. Forcey with 1 kill on the USP. That is it. That is all. Guns back up for the defense. Or is it? Yeah, okay, there it is.
Yeah, the op gets to 4Z. Of course, overpass picked by Nip, as per.
Mo, when you go to drop your teammates' weapons, do you do that new feature that Valorant introduced where like you just drop it right to them in their inventory? Or do you still buy it and then throw it?
I'm kind of a boomer. I don't really even know how to do that.
Me neither. So I just want to make sure that we are still buying guns and then pressing G to throw them.
I do. The only reason I really do want to use that is just because
sometimes you gotta Passive the guy with the right spawn.
No, sometimes you press G and it just falls at your feet for no reason.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely not the better system, but it is the better system.
Yeah.
B-Stick, solo peek, bottom connector, dead for that one. Forsey, nice little snap down into Brolin, but it does cost him a lot of his health. We can see the CTs eyeing up this monster push. That's their own smoke ahead of them. It is being held by Plopsky. Bomb still in the depths of T-spawn. They're going to phase their own smoke. Plopsky, ooh, gets caught by it. Shock, nice 2K, but there's ENCE with the trade frag that matters most.
Yeah, that is a great refrag. And they killed the third player on B as well.
ENCE waits out the train. Remove it.
Just looking at name tags here, they should be pretty comfortable about the idea of going B. But they also still have time to work, and of course the CTs might be really scared and make some crazy rotations. So Forsey, timing for him if he catches Hampus going down the stairs, but it looks like he might miss the window. He's going to hear this nade getting thrown.
Oh, there's the run.
Oh, sure.
No way.
Oh my god, what?
Oh, that would have been a huge kill, because the Neofrag's sitting comfortably on this B site where the solo bomb run comes in. Neofrag peeks onto Hampus's short play. A smoke grenade that misses again, and ENCE in a 1 versus 2. He knows that there's a player close, knows that the rotator's low. Molotov onto the feet of Neofrag, but that's not going to be his problem. He gets his 8th and 9th kill of this map with a solo hold, seeing as Forsey was so far from it. Comfortable in that B site. We got Sinners with a round win.
I think B-Stick and Neofrag have impressed me the most with the way that they've played. How about you?
I would say I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
I've seen like nice kills from Forsey, but overall in terms of numbers,
yeah, some plays where it looks like but some plays sometimes maybe good. Oh, another stack. Okay, they'll try this boost again. Oh, there was a chance. He peeked heaven. It was close. And I think this will be actually communicated, so they don't get a kill. The CTs can start to push around A, and they're readying this attack. Rez will molly this position, and I don't... Yeah, he's going to hear this. Oh, man, that just went in pretty much as badly as it could have for Neofrag. I'm not sure if he had a smoke to deal with that.
good recovery.
Yeah, this is big.
Brolin dry walking around the long corner.
I think this was Nip's fear after the boost. They just know the CTs will probably look for info.
Another smoke goes down as well. That's not going to make this job any easier.
Imagine.
Just shoot. It's honestly that simple.
Imagine.
Sometimes just shoot. Shoot more.
Imagine.
Oh, do it.
Imagine.
Right
Imagine.
Now Shock's going to peek. It works out for ENCE. Zedko, oh, the fire. Rez falls to 1 health. And they get through that B site.
Yeah.
B-Stick quick on their heels. This could still pay off for him. Maybe he gets 1, maybe he gets 2. Hampus not going to be spotted. Forsey looking like he's already on the save, and so B-Stick is instead just hunting some exits. Unless he miraculously picks up a couple of kills really quick and can justify going on his own, but nah, he's going to concede this. This gun way too valuable, and it is the Ninjas back to winning ways.
That was good from ENCE. Just lined it up, ready for the smoke to come up for that exact moment where they might peak at the end of Wood Wall. And that's just the one small mistake that allowed Sinners to give up the site. There weren't enough time for counter utility, and their headshot player, I guess, also didn't have a smoke or just didn't want to use it. I'm not exactly sure. So.
Is that a Danish flag on the notes? Oh no, Swedish flag is the same shape. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
It's a black and white print. It's a black and white. It's a black and white. It's the same shape.
That's why you were defending Sweden earlier.
Ooh, that got close. NA geography law. I know the difference between the Baltics and the Balkans nowadays.
That's good.
Okay. That's a step in the right direction.
I'm glad Heku isn't here. She'd quiz me. She kept waiting until I was more and more drunk, too, and then asking me again.
Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania.
Baltics or Balkans?
Baltics.
Okay.
And there's way more Balkans, so no quiz, okay?
Yeah.
No quiz here. Give us another couple of years.
HLTV.
Tied up, folks. All tied up. And unfortunately for the Sinners, the Ninjas looking to peel away on this T side. We're going to get the 4C op peek into mid. Sees nothing, thanks to a well-placed fat flash.
That was the fattest flash.
Thick. I like this from B-Stick, though. Don't shy away. You know, if you're under-weaponized, make your moves.
Under-weaponized?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, okay. Ah, he punches the same peak, actually, which...
That's like a solo peak. There
fooled
was
me twice.
no layers. No layers to that at all for the Sinners on the B site.
Yeah, they didn't have... I don't know if Zedco had a gun there, but...
Not even. I think it was just the A1S and op between B-Stick and 4C. They put all their eggs in the A basket.
Yeah, they give it a shot. That's all NIP need.
And with it, a 6th terrorist round win. So I'm getting a similar flavor to Inferno. NIP, they can just kind of stall out a little bit. They can take their time in some of these offensive rounds, and ultimately, they just find the crack in the armor.
That is when NIP are the strongest and the scariest, for sure.
Good pack mentality from the NIP players as well. Everybody putting in numbers.
I think it's really the explosiveness. I mean, it's always been a thing in Swedish Counter-Strike where, like, Fnatic were a totally unique way of playing the game. Unique to everyone, kind of like the Furia of the past. And no one can duplicate it, and no other Swedish teams or anything were like it. It's like, it was just different. So that also kind of made them, they were like iconic, but weren't really like a team that you would replicate. Just, you didn't have the pieces. You don't have JW, you don't have Flesha, you don't have Pronax calling mid-rounds, you don't have like these certain things, Olaf, of course, you know, Crims. They just all had this weird balance that just, you couldn't change up. But then they were also the premier Swedish team, you know? And NIP, I mean, for a long time, like, no one really knew who was even calling something, you know, just, they had just such a default style, very strong individuals.
Ooh, good nade. Brolin down to half health. Oh, saw a little head there.
Imagine, though.
Imagine that if he hit that flick shot.
That would have been probably the fastest.
If he hit that flick shot, I would take all my clothes off and go home.
Okay.
In that order.
I'm glad he didn't hit it.
Brolin going to clear the upper bathrooms. Nothing here from Sinners. Little flash to try and disrupt the comfort. 4C looking to draw them into B-Stick. NIP do such a good job at times of just like falling silent. Little question mark here. 4C off duel. Gonna beat Esatag in that one. Repeak. Rez feeling frisky, feeling risky. Happus also dropped to 1/3 of his health. Nice 2 kills from 4C so far. And as he keeps that op on cycle, you'd think that NIP contemplate the run in, and eventually B-Stick, he should be able to activate here from the side of the half wall. Hampus will catch one. The dink is there versus Rez, but it's not good enough from B-Stick. No kill to his name. Man advantage still comfortably for Sinners. Bomb site under wraps, and the bomb itself slowly encroaching closer. Brolin with a smoke over top. Good peek from Neofrag to finish off what B-Stick started, and it's gotta be a clutch from the Kid Prodigy.
He's coming up.
Missed the first shot on the jump up. He can feel that there's another one here.
Oh my God. Imagine.
You know that was close.
Oh, that was scary.
Brolin lets those bullets fly, and it is the Sinners with a round win. 4C, good op kills. You know, racked up a cost versus NIP as they slow walk that A presence.
Can really see how much he wants to repeak. Huh? As soon as he got that op down, he's like, sweet, I can repeak as much as I want. But honestly, it's not even the reason he died. The reason he died is because Neofrag didn't cover that long player. Just started kind of playing for himself on the site, let the long player out, and then almost compromised the setup. That came very close.
As this half is tied at 6. B-Stick going to be a little more forward facing, and this is a call to the B site. The B site beckons them. Shock, well-timed smoke. Lots of players on the other end of that as they throw their flashes. Plopsky peeled off.
And they'll pull back.
B-Stick's not going to give them any room either.
Yeah, that's great. This just comes down to if they want to hold this, but they just don't They don't have enough people to get everything done. So actually, B6 is going to lock him in. Now, the one flaw about this is stairs is still completely open. So the CTs kind of still have to respond by having an extra player on A. So honestly, either B6 goes down the ladder or goes to the full flank, but there is a timing where he needs to push at some point. Because they're not going to come back through spawn at, you know, probably around now.
Pressing close. Shock does have support. Neofrag ready when he's needed. Reses that first contact, spotted from the water. Can't get the second, but Shock gonna finish off Brolin. Here comes Hampus out from Monster, right into the waiting hands of Esatag. We got a 2v3 evened out. And remember B-Stick, he's been breathing down their neck this entire time. He will get into position, but the fight from Hampus. Oh, Forsey disrespects the Heaven Smoke. Esatag just sitting in the open. Plucked like a duck. Forsey, oh, nice. 2 kills for him, a 1v2 clutch on the B site, and a lead for the CT side of Sinners.
Hey, well done in the 1v2. Kind of surprised Hampus took that fight the way he did. Yeah, probably could have played that a little bit more drawn out. Of course, there still probably would have been a chance to op him back. I think B6 flank was a little slow there, because it got to the point where now they're just looking for the flank in case someone came out of short and is flanking Monster.
For sure.
But all that being said, they still had 3 people in the site to hold, so you can't really ask for more than that. And they have to put up some pretty good numbers. The only thing is NIP's entries have been so good that I think even 3 players on a site is not always good enough.
How intimidating is that? Gotta start stacking 4. Rolling. Couple of rounds now. He just walks into the scope of Forsey.
Yeah.
He's kind of getting countered out with that op play. This time at least there's a flash to work with, but it wasn't very blinding. So without Brolin, the entries not going as smoothly, but still connector taken, short under question. B-site soon to be sieged.
I love B-Stick's position when you're up numbers.
Yeah, just leave a guy floating here.
Yeah.
Op gives cover.
You get so much info, fast rotate down the stairs, op cover.
Easy reaction.
It's a very hard off angle.
Yeah, there's 5 other spots that Esatag's looking at when he comes around that corner first. Pillar flash was a little short. And Nip just gonna stay on the break for a second. Little jump spot here from Shock. Hampus makes that contact, looking for it. Smoke goes down ahead of him. A flash to the far side of Monster. Good spam damage. Plopsky's trying to find his entry, but Shock is going to be a real nuisance back here. 25 seconds on the clock, a 3 versus 5 to unfold. A peek out from Connector ends Plopsky as his patience becomes his grave. Rez, 1 versus 5, never going to happen. Solid, rock solid hold on the B site from Sinners.
That was the best round of the half for sure for Sinners. I mean, everything was so good. B-Stick this time was timely on the flank. He picked a good spot for the 5v4. Opening op kill easy as NIP try their kind of slow crawling default that's very light on grenades, and it's punished by Forsey. And then the B-site hold is way better too. They don't just die to the guy who walks out Monster first. Instead they throw their utility. They maintain barrels control. They have a perfect crack spot as they're jumping from the barrels, and they delay long enough. So yeah, everything is so much better there. That's kind of crazy. 8 rounds, 2-round lead.
Marked improvement.
Yeah, they got to be proud of that. And they'll feel pretty good, I think, already going into the second half. Expected a bit more here from NIP after the recovery in the early game.
2 1vx situations so far this half, both on the board for Sinners. Marked difference. And a marked gap in economy here for round 15. So the 4 spies gotta be it. All they have to offer us, Mac 10, Galil, and an AK. Utility basically non-existent. 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, handful of flashbangs. A solo play here from Plopsky. Neofrag. Ooh, he's gonna get chased. The Mac 10 bests him. The flashbang didn't come all the way around, so Plopsky, he's happy to take that fight. Now, Rez can also help him through the doorway. We're going to get a boost here in mid on Fountain. Trying to see if there's anybody postured on long. No spot, no shot. B-Stick in a position here to maybe claw back man advantage. We get Nip leaving what was a little bit of Fountain's presence to really hope to sink their teeth into the B site to end this first half. We had an 8-7 on Inferno. We're looking at another one here. Still grenades to be laid down on the B site, 35 seconds. Shock, he could throw his smoke out. Looks like he's gonna give it to himself. Creates a little bit of temporary cover within this pit. Of course, he's on the quick rotate. Shock, good job of shaving off Plopsky. Bomb is here on Esatag. If that gets dropped, this round is over. And we've just got nothing but kills here from Sinners. It is as clean as can be. 3-round lead for the Sinners at the end of the half. Hook, line, and sinker.
That was money. I mean, they got better as the half went on. They maybe got like very fortunate in that first round. They had that great scout round that Forzy got because it resulted in 3. But since then, they've kind of validated those early game results by putting together some very solid CT setups. Not dying to the monster walkouts, I think, was the #1 thing that Nip kept using against them. Esatag lining up the op to the wood wall, getting that kill, walking in another round, getting that kill, and that's pretty much what allowed NIP to win the majority of the rounds, just getting the bomb down on the B site. And towards the end, Sinners were just the better team. Very legit 9-6 here for Sinners. Definitely not the result I was expecting. This half will also be hard. See if they can keep it up.
Yo, we're looking pretty quick. Keep it simple. Look at this, push through the short side. They're completely circumventing the B players of NIP. And now we've got 4 guys on the bomb site.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, but nobody covering the plant?
Oh,
no
come
way.
on, man.
No way, bro.
And he just committed to it?
Here comes the connector swing. Maybe B-Stick brings it back. He closes the door, returns to his cave. Neofrag will find Plopsky. This is recoverable because Hampus just gets soared forward by Shock. The jump behind the pillar. Bomb's still not picked back up, but the kills are all there. That's a recovery. Sinners, love you, brothers, but you almost deserve to lose that.
Yeah, I mean, the B site's empty, but like there's CT somewhere.
Bro.
You know, I mean, you're going to usually have short control to come with it. Sandbags is like the #1 spot people go if there's a monster hit, there's no one on the site. So that was a bit silly. There was actually a moment there where they could have even pulled off the Heaven plant when they pushed the CT, which I thought the idea they were going for, but they went for default. And Zedko had the idea that someone was going to help him. He just went through that whole plant. I mean, he didn't even die instantly. And then B-Stick finally opened the door.
Guys.
But hey, they just straight up outgunned NIP despite that.
There. All right, recoverable.
Yeah.
That would have been such a
Silly way to lose.
grueling mistake.
Yeah.
And you know, the stomach would have sunk had they lost it, but
and they did that on like no grenades. I don't even know what they
just
smoked.
walked out and planted.
Yeah.
Yo, free B site, guys. Oh, that's funny. Two T's push towards graffiti. They also checked flank, like they thought maybe, like that's the funny thing is they checked flank, which means they were aware of the possibility that short had been taken, but they didn't think about maybe holding short.
You sometimes on a tactic like that, you come out B, you smoke short, right? And just hold monster, wait for the flanks, but left it open, didn't cover it. Interesting combo. 3 long setup here from the CT side, but Sinner's attention is all towards B. Still top of the stairs. Searching things out. But they're just waiting. Do we have another resmoke here? Brolin has one. And I don't even like to play too committal on these eco rounds, so this is a good risk from them.
Rez gets that. Turns on a dime. They've got 2 players lined up. 5-7s, 3 kills on the monster. They push out for guns. What?
Okay. Gotta trade those. Gotta trade
you
those.
do.
You do have to trade those.
Yeah, you got to do something.
I don't think anyone should overthink that situation. You gotta trade those kills. Of course, they could have flashed. They could have swung differently. They could have walked to the end and jumped off the wall and bounced to the right and swung together. But at the end of the day, they lost to some pistols.
Just the 5-7s.
Yeah.
The whippersnappers. All right, force buy up from Sinners. It wouldn't be a game of CS without a little back and forth force war to kick off the half.
True.
Last time was Sinners who came out on top before Nip stabilized in the midpoint. Essetag. There's already a player out party. Brolin gets tagged up slightly from that. Essetag, nice clean headshot versus Neofrag. Wanted to extend to help out on party, but also doesn't want to get swarmed here. He doesn't have support yet from the A site. But now there is somebody in position here. Hampus, he's going to go peeking around long, finds Shock. Easy does it for the NIP conversion. It's going to be a 2-round lead now for Sinners. But a CT side from Nip on overpass. That's already stabilized since losing pistol. Again, we saw the swapping of the sides on Inferno and then nothing but NIP. No reason to believe that cannot happen again. Sinners just 2 Desert Eagles to try and take something back.
2 or 3 rounds ago, no one from NIP had over 10 kills. We're just crossing that border now.
Meanwhile, we take a look at Forzy. Brothers 16 and 8.
Yeah, he's going crazy.
Having a good one. But as we try to highlight him, he dies. Understandably, of course. And the last one's there as well. So pretty uneventful in terms of force buy rounds. All is good. Brolin inside a connector, serving up an early kill. Feels like that gives confidence to Essetag to keep peeking when you got that connector threat. And NIP stabilize early on for the defense.
The mood with the Sinners has not felt great. I will just say. Now, I don't actually know. I know some of the other teams kind of know more about their personalities and stuff like that. And everyone's different, but they've never really looked that energized. I think it's always felt kind of, there's been a frustrating aura.
Sure.
Yeah, for the Sinners.
For the record
and
as well.
Even when they're doing well, you know, what a big round. So sometimes it's good to be calm, but
There's a
okay,
smile.
there we go. Yeah. I mean, it's a big event, but I think it's important to
have fun.
It is important to have fun. It really is.
I will say for the record as well, we have to remember Sinners, they played Copenhagen Flames in a best-of-1 on Overpass. Their first half on T-side, only 4 rounds. So we're not looking at their offensive half and thinking, this is them and their chance to be rock stars. They've already kind of tempered our expectations. I feel like NIP gonna try to knock them down a peg again. Glock boost inside of the playground, looking for some early contact, seeing if NIP play close, but closest will be Hampus. Doubling back from connector now. And getting away. Scout shot from Essetag. Roll it on the highlight reel. Nobody's going to beat Nikadaz when it comes to the scout play, I think.
In history.
Well, Searson would like to have a word.
Yeah, he has a scout ace that we've probably casted.
Yeah.
I mean, must have seen like so many of his scout kills.
You know, Nikadaz a clear challenger, shall we say.
It was a pretty nice scout ace.
Brolin scoffs them off. And the gun rounds begin. So this should be the challenge. This is the test.
Was it Brolin who was in jail in the skit that they did?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he was in jail.
They jailbroke him.
Got him out. Just like Forrest.
Yes. He was in jail for far too long.
Hop in from Essetag. No more are the scouts. Come on, Sinners. Qualification on the line. Brolin backs up with the easy pickup. Ooh,
Got
there
him.
he gets caught by Forsey. We get Essetag in the water. Combat opping with the Deagle. Zedko just thinks he can get out through that smoke grenade, but punished for his aggressions. Man advantage secured here from NIP and half health for 2 of the 3 remaining Sinners. Bomb will be picked back up at the very least. utility. One smoke here for Neofrag, so even if they just try to press up close to the A site off of this bathrooms contact, feels like NIP are going to be comfortable, especially with Hampus being the thorn in the side of this setup. Oh, another smoke. Okay, that's at least a bit more.
Yeah.
You can go for the 2 smoke, execute, bank, and dumpster, but remember, we've got a player already inside site.
Yeah, I wonder if Hampus heard this. I mean, he doesn't even have to worry because his teammates have a long wide open to them. They don't have to think about this. And he's actually, okay, yeah, I was like, why is he going for a long flank here?
No time for that.
There's, yeah, no need either. He's got a lot of info. Site hits coming. CT's actually playing back, not in the site at all. Which, the flank will be seemingly pretty powerful. Looks like they're going to try to cover this. Bomb will
again.
they don't cover it. Yeah.
Tries to go short side.
That was not very great. They didn't have enough players to do everything they wanted to, and they were kind of suspicious about the fact that no one was on site. I think they were all trying to get ready to trade.
Yeah.
So maybe it was smart for NIP just to really just play rotator spots, let Hampus work. And he was pretty quick on it. He was pretty quick on it there. They were just getting that bomb down.
Forsey jumps back from the bomb site, checks short side monster instead of holding the door, and that's bomb plant denied.
Yeah, there were some more holes there. Like, even if Hampus had played inside a long, he could have just peeked out from long and stopped that plant. Cinders at no point in that round had long control.
Risky business. Early damage done as well, so second half, I don't want to say failing, but fizzling out.
Yeah. The cola has been left on the table for a day. It's still carbonated, but a little flatter.
Oh, cola. I thought you said coal. Like a, you know, like
a minor coal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, why would it be fizzling? What don't I know? Slow walk short, there's nothing here.
Yeah.
CT side very comfortable inside of their bomb site.
They kind of play a lot like Nip, but they do little less. So I'm not sure they can pull it off with the same swagger.
A little less Nip. Nobody wants that. Shock sees nothing. Barrels clear. But in reality, a lot of presence here. Rez delivering the gifts of death to the Monster Peaks. Rez, yeah, let's go. Let's go. He had almost an anti-eco ace, but Hampus gonna put his name on the end of it.
Hampus doesn't give kills away.
No. You want an ace, you gotta work for it.
Yeah.
You gotta beat me to it.
Welcome to Reser Pass.
And Sinner's just...
You must like Rez because of his CT side overpass.
Yeah, definitely.
He is quite a CT side overpasser.
Yeah, big on it.
Has he been playing bathrooms actually? No, right?
No, he's been down on
They
B-side.
switched. Yeah, they just realized they switched him out.
It's young blood Brolin.
I guess that improves. I mean, both sides now very, very strong with that.
The Brolin S-Tag A-Site combo. Ooh. Good flash. Or bad flash, seeing as it's his teammates.
I think Brolin walked into the prac room and just stared at Rez right before they were about to play overpass.
Rez asked, what are you looking at? And Brolin just didn't answer.
Just menaced.
Dominate eye contact. That's how you take whatever position you want. But I am down with you. I do feel like, you know, as much as I could watch Rez play A all day, it does improve their B site.
Yeah, and B is fun too.
For sure. Give Plopsky a little support.
Oh, that was spotted. Oh, okay.
Nice shot from S-Attack. Shock's up close, though. And we've got 2 CTs with back turns, but oh, there is a third inside sight. That should be the cover. Oh, Shock!
Man.
Hampus doesn't get killed from that, but they still don't know about Brolin. He guns down one, goes for the second player in the bathrooms, but that's not going to be his opening at all. Rez sent back up from the B site into A. He gets shot at from B site, so now there's this like weird ambiguity because B-Stick is obviously showing contact. The bomb could have walked into A. We still have Shock on 13 health inside that A site, but B-Stick's deep position. And how does Plopsky not expect that?
Doesn't clear it at all. Just about to see the bomb crossing onto site too. Oh, Rez.
Oh, this is a weird one, man.
Yeah, that's very weird. It's been a lot of weird ones. I think Rez actually has a chance to go for this, even though he's quite far away.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got all his utility.
Let's see if this clutch can happen. Not worried about the shorter, closer corners. Incendiary thrown onto short. 62 health in the 1v2. He's standing in the open.
Oh,
all it would have taken was a quick little snap, but instead it is the Sinners with a T-side win. I'm shocked by Plopsky, not expecting close corner, because when Rez is in, the stairs to bank, he gets shot at from bomb plant. And Plopsky, he's like 6 seconds, 5-6 seconds later walking into the bomb site.
Right, yeah. That player could have been anywhere, for sure.
So kind of throws caution to the wind. Ultimately, it's kind of on Hampus. Lets the player come out from bathrooms, kills the guy on short, and then doesn't pick up the kill.
In my opinion, they got the op shot off from Esatag.
Yeah.
And then they don't smoke divider. They just leave everything open still. So now there's 3 choke points outside divider, inside bathrooms, and long, and they can all peek at once. It's like, yeah, it would have been sweet to just frag them out, like all peeking all these different angles. But they could have just smoked divider, then turned their attention to the front of bathrooms and long. Fought that way. Nicely done from Plopsky. Just a little bit of awareness there goes a long way. And there's a lot of ways to counter this headshot position, but it doesn't make it a bad spot. You can still answer back.
All in all, too many options in that last one for NIP to hang on to. Neofrag feigning a little bit of presence here. Bomb still back in spawn, so no overcommitment from Sinners. Tight game, 11 all. An opening on this T side, and that's something we didn't see on Inferno. They switched sides, they got 1 round, and then it just was NIP to rack up victories. I think a lot of people are just sort of expecting NIP to come in here and pretty easily dismantle Sinners. But they are, in fact, keeping this overpass map close. Brolin, 13 health as he drops that bomb.
What a duel to win.
He's going to get swarmed, though, and there's nobody nearby to help him.
But they're
so
coming
really,
this way first.
How much does he get? How much more can he offer? Oh, my God. Forsey switching guns. Switching guns instead of taking the fight versus Brolin.
Is he going to get away?
Health. Esatag picks up the shock frag, and now it is only B-Stick. How in hell does Brolin survive all that?
God, that's so well. You see how good that smoke is? Not only did he use that smoke to section out the long bathrooms fight, but he used it to escape as well.
He just leaves.
It totally covered him with his flash. That was such good utility usage from Brolin. Really nice shooting as well. And it just comes down to that one duel, 10 HP the difference. And that's the Brolin difference. He's going to win most of his fights. Really well handled.
How much emphasis are we putting on Forsey going for the swap to the AK? Because he dropped his op to grab the AK to try and fight Brolin on long. Look at this. Changes guns.
Yeah.
And just dies.
I don't know. I had no idea what he was exposed to. No, maybe not the right awareness about where his teammate was in long bathrooms. If he was going to peek first, I have no idea why he would switch. Maybe he's always hated the op. Finally got his chance.
He's having an identity crisis. Just like, bro, even your pistol, man, 13 health. You'd think that dink had to have been communicated.
It's very true.
Maybe he didn't realize how tagged up he was. Sometimes unconfirmed damage. Regardless, that is NIP with the lead back in their hands, and on top of it, what should be an easy 1 in 24. But Brolin, whoa, caught with grenades in his hand. Oh! Scroll jump.
Who knows? It could be spacebar.
Scroll jump.
What if it is spacebar?
No, it's not.
It could be. Sometimes.
B-Stick gonna try to give chase to Esatag. He's playing on top of the dumpster, sees him through the window. B-Stick guns him down and opens this A site. This was a round where there was only 1 weapon for Sinners. This would be such a good way to claw back what feels like a mistake in the last one. The health is incredibly low.
That molly's enormous for getting back into the site, though.
Hampus, he catches Forsey on top of dumpster.
That's well done.
That smoke is not ideal.
It's great for the CTs.
Uh-huh. B-Stick gonna try to play on the side of it. Hampus comes in, good headshot for B-Stick. Zedko dies on site. Rez with the wall bang, and it's gonna have to be Shock in the 1v2 with only a Deagle and 9 HP. We got a kid on Rez. Plopsky working up a little slowly. He's got a flashbang if they want to try to push this and get around this corner.
They're a little low.
Rez is kind of nervous about it. Shock. We gotta see it. It's gotta be a thing of beauty, and instead it's Plopsky with the close clear and NIP's 13th.
Damn. That was nice. Nice molly from Hampus. Tough smoke from the T side. Just really nice one-way for the CT side to work with there. Hampus used the one play that they tried to Jimmy rig against them and got back into the site that way. Tough post plant, not a lot of utility. They had to play close, look for fights, so there was that. But yeah, it's the smoke just gives away the first kill. That's sick from Rez as well. Nip on the power play. Getting close to the 2-0 now. Another rifle round to chew through. That's 14 if they get it in. Sinners will probably have to force. They'll have some money left over, luckily for them. Nip not quite at the 5 straight here. Zedko taking the lead. He's making progress, but I don't know. Sometimes you don't commit in this position. Sometimes you just make some like present so that they start
just hang here.
Nading it, yeah. You try to draw out utility. It makes the CTs very insecure when you're in this spot, but you're also kind of vulnerable, and Brolin will catch one walking back.
With his back turned.
Yeah, Brolin hung out there the whole time.
Don't walk back. You got to walk backwards. You got to keep your eyes open.
They do try to end up taking this monster presence.
Look both ways before you cross the street, or else NIP will knock out your teeth. And that is the lesson of this one. B-Stick stuck inside a connector. Nothing here, dude. Sinners, ultimately, the second half is really their demise. We saw a lackluster CT side on Inferno. And only 2 round wins here on the offense.
Yeah.
9 rounds after their CT side. It was probably feeling so good they won pistol. And then Nip cranked the dial. Looking to lock in a 14th with a 5 versus 2 at 25 seconds. I mean, if I'm Sinners, you really think you got a chance at this? B-Stick immediately loses his head, and Forcey's op will be grandfathered into round 26. NIP 2 rounds away, folks, from the Antwerp Major. As I would say everyone expects them to be.
Right. Yeah, favorite in the matchup, kind of slowly winning. And Sinners, at least, I think they hold on to this op, and they actually have a full rifle buy and pretty good game. Grenades, oh man. Oh man, oh shoot, that's a lot of money. He has 1,700 left over. He can get armor for himself. Now someone doesn't have a gun. That was a key save. Nice hunt down there for NIP. Takes the edge off for this round.
100%.
Yeah,
I mean,
there are some big odds that shifted with that 1 kill at the end.
They had money to lose.
So here, they got 1 player outside of Monster, but NIP knew it the whole time. So they were just sitting and waiting for someone to lurk out. And then 1 kill goes wrong with Brolin hunting them as they go back towards B, and they think, okay, let's just take this risk. But for NIP, they're very happy with that. Everything has been quite comfortable. I think at this point, you're going to have a sizable utility advantage. You know they're forcing.
For sure.
Try to pre-nade early and basically wait for the slow rounds. That's where they blossomed.
Doesn't really strike me like NIP were stressed at any point in this best of 3, really.
Yeah.
You know, maybe when they don't smoke Heaven on overpass in the first half and then they lose 3-4 rounds because of it, that's sort of like, oh, we've
a little self-tilt.
Yeah, we've you know, kind of given Sinners a margin of error, but Nip kick it up a notch. It's going to be the armored Tech-9s and Deagles. A frantic attempt to force their way through Monster. Plopsky burns Shock to a crisp, goes for the short control, gets that kill. Oh, it is easy.
Yeah.
Rez, 2 kills at the end. NIP, 4 chances to lock in their tickets to Antwerp.
Oh yeah. That's got to feel nice. I mean, again, when you have that much of an advantage and you know what the other team is going to do, like definitely force up. Oh, did they actually? Maybe they have forced. They got money now. They have money now. So maybe they didn't invest fully because they got the op on 4Z. So they tried it on the Monster Rush. Actually, you know what? That might be the case. That might be smartly done here from Sinners.
It's calculated.
And they have a better chance of scoring a round back now. I think that's great.
They only need 4, but they've only gotten 2 on this T side.
Zedko playing Ninja Gaiden up here.
Yeah, dude. Using his levitation spells.
It looks like he's wasting a lot of energy for some reason.
I saw Hugo die to that the other day.
To someone up here?
Yeah.
Oh, he's spinning in the air.
Oh, yo. That is easy for Brolin. Peek off of the flash from Rez. Zedco continues his meditations. NIP leaving an impression on Sinners. This is not an elimination. Sinners are not sent packing, but NIP about to be sent soaring forward to the actual major. And when we look back at their RMR, it's just going to be a kind of easy does it type mentality. The only thing they've lost is a best of 3 versus the Copenhagen Flames. Half of the revenge served up. Brolin continuing from that early Bathrooms success. And Brolin in this series, pretty standout. Dominated Banana on Inferno pretty frequently. And he's looking to lock in this final round for NIP. They've got 2 of the CTs already tagged. So their life is on the line. This is doable. This is winnable. But Beastic and Zedco start to separate. Esatag was scoped up, clearing corners. Zedco thinking about Bathrooms. Beastic just needs to lock in bank. Any kind of retake that comes from the depths of B will be spotted. Flashbang is perfect from Esatag. There's the pop-up from Zedco, but how about the pop-off? 3 kills and a valiant effort, but in the end, it is ninjas in pajamas going to Antwerp with relative ease. A smooth sailing here at the RMR.
Yeah, that's well done. They get the 2-0. They get the 2-0. Everything falls into place. It's a clean finish. They don't even have to work too hard. That's it. And that's, again, not last stop for Sinners. Still another chance.
Of course.
Unfortunately, this might be the easier of the next, best of 3 that they have to play. And I think they realize that a lot of their major hopes kind of could come down to this match. Of course, that's the case for any team that's going to be the underdog.
100%.
But they are still in it. So they don't have too much to be sad about here. Not the best AFCS from them overall. Decent stuff, but we did see NIP just be clearly better than them, better game plan, better on both maps.
Yes,
and
sir.
they didn't look like the team that picked Inferno, I would say, even though that was a good place to take NIP. So, yes, they'll have to improve, I think, for sure. But they're still in it, still in it.
Still in it for at least one more day, right? They're going to be in that middle of the pack, dreams on the line. NIP, pretty impressive. I think, to me personally, I like Brolin across this series.
Yes.
That's the guy who I think was kind of, jackknifing a lot of moments. Inferno really had his name kind of all over the B control, and with that, an easy first map pickup. But that's all she wrote for Overpass. That's all she wrote for Sinners versus NIP. Another team locked into Antwerp. What do we make of this series, Banks and the boys?
A good series ending up there for NIP, that's for sure. Thank you very much, Scrawny and Lord. Let's go and enjoy a bit of a break before this next game. And we'll enjoy talking about NIP doing what they were supposed to do, At times you can think, oh, maybe Sinners have like a little way into it, but ultimately it fell down to Sinners not being able to match up. You spoke about quality before, Pimp.
Yeah, and I think the scoreboard is kind of fun to look at for me. I don't think I've ever seen it before. At least it happens not often in a game that was remotely close, in the first game and second half here as well. On Overpass, there was a chance for Sinners to fight back into it. All the NIP players are in plus KD, and all the Sinners players are in minus KD. There was not a single player stepping up enough for Sinners to go plus. There's not a single player stepping up enough to not only win one round, but I guess dig into NIP and win 2, 3, 4 round and be the catalyst behind a potential comeback. So we kind of reiterated, and I have to say it again, the quality on Sinners, at least in this game, was just not on par with NIP, who did what they had to do without even playing well. I'd say they did a good job, but I feel like NIP is just cruising through this one, and if NIP were forced to play better than we saw in this game, they probably could have as well.
Yeah, it's really hard to gauge where, like Pim just said right now, where both these teams are, because, again, as you pointed out, for the side of Sinners, sure, they had convincing victories over Spirit and Heat, right?
Yeah.
But against the opposition that is NIP, a top 10 team in the world with the stars they have, you can see individually they're getting outclassed. Some of the fundamentals were falling apart. They weren't quite able to trade efficiently. Number of rounds getting absolutely coming down to the fact that they were NIP were getting ahead with, well, just getting away with murder, players like Hampus, like Brolan. And then you look at a couple of rounds as well where, they have a little bit of an advantage and it just slips away, right? But for NIP, again, this is just what we expected, And one bright side for NIP is the fact that they picked Overpass despite that dropping they received yesterday. And they're like, we know we're weak there. We know some of the smaller teams might be like, maybe we can pull off an upset on Overpass, and they show why this is the map they picked. It looks solid. It did good. Is it good? Is it enough for me to say NIP are back, maybe? No, I don't think so. But they have done their job.
But they have enough time now to go into the next stage of the major and become even better. So, for me, it wasn't the most interesting game. I got to be honest. It felt like NIP were cruising through it all the way, and they got the job done.
Wouldn't it be nice though if NIP could win a pistol? You know, they got the follow-up round, which is
Doesn't matter,
great.
yeah. It doesn't matter because they just end up winning the second round anyway. It happened not only once, but twice in overpass.
Yeah, considering the scoreline 16-11, the fact is they lost more the pistol rounds. We can talk about round number 2 and round number 17, which are the second rounds of each respective half, right? And both the times we had Sinners, they won the pistol, and then NIP just completely crushed them. Fortunately, in the first half, Sinners were able to at least come back again. There was a little bit of force-wise wars taking place. I think it was like 5-1, I believe, at one point for the side of Sinners. But you can't afford to lose rounds like that. We can take a look over here. So Sinners didn't win the pistol round. They take the fight. They lose an early duel here. Plopsky finds a player towards mid, and they go for a bit of a gamble play. They push tunnels, and they face 4 NIP members lying in wait.
The first kill Fuzi gives up in middle right there is completely unnecessary. There's no point whatsoever going up there. There's no point gaining that information, especially when you're already up 5v4. It's always easy to be clever in hindsight, right? But those are small mistakes that when you meet an opponent of the caliber of NIP, you will more often than not be punished. And that's, credit to NIP. I think whenever this game were in a state where it could have been close, whenever Sinners had a chance to maybe win a round that could put NIP in shambles, a comedy riser or anything like that, NIP stepped up, they had the class. And as I said, to me, it wasn't an interesting game because I never felt that NIP lost control over it. And that was a bit of a shame because I would have liked to see them, act in a situation where they weren't in control, but they were just too good.
But when your confidence keeps getting knocked, and we'll run the next pistol round as well, because it's like, oh, yes, we get the pistol, and then we get slapped back.
Yeah, look, I really don't blame them for heading in from Monster, right, at high-level Counter-Strike. Like, you play matchmaking, hey, guys, we want a pistol round, now let's go to its long, that's how we played anti-eco. And high-level Counter-Strike, it's a game of chess. I don't blame them for making the way here into Monster, but the problem was there was 30 seconds, they're coming against a 5-7, just up close. You need to trade. It's simple. You need to trade. There were 0 trades. They had all the guns and not a single frag going the way of Sinners there.
I just love the way the rest was able to stand there with the 5-7, not being affected by any flashes, any utility whatsoever. And you could see top right screen of your corner, Plopsky kept throwing flashes for Rest, so he could just walk out, get the easiest kill of his life, and win a very important round. Because as I said, had Sinners converted that round, had they won that round, it could have been a close game. But every single time that it was, one of those moments where NIP had to shut down Sinners, they had the quality to do so. So that was good to see.
Now, I still want to keep talking about the man that's been impressing us, Brolan. I'm going to remember that round where he was on long. He should have definitely been killed. Not only does he... So he gets the first kill right on long, then he gets pushed from bathrooms, does a bit of damage to that guy. Another guy tries to push him from long as well, and he still does more damage. Like, he was getting away with murder, but he was playing it so smart.
Yeah, the thing with Brolan is he continues to impress us, right? We look at the first games NIP had, and we're like, okay, maybe it's a bit of a honeymoon period. In this matchup, the fact that sure Res stepped up, sure we had S-Attack had a pretty good game, Hampus as well, finally figuring out how to use mouse, how to not use mouse acceleration. But Brolan, the fact is, we'll obviously talk about it more in detail later, Banks. But the fact that Brolan continues to be not just a star player, but kind of like the pillar for this team, considering how new he is in this lineup, that's a great sign for this team.
I like this duo, Brolan and Res, right? They remind me a little bit of BlameF and Config when you look at it. Brolan, not necessarily a BlameF type of player, a little bit more aggressive, but...
More of a Config?
More of a Config in the sense, no, but that's Res. Res is Config to me, right? But they complement each other well. I think Brolan is a smart player, a stable player who's more or less every single game delivering, right? He's never going to have one of those games where he's just completely zoned out or he makes too many mistakes. He seems like a very smart one, whereas for Res, we see him go up and down all the time. When he's playing well, he can be a superstar. When he's playing poor, he is poor, right? And you see the same in Astralis with Blame and Config, and that synergy and that dynamic is interesting to me, and I'm gonna be curious to see how that's gonna evolve coming the future as well.
Yeah, because it's only just getting started. But we do have Brolan from NIP joining us for the interview, as NIP have made it to the major. Brolan, how you doing, my man?
All good, all good. Finally qualified for major. Major curse gone.
Yes, congratulations on that for sure. And we were just talking, right, about the synergy you already have with the team and how it's feeling. How is it for you? Because you seem to be like maybe better than what we've seen ever you before. We're kind of seeing the potential that everyone spoke about you have already realized. Do you feel like it's a honeymoon period, or do you just feel like you're very comfortable instantly?
I think in one way, they kind of I got to like the same positions as I had in Fnatic, kind of, yeah, I mean, in the first weeks of practice I don't feel uncomfortable at all, but in the time when everything went practice more and stuff went very well for me, and I feel very comfortable at the moment, but I think we can do it much better here.
Brilliant. Firstly, congratulations, right? Great debut with the team. My question is, like in Pro League, NIP, you guys had a very deep run. Obviously, you weren't playing there, and I also know that they were practicing with you, right, at that same time. So, how has that been? You know, playing in Pro League at the same time with a different lineup. How's that been heading into the RMR?
Like before EPL, I think it was like 2 weeks of practice with me, and when we went into EPL, they had 3 days of practice with Fousey. And I was there, of course, with them, just trying to watch as much as possible. But I think it's not like it's the same for me in practice, of course, because I knew everything. But I think like most of them, because of like Res, Plopsky, and Eastag, have switch roles like all the time. Meanwhile, when they're playing Pro League and stuff, so it was a hectic period, like in practice, because you know, like you need to rerun everything because. Yeah, it was so much switches between the EPL and the RMR.
Roland, it's not a secret that you said a couple of times that you're happy in NIP and you finally feel like you found your home. So I don't think we should talk too much about that. I'm more curious to hear, how do you feel some of the players in the home? A guy like Hampus, from the outside, we, at least on the desk, think very highly of him. He's a great in-game leader, a great player. How is it for you to play with a guy like Hampus?
It's really nice to play with him again. I think he's a very smart IGL. I mean, my old pass on A site, I like to run everywhere and just kill them all. Meanwhile, they maybe have eco. And Hampus say, no, don't do it. And yeah, I believe what he's doing. Yeah, I mean, I was like, I think it was the second last round. I want to push on the gun here on A site, on a pass, but he said, no, don't do it. So it was really fun. It's really fun to play with him because he is very smart. And I like, he's a very smart mid-run caller and can just do it instantly. Meanwhile, he's maybe dead or not. He's just a good leader in the team.
And I want to pick your brain a little bit about Res as well, because I kind of made the point that you and Res could be a very dangerous duo, right? You're 2 different players, I'd say, on the server, but both of you have a great skill. How is it to play with Res?
It's really nice. I mean, obviously it's really nice to play with all of these guys, but I think Res, I heard so much about him, our skills and everything since the past years, and it's really nice to actually play with him. I think he's doing a great job. I think he's a little bit more comfortable with me in the team, I would say. And that's, yeah, I mean, as I say, I think we can be like a star duo coming to the next events.
Cool.
And in terms of NIP right now, you obviously have not had too much practice with you in the roster, Brolam, but we're looking at this and we're finally getting excited about NIP again. How far away do you feel you guys are from being ready? How much more time until you maybe hit the stride you want to hit and be ready for this major?
I mean, I think we did it kind of okay in this event. I think we struggled a little bit as a team yesterday against Copenhagen Flames. I think we did not play good at all in some situations. Same in this matchup, like in the beginning of 4 pass, I think we were struggling a bit, like doing stupid mistakes. But I think we are absolutely like a little bit shaky. I haven't, like by myself, I haven't played officially like 2 months in Katowice, so it was a little bit shaky for me in the first match. But I think overall, I think if we have some practice time, like before this major, obviously we have Blast coming up, but I think after that we can actually prepare and coming more stronger to the major.
Well, we're certainly looking forward to seeing it. Brolan, thank you very much for your time. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you at the major.
Thanks, boys.
Very nice, and there we go. We see it, right? He's feeling comfortable. He's enjoying it.
Yeah.
I remember a time where we were talking so highly about this young man, you know, and he did hit some peaks, but obviously there's a lot of turmoil, a lot of change in the team. To give him something that could be where it's at least more consistent, you know, and something he's enjoying. Boy, wait until he really goes off.
Yeah, I mean, I remember him playing with the Orc in the Creek in particular, right? When
God,
that was
yes,
that whole era, he was just
right.
the guy picking it up and elevating himself to be a superstar. And afterwards, I thought to myself, how good is Brolan really, right? And I think we've been hiding him a little bit in the sense that he's been playing within Fnatic, and that's been a disaster for a very long time. Yeah. One of the, at least according to me,
let's not go to rant.
They're one of the most mismanaged team in a while, right? And when you are a young talent like him and you just want to play Counter-Strike, you just want to have fun, you can just sense it in the interviews he's coming out with right now, saying that he's finally found a home, he's happy playing Counter-Strike, he's motivated, he's finally freed from the elo hell, or whatever you want to call it, that was Fnatic, and doing a good job. So I'm excited to see how well Brolan is going to play, not only at this tournament, not only at the major, but half a year from now.
Absolutely, and he just had to touch upon an interview he gave HLTV as well, where it's like, you know, I saw no future with the Fnatic lineup, right? And the fact that we've seen this happen in the past. Up-and-coming young talent from the Nordic region just falling apart or just disappearing from the scene just because they couldn't find the right home. And I'm happy that it's found its home. Now, how far they're going to go, it's up to them to show us. But for the time being, things look pretty solid.
We are certainly getting excited about them. We're going to take a look at the schedule as well, because one more game to go throughout today. And it's a big one, Blair. It's one that we've been looking forward to. It's one we've been waiting for. It's Astralis taking on G2. Now, G2 had their struggles at the beginning of the tournament, right? Then they've bounced back. They've got some names that you might think of, you know, like a Maniko, a Monesi in there as well. And then you've got the Astralis side that obviously have rebuilt themselves in a way that even Pimp might be proud of them. And they've got a Blame F and a Config on the side of it. We ready for this one?
I am so ready for this one. It feels like almost everything in this Group B, right? Let's be real. It's been comparatively an easier group compared to Group A. And if you look at many of the matchups, some of them are a little bit of like, you know, lopsided. We saw a couple of small upsets at Copenhagen Flames coming in, but that's all an appetizer for what we have. This is a main course. This is a main course. One goes through, one still has a battle for survival.
We had 4 games today so far. They've all been 2-0s, and I have a bit of a hunch that the last 2 will also be 2-0s, and enough said about that.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see and pick your brains in just a few moments. But before that, we're heading to a break, and then we're coming back for G2 taking on Astralis.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Are you ready at home for G2 taking on Astralis? Because I don't think anyone is for what we're about to see. But Pimp, you ended that last segment saying you think this one's going to be a 2-0. Come on, start talking some sense to me, because I was expecting a 3-mapper banger between these two.
Could be 3 maps, you know. I could win the lottery. There's a lot
Could be 3, could be 2. All right, who's going to win, Pimp? Tell me.
Yeah, I think G2 is going to win the game, but let's not spoil it so far, right? I think the map Veto and the maps is going to be a problem for Astralis. I think the firepower on the server is going to be a problem for Astralis.
That word.
Had Config had a good, had Config had a good tournament so far, I would be slightly more positive on behalf of Astralis. But this specific matchup, you're going up against G2, who, as a team, don't look good, you know, synergy-wise, strategy-wise. They haven't really found the A+ level just yet. Maybe it's coming in this game, but firepower-wise, Nico is stepping up, Honda's playing well, Monesi, you know, still warming up. So I think Astralis is in for a bit of a trouble, especially considering the maps that I expect we're going to see. So it could be a rough one.
Well, if you think they're going to be in for trouble, let's take a look at Astralis. Well, it's not just firepower that Config and BlameF have. They've got some big muscles as well to rock and work with at the same time, which I know BlameF was just going to the gym between maps, you know, when they're playing the best of 1 days. But now he needs to be fully energy ready for this game here.
I'm glad you bring up BlameF, right? Because despite the trials and tribulations of Astralis thus far, at least in this event, BlameF has been the shining star for Astralis. And that is where the problem lies, because we always look at Config and BlameF as kind of like the 1-2 wombo combo, as you pointed out, Pim. Config right now, the lowest rated player, even below Zepex and Farlig, which is not a pretty picture. However, that being said, if you look at the games they've beaten, first they beat ASG and Ancient, their favorite map, ASG allowing it through. Big mistake right there. Convincing win. They play against ENCE, a convincing win and overpass against a team who's already made it to the major. So good stuff all around. Then to lose to players who have looked clinical thus far, in which they were able to take away Dust 2 from them. They were able to make things a little competitive. Apart from Inferno, let's not talk about that. But overall, if you look at it, as a team, the results are pretty decent here.
Don't get me wrong. I think Astralis have played a good tournament so far. I think the performance yesterday against players was admirable. Sorry, and it was a performance where they can hold their heads high after a rough game against one of the best teams in the world. I think Astralis is still getting better. I think the replacement of Farley, bringing him in instead of Lucky, has done them well, and the more time they've had to practice, it is Astralis looking like a team that I suspect qualifying for the major. As I said, though, you're going up against the G2 lineup. In this specific matchup, there's some different stuff that comes into play. We can talk about that later, but for Astralis to win this one, they have to play better than they've done so far, and I'm not sure I'm not sure they're ready for it, and I'm not sure I'm ready to see it.
Well, let's see if they can get there, but first they have to take on their opponents in G2. Oh, they look oh so ready for this one. Now, the first player I want to touch on when it comes to G2, though, is Monesi, because he's come in, still the young talent, right? He's hit this tier 1 level pretty well. You probably maybe say it's similar to what Bit did, you know, when he first came into Na'Vi. But right now, I would say he's miles above Farlig when it comes to this AWP battle.
Oh, absolutely. The only worry for... I think, look, listen, Monesi is a proven entity for me at the very least, right? You saw his debut in IM Katowice. When he's performing the way he was, reaching all the way to the finals, in front of that crowd, right there for me, he was a real deal. No arguments about that. That being said, thus far in this tournament, he had a very slow start. He'd been a little bit rusty, shaking off the rust perhaps. But this is a kid, I believe, the deeper they run into a tournament, the more deadly he gets. And I have to say, from what I've seen from him, and what I've seen from Farlig recently, he's absolutely the dominant AWPer in the server.
I'd agree. You know, skill-wise, mechanical-wise, there's no doubt that this young kid is just one of the best in the world. There's no doubt about it. Can you translate that into the server? Can you be effective round after round after round? Not necessarily yet, right? He's still very inexperienced. This is a major he's trying to qualify for as well. There's a lot of added pressure. He was expensive. He's getting paid a lot of money. Yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of different things you have to take into account. But there's no doubt that when Monesi is feeling confident, he is the best AWPer on the server. No doubt.
Well, what do we make of this, though, right? Because at least when we're going back a couple of months of this matchup, G2 getting the 2 maps over Astralis, only the Ancient win, and still, like, look at the scoreline compared to the other 2. I look at this, but this was a very different Astralis player.
Yeah, look, that's a problem, right? This is a G2 going on that incredible streak in Katowice, where they reach all the way to the finals, finally falling to face an incredible series. This is an Astralis trying to kind of find their feet, right?
Yeah.
And the problem with G2 is just the ups and downs of G2. It gives me whiplash, right? So which G2 are we going to be seeing here today? Because that G2 was incredible. The G2 we've seen thus far has been eh.
It's been but let me get into the specific, right? While we have the map video running out right here, we can take that first, I guess. The maps that G2 can play and the maps that Astralis can play, they're somewhat similar in a way. I expect Overpass to be out of here, no doubt. Yep. Dust 2, Mirage, you know, Inferno, we see them being played all the time. Inferno actually being removed right here from Astralis. That's interesting early on, which opens up, yes, for the Dust 2 pick coming in from G2. Astralis played Dust 2 yesterday against players, and highly surprising they were able to win it. Well done by them. Ancient coming out from Astralis. Well, you saw recent matchup. That's the one map they can play to a very, very high level. I would even go as far as saying they're world class on Ancient. As for the third map, it's going to be okay. That's interesting.
That is interesting. I kind of expected Nuke to go on through, instead going for Vertigo. Actually, you know what? I'll give this one to G2. I feel like Vertigo recently has been very good for them. Although this is a map neither of these two teams have played a lot, but if you look at recent results, it is a map that G2 kind of had the edge on. So yeah, fair enough on Vertigo. I like the ban from Astralis. So like you pointed out, they're pimping it. They could have gone for the Dust 2 ban. Right? We expected that. But like, no, we're gonna float it. Let's see. Like, they kind of, I wouldn't say bait, but they kind of expected G2 to pick that. And like you said, we saw them take on players on it. Players, one of the best teams on that map. This suddenly got very spicy for me.
Now the problem for me, and the reason why I say that Astralis, I think, are going to struggle here against G2. I was looking into the stats. So far in the tournament, G2's T side have been one of the best in the tournament. Their CT side is in the middle of the pack. They're struggling a little bit on the CT side, which is atypical for G2. Now you look towards Astralis. They are the worst team in the entire tournament to fight an opening kill on their T side, which means that it should be easier for G2 to get a good CT side going. And already, as we know, they're one of the best T sides in the entire tournament. So that weakness G2 have shown so far on their CT side, I think will be leveled out by the poor fact that Astralis are one of the worst T-sided teams in the tournament and struggling massively to find opening kills. And that's not going to be any easier against Nico or Manasi.
Oh, it definitely won't. And it's one we're looking forward to seeing. So let's get ourselves into the game and let's get back with Launders and Scrawny.
This is juicy. We got a spicy one, folks. G2 Astralis for a spot at the major? Ooh, yo, put the guns away.
Just thinking.
You almost tripped.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that was really cool until you almost tripped.
You know, us big guys can't balance that well.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And a loss here, it's going to hurt for one of these two teams because then no more chances.
Yeah, this is a great one. This is already high level, all right? We've already got a very interesting Veto to kick things off. The last time these guys played, it was with Lucky on Astralis. But in 3 maps, Astralis only got 18 rounds. They got stomped the last time, and this time they solved a lot of issues with the way that they pulled off this Veto. Ancient was the map they won, and as was brought up on the desk, they were able to take Dust 2 versus players at this very event. So there is a likelihood that Astralis could pull out both of the first 2, Dust 2 and Ancient, and actually win this series. And if it wasn't for a good Veto, you know, the odds would be very heavily in favor of G2. So that's already a good sign to make this interesting. It'll still be hard regardless.
We get a little posturing going down on long. Ooh, they're ready. A little smoke for the cross. Quick burst on the peak. Many bodies all around. Zipix smoked off. Flashbang's pretty persistent. Zipix throws himself through it. Won't bring anybody down. Oh, that could have been a little bit more.
Oh yeah, still 5 Ts coming.
Blame F,
like
shaving off some health. We've got a lot of damage versus G2, but dude, they are good. It is smooth. It is easy.
They just punctured through that A site like a balloon. They have lost not even that much health overall. And Glaive, I mean, he's going to show up to this site. See if he can find a kill or 2. 1v5 would be amazing. It would be incredible. But also not seeming likely. And Alexi from the jump up, actually.
Just a little jump up. I want you to say in one full, clear sentence that Astralis are going to win this 2-0. If you believe it, I want you to say it.
I don't believe that.
Okay. If you think there's a chance, I want you to say it right now.
I think there is a chance that Astralis can win this.
2-0.
2-0.
Well, it's not very convincing.
Yeah, I don't really think so.
Okay.
But they can. They set up a good Veto.
On the record.
Yeah, Dust 2 is a great place to start. That's just a very good sign. You know, that's a very good sign. And at the very minimum, we should get just a super entertaining best of 3 ahead of us.
Fingers crossed.
With qualification looming above these two teams. Which is just all around a really good time. We had a kind of a slow start for G2. And Astralis, for the most part, have played well at the RMR. We're a bit stronger in the best of ones. But, you know, again, with that at least 1 map result versus players, that was already impressive. And I think with both teams starting slow, they have also both just gotten better as the RMR has rolled along. So it looks like a cat take might be on the cards here for G2 as they set up to cross.
Farley in the sight. Deagle ready. Oh, Nico, quick headshot. Turns it towards the corner, and there comes Config. In with 2 Deags.
Are we going to get Berserk mode Config?
Still alive and kicking. Glaive's coming out with the scout. Here comes Hunter from CT Spawn, and Mac-10 for the double.
Well.
Alleviates a bit of pressure, gives G2 the second round, keeps 2 players alive there, so 1 AK and 1 Mac-10 move forward.
Yep.
But Config with a sign of things to come, and this is what we always say about Config. Strong starts, strong performances.
Yeah.
Slow starts,
Mentally.
inconsistent recoveries.
Yeah, recoveries are really slow sometimes, and yeah, a lot of that is mental, but I mean, a lot of CS is mental. A lot of anything performance-related is mental. It's understandable. Those 2-1 Deags could inspire hope in the most hopeless. Full-on long setup. I think we've seen some kind of weird, I guess, T-sides from G2, where I just kind of felt like they're not really moving with a lot of confidence. Not a lot of layers to their defaults. Right now they press up, make sure there is no mid-crunch, but all of the CTs have reorganized to slink down Cat. The flash will land right in their faces. No one playing anti.
Arms up, and 2 players down.
Oh.
The 1 flashbang that the CTs had was also just thrown forward. So Cat really meant to be the contact. Jax takes 1 to the head. Honestly, we're going to get that close one in, and that's taken down. Blame F's P250's got something to say about it. Glaive locked behind the mid doors.
Make that Muerto sing. Is that a Muerto? No, it's not, is it?
I don't know what that thing is, but a couple of half decent rounds out of Astralis. There's been kills versus G2. It's not all going swimmingly.
Yeah. So on the upside for Astralis, just quickly before you get into it, Blame F, the most consistent. Still not totally consistent even at the RMR. Again, a little bit better in the best of ones. Config, a little bit up and down, but not doing great right now. I think actually Blame F, Mini Blame, Sudan, Blah. It was Blah Blame, I think that's what it was. Said that Config was lower rated than Farley and Zippix, I think, at this event, which I just took a glance at that. I didn't realize it was that bad, but I don't know if
Damn.
I don't know if that is actually if the case or if it was just specific series, but that's a little bit worrying, of course. On the right side for G2, they've got kind of Blame F on one side. On G2, Hunter, Nico aren't doing great. Monacy's doing really good still, even though he's had a weird map here or there. So individually speaking, I think more reliable fraggers right now.
Yeah.
On the G2 side.
Undeniable. Farley can be an X factor in my opinion. We saw some good things from him on Overpass.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he matches the energy of Astralis quite well.
Yeah. They needed a plug-and-play op improvement. They think they've got one. Zippix inside of the pit. Farley going to try to set him up with the flash, but Zippix not too hyper-aggressive. Lets them come to him. And that is Jax taken out of round number 4. Astralis looking for their first round win. Farley, ooh, he gets Alexi B as 2 of the T's try to jump down into the pit.
That's pretty sweet cover, man. They keep it 4v3. I mean, they're boosting up the Cat. Oh, but Config still wins.
Yeah.
All right, that's that X Factor frag right there.
Hunter had just turned away from it.
Yeah. Now they know there is still 1 player, Carr, and Farley will take his peek. A great flash from Blame F to assist him.
Nico onto the op. Knows Farley's pinned in, so a little patience goes a long way for that one. Thinks maybe there's a flank, and we do have Glaive currently in the suicide halls.
Bomb still draw back. Time is getting past the point of Nico being able to recover this, so I'm not sure how far he can get away, but they might give him space and leave him to save in pit. Oh my, hold on a second. Bomb is still back in the pit, so obviously would have been insane if he could have grabbed it. They'll peek from CT. He's crossing without it.
And Glaive's going to end this.
Eventually they'll flank.
Up.
Did
yes,
he
grabbed.
It, yeah.
We teleported all of a sudden.
And they got 2 ops now on the CT side.
So a little bonus, little boon.
Astralis have been able to wield 2 ops really well. Config is not an opper, but he has hybrided many times in his career and done a fantastic job with it.
Config a good jack of all trades. attack pause from G2 immediately after the first round win here from the Danes.
And the money is not splendid. Monacy Hunter quite poor. So looks like they'll put up a minor investment. Actually, Hunter will buy, fully. So maybe they do just force this one up. I'm not sure if he dropped anything. Didn't seem to get much for 1,500 bucks. Nico will have an AK. Jax will too. Alexi joins the fray. And all things considered, they could keep the money low. Now, the two ops they're in a situation where a real explosive execute could actually be the perfect counter to Astralis picking up two ops. And it's possible that they read into that specific thing. Normally versus big explosive site hits, you don't want to have ops, because if you have to retake, ops are not extremely favorable. For the moment, they'll play it slow.
Oh, nice nade.
Wait, was that a T-side?
Came off of the catwalk, Blame F, I think, and then...
I just saw a yellow line with it. I didn't...
Well, actually, Blame still has his frag. He could have run back cat and grabbed another one, but...
Yeah, I don't know. I saw like a yellow line. We'll just check after, I suppose. I don't know if it missed by accident or what happens. Oh, Farley would go for the flick. No damage done there.
Nico gets outwards.
Wow, they immediately squeeze.
Challenging ahead of the hinge smoke.
Yeah.
Glaive could be called into the action. Nico's not watching this. This would have to be a flick reaction.
Oh, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. But I think that fast step was heard.
He falls back.
And they'll use this tiny little bit of leverage.
We talked about that burst, that quick explode. It could still come at this B site. Config gonna have to lock in middle. Jump around the corner, missed shot. Farley's gonna be trying to chance one through smoke. Blame F will kill Jax at least. Then the player who comes through door. Oh, but Glaive with the double. Drops the bomb into the windowsill. 2 versus 4 situation. Nico looking to come through. Hunter jumping up on top of those boxes.
Oh.
There's the trade from Nico, but as he looks back to spawn, it is Farley to drop him. Astralis, 2 rounds quick.
Hey, that's excellently done. That's excellently done. I mean, yeah, they had that two op setup, and Config misses his first shot. Could be the scariest point, but you have Glaive to fall back on with some very superb rifling. Didn't really miss a bullet here. Some instant headshots, and finally the trade comes through. But Astralis stand tall, and they actually only take 1 op forward into the next round. Not sure if they could get close enough to take it back, but they are also going up against a very clearly saving G2 after that investment. You can always come back to the ops later if you'd like.
Awkward for Nico, gonna commit to the fire.
Man, that composure. He
Yeah,
just
right.
acts like there is no molly right beneath him.
It's like the embodiment of the room on fire meme.
Yeah.
He's chilling.
This is fine.
Jax eats a little shrapnel. Blame F locking in long. He's got Farley still to work with him. Shadow jump up, gonna be Config's trigger. 1 kill, 2 kills. And we've got Jax with the deagle and the bomb. Minute on the clock. Not gonna happen. Blame
Yeah.
F ends it. Astralis 3-3. Easy does it.
Yeah, I gotta feel pretty good about that. Now, they did fully invest, and look, Monacy, I mean, he barely has enough money, so instead of going for any kind of rifle with nades, he's gonna grab a scout, and the rest of them can buy into AKs. To show you how deliberate that force-up was, they really did put some stock into their odds of winning. They could have saved a bit. Very standard default in this position. I think we're lining up hinge smoke from the back of spawn. And a lurk smoke out towards B. And this is just try to deplete the CT's utility as much as possible without any clear intentions for these first 40 or so seconds. But it doesn't look like there's an overreaction from the CT side. Feeling confident having Farley perched up here on bricks.
Flash gets him off the angle, and Nico falling one from that. Middle again, huh? That's the target.
Like Astralis have actually done a good job of holding grenades in this position. But the B split opportunity presents itself to G2. Close door cleaned up. Rifle and spawn.
Stockpile of grenades.
And the
picked up
hit's
by
coming.
BlameF.
It's actually going to go past the window.
Really fast. Nico wastes no time, but dies. Config with just the FOM, a single kill. It's Hunter instead to get that double kill inside B site.
Wow,
They had the grenades down, but I mean, G2 just didn't respect it.
Yeah, they didn't respect it. They moved so fast, actually, off of their mid-smokes. It was just totally unexpected timing. Astralis could not get ahead of that. They jumped into the window thinking, all right, they're probably going to lurk out mid, maybe 5 or so seconds before we see them. Meanwhile, they're already at the door, and Glaive is just trying to get into a position to get vision.
Not only Glaive getting into a position that kind of opens things up, but BlameF also indicative, goes for the, you know, the little pile of grenades in the corner instead of maybe trying to offer some shots through smoke or whatever, not applying pressure to the back end of that mid push from G2.
Yeah.
They get through with zero resistance, dude, cutting through butter.
Yeah, actually, you know, just pretty solid game plan so far from G2. Nothing too bad about the way that Astralis played it up until the point of just not expecting the speed at which G2 were going to come. And I'm sure that they'll make sure to be aware of that in the future. But for now, this is an edge for G2. 3 saved for Astralis.
An attack pause.
An attack pause to talk about things. And they have enough money to get what they need. I think this is just talking about how they maybe get that early 5v4.
Tight game so far.
Yeah, it is very tight.
It's one of those rounds you just kind of let slip, though, if you are the Danes. You know, you're not really too many steps behind on that mid play. Just like you said, a little minute matter of timing.
Just get ahead of this problem right now.
Yep. Adjust to the pacing, adjust to the speed. Slap yourself a little, wake up.
I like that G2 are starting out with some standard defaults as well, just so Astralis don't try like a double upper B push, which they'll throw in a few times a half. I think it's one of the best things that you can do on the CT side, especially with an op. It's just a little bit scary to get that wedge when the Ts are going to, you know, maybe full B exec on you. G2, a very powerful one, for example. And oh, there's a lot of presence on this side of the map.
Ooh, Glaive
is going to spot one crossing. He's locked in now. They can molly him, so he immediately throws that smoke down. And they actually don't even bother. Okay, now they'll throw one. They wait until that smoke is almost halfway gone before throwing the molly. But it looks like it's all a ruse just to try to get some CTs to cross back to the left side of mid. It'll work out. And interestingly from Astralis, they've maintained this heavy long presence with an AWP as well. I think blue bin is going to be the key position here for Xyp9x. Will be very hard to expect this spot after they've just shown so much presence on the opposite side of the map.
That nade just a couple seconds too soon. Could have done a good amount of damage.
Oh,
oh they hard clear.
That
Nico.
flash was perfect.
Heads up.
They get
Goes
the offer
right in.
back.
Hunter going to be cut off. We're going to get the boost up from Farley. If he can kill Hunter, then all the attention can turn towards CT instead. Hunter, ooh, he has multiple chances here. Will combine with Jax to end this. And, ooh, Glaive actually off of the catwalk. Still adding something into the mix. They're not already past ramp into sight. A fight for Monacy gives him the kill versus Config. 4 versus 2. Glaive decides to take a running risk, and Jax sends him back to Cat. BlameF 1v4. An op too valuable to let slide, but he doesn't realize Nico's got him locked in. G2 with a 5th.
That's solid. I mean, really great kills. That flash for long was beautiful. The awareness to clear the blue bin. They read into Xyp9x's position. I thought that if Farley, even though he was on the corner of the long smoke, if he took a shot, then he might be able to draw attention and Xyp9x would have a way in. But again, you know, full blind, he's useless. And then the retake attempt is a little bit messy. It's 3 players versus 4, and Glaive gets that first kill to make it a 3-on-4. But then they all start peeking individually, trying to pick off the G2 players in case they try to rush a plant. But they were kind of very smart about that every step of the way.
Pistols here. Nico making quick work of it. 3 down already. Xyp9x looks to leave on a 1/3 of his health, and they found Glaive pushing into the tunnels. It's easy here for G2. Round 9 wrapped up. 3-round lead. Comfortable T side thus far.
It's a very strong D2. Very, very strong D2 right now. I think we've seen some good ideas from Astralis. Individually, not exactly on the same level.
Astralis beating players on G2 kind of made me put more stock in this.
Yeah.
But obviously the last time these two teams met, Katowice, it was still with Lucky and not Farley. And I mean, G2 just destroyed them. So I feel like G2 maybe not too intimidated by the recent results.
Oh, they're going to
Peek around
reaggress,
the corner.
actually.
Nicely done. Again, that flash works out this time. BlameF has one locked behind blue. Jax looking to escape here, shrouded by all of the smoke.
Oh, that was nothing short of excellent.
Whew, gets away. And in the meantime, we've got Nico trying to jackknife a play through middle, hunting heads inside of CT spawn. Config gonna get his back, but Nico knows better. Look at these lines of sight, just fixated on what could be the Config peak. Smoking a Molotov to try and get him to commit to this. Waiting for a flashbang to maybe activate. Nico's hunting, good spam through the CT spawn. That sets up Config beautifully. 5 versus 2 off the back of that one, but a little life. Farley drops the first cap peak. We've got the op in Monacy for the 1v4. He knows Farley's back there. Oh, and Farley shooting hot.
Yes, he's doing well, for sure. That was so sick. I mean, the way that they retook long, they waited on the corner, so many flashes came over the wall, and lots of times in that spot as CT side, you don't bother trying to reaggress, but they had some great counter flashes that were incredibly effective. The mollies that came out, BlameF's opening kill, Zipix combined right after him, and there was just no chance for G2. And Nico, of course, takes the one piece of the map that's objectively open in a spot like that when there's heavy CT aggression in mid, but that's obviously very obvious to the CT side, and he doesn't go too far with it.
Nico looking to play this hand again. He won't get revenge versus Config because we've got Farley opping in it instead.
Yeah, I like them moving the op around. That can be a good idea, and it also opens up the ability to get deep into B tunnels if they want to. I think we're having a lurk smoke come out at the end of it, making this a consistent feature. Really important to disrespect this long smoke a little bit on CT side and just let the T's know you are keeping that info, so they always have to keep an eye on it. But they've got some time on it, and they've got Astralis in a 2-1-2. Cat is the right call.
Config versus Monacy here. Both players able to skate by one another. Hunter.
Now, typically you don't want to be in a 2-1-2 unless you have the op on the site. So there'll be some pressure on Blame to over-deliver with his AK. And this nade.
Oh, that could be thick.
That could be amazing, yeah.
Ooh.
That couldn't have landed in a better spot. Hunter, Monacy both at half HP off of that.
Plus now an incendiary rate. Oh,
Oh no, it misses.
Oh, that's going to make things a little awkward. Still recoverable. BlameF then misses the jump on top of that. Hunter and Nico in with a kill apiece. Nico's trying to fight down long. I mean,
yeah,
that was set up so well.
It did, I mean, he did such a good job with the HE timing right before they were about to exec. They had a 2-1-2, so they're more worried about A, and Blame recognized that he has to put up some kind of hold if they're going to stop that. Misses a little bit of his movement to jump up on the site, and he did have an opportunity that looked risky, but I mean, everyone was blind, I think, in front of him. But he drops off the box.
Oh, it feels like that could have been another one for the CT side. They would have had G2 running in wounded. Glaive looking to rack up costs on Catwalk, but this is going to be 4 alive at the end for G2.
These guys are moving as a real unit right now.
Yeah, nice pack mentality. A little ferociousness there for G2. They don't shy away after being hit by the frag. Obviously, I feel like BlameF going to beat himself up, not only not throwing that incendiary, but like you said, he jumped, you know, a little like weird missed movement, but he didn't get punished for it. I feel like if he did land that jump, if he did commit to the shots, could have taken 1, maybe 2 players with him. They were blind, but
yeah, maybe 1. But again, it's, you know, you're in a 2-1-2. They avoided the opper, and they had still 1 inside of CT spawn, so Cat was the right option for G2.
Well played. Farley flashed off the long clash. Series of utility thrown out from Astralis on those long doors. Incendiaries as well being used just in case blue is occupied. So just feigning that little bit of presence and almost picking up the cat kill. BlameF nearly loses his head to Monacy. Falls back off that shot. G2 looking to lean towards Cat again.
I'll make sure Farley can't post up here. Well, his default revolves around not getting opt and keep pushing the opper back into rotator spots. Just get him exhausted. And I love that every round they're maintaining some semblance of B pressure, just keeping the threat of a B hit alive. Blame has had some, I feel, a really good sense of timing when it comes to the cat takes. They're set up in Goose, so this round they're hoping it's A. And it looks like the call from Alexi is going to be the correct one once again. They've taken it out to mid. They've sectioned out the players inside the site. They spotted one by the door, so they know that one's surely going to be by car.
Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, it's coming fast.
4 tunnels players. Glaive gonna shave one off. Config also gets Alexi. This is solid. So far, so good as Config jumps over, swoops down on them. A triple kill with the FAMAS off the car move.
Man, 2v5 in the site.
Not bad
They stopped
at
an
all.
entire B split with 1 M4 and 1 FAMAS. That is unbelievable. So that is so much better than the previous situation where it was a fast B split and they lost both players, I think, without getting a kill. Day and night. Day and night. Really wonderful moves between the two of them. Excellent aim as well, as we saw from Glaive earlier this game.
Yeah. Config doing it with a FAMAS.
Wow. Actually, a really good grenade to kick off this round. As we near the end of the first half. Astralis fighting hard.
Trying to cut back this lead. Mid pressure yet again. Single flash in from Nico. BlameF going to answer with utility. And they pause.
They've got everyone on high alert. Defense has been hit from every angle, but there have been some answers back. And we've had cameos from different players on the A side almost every single time, and the utility usage from BlameF continues to be extraordinary, hitting 4 players with that 1 HE.
Yeah, racking up that grenade damage. Zipic's going to throw his frag outwards. That's
Oh
more
my
damage.
God.
All of this damage by way of frag grenades. That is solid work between BlameF and Zipix to try and set up their team. Farley locks in the door peek, and Blame continues to be this nuisance on ramp. So Alexi B with a quarter health to clutch. A bomb plant desperately attempted. That's going to be the activation from BlameF. This time, they lock it down.
That's great. That's great. I mean, Blame's incendiary timings, all his HEs, he's got such a great feel for each round right now. Nailing 2 to 3 players every time. And even though it's unconfirmed, they find out at the end of the round.
How easy
when
that
all
was.
the assists fill up his kill feed. How much work those nades did. The economy bottomed out. They'll be on pistols in the second to last round of the first half. And honestly, based on how well G2 look like they've been playing, this is very impressive from Astralis.
Alexi looking to just be thrown forward. We got Farley ready to welcome him with open arms. And if the op shot misses, Zipix still kind of occupying bottom tunnels. So, unfortunately for G2, this is the most stacked position. And they are the least equipped. There it goes. Jax gets hit. Alexi soaring forward. Config gonna recover the shots. Easy does it. Mid completely held here from Astralis. We're talking 7 rounds each, and a nice resurgence from this CT side. And I think what's nice too is we get these like marked improvements in what was previously 2 separate openings for G2. One, BlameF over on A ramp, kind of fumbling grenades, not being able to lock in a hold. And also the time that G2 successfully were able to wrap into the B site. Glaive dies with no kill, Config only gets 1 off car. We then get, just a few rounds later, a clear improvement in each of those situations. So, development within this half. Astralis looking for the lead to end the defense.
Yeah, I think you characterized it perfectly. And that explains a bounce back for them now in terms of their total round count. Have no idea how comfortable they feel. But this match is going to be so tight, I really don't feel like it's going to come down to T side or CT side specifically. I think, of course, Astralis have been a fair bit better on CT.
Round by round.
But yeah, when it's, I don't know, two teams at this level, I can't help but feel like it's just game plan, more than just their overall map stats that is going to have more of an impact on how the half goes. Oh, I think m0NESY literally saw 3 people inside of mid there. So looks like the T's are very clear that they should be watching lower just in case of this push. And the thing is, Config doesn't know it, but they are slowly hunting him down. So he'll smartly get out of there. But on the upside, they'll probably draw out a lot of resources and time from G2 just making sure that lower is clear safely now.
Something that at times has come for free. This would be a sick timing.
The one round of these last 15 that G2 have not done their lurk smoke into B tunnels. Oh, now they're throwing it.
Oh, and the
CTs are ahead of it a little bit. Hunter is watching, but the peek is absolutely perfect from Config.
Beautiful response there. They feigned the lower play into the upper push. Left fake, right hook. Config? Ooh, God.
We can just delete the VOD.
Yep, that happened. Now suddenly B site's in question. Oh, this is going to be a weakness. Alexi B just trying to jump spot Glaive back site. BlameF going to lock in Nico, so that's middle at least under wraps for Astralis. Glaive on the platform could just kill them all, but Alexi with a quick headshot entry. BlameF going to lose vision, could challenge the window. That's where m0NESY just looks to keep that scout. Remember, we've got limitations.
Oh, it's a game of who would you rather be. CTs have a lot of HP. m0NESY is only on a scout, but G2 have the sight, the bomb down.
Tunnels wrap could be valuable
Jack's
here.
sitting behind big box, so we should probably...
Alexi pushes forward. Farley. Oh, he's going to get that close range up shot. Jax turns his attention, loses his head, and it's on to the kid. The first headshot versus Zipic, second versus Blame. Knows that Farley's coming in from mid.
Oh.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, fuck. It's gotta be. It's every time. I don't know. It's every time. It's every time with this guy.
Well, m0NESY only has a scout here. And oh, man. The whippersnapper. 2 sick headshots. And at this point, you just know he's got it.
He's got it.
You can just feel it.
Yeah. He just doesn't miss those, does he?
No, sir.
That's a big play in a round where they didn't have much.
Yep. And so with that, we've got G2, that 1 round edge. 8-7. The end of the T side. Switching sides. G2 still the bookkeeper's favorites. Smoke 3 flashes, frag, and a kit.
Solid first by Nico. Almost 2 times the kills of any of his teammates.
We come to expect great things from him. m0NESY going to be pressed up close on Cat. Very much alone here with those smoke grenades on Xbox. The 2 mid players through the doors have nothing to offer us for G2. Nico now inside sight. Can't get those clean headshots, but maybe Hunter coming up from spawn sure can. Config answers, takes down Nico. Big scalp to drop. Jax with the team kill. The betrayal nade, bro.
Oh, how'd that happen? Ooh,
Looked like it bounced in CT spawn.
Yeah. Oh, yikes. That's unfortunate. But 4 alive for Astralis. They had that wrapped up. Opening duel 1 on Cat. Lots of players spotted, but they just continued going 80 miles per hour up and around the corner. Jack's laughing that one off. Maybe he needed CT. Alexi jumped into it. Unsure, but this is a tie game now.
3 MAC-10s on the plate. Astralis, quick attack into this B site. Config, oh, easy does it. 2 kills instantly. Nico, Deagle on the window, dies to the USP. And we just said, right, Nico leaps and bounds above his teammates. But
yes.
Config, from the very start of this game,
yes,
from the very start, kicked it off cleanly, convincingly, and now so consistently.
He's got 18 from 14 starting out the half.
Hold W, hold left click. That's all he's got to do. Now he's going to look to charge down Monacy.
Yeah. He's the kind of player right now, when he's playing like this, you just let him be free, honestly.
Yeah, look at him go, man. Look at him go. He's just chasing him. He sees bloodlust. Monacy going to take his head off. Good no-scope damage. Glaive's also going to die. So now costs being racked up.
Wait, what the hell?
3 kills for Monacy. He fights his way out from long doors, upgrades to the AK, and that is a genuine cost to Astralis.
Yeah, that was quite expensive. I mean, they weren't supposed to die there. They had 2 players covering each other outside long. One runs out of ammo. Monacy kills the other one. Then they're both dead.
Thinking that smoke was maybe a bit thicker.
Uh-oh.
5-7 sick.
It's great.
AK for Monacy, saved from the last round.
Imagine if this AK does something.
And even if it doesn't, you know, Astralis, they can't really afford these deaths in this one. This has got to be a nice, clean round from the T side. And luckily for them, they're already convincingly through long doors, but Monacy's also not far off.
Yeah, they did find the gap. He's got a fast flank now. It's almost always going to be watched. That is a rough spray. It is just a Mac 10, but they are deciding to duel into spawn this way. They've asked for this. Monacy goes down on Cat, and it looks like Config might get caught here on Cat. No, the AK. It becomes bait, and Config just keeps going, man. He's like a truck right now.
A truck with no brakes.
21 and 11. What the hell was that? That's not his fault. I don't know what the hell that was. What was that? I thought physics mattered.
Config full focus here. Happy about that one. Oh, Nico reaches for the AK.
Yeah. He waited a long time, too, for Config to pop up, and Config was playing so slow.
Brutal timing for Nico, but at least for G2, back in with the buys.
Yes.
CT side looks to start. Glaive posted immediately on the long corner. He's going to get...
This is brave, but...
2 players to peek.
Yeah, they didn't molly long, so he's probably a little bit worried about it. Wow. Okay.
Gets past them.
Wow, this is a huge move from Glaive.
They don't stick around at all.
Yeah, they can take the long control for sure. They'll start throwing grenades. They've also got tunnels and one back in spawn holding their flank.
Catwalk, the point of interest.
Yeah, it looks like Config might have been readying Xbox smoke, but sometimes you got to be careful. Sometimes the Xbox smoke, even just for fakes, because it can be used against you, and the CTs don't have to watch lower. They can just clear out top mid. It gives them less angles actually to worry about, and they've already taken a look here in mid despite this. And it looks like Blame is just going to come back late long, maybe supplant Glaive's position.
Just becomes a question of getting past the scope of Monacy.
Yeah.
And of course...
Oh, they'll leave one in pit, so they can reorganize. The only worry we've seen so far from the RMR, from Astralis, is when they run out of time on their T-sides.
Yes.
And they are taking quite a while to organize, considering where the bomb is headed. Just crossing 30 seconds. G2 have searched out mid and left it, but there are still some late grenades, so yeah, this is no longer, I think, viable for them.
That clock. You flagged
it.
it.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're going to go through the smoke, so I think they kind of want it, but actually Nico is really watching this.
15 seconds, man. Barely any time to spare. They're going to try to run through it. Like you said, Nico just locked in on this. 10 seconds. There's the kill from Farley at the very least from ramp. Alexi turns around, but Config hits his head, and the bomb can't be planted.
It's not even close, yeah.
The clock makes a world of difference, and that is a shortcoming that we red flagged on their overpass plays.
Yes.
And here, yet again.
Okay, that strat's classic, actually. That can work out really well. It looks like a 5-long tactic, but they've done a good job of making sure, or just listening and waiting to see if anyone's pushed to top mid. We don't have that info gained from G2. So there is a way that you can actually trade your way up cats, and where the CTs all think it's going to be 5-long, and everyone's starting to work on retakes, and that's where the idea for the strat comes. But in this position, Astralis took too long to organize it. Late smoke comes down on cat, which is very smart from G2 as well. And yeah, Nico's awareness was good enough, but it looked like we were getting to the point that even if there were no CTs left on A site, they almost would have still ran out of time to plant the bomb, and that's when you know it's taken too long. So that is not a good sign. And honestly, you know,
What causes that?
The other day, Blame talked about this. He said like Blame said that Glaive's calls are clear, but people just don't understand what they're supposed to do in some of these rounds. For whatever reason. That's one, small black mark, but it was a moment that it could have been 11-8.
Yep.
And versus a team like G2, unless they make similar mistakes, these are the ones that will change the course of the entire best of 3. So that is the main problem with Astralis right now. Sometimes the clock in their T sides.
Can't let it slip. Can't let that avalanche. Alexi, oh man. Farley gets Modesty just as the smoke fades. Looked like Alexi wanted to throw down an additional smoke, but now that's an open door for them to flood outwards. We've got Nico coming around closer to the corner. He'll be smoked off. Alexi's Falm is good for 1. Nico gets not just the kill, but Glaive's health down to 32. And then Blame F doubles back from Big Blue. Frag almost finishes Glaive. Very close. Blame will get the kill versus Alexi, but look at the health that's left for Astralis. 29 health between them.
Time's pretty good, but it's really hard to mid-round when you've just come back from long control and Glaive misses a shot. That was an opportunity. He kind of recognized the severity of that situation when they were both spotted long, because immediately the CTs take over tunnels. They might already be top mid, so he comes back for it and takes a risk. I want to point out how good Nico's rotations have been so far this game. He was the guy to smoke Cat in that last round, watch it, and make sure that his teammate doesn't get flanked. He's been really good about supporting everybody when he's come in. His timing's been actually exquisite so far, and kind of quietly doing so. He's never been in a flustered moment when he's found these frags.
Props to Hunter in that last round as well. Kicks it off with the risky mid-peek. He's playing behind Xbox. Gets the guy in the cutout top middle. No coverage. Oh, Zipix.
Zipix of all people. What the hell? Let's go.
7 kills in from him, and it's a bit of a beauty.
That's a big one.
Wallbang scout headshot.
And I wonder if the mental of Astralis has rocked a little bit. We don't have that much money left over.
From that clock round.
Could be. Could be. It's the thing that can tilt you. Someone misses a nade, that can tilt you. So you lose to the clock, that can tilt you. Because those are two things where you're beating yourself. It's not even your opponent anymore. So let's see if they can survive it. Still plenty of rounds left to go in this one half of this game. It's definitely still anyone's
Final
match.
10. Nades negligible. Farley still locked behind Xbox. Oh, nice play. Nico reads it like a book. Config not going to be able to get his name on this one whatsoever. Glaive going to draw the attention of Nico, and the third one gets away from him. The lower tunnel's Deagle kill. Nice tag there. Monacy's dropped to 12 HP from the scout.
Primary scouter.
Zipix is putting in some serious work here in round 21. And Blame F's long arms reach for the A1S. Alexi very alone on A.
Yes, and he is floating right now. Cat's not a bad spot to go to.
Oh, this is winnable. Just don't lose to the clock. 30 seconds.
And they're stuck worrying about this mid-B setup, but Alexi won't hear this run across, so I don't know.
He leaves it open.
Yeah, he could get caught on the fallback. He'll spot one now. Oh, lucky for him.
Oh, bad flash.
Yeah, he's not in a position to retake this. He'll have to let the bomb go down. Oh, Rotator gets caught. Blame didn't have armor.
Zipix still trying to put in more work on this scout. He has done a lot already. Farley drops to CT spawn. Bomb is planted for Cat, which will not be held onto. As long as Zipix doesn't get peeked from long, then he could technically cut off Cat himself. Farley's going to try to pressure Alexi. Then that run from Catwalk offers up 1 kill. Farley trying to keep Jax at bay here. Alexi eventually going to come back to the corner, but the time.
They just have to keep him in spawn.
Time is a genuine issue.
Oh, can they even get to it?
Farley is doing a good job of keeping Alexi off of this. A dink on top of it. The defuse being stuck. It comes dangerously close, but they've got it.
Okay, well, Monacy recognized the most important part of that was literally not dying, because if he's standing up above him on Cat, Farley cannot rotate out of spawn, and that's the only way he can stop the bomb getting defused. So Monacy dying means the round is actually over, and as much as he wanted to probably take that fight, he had Alexi on long corner to make sure that he could draw attention. So, yep, they did a good job managing their time. And even though it came down to the wire, they pretty much had him dead to rights. It was an interesting move for Farley to drop into spawn, but they probably felt like it wasn't over. They didn't have armor. They just picked up those M4s, and Zipix had a scout and they were low. So don't always want to be hypercritical when people feel like they just haven't won the round yet. But that's when it definitely fell apart. Alexi inside of the pit. Monacy covering. No flashes just yet. Alexi will see this. That nade's gonna have high impact.
Yeah, that's config down to 44. Of course, Alexi's position known, but it's more so about Monacy.
They're really timid about the way that they're approaching this
Tunnels push got
long
punished.
hit.
Jax just died trying to get through tunnels on his own. He had Hunter not too far behind him. And with that, quick transition from Astralis back into middle. They'll lose config, what was left of him, on the long doors. Lower tunnels into upper.
Interesting. They're still stuck. The CT's actually... Okay, they free up a rotation. Nico says, man, I don't think they're going to go cat. Walks up into mid B.
Dangerous jiggle, but...
Yeah, we've seen this jiggle be very dangerous. If he gets away with it, that smoke is going to be pretty damning. And oh, it's actually a molly from Hunter.
Throws it down, holds them off. 25 seconds to the clock.
Time's a problem. They're so close to the site, you think they're still going to try to get into this.
They will. They're going to try to just hammer their way through. Hunter and Nico.
Kovacs up to bat.
Keeping eyes on the cross. 14 seconds again. Astralis, don't be victims of the clock. They've got 5 to spare. Bomb thrown down to the dirt. Hunter locking in this round win. Astralis fumble it.
Yes.
As they tried to find their footing in this B site. That is 12 to the G2 CT side.
That was very nice from Hunter to allow Nico to take contact from the door before swinging himself. Plus, they had supporting flash to come in.
No smoke for it.
No smoke. And, it was a late round situation after they fell out of mid. I think Astralis, they wanted long, but they weren't willing to commit very hard to get pit control, and that allowed Alexi to be very comfortable. He ate one grenade, threw one back, jumped up, used the support smoke from Monacy, and then hunted down Config, who was crossing back from the blue bin. And that in itself was 40 or so seconds, so that was a huge win for the CT side. And Nico, once again, with a very smart and careful and calm-looking rotation. But genuinely, he's had a very, very good read for what Astralis want to do, whether he realizes it or not. And so, pretty much only positives when we talk about G2 so far. And Astralis are still somewhat close, but that lead could thicken with Astralis on a half-buy. Looking to Farlig to try to make something happen. Farley. Farlig. What'd I say? Dangerous? Good. Oh, that's definitely spotted.
Smoke in front of him. Alexi just going to sit in the pocket as the Deagle shots ring off, and then leaves on the reload. What are we talking? Blame F and Farley looking to be the jackknives.
It's been very hard to find gaps now, hasn't it?
Yeah, Nico, I mean, Nico's been pretty everywhere in the terms of like coming for cat peaks, falling back into CT, rotating to B properly, but never really putting himself like into a risky spot.
No, it never looks like he's always there well before.
Yeah.
Like right here, he's making another insanely smart rotation.
He's hard to find and yet always nearby.
They're basically just coming to him. He's not going to them.
We got 2 smokes for this one from Astralis. Going to try to get themselves up catwalk. Nico locking into the goose. Another round where we're playing with only 25 seconds. Still looking to get inwards. Config drops to the CT spawn. Nico flashing himself outwards. Gets 2 kills. And if I'm not mistaken, that's bomb still just stagnant on Cat. No entry, no momentum, no boulders rolling forward. No successful frags, no opening, and it just fizzles out again.
And that flash timing from Nico was so perfect.
Good.
He threw his palm tree flash. The one you throw from Goose that goes into the palm tree, you can't dodge it because it pops in the palm tree leaves, so you don't even see it. And then the second one goes off the wall. As soon as the guy turns the corner, he's dead. And that's once again Nico in the right spot. I mean, there's a plant if Nico doesn't exist here. And we saw him rotating up even before Astralis started jumping up on Xbox. So they're making it look easy.
Yeah, good reads, good rotations. And at this point, nothing from the T side since the first 3. Quick fight down to the tunnels. Hunter locks in 2. Glaive and Blame F On the receiving end of the tunnel's push, here comes Config with a bit of life. Fights out past blue box. They could just try and transition straight into the A play, but we already have G2 scrambling back over.
It's hard. They're still worried about this op. They don't know if Monacy's rotated out. They've got to either take a risk and not clear car, or...
Flash for long is superb. Wow. Jax sets up Hunter excellently. Yeah. And that is Hunter with 3 kills on the round. Monacy going to take up the helm, but they are pushed a little bit closer than he peaks. Frag comes over. Chip damage versus Farley. Config on a quarter. More damage done here by the utility, and Nico's going to just post himself on top of boxes to drop Farley out of this one. It is only Config left. He is flying as a bat and a dead man down.
Insane.
G2 CT side going swimmingly.
It's amazing. They're actually playing, insane CS right now. Every flash timing is solid. All these smokes are overwhelming. They're taking all the right space. They're not even taking any overt risks. They're in the mines right now of Astralis. The T side is starting to fall apart. Another rough buy as they defend against 15. They could have saved and played for OT, but they're gambling on this one.
Trying to break through. Civics to the pit. Dead.
Damn, Nico just taps.
26th kill for Nico here. He is way too much to handle. Sticks around. Gets a little stuck up on Alexi B, but they'll both survive. Nice nade damage. That's poor Farley dropped to half. And remember, he's just working with his scout, so it goes from bad to worse.
And look, they're already flanking long.
Yeah, dude. Yo, G2 has Astralis. It's as if somebody sent them the playbook.
Yeah.
Config trying to jump up. He's got the offer of Monacy standing in the open. Good smoke cover for Monacy. Config goes for the CT peek. That's one. He could be the heroics, but we do get this wrap around from long. And Alexi, in the meantime, offering up more impact. Jax catches Flame F, Glaive, all that's left. 1 versus 4, and it's shut down by Hunter as it is G2 to 15.
That's beast mode, man. That's beast mode. That's definitely the best CT side so far I've seen at the RMR. For Dust 2, really incredible stuff. They're just moving so fluidly. There's actually so many things that have just gone so well, and there's no money here for Astralis. They're getting Galil, Scouts, maybe an AK. But one thing's for sure is they're buying.
But they made this bed for themselves, buying in the last one. Trying to keep G2 off 15. CT side can do no wrong. Nico is everywhere, every step of the way. Currently holding 109 ADR, 26 and 16. Config not far off, but
and the main difference is Miko's made it so easy for himself by just being in his position 5 minutes early.
Yep.
Every time.
Steps ahead. He's got a really good read at the moment. He is in the flow state. The Astralis are in the danger zone. They're going to try to just pummel their way into this B site. Jax with one. Monacy blinded, finds Blame F on his cross. Jax right back at it. 4 down, 5 down, not 1 point of damage in that last round from Astralis. They had a decent showing in the first 15. They switch sides, win pistol, convert for 3, feel good, and then G2 just has their way.
They got decimated. That was unreal CS from G2. That was really, really good.
World class.
I've had some issues with them for sure earlier in this event. The G2, like beating themselves just like Astralis were, but now that wasn't the case. They were a two-way team, solid all the way through, beginning to end.
So G2, pick up that map pick. Dust 2 is theirs in their back pocket, but now we go to Ancient. And Ancient is obviously a place where Astralis have been able to carve out some success. Pimp going as far as to say that they could be the best in the world. World-class CS, no matter what, expected from Astralis on this next one. Will we get it? Will they continue to push this series, or is it G2 locking in a 2-0 for their spot in Antwerp? We'll find out. But first, the panel.
Well, it looked like Astralis was doing their best James Bond impression there. No time to die, no time to win out the rounds. You guys spoke about their T sides, and it got a little bit confusing. This isn't like, it's like they're losing track of their own rounds.
Yeah, look, the first half, decently competitive, right? The second half, you say James Bond impression, I'm just going to say they were doing a classic James time impression right there. Like, I mean, you said, like, to be more specific, the number of rounds, they just had no map control, running out of time, have no idea what to do. 30 seconds remaining, 22 seconds remaining, and they slowly creepy crawled their way into the site. And this is despite Config waking up. This is despite us seeing the Config we've been waiting thus far in this event. So G2, it's not like they had an insane CD side. I felt like they made a few mistakes here and there, but they were not tested one bit whatsoever in the second half.
I agree. First half was good, back and forth, competitive. G2 were struggling a little bit to the later stages of the first half, would make it even more competitive, I would say. As you said, Config playing a decent first half, PlayMF having some impact. I would even go as far as saying Farley played okay as well. There was some positives to drag out of the Astralis lineup, but second half, very lackluster T-side, to be completely honest. I get the idea about running the clock down, you know, and stress your opponents, but you gotta thrive in that chaos, then you gotta thrive when the clock is running against you, and it didn't look like Astralis had, you know, it didn't feel like when you saw them play and you saw the players, you know, they were uncomfortable playing that kind of scenario. So why do you do it?
Yeah, but exactly, why do you? Because you say, right, if you're going to do that, you want to thrive in those stressful situations. But that's never what the Astralis, that's not the Glaive way of leading's ever been.
They've done it before, but not to this degree, right? It's taking it to the extremes. And one thing is, you know, is this Astralis who are willing to wait until there's only 25 seconds left? Or do we have to give credit to G2? I remember the B round where the clock was running down. Hunter was standing ready with a Molotov, and he was burning so much time as he possibly could. So in that regard, right, Astralis have a game plan, but they're constantly being disrupted. And yeah, some of it are Astralis playing slow, and some of it are G2 aware of the fact that, okay, Astralis want to play slow. Well, I'm going to save my Molotov. I'm going to save my smoke, and then we're going to force them to run through the smoke. We're going to force them to run through the Molotov, and that's exactly what happened in a couple of those instances.
Well, let's talk about round 19 that you guys picked out, showcasing exactly this kind of play.
Yeah, round 19 would be where I felt like we saw the struggles of Astralis, right? They were leading, mind you, 10-8, and after that, they just couldn't win a single round after this. Now, if you look at the time, it's 25 seconds. They have no control towards mid, and now G2, they turtle up on that side and show them make their way through. Look, just keeping an eye on that clock, 20 seconds. Now they creep up towards short. They have to walk into the smoke because they haven't drawn out the utility and equalized, and when Shore is only able to find one kill. But now it's a battle not just against the defenders on that A bomb side, but also Father Time himself. And Shore, by that time, it's over. G2 don't even have to face. And this is what happened, even though it was a different side, round after round after round in the second half.
And that's the point I want to make, right? You can play slow Counter-Strike. You can do all your best impressions of game time if you want to, but you gotta constantly be threatening the opponents by saying, at any given moment, we can explode out to B. At any given moment, we're gonna do a fast A execute. So you force your opponents to use utility early on in the rounds. If you allow this to happen over and over again, there's no way you win a game of Counter-Strike. Sure, sometimes you'll be lucky and you'll maybe get the refrag through the smoke, or you'll run through the Molotov and you take a lot of damage, but you still win out the duels. But consistently over an entire map, if you're not posing a threat to the opponents and you're allowing them to keep a smoke, allowing them to keep a Molotov, allowing them to even keep a flash with only 20 seconds left, you're going to lose 9 out of 10 games.
Now the positives though for Astralis is Config was there, ready and waiting, right? He was on point, but he also has to go up against the Nico, who was equally hitting as hard.
Yeah, the bright side, like you said, Config really waking up, and Config really waking up heading into map number 2, which is going to be Ancient. The thing with Astralis is, right, this is a map they go as their pick almost every single time. That's why we just look at, if you look at the score lines they've had, even though they've won a lot, you look at the score lines, you're like 16-12, 16-13. That's because they always start on the T side, and look, T-side Ancient the hardest right now in Counter-Strike, right?
Yes.
But Config is a difference maker. He's the guy who's going to be opening up, just running to the red room and just brute forcing his way, the berserker. And if you can at least replicate this form on the T-side of Ancient here with Astralis, I'd have to agree with you. I think they're one of the best teams on this map. That is the shining light, so to speak, for the Danish side.
I agree. I think it's the one map where they play, you know, at least sometimes world-class Counter-Strike. You look at Dust 2, you look at Inferno, you look at all other maps basically for Astralis. They're still struggling a little bit. They're not a known quantity in the sense that we don't expect Astralis, or we don't rate Astralis to be a top 5 team as of right now. But on Ancient, I think there's a conversation to be had that they're one of the best 5 teams in the world on that map. So if you want to beat them, you got to be good. G2 got to step up, and G2 got to read on the lessons. I will say, though, that I've seen Astralis play a lot of Ancient lately, and some of the things that I notice is that it's the same patterns over and over again on the CT sides. PlayMF is playing the same precision 9 out of 10 rounds. Config is doing the same rotation patterns. I would say 9 out of 10 rounds. You know, it's put a little bit on top right here, but if you're G2 and if you've done your preparation, there's definitely space to go in and see if you can punish it.
And that's what they've got to be able to avoid on this. But also, right, okay, in Ancient, we see G2 do play it as well. Okay, not to the same level as what we're thinking the Astralis play it at, but this could be one where if it starts to slip away, if it starts to go a little bit wrong, some individuals come online, I can see this being a 2-0, and well, Pimp, that's what you alluded to.
Absolutely, right? Like, that's the thing with Ancient, and I think Astralis are the only team who have managed to kind of buck the trend where Ancient is a cruel mistress. You pick it, you start a T side, and suddenly you just get completely stomped. You have no entry into the bomb sites. You maybe get 2 or 3 rounds, and no matter how good you are on the CD side, 2 or 3 rounds is still a tiny margin, and that is a problem. If G2 wake up, if they start continuing that steamroll they had in the second half of Dust 2, you start to worry for Astralis.
I do. And then we have the AWP duel as well. We've seen it, especially on Ancient. The CT side, AWP gets a lot of freedom, gets a lot of opportunities to get kills. I remember watching Monacy play Ancient in Navi Junior, and I remember him destroying everyone. Obviously, playing against Astralis in a major qualifier, where if you win, you qualify for the major, and you still have a chance to become a legend. The pressure is on right here. The opponents are stronger for Monacy, but if there's one map that Monacy has individual confidence on, it would be Ancient, and it would be Vertigo if we were to go to a third map. So right now, I'm looking towards that Monacy-Farley duel, and I'm thinking, Farley, you gotta step up, buddy. You gotta match him. Maybe not be better, but just match him if you want to win this one.
And when it comes down to that, though, right, you're talking about just the AWP duel. Obviously, we know what we're looking at, say, Convict, what Nico can do, but we want to see a bit more of that Blame F power, the overtaking of the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, look, Blame F, this tournament thus far has been the pillar, right?
CT sides.
Yeah, CT sides are spectacular. But again, the CT side we know starts really strong, on the T side's the question marks. If they're not able to get off to a hot start, if the Blame F, Config, Wombo combo gets shut down by Nico and company, that's when the alarm bells start to ring for Astralis. Because again, you got to remember, you got to remind everyone, this is a 2-1 matchup. The loser plays to survive tomorrow. So a lot on the line here.
Yeah. There really is a lot on the line. So let's get ourselves closer to this matchup. Let's get to see how it's all going to go down. But before that, take a look at some behind-the-scenes shots here from the RMR.
What's up, guys? It's Maui Snake here at the PGL RMR event in Bucharest, Romania. At this 5-star hotel, 52 teams will be competing for 24 spots at the upcoming Antwerp Major. So let's see how it's going down behind the scenes. Now we're gonna see what the teams go through when they have their media day. This is the first room that they'll enter. All right, this is where the teams take their photos for those player intros. I am surrounded by practice rooms right now. These are some of the amenities that the teams get. You got your espresso machine, you got your hot water, Red Bull's on deck, and we're gonna check out one of the practice rooms so you guys can see what it's like for these players here at the PGL RMR. Now we are in the war room. This is where the players will be practicing when they have off time from the tournament events itself. Computers for everybody, 6 PC setups in total, 1 for the coach. All 5 players get to play. This is where the players would be competing. There are 8 of these stations. This is where the players get their grub on when they're in between matches. So we've got lunch, we've got catering here. The catering begins with a nice cheese spread here. We got a handful of different local cheeses. We got a charcuterie board over here. We got the whole salad bar so everyone can be eating healthy when they're on the go. Good variety. You're always gonna find something that you wanna eat here. And also, another great thing, the dessert spread is always fantastic. I'm gonna be showing you guys what it's like to be talent as we're gonna be heading into the green room. You got Davey and Jackie over there. That looks pretty. I wanna see more of that on the cast. And we got the rest of the crew. Everybody's looking really, really friendly. How's it feel to be in here, Hugo? How does it feel?
It's good, Mo. It's better that you're here now. Happy to have you. Thanks for leaning so close. You come down to my level for once. We're happy to have you.
Thanks. What's going on? We need a level head.
You know what? It's just madness in here. I have to like control the loony bin, you know how it is. It gets a bit wild every now and again. But I'm trying to focus and do my job unlike these unprofessionals.
Is this a stretch that you guys are doing?
It's just how we warm up for work, you know. Okay. You got to get limber.
Yeah, that's the green room here at the PGL RMR, guys. So we're gonna check out the makeup. Oh, wow. I could get used to this. Wow, thanks. Am I beautiful now? Let me see. I gotta check the mirror. All right. I look the same, but maybe a little better. We're here backstage at the PGL RMR. As you can see behind me, this is all of the production staff and how it looks. These are going to be the observers, some of the producers, directors, all of them working hard to put together a great broadcast. And we're going to come inside here. All right, we're here at the PGL RMR backstage. I'm on the desk with these lovely folks. We've got Pimp. How's it going, Pimp?
How you doing, buddy?
There we got Professor. How's it going?
How you doing, man?
Excellent, excellent. It's great that you guys are all on stilts. You guys are all standing on top of boxes, and I'm just here on the low level right here. Yeah. What's up, James?
Good, man. I'm good. Nice to see you with the mic in your hand. You seem to be enjoying it.
I am enjoying it. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Always go high. I'm enjoying it. Maybe I'm not.
Maybe I'm enjoying it a lot. That's been the backstage tour at the PGL RMR event. Hope to see you guys in Belgium.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
Better grab your backpacks, kids, because we are going to the luscious green jungles of Ancient. And this is where Astralis are supposed to separate themselves from what looks like a pretty heavy-hitting G2. All right, Nico can't be everywhere on Ancient, right?
Maybe he can. It might be a little harder, but maybe he can. It's actually
still
not
some
that hard
hope.
to be everywhere on Ancient, I feel
It's
like.
still some hope in the Astralis fans.
There is. Well, I can give you some hope.
Hit me.
Who is the best Ancient T-side player in the world?
Hampus.
Config.
It's Config?
It's Config.
You feel it?
Well, yeah, the stats say it. So he's the reason that Astralis are actually going to be able to win the map, because CD side, that's one thing. T side, that's a whole different beast. It's probably the hardest T side right now, and they have the best T side player. So that'll help out a lot. Of course, what we've seen is just some very difficult situations. There's still some map balancing stuff that needs to come in, especially considering the M4s are very strong. Nades dropped, helps out CT sides. There's been a couple of buffs. They tried to pull the spawns back a little bit on Ancient to equalize, so the CTs don't have a big advantage, but it's still there. And right now, good CT pressure is really hard to counter, on top of the fact that post plants are still CT favored, even on the retakes. The B site doesn't have a lot of great places to stand. The A site is hard to smoke off if you're a T entering. So lots and lots of troubles. But the player on your screen right now, Config, has found a way to stand above all of those tribulations and can win rounds, with his incredible entries.
And he did that on Dust 2. We got a good strong showing out of Config on Dust 2. For a question mark that, you know, is his consistency at times, it feels like a bit of a wasted chance that he had that good performance and we saw Astralis falter. So maybe Config is enough to make a difference. But we saw him play strong, we saw him hit hard, and we still saw G2 succeed. Time to find out if they can crack through what is the most daunting of T-sides. Astralis very quickly into this B bomb site. Nico gonna fade back from his initial post. And with that deep smoke, they got a bunch of players still cut off in the spawn. We got a boost over it for Nico.
Oh, I love this.
Hard to see much, but maybe if Config jumps into the crosshair, that'll help. Another smoke. Ooh, very tough retake now.
Wow, a second late smoke on a pistol round. That is
caves.
brutal.
3 caves, though. That is enough to still come out of here. Blame F gonna try to keep his head on a swivel. It's him and Glaive with a kill apiece. Xyp9x offers up 1 versus Hunter. 2 versus 1 now. Nico in with 3. Come on. He just needs the 3rd. Blame F playing ring around the rosy, runs for his life and will lock in the pistol. It's Astralis, the T-side win.
Goddamn, and that plant is perfect too. They take backlane's control. What a sick pistol round from Astralis overall. And that was with G2, like you said, in really good spots for that retake. I mean, that couldn't have been harder. And there was still a couple of moments where Nico could have found early kills as well. So overall, that's sweet. I actually wondered when would be the moment that T-side teams would smoke deep consistently to take the backlane's control, because that site itself is not enough. So Astralis found a way to do it right there. And maybe you risk it earlier on and don't even get a bomb plant because you don't smoke shallow.
Right.
But ultimately, you might still lose. So I think we saw the best case scenario for them there.
Ooh, that's pretty labored. Not only does Config die to the SMG fight, but Glaive's down to 20. Now, of course, A site clear for the taking. No problem for Blame F and Farley. But it is a pretty quick rotate. m0NESY just scoped in and sprinting forward. Look at that damage. Holy hell, Hunter comes out with the frag. They don't get the bomb plant despite being here for so long.
And look how useless this smoke is. Hunter's just looking over top of it.
They're trying to throw down another, but
he can still see.
Yeah, there's a smidgen of a gap. And only a smidgen of HP for Glaive and Xyp9x to win pistol on what is, as you said, a challenging T-side and not get that strong start. More spam damage through. Glaive turns it around with 3 health. That's what makes the difference. m0NESY drops bomb again. Alexi B's sidearm is good for the frag, but here comes Blame F. A 1v3 attempt. With a nearly empty MAC-10, m0NESY mashes his brains to the backside of the temple. G2 force buy win.
Damn, that scout shot was sick. The first one was also sick. 2 headshots for him. Oh, well, they steal it right back. Man, not even sure how that all went wrong. I guess it's the donut control. That was the big one.
Yeah.
And that's just shows you how hard it is sometimes, even with a rifle advantage. And you want to attack a site fast. And now they just have nothing. They're just instantly going to save. Sometimes you buy right back, but in this circumstance, all of the utility coming down for the CT side, just this kind of carpet of fire out in the back lanes of B, and just CT grenades piling on over and over again. And this is just kind of the best way to go about things on the CT side for the time being. Astralis will reorganize.
Easy does it. Hunter, gun goes dry for the 4th. 2 kills, in fact. But the MAC-10 peek from Nico, gonna make a world of difference. Without bomb, Blame F seems
it looks
useless.
It looks it's kind of depressing to see sometimes the rotations on the the bottom of the map when the T's just kind of have to rock back and forth through the water to figure out if they're going to go outside of B or take mid, depending on how aggressive the CTs want to be. And the CTs grow more aggressive every day. I think I'm not sure if we did, but I think we saw Boros interrupt a smoke for the deep control
on back
at the bottom of Banana, yeah. And I think if you if they maul it, they can leave a gap that can allow you to fight. Of course, it doesn't mean you'll win, But it gives you a little bit of vision and might win you a round or two. Just really depends on how the smoke bounces. But yeah, this is the smoke right now. It's just brutal.
Look at it go. On the money.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you missed the fire.
That'll slow you down.
Oh, and then it spreads, and half his health is gone. And he gives up his angle.
Dang. A little bit of that was riding on, taking out mid.
They
Blame
trudge
gets
through.
Blame gets a bit hurt. Config a bit hurt.
Definitely not the ideal start to the round. It's a buy-in from the Danes, looking to recover after losing that pistol force. Alexi locked into a 1 versus 1 here versus Blame F. Blame F has close support. We've got no real adventurousness from G2 inside of middle. Oh, timing there. Just missed it.
Modesty checking for lurkers. Hopping this kind of like Shiro would.
Glaive locked into the red room. That's something to work with. Odyssey call to action. Kills Config on the shelf. Glaive activates for 1, but Nico's so hot on the heels of his cousin.
Damn, the re-aggression into mid is really good. B-site hit comes in. Alexi doesn't shoot back. I think he's waiting for a flash there.
Oh, good dink.
Yeah, well, he'll get to the pocket now. If they're outside B, they can spam him down and finish him off. Yeah, they will.
Nicely done from Zippix. Farley wins the duel versus Nico, and that's really the big one, because Farley was hit by that Alexi play.
Oh, and Monacy goes down. Jax alone in the 1v3.
Kind of unraveling this one. Astralis just taking like this sequence of fights. Like it felt like the action there was like continued for 30 seconds. Different peaks, different positions, and ultimately it's the Danes who come out on top of that one. We're going to tie up it too early.
Sweet. They had to work pretty hard for that. They took so much early damage. Their original tactic to get out mid as soon as possible fell flat, and they still recovered. Not easy to do.
Cave control, super valuable in that one. The wallbang into the backside position.
And that was 3v5.
Farley beating Nico on the peak? Okay, you take those. G2 takes some duels and turns out to be unfavorable, leaves them on just pistols. That, my friends, is an open door. And an open invitation. MP9 from Hunter here could catch a CT with his head turned, but he doesn't go for the deeper peak. Falls back through middle. Ton of damage versus Config, but that's Blame F's call to action. And with it, a 5v4. Smoke fades inside of Cave. Alexi is right here. Oh, but the 5-7 succeeds?
Alexi in front of the Molly as well. He's not going to get tagged by this.
Zippix jumping around, gives up some HP here. Dink through the cover, so Alexi's still alive to fight. Could offer us a little more damage. Jax is going to finish off Config. That's from Hunter's earlier mid-fight. We get this red room push from Glaive yet again.
Yeah, this is the big one. And the CTs are... Oh my god, he's going to find the bomb? Wait, Monacy? Oh, does he see it?
Oh, dude.
Is it behind the wall?
With
They're coming
the
back
AK.
for it now. And Monacy dies. Okay, Zippix with the key one. Bomb was tucked a little bit. Not sure if it was spotted or not.
Look at the damage that's been done. I mean, this is still like one of those oddly winnable rounds for G2.
Oh, absolutely.
Shouldn't be, but is.
And the bomb's going back towards Nico.
And they're walking into one of the best players in the world. Oh, they throw the off. It's kind of weird. It gets a little wonky. Farley, good trade. Again, back-to-back rounds where he gets the better of Nico. And Jax will attack from the back as bomb is planted B. Timing could work out for him. And remember, Glaive's on 11 health. But that smoke, good call. Op instead is what's going to be kept. It's great damage for G2, but a round win for Astralis nonetheless.
And so much of that comes down to Monacy's frag on Zippix as he's waiting for him inside mid. So a really key duel one. Zippix didn't have a great dust too. And the map with 7 kills. Unfortunately, a little slow. But a kill like that could make a difference. Still always very threatening.
God, tight rounds, man.
Go against G2 with these pistols. Yeah.
Very tight start to this one.
Yeah, it's just that kind of that argument of players like this with pistols.
Yeah, any round.
It's tough.
Any round is winnable, but every winnable round you can grab on this T side, we now know, worth its weight in gold. Astralis definitely going to be coming out on top of this as they rack up rounds. 3 on the board already in the first 5. And still not a comfortable buy from G2. We'll see if that op is worth anything for Monacy. Where's he going to put it?
Yeah, all things considered, pretty big save.
Config nullified bottom mid.
Ah, they kind of make it feel like a buy here.
Yeah, with all these smokes.
Yeah, the amount of mid pressure. And Astralis still want to fight for it, clearly. I really like the way that Astralis are working on all parts of the map simultaneously, particularly mid and cave. And they know about the op.
Yeah, this is the right spot for it.
Yeah.
Maybe an unlikely spot. Dodges the flash, comes back, misses. Alexi in the corner. Oh, gonna get hard clear from Zipix. Good awareness. USP could have served up a great distraction for Monacy to re-peek into the caves. A consistency here in top mid play from the Danes. Usually Glaive, now Config.
Yeah, it's been great. It's weirdly fallen out of meta for a couple of teams for some reason, but it seems to still be a really, really smart place to go.
Just the USP.
Oh, he digs Glaive as well.
That is excellent
The
damage.
op is still alive, isn't it?
Trying to rotate over was Nico. Config gonna strike him down. Jax gonna feel the heat as he is getting surrounded inside this A site. Config's patience could pan out perfectly. Monacy right on the corner, but he doesn't come around. He holds off a second, and that actually opens a door for Jax to get into A main. 15 seconds. What if bomb gets dropped? What if it's not planted safely? What if Monacy gets away? Those are all questions we're left asking. Jax now telling them where he's at, and they're going to make sure that they lock him into this as the bomb safely is planted. Astralis, we've seen them play with that clock to their own failure. This time, it works out.
Yeah, they're doing good. Looking very comfortable. Yeah.
That's that. 4-2 on this T side.
They're smart to wait out the smokes for the A site. They know they have a numbers advantage. Don't want to get one weight again like they have in the past. And that might be the tricky part, but also the solution to Ancient is smoking a little bit deeper than normal, right? Expecting to take fights up into a farther point than people are used to now. Because CT is getting into the top of Donut, at the top of Temple, and, you know, around the inside of B. This is where a lot of rounds are lost in what feels like good positions. I think Astralis have done a very important thing by testing mid so many times.
Yeah, agreed.
They have the full attention of G2 now here, and they finally start to work towards the A site.
I think timing this really nicely as well, not waiting too long to try and get some info off A site, but honestly, A very passive. Jax all the way back in CT spawn. Monacy was here earlier, but his movement to middle opens a door. Jax almost counter-opped by Farley. Will dive back into the cover. That's okay for a second. I saw that kill feed light up, but instead it's Astralis taking players back.
Yeah, and the late, oh my god, Monacy is right beside Zipix inside of mid, or sorry, Alexi, and he has the bomb. It's coming up towards him. Monacy, or sorry, Alexi is about to clear this bomb, gets dropped. They're on the A site.
Why?
Because they have one inside of B right now. I'm not even exactly sure. Yeah, BlameF has been sitting in this corner, so he's about to join hands with Zipix.
Time to recover, but look at middle. Right now, Monacy trying to come down into the donut, hits another op shot. He's worried about the CT spawn flank because they must be well aware that B was open, hence why BlameF's on it, hence why Bomb was heading towards it. Farley, you get this kill versus Alexi, and there's still a chance to plant a 1v2, and Alexi's been spotted. He's going to have to charge him. There is still time.
Oh, yeah.
But not too much, so the commitment needs to be made. Monacy's going to move over, looking for his third kill in round 7. This would be a great chance for a 5th T round win, and Farley backs up. Monacy gives him just enough time, and a shot to the head of Monacy.
Oh, he doesn't even stop walking.
The fact that they recover that.
Yeah.
Because things were getting sketchy.
That was just so complicated. There were just so many lurks. It was, even if you were a genius in that moment, there were just too many things where players, you couldn't expect them to be where they were. Alexi was one of them. BlameF got into the site. You know, he could have said to Zipix there was a timing on cave potentially, but you can just see from that round that Astralis are trying to limit the amount of times they go A.
Sure.
They just don't want to. It's just scarier, even though they have the site right there.
Still, man, these weird mid-round moments, these are the kinds of ones that I think like on Dust 2 and on Overpass versus G2 in their previous game where like we had to kind of criticize Astralis, but now they're getting away with them. A distraction is served up by Alexi B. Hunter, close range CZ, that's an AK upgrade. Gets a second kill off of it. Nico with a deagle in A site, or B.
And they both get into cave, so the rotation's coming out now.
Look at it swing.
There's one more.
Farley takes the pressure off Monacy's USP, then the upgrade swings out. Zipix in the clutch. If he is worth anything, it's supposed to be the clutch rounds, but he has to double back for bomb.
Oh, he can get spotted. Exact
Zipix
same
versus
situation
Jax.
inside of mid. Jax, how aware is he going to be of this? And he grabs it. The clutch is in. 6 rounds, 5 in a row for Astralis, and they put it together.
But sketchy, bro. A little sketchy.
T rounds are not easy, bro. It's hard to. Honestly, the more complicated a position is, I would rather be the Ts. You know, they're the ones that get to lurk around.
Get
CTs are the
weird.
ones that get spread thin.
Get freaky. And keep this one rolling. Buy back in from G2. Farley, 2 important rounds back-to-back there. Peeled the players off of the B site. Ooh.
Oh,
Nico didn't
even
really
see him.
react. Farley residing in the fire. And Hunter's got nowhere to run. He's just going to have to fight. Blame F gets the headshot. Double man advantage. Alexi B quickly replacing his fallen comrade in Hunter. Nades exchanged. No damage done. Oh, but then through, that must have been through the wood. Quick little wallbang kill, looking for another maybe. Config lurking out onto the A site. Oh, but they catch one on the peel back, so that's going to be indicative of the rotation. Still, the CTs don't scramble, and Config is really deep.
Yeah, he can go quite far. And this might be the assistance they need now. Donut is still open, and the CTs walk back into mid. Config dies, but now Monacy can actually come in to spot the cross on the plant. They are smoking the cross safely. Bomb is actually checking out spawn, and Farley has the flank. And they are just everywhere. I mean, as much as G2 are doing a good job of like coming back and taking space, Astralis are doing an equally good job of making sure their flanks are covered.
Just leaking into all sorts of situations.
Yeah, I think right now the best philosophy for Ancient is very lurky. Like I think it is. I don't think it's execute based Ancient. I think it's a lot of mid control, a lot of lurking through mid, like it was at the start, and less about executes, trying to win in the 5v5, individual pickoffs. I think it's very smart from Astralis.
That's wild. Nico just standing right above it. Would have loved to see that from his perspective. Farley just doesn't move. Waits, strikes him down. For a map where T-side rounds have been far and few between for so many other teams, this is good. This is a recovery of the series.
Yeah, for whatever reason, this map is working well for him.
Okay. Take what you can. Economic difficulties for G2 across this entire CT side, it feels. Pistols after pistols. And yet some of these rounds are also just always made close. So, nothing is for certain. Good nade damage. Hunter thinking about this. Smoke fades, config. Gotta be careful. I don't know if he's gonna clear this close. Oh yeah, of course he does. Molly into the deep cubby. Slides by Hunter. 3-player B stack here from G2. And While Astralis are on fire, a lot of these rounds come down to some weird timings. Bomb is still just being thrown out outside of the B site. That'll need to be recovered, and Alexi is looking to make that problematic. Good dink from Monacy. Blame F to 39 HP, but...
They get the mid lurk off again.
Yeah, Config doing a very good job of getting behind enemy lines. Sometimes from A main, and twice now through middle. Poor Alexi B. It's never going to see it coming.
Just really dividing the defense here, and they can clear out all of these positions. And even though Alexi doesn't get cleared by him, they're running out of spots, so they'll probably be very aware of this corner.
Process of elimination.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, there it is.
Matter of timing, Config finds it. That's going to be an 8 for the T side. When's the last time you saw 8 T rounds on Ancient?
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while.
Ooh.
It feels like even in very dominant CT halves, there's lots of bomb plants, lots of very close situations. The CTs just slowly edge them out. Yeah, and I think that, you're just forced to play slow. I think that's your biggest advantage on T side, is actually just playing it slow. They haven't executed A once. They haven't executed B a single time. They've only walked out of different spots, and that just seems to be the best way to make the CTs uncomfortable.
Feels like that's generally a sketchy strategy.
Yeah, because
it's going to kind of keep you like...
The map.
So say it. Ancient blank? Ancient what, Launders?
It's...
Ancient what?
Nothing is perfect.
Stinks. Smells like brown water and foliage. Deep Incendiary's middle, down. Look at the map. Half the map's on fire.
Yeah.
So much utility usage out of the gate here. G2 just trying to get this CT machine rolling.
Yeah, well, pretty smart, right? When G2 get back on money, they just start taking it over towards A.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. A couple of times now. Honestly, looking to get activated. Middle just becomes deserted here in round 11. Hunter now going to get eyes on red, but they do have lane control and a deep grenade, well-timed to the entry from the T side. That's Glaive to 5 health before he even sees anyone. And with that deep ramp control on B site, I think that Alexi B is very comfortable and will tether nicely off Hunter. There's the nade to finish Glaive, not to mention Config heavily wounded. Alexi just misses that wallbang timing. Could have been a follow-up kill. And this time, looks like G2 doing all right, but Alexi's locked into this corner. Config comes in, looks the wrong way. 5v3. But we've already seen a 3v5 win from Astralis. Zipix comes wide, gets past that one with minimal damage back his way. 30 seconds. T-side, one smoke thrown onto short. That's going to mean Nico could go for some kind of a punishing peek. Spam finds nothing. And he can't extend, but the bomb needs to get planted. Zipic's going to jump over, blinds Nico, plants in the process. Farley scoped in, hits that shot, and from a 3v5 to a 3v3. We say the edge goes to the CTs for retakes. They've got one smoke, could completely counter Farley, but instead they throw that one towards ramp, and the Opper of Astralis locks in kill after kill. 3 frags for him, make it a 4th.
Okay. Man, they worked it. They worked it, man. They pushed it all the way, but they were 3v5. They got all the way up through cave. They refragged Alexi in cave. And they're very safe about everything.
Just like you're saying, though, these lurks, right? Just kind of walking into cave.
Yeah.
Sacrifice Config, Zipix gets the trade.
Yeah.
Farley goes big. Why? Kind of lurks a little peek down into long corner, finds Nico stuck behind it.
It's kind of like don't activate the trap wires. You know, as soon as they step on something, the CT nades are going to be so strong they can shove them out of all these different spots. But if you force someone to have to trade, then suddenly, if you keep trading down, you're actually in a pretty good spot on T side. And they don't have that advantage. And they've also specifically avoided all of the deep CT grenades. And look, we got G2 back on no money. So they can't even go for that strat.
See, if you've ever been to Denmark, then you know that Danes love juicing things, right? Elderflower, for example. And that's what they're doing in these rounds. They're just juicing openings out of them. Little squeeze here, little squeeze there. And they're seeping through the score. 9-2. Again, no money for G2. Leg shot versus Hunter. That's a little bit of a saving grace. Config, deep peek into red. Trades Nico, but that was a clean deeg to blame F, so a little spice, a little life. And yet Config wraps around into the A site. Jack's going to go down empty-handed. Monacy just locking into the corner. But Config's been very sharp this series. And he doesn't give Monacy the chance to get the better of him with this USP.
I think G2 know they want to end B almost every single time in these types of situations. But the rotation is what Config is trying to make very difficult. And punishing if possible. Even drops a smoke behind him. Alexi in this same spot. And you know he feels like his position is known.
Yep.
They're making it very hard for G2 to find something creative to do.
Ooh, I like that Config. Molly behind him and then works past it. So could definitely catch Monacy sleeping at the wheel. Hunter with a gun, though. That could be problematic. Sure enough. Config sets up the trap. Gets the better end of Monacy. Glaive. He knows. He knows Alexi.
From one IGL to another. Yeah. That's where he'd be.
How would I play this? But Alexi going to come swinging out. Hits a nice dink for 96 damage. Chases down Glaive. Xyp9x comes back up ramp. Alexi can't manage another kill, and that is 10 terrorist around wins for Astralis.
Yeah, that's well done, man. That's well done.
Ancient juice.
It was looking like there was some luck involved in the beginning, and now it's the same game plan, but just better. Oh, it just keeps getting better and stronger. And it becomes clear what their plans are, and their execution is kind of following closely behind. They're just working on mid and A when it's available, and they spend so much time in the early portions of the rounds doing that. And G2 have been forced to respect it, and they're being less active around retaking mid. And then all the while, they're just draining all these CT grenades over on B as well at the beginning of the round. And they're just pretty much pretending to take the A site. For the most part, they're ending B whenever they possibly can. We're seeing it to the point that on that round where Xyp9x lurked back and got caught by Alexi B, and then Farley got the 1v2 clutch, they're willing to go to that extent. Even when they have the A site, they don't really believe it.
This is like I appreciate this dynamic from Config's play.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen him play this slowly, so constantly walking around maps. But it looks good on him. He's obviously really impactful. Dies to Monacy here in this one as the fire burns behind him. But he was also sent out as the first feeler in this round.
Yeah, they also forced the op to show up here. Show themselves, I should say.
But like, there's so much walking going on.
Ooh, love this.
Every round being milked 20 seconds.
Oh, this is huge. That's
Look at the
actually
bomb.
so nice from G2. They just saw that Config. I mean, first of all, he's been lurking every round.
Yep.
So not only do they kill him, but now they take the space that he left, and they're about to find the bomb. It's left in an interesting spot where it might go unnoticed, but Jax is waiting for the fall back, and he'll catch it. And now he'll see it.
Well, well, well. Jax, like mother hen, just going to sit on top of it. Farley, oh man, able to peel him off. Nico wins the fight versus BlameF just outside of the B site. Now they know, of course, T's have bomb back, but the question's where do they go? They've got 15 seconds. They just need to run past Nico. He's going to call for Alexi to come back to the B site, stack it. And oh my, Xyp9x beats him in the gun duel. Alexi's just going to try to hide in the back corner. Xyp9x planting inside the smoke, gets killed by Hunter, and that is all she wrote for round 13.
Yeah, and Farley, I mean, honestly, don't even... Chasing Farley is totally meaningless. I mean, like, I think they have so much money right now. He could op again. They had to worry about their own money, and they just lost the third player. That was not actually smart to chase him down. They should have just let him save. And at the very end of this, you know, they're looking for 5 rounds tops. They got outplayed this half.
Big time, man.
They lost the close situations. Then they got dominated. They got to take what they can get.
Pimp was dead on, looking like one of the best ancient teams in the world, and doing it in a very unique way. Oh man, dude, Config, come on. Jumping Mac 10 kill, Xyp9x sprays smoke for 1 and an assist. BlameF ends this. World class.
That's wild.
World class.
Yeah, I think they're showing every single thing that you should do and how. In a world where it is hard to come by these rounds.
G2 just kind of getting lost in the Danish sauce. consistency of these lurks. What?
The Mayo?
Maya Nicey. Back and forth between bomb sites. And, dude, you know what's nice, too, is it's like sometimes these lurks are coming through red room top mid.
Yeah.
Sometimes config's just walking out A main. There's these, like, late A rotates to B rotates.
That's why I wonder why Nip stopped doing that so much.
fresh.
You know, Hampus just, he was doing it relentlessly. Him and Nafany were like the kings of it. And they kind of just dropped it out of the game plan. It's like they maybe got killed too many times in scrims after repeating it too often. But
lost their identity.
Clearly, it's just something that totally changes the makeup of Ancient when they get past a certain line.
It's just the way the map is meant to be played, I guess.
It was built to reward these lurks, I think, for sure. So rotations on CT side are not fun. Not fun at all. The one good thing G2 did was searching out that bomb back in spawn by pushing A.
CT's getting squeezed.
They get tweezed.
Yeah, plucked real quick off of this B push.
Wow,
Damn,
now they
man.
just turn up.
This is crazy.
Yeah, that's a nice cherry on top.
Great.
That's like the glaive. That's like the ultimate glaive call. Like conditioning, then just explosion after explosion. And they really did a good job of earning this. You know, they've shaken the CTs up into expecting very slow crawls, and now they're just running right through their utility, knowing they have so many advantages, and everyone's feeling very confident.
Masterclass of a T side right now. Hunter not going to escape with that one. Farley joins in mid, and this is this is why I would hate to be G2, because you just have no idea where things are going at any point.
Yeah.
And Astralis have been really good at fighting on all fronts, hitting multiple sides of the map at multiple times of the round.
I mean, if you're a G2 fan, you want to figure out why they were bad. I think I would only highlight how good Astralis were here.
Very fair.
Yeah, it could have been closer in some of those early rounds. Not even close in basically the last 10. Not even close.
Outclassed. Outdone. I've never seen Config play so slowly. And yet it looks good on him in this map. 14-9 at the end of the half. Farley 17-6. Even Zipix, massive turnaround.
Oh, man.
Guy had 7 kills on Dust 2.
Yes.
15-8 here. But I feel like this entire T side is like playing to Zipix's style.
Yes.
I bet you he loves Ancient.
He's probably calling. Okay, guys, lurk.
Okay, guys, clutch. Now we'll get to see what G2 have to offer. All right. You know how many times we've had to sit here and watch comebacks happen on Ancient, but it's always the CT side. So this is the literal opposite of what we've seen from almost every single Ancient game so far at all of the RMRs. Only Astralis were able to do something like this, and they did it versus G2, not a bunch of chumps. Jax looking to bring it back as A-Site's under attack. 2 kills with the Glock. Swaps to the USP, and the rotate comes over from Astralis. Flashbang already out from the CT spawn. Got to clear all these corners. Blame F, one and done. Jax just doing it all. Nico, he offers us 1 kill. And Zipix has been found out. Quick execution onto Jax. Ooh, okay. 17-8 now. Quick moves onto the top of this box. Tries to charge down into the temple. His back is exposed. Does a 180 and is ended by Nico in the end. It's a pistol round win at least for G2. But what more can this T side offer?
Yeah. Shout out to Jax. Nice round. 6 kills now. But that whole pistol, it's just his entries basically. And Zipix won back some dignity kills. Really beautiful stuff. Of course, a pure entry fragger for G2. Hired for this purpose. On top of the vibes, I think. The entries and the vibes.
Yeah, big vibes. You know, the worst thing about Astralis getting so many T-round wins is I kind of want to see more of their CT side.
Yeah, seriously.
And we may not get to. If there's anybody out there struggling on the offense, this is 100% the demo to learn from. Hunter kind of beckoning Config forward, sees his little knees. Down he goes.
That's why Config cleared it when Hunter did that to him.
Right? Yeah.
Because he would do the same.
Yeah. Trading blood at the bottom of middle. Quick jump back from Glaive. Xyp9x gets a 5-7 kill through the cave smoke, but Jax is already so far out on this A site. Far out. Fall back here from Xyp9x. You take that AK, you save it, you bring it into the next round. It's a little bonus. Add on top of that 2 sets of Kevlar pistol. Try what you can in round 18, but this is G2's T side at least starting well, converting the pistol win, closing that gap somewhat.
So it'll be a test, of course. You know, Astralis know they're looking forward to this. They did what they needed to do. They did such a good job in that first half. Pimp brought up that G2's T side is the best in the tournament right now. Of course, I'm sure they're not feeling great at the moment, but maybe they can make a case for themselves here if they can kind of stand up to this lead in any sense. They've already won a map, you know, so even if this goes to another, getting it to just a reasonable scoreline will probably feel pretty good. If they can win, of course, that'd be nothing short of extraordinary.
Some would say impossible.
Some would.
Probable. Of course, we've got to wait for the buys to start, so G2, rack up what you can.
Their T-side on Dust, too, was sick.
Nice nades. Alexi chunked down to 25. Xyp9x going to get smoked off, so they now know where that AK-47's at. And Glaive tries to cross and donut. That's going to be his end. Hunter trying to take the place of his dead teammate. Ooh, and he finds it. Hunter jumping with a grenade out. Not ideal. Config versus Jax. Easy headshot for Jax. And he's had decent entries out A main. Obviously, in the pistol round, that was even. Flexing the advantage in the follow-ups. G2 sit back here, thinking maybe Astralis are going to get rambunctious.
Tell me your 3 favorite things about Hunter.
One, he's Nico's cousin. Okay. 2, he came up independently from Nico. You know, it's not like he got a spot on Nico's team early on, dude. He did it all on his own, basically.
Yeah. What was that lineup? Valiance, Crazy, Esperanto, Nexa. Wait, who was the 3? Esperanto, Hunter, Nexa, Otto? Otto was on it?
Yeah, Otto.
Who else was on that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Big M's.
Wait.
Chev actually... Wait, no, Emmy?
No.
Did he ever play on the team? I think he did. I think he did.
Yeah.
I think
he was a co-coach at one point. Neil M was in there, too. Like,
I was just talking to Sheb, who's an observer. I think he's actually observing our game right now. And he used to play with Emmy and Nico and...
Shout out Chev.
Yeah, Nexa from a long time ago. I think he played with Nexa, or I think Nexa and him were on the same team at different times, something like that.
I'm sat next to a computer. I can check.
But pretty cool.
Yeah, Litany, Esperanto, Otto, Emmy, Neil M, Ships, Nexa, Hunter.
A lot of
Those guys all
names.
kind of interchanging.
Oh, yeah.
It was the big move from Nexa and Hunter, of course, to go straight to G2.
Well, Nexa went to America first.
Yeah, the Renegades. Yeah, I would say, my favorite thing, definitely my favorite thing about Hunter is the fact that he just came up on his own line.
Yeah,
You know?
it's insane.
Yeah.
Just to be in the same bloodline as like one of the best, if
Right.
not the best rifler
It's
in
like-
the world, and then just get to the same team as him. So nuts. I like.
You are Nico's cousin, and your career had no nepotism.
Yes.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
That's cool. That's well earned. You know,
Yeah,
nobody can
because
question him.
Nico would never join a team with someone just simply wasn't good enough, right? It wouldn't make sense. But
Exactly.
Hunter, literally.
He did his whole mouse sports thing. He wasn't going back.
Yeah.
Here we go. Gun rounds in from Astralis' CT side. It was a pistol and clean conversion from G2. They doubled that round count. Now the Danes just got to lock this in. Push the series to Vertigo. Try to get that spot in Antwerp. We're talking major lock-in. Only a couple map wins away. And nobody wants to play tomorrow because if you lose today, there are no more chances. Pressure mounting. bodies mid. That was a chance for
That was a
Modesty.
chance. That was a huge chance.
Legitimate 5v4 could have been made off of the back of that. Glaive immediately running away from Red Room.
Yeah, he got the hell out of there.
Nope.
And they have the donut cross. There's not even any real added value from him peeking in the middle, but he comes actually back. Just to, I guess, peek onto the right side of mid.
It's risky, dude.
It looks like it's just so that they can go and search mid out. So, yeah, now they start to move up.
Smokes come down on the B site, leaning into the B site retake.
Yeah.
We had that conversation about how
Just check that for config, and now config starts to walk over. So they get into position here.
Ancient kind of plays into the CT's favor, even when it comes to post plants. Tough spot, Nico. Oh, he sees a pixel. A little bit of movement back there. Glaive, dude, just runs right into the bullet. 3 immediate kills coming out of Astralis. Farley, good op trade. It falls to Jax in the 1v3. His position now known. He's looking for another duel before this happens. Blame F, 1 health. 1 health as he hides behind that box. His broad shoulders covered by this box. He swings for the kill, and the Danes will pick up a win off their first gun round.
Damn, that's oh, Jax, if only he knew. If only he knew what Blame F was doing. Thinking skinny behind that box.
Sucked it in.
But just like that, Astralis come back. Yeah, they set up in all those retake positions. And that's why I like so much the smoke they used on the pistol that Astralis used to attack B. But yeah, the set stuff, I mean, it guarantees you the bomb plant, or at least high odds of that. And they even get that opening kill with Nico. But it's still really, really difficult from there.
Nice one tap.
That was insane. I mean,
Oh, poor Glaive.
he looked like he didn't move, and he just only clicked. Didn't even move anything.
Hunter gonna waste no time. Challenges through the utility. He's down to 50. Glaive locked in back. Donut
flash
sees
works.
that beauty of a piece of utility. And suddenly man advantage. 2 AKs still within the mix here for G2. Blame F. Blame F in caves can be a real burden to a T side. Jump over from Alexi, enough to get the better of him. Config's going to activate to the bottom of middle. He finds Modesty, who had one of the lesser of weapons. Config being held here on both sides. Jax, clean headshot with that AK, trying to draw them into this top mid peak. But G2, good way of taking back man advantage, keeping things even 3v3, even if, of course, it costs Alexi so much health. This is still winnable. Zipix, 20-10. Farley, 20-8. And both of them still alive and kicking. Glaive confirms, bomb crosses up ramp. Ooh, shaves Nico off of the play.
No support for the plant now.
And Alexi, oh, just tries to fall away from that. Like you said, no support, so easy pickup does it. Jax catching Zipix in the caves, but Zipix is on a tear right now.
Yeah, he's owning.
Most amount of frags in the server, from bottom to top. Dust 2 to Ancient.
Yeah. Power play for Zipix in map number 2. Everyone on the team looks a hell of a lot more comfortable, too. They just managed this situation so well. This will be a reference map for me for sure.
And especially
coming off of Dust 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say, especially going into the major, where I highly doubt there are any changes to the map before the event.
That little bait.
Little jump peek. Config gonna swing. And an easy 3K. It's gonna chase down Hunter. Hunter's gonna go ahead and leave. Where's his teammate at? Outside of B site. They don't even have the bomb, bro. This one is over. Config, if he doesn't reload, could get an ace with 1 magazine. Racking up those anti-eco kills. Nico, this is sweaty, brother. This is really sweaty, man.
This is where you start the round.
His teammates have to watch this.
Yeah. No. 11 and 17. That would suck. I mean, it kind of exemplifies how scared they are now.
Bro, you never
They're
know.
Astralis Overlord, Ancient Overlord.
No, the jungle is a horrifying place.
That's true. It's because of the insects.
I mean, that's one thing.
Okay.
Okay.
And all the utility?
Yeah, and all the Danes hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, Danes with mollies.
You ever heard,
and insects.
You know, Danish is a very weird language.
Yeah.
Sounds even weirder when you hear it in the jungle.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you hear some rustling in the bushes.
Because you're like, how the hell did these Vikings get into a jungle?
Yeah. Next thing you know, someone's screaming, Spambabab Fierkats. And, excuse me?
Yeah. And then Roy comes out like a caveman.
Beats his chest.
Flamas, good. Maybe we good major.
Yeah. Yabi swinging from the trees. There it is, folks. 9 map points for Astralis. After that first half, y'all saw it coming. No doubt in my mind. G2 just trying to hang on for dear life. This one going to Vertigo.
Yeah.
Y'all don't need to imagine it. It's going to happen pretty quick, but Hunter's still got a little life in him. He's going to fight every step of the way.
Yeah, it's actually not bad.
That's the G2 mentality. Fight to the end.
Here's the lurk.
Glaive presses up closely to Jax, who's been very good at getting these kills towards A, and does it once more here with the AK-47. Nobody here to stop this A play, so G2's T side got a little life left in it.
Imagine if Zipix just won this round.
Well, he won't. Okay. He's going to save, or at least he's going to try to. But Hunter, locking it in. If anybody belongs in the jungle, it could be Hunter.
True.
Doesn't expect that Farley is
He kind of had like the
with the other.
DD-Pat set going on. Green Forest.
Yeah, once upon a time.
DD-Pat stuff.
He was rocking the Forest DD-Pat specialist gloves.
What does DD-Pat mean? DD pattern? What's DD?
I don't know, man.
Oh.
I don't know. It's a good question. The Milsim kids will let us know. The Airsoft players will tell us.
All right. Sit up in the chairs.
Try to keep it going.
See if we can make a meal of it.
Get the reps in. Listen, there's a high likelihood both these teams still end up going to Antwerp. They could meet again.
It's
I
true.
think Ancient will be in the series there as well. So get in your reps, bro. Get in your reps.
That's a good point.
Test it while you can. Don't let him beat you without at least double digits. Monacy dropped to a third of his health. He has not had the most amount of fun here on Ancient.
Yeah, he's getting owned.
I think
this is one where the kills don't really stand out to me though, right? It's like a game plan is just it's levels.
But there have been times where like he's trying to take contact in middle. He was trying to come in on shelf, wasn't able to snipe people.
Oh, you missed that one opening in Donut, yeah.
Yeah, Astralis have been really good at just kind of turtle shelling, minimizing themselves. And Blame F versus Nico here on the cave entrance. This one could have been the start of the end, but it's a little more continuation from G2. 43 health for Nico and Monacy combined. Config going to get burned out of his position. Puts out the threat. Zipix finishes Nico. Hunter still fighting in from mid, and now they'll transition very nicely into a straight-up A play at the 50-second mark. You can see Astralis coming back through their spawn. We've got a 3v3 fight. A little fisticuffs to end it. Maybe. Glaive into the temple. Monacy looking for his contact. But he loses the op duel to Farley. Bomb plant gets rushed down. Jack's gonna need to clutch. And he kicks it off with a frag versus Zipix. Still very much within the realm of possibility. An incendiary on Farley. Shouldn't spread to the bomb plant, but Jax, where are you going, buddy?
Oh man, I don't know if he can do that.
He has no time to go to the other site. It's got to be an A plant and a round win. 10 seconds left over. Glaive's not going to give him the peek. Farley's going to end this 16-7. Astralis here on Ancient. No more doubts, no questions. Pimp dead on. World-class Ancient gameplay from Astralis.
Yes, off the back of Dust 2, it even validates this further, that it's about the map. And even though this wasn't a 16-1, it was a masterclass. It was a reference map, a really good one on Len, and something that could change the fate of the series. So really well done from Astralis. They'll be feeling good going into map 3 because they just owned.
Yeah, they owned, and a huge individual return as well from the likes of guys like Zipix. You know, that's got to be a real confidence booster after getting bullied around on Dust 2. So anything kind of feels possible as we go to Vertigo. I would call it the nice middle ground between these two teams. Only one spot for the major in terms of this series. Only one map to separate G2 and Astralis. Decent turnaround. Let's see what the experts think of this.
That was a more than decent turnaround from Astralis. The best T-side we've seen when it comes to Ancient. You guys led into this, oh, it's hard for them. They start on the T side, it's going to be difficult. Well, they made G2 look foolish throughout that one.
Yeah, they were foolish, to be completely honest. To take nothing away from the Astralis performance, we'll talk about that later. But focusing on G2 right here, that was an abysmal performance from them. On the CT side, nothing worked out for them. Everything from rotations, from understanding of where to be in the right moments, and also aim duels not going their way. I think we saw Nico fail more deagle shots and fail more rifle kills, than I've ever seen him done in a year, just in this one map. LXCB as well felt uncomfortable, and overall, something is to be said about Astralis making G2 feel uncomfortable, but to me it looks like a very clear signal right here. Ancient is not a map G2 is ready to play at a level where it's anywhere respectable, especially not when you're going up against Astralis, who right now, as I said, a top 5 Ancient team in the world, maybe even a top 3, maybe even the best. What you saw right here was world-class Counter-Strike.
Looking at that T side though, and I agree with you, heading into this, we definitely pinned them as a top 3, top 5 Asian team. Yeah. Looking at the T side, that was world class. That was incredible Counter-Strike coming out from not just the team as a whole, but the individuals. And I know we've been, we've been pretty harsh on the likes of a Zipex, for example. He's been struggling throughout, but for him to kind of see glimmers of old, that's a great sign, right? But as you said, Pimp, like it was a perfect storm for Astralis. You had an incredible team. Listen, 12-3 T-side in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, you don't see that often. Most teams, even if they're not super great on this map against Astralis, they at least put up a fight, put up a defense, right? This time, it was a great T-side, which kind of merged perfectly with a non-existent CD side from the side of G2. You
said it was the perfect storm, right? And you remember, James, I said calling out the map Farley versus Monisi, that's going to be an interesting duel. The best AWP player on the server was without a doubt Farley in this one, stable from start to finish, finished with a plus 100 ADR. Monisi, on the other hand, the lowest rated player on the entire server, only silly 32 ADR per round. Usually Monisi runs around and does a good job, but it was clear to me, and I guess to the rest of the world as well, that he was not feeling comfortable either. This was just world class from Astralis and very, very poor from G2.
Yeah, and just look at this, right? You mentioned Farley, and he put up some good numbers. He looked comfortable. This was certainly working out for him, but and I'll give him huge amounts of credit here. I underestimated him massively coming into this against Monesi.
Listen, when Farley and Subnix are your two highest fracking players on the server and you're winning, you're happy. You're very happy for your sides, right? That is a dream scenario, and especially for a guy like this, Farley. He doesn't have a lot of experience. He's coming into a roster where the AWP players, as of recently, ever since Device, haven't had an easy time. Yuki didn't work out, Lucky didn't work out, and now Farley has to try to pick it up. And yeah, this is not, every day for Farley, but this performance could prone confidence and could be a step in the right direction for him as well as an individual.
And when you talk about this, right, we've got to look at these other situations that the Sharks are able to do so well. You guys are talking about these rotations being exploited over and over again. You've got round 9 for us in this one because, once again, Astralis, they kind of just made G2 look confused.
Like, this is a 5v5, and Astralis are all over. They had all the control on the map. You can have a lot of pressure here, and Farley, on T side, especially with the AWP being so impactful, right? There were a little bit of back and forths taking place. I like how G2 were trying to take the fight towards the lane, but great replies coming in from the side of Astralis. But now the player, you can't see him right now, but it's Config. He's lurking all the way towards A halt, and because of all the fights taking place over here, Monesi's left the site, right? So Config walks away all through A, comes into Temple, gets the kill. It's a 3v3. Farley's waiting for the rotation to come in from LXCB. They knew where Monesi was, and Monesi was hitting a couple of clean shots early in that half, but because they knew where he was, they made enough pressure towards mid, towards Red Room, towards the B bomb site that he had to evacuate the A bomb site. Config finds a perfect timing, and that's the beauty of Config. He will run into, he'll know that 2 people are waiting for him. He'll run to death and he'll still get a kill, but there are times when he plays a perfectly played passive lurk role as well. Perfection from Astralis, and G2, they were not hitting anything.
No, and that's got to turn around going into Vertigo, though, which is at least a more positive sign in here.
Sure.
And okay, you touched on it, Pim, right? Monesi not looking so good this time around on Ancient, but one thing we can remember is Vertigo is where he's one of these few AWPers that shine in such a spectacular way.
If he gets the freedom and if he has the confidence to do so, I just want to bring on one final point when we talk about Ancient that may or may not be a case on Vertigo as well. We saw Astralis absolutely dominate right here in G2. You had a great round here, Blur, explaining how they constantly maneuvered around the map and were one step ahead. If you look at the scoreline and you look at the game, how it planned out, what if I told you that G2 won more first duels than Astralis in that game? What if I told you that G2 were up 13 rounds, 5 against 4, and they still ended up losing 16-7?
I think you were lying.
Yeah, you'd think I were lying, and and a lot of people think, I do lie every single day. But in this case, it's actually facts that you can check up yourself. That cannot happen on Vertigo. That can simply not happen on Vertigo. If m0NESY has the confidence to go out, find the first kill, you cannot afford to give up 5v4s every second round like G2 did right here. You cannot afford to be maneuvered around and played around in your rotations. I don't think it's going to happen either. I think G2 is much, much better prepared for a map like Vertigo, but we have to keep an eye on it because G2 actually on Ancient had plenty of rounds where they were 5v4, where they could have converted, could have, I guess, gotten into the game, but they were simply just so far behind.
I'm going to just try and at least throw them a bone here and say that I just felt like they were just uncomfortable on that map, right? We talk about comfort factors, and you can see even in 5v3 situations, Alexi B towards Jaguar getting caught off guard, Nico in a position where he should be getting 2 kills, finding nothing. They just weren't finding that positions, those areas where they had that comfort where they can get multi-kills. Vertigo, I have to agree with you. I think it's a map that at least G2 should be very comfortable on. They have some really convincing wins in the past. That being said, it's a map they really haven't played too much.
I also want to touch on, though, this Vertigo for Astralis, right? Because that win percentage you saw on the graphics before, it looks a bit scary. But, okay, they lost one game, right? Like, very convincingly. It was like 19-15, Untropic. That you maybe think Astralis should win that. Then we come on to the heroic one, though. 22-19, it's an overtime game, close to see there. And then a win over EG 16-9. The EG one, you should be beating EG, but the other game's very close, so it's kind of deceiving.
I agree. I think both teams coming into Vertigo are equally confident in their own abilities, right? Both teams think that this is a map where we are the favorites, we are the better team, and let's go out and show it. And usually that's what creates good Counter-Strike games. One little fun fact is the G2 actually haven't played a lot of Vertigo with Alexi B. They played it 3 times and they've won all 3, right? So he's unbeaten right now with this G2 roster, but it's not a map you ever see them pick into a best of 3. It's not a map where they feel like that's our map pick, right? That could be our home ground, that could be our home turf. Sure, they win it when they play it, but they don't play that much. So despite having a 100% win rate, I wouldn't be so sure in G2 right now.
That's my biggest problem with G2 right now, because if you look at Astralis, you can be like, okay, at least in Ancient, you're almost unbeatable. You look at G2, you look at Mirage, you look at Anonymo, they lost that game in OT. You lost Dust 2, okay, Dust 2 reasonably much better. Inferno shaky against Sangal with the coach standing in. If you're going to be playing, look, I know they have the permaban, but if you're going to be floating a map as a tier 1 team, as a top 3 team in the world, if you're going to be floating a map, you need to be competitive on it. And Ancient, if I expected a fight, I expected Astralis to win, but I expected a fight. That was a capitulation from G2. And now, like you said, heading to Vertigo.
I'll put it like this. If there ever is a time for Astralis to beat G2, it's now, right? They're bleeding. They're not looking good. I think G2 is coming into this qualifier playing some poor Counter-Strike. I'm thinking to myself, did this G2 iteration with m0NESY and Alexi B even better than the one with Amanek and ENCE?
Ooh,
like the way we're looking at the server right now, no, I wouldn't say so. They don't play up to that level. Maybe in the future if they figure it out, but right now Astralis have a great opportunity of taking down a wounded animal, to be honest.
Wow. Tough words.
Wounded animal.
Pimp. Wounded animal. Now, you thought G2 2-0 was going to get this.
Well, that's
clearly
before
not
someone
at that
played.
point. So, what are you thinking now? Who's going to take this series?
I think it's a 50-50 for my money. I still believe, in the supremacy of Nico. I still think he's the best player on the server. And again, as much as I want to get excited about Sipnix and Farley and Config for that matter playing well, those 3 have been the poorest performers, for Astralis for a long time.
And with just one map.
And it's just one map, right? So consistency-wise, I'm not really ready to bank on Astralis, but it's a 50-50 for me now. It wasn't when I went into today. I think G2 has disappointed me, not only today, but in this tournament overall.
I'm still going to stick with G2. I think 2-1 for G2. I think they're going to be feeling much more comfortable. I still feel they have the firepower, and I still am not convinced that Zipex and Frolic. I'm trying to pull off a pin impression here, but I still believe that Frolic and Zipex, just to one map, I want to see more from them. They haven't shown it yet.
Well, we do love the word firepower, and m0NESY is one that has a lot of firepower. But can he build a team with $15?
We're here at the PGL EU RMR. I am Maui Snake, joined by m0NESY, and today m0NESY is going to build his team with $15.
Hello guys, I'll build my team, my favorite players.
All right. So who are you going to pick for your opera?
For my opera?
Yeah.
I'll pick Simple.
Okay, not going to pick yourself. You're going to go for Simple.
I can take Simple. I can swap with him.
Okay, all right. So that's $5 right there. All right, what next?
I'll pick Jax.
Oh,
aggressive rifle. Yeah.
Okay, $6 spent right there. You got your teammate Jax. You got Simple.
I got Simple. I got Jax. I'll pick me. $3, right? So 1, 3, 5.
Yeah.
It's 9.
Nine total. I like it. You pairing yourself up with Simple. Okay, cool.
Okay, I have 9. I can pick actually Nico for his position. Yeah, I'll pick Nico. And I have only 1.
Yeah, then $1 left.
And I'll pick Perfecto.
So who's gonna IGL?
Nico.
Okay. All right. We've seen what this looks like in the past with Nico IGLing. I mean, do you think you're gonna win? Okay. I will say you have yourself, Simple, and Nico, so it's pretty strong right there.
Perfecto. Yeah. We have good mood with Jakey. We have a good B anchor, Perfecto, and we have Nico.
Okay. What do you think your best map's gonna be?
Not Vertigo for sure. Simple and Perfect don't know how to play Vertigo. Dust 2.
Dust 2. I mean, you got an aimer squad.
Yeah, it will be Dust 2 for sure, bro. We have 2 Oppers. We can punish on CT. Everyone.
I like it. All right. Thank you.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Let's go. Battle is on. Burst RMR views with a double bonus. Get insurance for single and combo bets, both up to 20 euros. Fire up with GGBet. GGBet, this is real.
You guys in there?
Is there any hope of Vertigo?
Any hope at all? Hello?
I don't know.
I don't know if you guys are ready, but I'm ready for a game of Counter-Strike that's got a little more action. It was an awesome T-side from Ancient. I would watch that demo every day of the week.
Cry is free.
Okay, we can learn a lot. We can learn a lot. Obviously, Astralis world-class there. But what about here? Vertigo. A question mark, perhaps, on this series.
Well, Astralis have beat teams such as EG.
And?
G2 are great at Vertigo, and they haven't lost. And Astralis have never lost to EG.
On Vertigo.
On Vertigo.
And so they could have their hands full.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Farley loves Vertigo from
ding,
FBX.
ding, ding. That right there. That he does.
Yeah.
Farley loves it.
Anything else?
And Config played well on Dust 2, and Zipix played well on Ancient.
They won Ancient. So, with G2, they haven't lost.
That's about where I put, I think, my expectations on these odds.
Mine are a little bit more slanted.
Yeah, to Astralis' side, right?
Of course. I mean,
because they beat EG,
Danish
right?
people usually win Counter-Strike. That's what we know.
Look, there's a question mark here, okay? We've got to be ready to enter with open minds and tempered expectations. We know that the G2 super team was designed and formulated and constructed from the world's best resources and materials.
Okay.
These are not human beings on your screen. These are Counter-Strike killing machines.
Now, one thing is, I guess, even though Astralis lost the other two, there's very few kind of map results overall.
Yeah.
They lost in overtime to the other two teams.
Who were?
Entropic and Heroic, which is very reasonable. That's good. Both teams much better on CT side than their T side. 66% CT side win percentage for G2.
2/3. We're underway, folks.
83% pistol win percentage for Astralis.
Well, here they are. On the CT side as well. Winner of this map, is going to Antwerp.
Antwerp.
The loser tries again tomorrow with
Is just a twerp.
last chance. Quick couple of kills from Blame F. 2 headshots. USP is clean and easy. Config's going to die, but Blame F is right here with him. And best friends die together. Oh, damn, dude. Hefty nade damage, though. Suddenly, Blame F's job made that much more difficult. And a smoke grenade arrives, kind of indicating to G2 that they were right. Someone's over here. Glaive, clean headshot onto Nico. Big scalp to take. Jackson Monacy left to claw back a 2v4. Clean first one. And remember, Blame F this whole time, super low. 40 seconds. G2, slow squeeze. Nice flash, though. Primes Blame F wonderfully. It's going to have to be the Wonder Child. Falls down. Comes back at it. 30 seconds left over. He's getting pinched from both sides. He's trying to get Blame F to peek, but Blame F's a pretty patient guy. From 30 seconds to 20 seconds.
It's a lot to carry around when you're Blame F.
Problem still not solved. More little bits of damage done to Monacy. Blame F still waiting, and waiting so long that he peeks around the other end and gets himself 4 kills in this pistol. Excellent way for Blame to kick it off. That pistol win percentage for Astralis continues to skyrocket, and G2 on the back foot.
Yes, they are. And this just tacks on to...
Look at this, dude.
Ooh, ouch. All the pistol round wins for Astralis. Not bad. Not bad. So, yeah, the Veto got really interesting, but it was mainly because of the Astralis 2-0 potential, because Dust 2, of course, they wanted to go there. They had Ancient. So, you know, Vertigo, they were kind of locked up because they had to, they banned Mirage, which makes sense. You know, they banned Mirage. G2, very powerful Mirage team. So, that's, in this map, you know, seems better for G2.
Quick burst of energy from G2 into the B site. Zipix with 1 falls back. Less than half health. Jump around the rafters from Config. And the FOM is getting away from him as he does lose Zipix. Farley coming in with a clean rotate. The pistols are out. The kills are in. And Nico is all that's left standing. 37 health. 1v4. And Farley answers quickly. Farley likes this map.
He does like the map.
0 doubts. He's gotten in his reps with his previous team on an individual level, has been here for certain maps, for certain series for Astralis. I'm very curious. I'm keeping eyes on him. I think he could be a real X factor to what is a relatively lesser known entity of Astralis on Vertigo.
Yeah, he's put up decent numbers in their Vertigo games, but they've all been losses, so there's a lot of deaths that come with it, and some of them OT, so slightly inflated. Not the best ratings overall, but tons of reps, especially on FPX / Godsent / Copenhagen Flames, actually, a while back. Glaive with the lower A control. Aggressive look on mid as well. Call it aggressive. I mean, it's really out there.
Ooh, clean and easy.
This used to be a primary map for Astralis. I mean, when the map was new, they could just, you know, play it because they had the Mirage ban. So they adopted Vertigo really fast, and they were awesome on it. And they closed a lot of series on Vertigo to the point that teams stopped testing them.
Yeah,
you know?
man. As a Liquid fan, I remember it well.
Yeah, to like Liquid, for example.
The bane of 2019. Nico looking for his first kill this map. Deagle ready. I saw a round like this on Ancient.
Yep, I've never seen Vertigo from this angle.
I love to play behind this box. 2 health. Come on. Come on, Nico. Ah, nothing. Zipic's going to end him. Free Deeg. And a free 3. Astralis. Strong CT start.
I think Monacy bought the out before the round even started.
He was so ready.
That's how fast he was.
Could be a sign of things to come. G2's first gun round, Monacy's first op. Astralis's first test. Towards mid they'll go. Config, pretty flagrant. Just goes ahead, throws himself into that room alone, and falls away with it. Op can't connect to the feet. That is risky business from Glaive, dude. He is putting himself out there on a podium with an MP9.
Oh yeah, I like this pressure right now. Oh, they're still testing it. Late molly.
Nico comes through. Oh! And Glaive gives cover. He jumps up right into his death. Monacy still not able to punish any of those CT peaks.
Damn, that was really good. I loved all those nades that Astralis used just now. The 2 in the corner, the molly late as the smoke was coming up to force anyone from attacking to have to come forward. I mean, otherwise they would leave with absolutely nothing, and Config got the kill in middle. Glaive switches out to a better gun. He's still got HP, so we'll see. He's on kind of a 50-50. Hunter can be kind of a beast from, yeah, these positions. But
smashing.
He's quickly replaced by Farley.
And Farley also dies.
Wow.
5v3, 3v3.
Hard to kill that Hunter fella, that's for sure.
Blame F, remember, he gave his A1S over to Glaive because he got tagged up. We've got Config on a pretty quick flank, though.
We're looking for distraction tactics because Config is in a great position, and he's here early. Bomb hasn't even been planted yet.
Zipix, little bits of damage, but pretty negligible, all things considered. Config getting a couple of steps closer. Alexi B's coming to check it from the side of Sandbags. Config, nice!
Oh my God.
2 headshots! Now Monacy just gets dumpstered by Zipix, and we've got Astralis. Despite the 5v3 into the 3v3 post plant, they don't lose anything after. Config, perfect lurk up ramp, clean, concise, couple of kills.
It's scary. You can leave Config pushed that deep into mid to take his first duel.
And Zip the cherry on top.
Yeah, this is the first one. Everything was very clean. These last 2 kills from Config, that first of the 2, insanely fast.
Hunter, no chance to react.
Insanely fast. Only kills the round there go to Hunter.
Wait, what?
Working up short. Not a good way to start.
Nico's dead. Nico never. Sometimes the bomb doesn't respawn, and sometimes Nico doesn't spawn. Quick match pause. We'll get that sorted. We'll get that fixed. No problem. You know, I have no problem with tech issues when they happen in between rounds.
True.
Fine by me.
He's back.
Look at that. Ready to go.
There's a joke there, but I can't think of one. I just can't. Don't have anything.
Well, sometimes if you can't think of a joke, but you just say you could have made a joke, fills the space.
True.
And then we just keep moving. Because this is no laughing matter, right? Actually, Launders, don't make jokes right now.
True.
This is a serious map.
What was I thinking?
Clown, I tell you.
That round was awesome. Astralis, they got a plan. They got a plan.
They've also got a lot to prove. Remember, a victory over EG. That is their, claim to Vertigo fame at the moment. Shots from Config, falls away. He's been quite the one-man army here, and sometimes that can catch you out if you're not careful. I feel like more often 2 Ts, but Jax a little disjointedness. Will still get the trade after Alexi's dropped. Good thing that Jax gets that, because we were staring at another 5 versus 3 if not. And G2 just kind of sulk away from bottom A.
Dude, I mean, letting Config have the keys to mid, just peeking however he wants, is insane for G2 to have to deal with, because they know that he could flank at any moment if they don't go mid every round. And he's just so confident right now.
He starts 8-2 so far here on Vertigo. Had a great game on Dust 2. Despite his team's lack of help, he was putting numbers on the board. G2 shying away from the A site. They're going to throw Jax behind wood.
We've seen Zipix have actually a little bit of trouble on B site in the last few matches that I remember, at least. but form looked awesome over on Ancient. See if it carries on over. Ooh, that's a big kill to lose.
Half the health off Hunter.
Rotations are slow. Sight gets cracked open completely.
Yeah, nice simultaneous boost up there from G2 behind Wood and also just on the edge of Tetris. Glaive gonna throw himself at this one. Finds a little bit of damage through the smoke. The Incendiary burns Jax down by half. And Glaive's not gonna let off the pedal. Comes right back in, frags versus m0NESY, hits more damage v Hunter, and that's where Farley comes in with something. But a 1v2, so he swaps to the AK.
He's out of there.
He wants the AK, not the AWP?
I don't know, actually, why they would do that, considering literally M4s are better than AKs right now, and there's an AWP. But, okay.
Maybe because he wants to get both exits.
Yeah, I guess that could be it, actually.
Yeah. And?
Almost. But then he dies.
Yeah, so I really don't know what that was.
Yeah, that was very strange decision-making
Still
right there.
tons of money, I suppose. Tons of money for
Yeah,
Astralis.
that's true. They
Yeah,
just,
that-
I guess they wipe both guns, then they have such an easy round after this.
That's
I don't
got
know.
it. That's the only way you justify that.
Yeah,
in my mind.
yeah. That actually does make sense a little bit. Okay.
Good attempt, but ultimately with Xyp9x not being able to hold anything on the B site, all kind of comes crumbling down around them. Solid efforts from the rest of Astralis to at least get in, get those kills. Farley, nice AWP shot.
I think it's really important, actually. They do try to win mid, disrespect Config as much as possible, even though they might end up feeding him. They know he's going to be playing alone.
Same two players coming at him, and he's not alone.
Actually,
this time.
Farley's, yeah, back here watching it.
Config just going to stay tucked in. That could be Farley to play construction.
It's actually Xyp9x they're leaving alone sometimes here over in B.
Oh, perfect for Config. Pops up, and it's 2 instant kills inside of middle for Astralis. Remember all the damage they did last round, but here comes a little resuscitation. A revival of m0NESY and Nico.
I think they accidentally blew a smoke, but they've got one to fall back on.
m0NESY going to keep up the pressure.
Whoa,
Nico going to
lurk.
double back. m0NESY on a solo bomb plant. And we've got CTs out in the open. m0NESY taking damage. An easy pickup. Nico's nowhere to be found. Won't be able to stop this defuse. And when we think about the economic damage of the last round on top of this, but Nico's now gotten close enough to maybe throw a wrench in the works. Doesn't, in fact, expect Config boosted on the fence. And so 5-1 CT side offense with little money.
Yes, I mean, the Berserker is going crazy right now.
If you're G2, are you getting nervous?
Oh, 100%. I mean, already you could tell from that first rifle round, like, Astralis have ideas, and then 2 big win condition, of course, and just how's the whole team look as a unit, and then also as Config just having a good game, and both those things are going extraordinarily well right now. Especially just winning in middle.
Yeah.
Winning in middle. Wow, G2 under a ton of pressure. After Dust 2, I thought, man, this series, they're going to figure it out.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
But, yeah, this is very impressive from Astralis. Cool. I mean, both these teams have gotten better as the RMR have gone on.
Yes, sir. Both these teams deserve to be in Antwerp. If anybody deserves anything.
I think it's more we expect them to get there.
That's fair.
But, you know.
Frame it better. You got to put in the work. And Astralis definitely working G2's body after Ancient. So the tack pause is called. G2 with a little curb by. Come in with the Galil and AK for Jax and Nico. Healthy amounts of utility as well, but let's see if Xyp9x can just lock down this B site, plays close, gets flashed around the corner, just spotted Hunter at the very least, and we're already seeing Nico hit the dirt, so AK will get picked back up.
They can also toss that Galil down. So it'll be 2 players who have rifles. Actually have a fair bit of utility.
And nobody goes for the Galil because all 3 of the other pistol players are still just staying postured outside B site. It sits at the top of ladder. Here comes that flurry of utility. Jax trying to combine nicely, but Xyp9x gets blinded in the process. Quick Tech 9 rush, cut off by Blame F. Zip comes onto the other side of the smoke, and everything comes to a halt within this B site.
Jax tried to come through with a very fast lurk, but all the action had already gone down. No T kills as well.
Wow, really good job to just push through those smokes. swapping sides with G2's Tech9 rush. Glaive comes in from A, 2 casualties versus Astralis, but that's it. And of course, that was the half buy made possible by bottoming out the economy in the 1-round G2 win. Now, we're back to normal, but we're also 8 rounds deep.
Yeah, they can...
Oh, that's how he did it?
Oh, I see. Bottom of the ladder there.
Nicely done by Xyp9x to just push through the smoke.
Yeah, thought he was going to die there for a second.
To deal with the guys who came through.
Yeah, BlameF helped out. m0NESY with a spawn for the pick, but they are not going to peek him.
Oh, and here comes Config barreling down the ramp.
Oh yeah, no longer in middle.
Alexi and Nico right on the other end of this. Nico boosted up, finds Config's head.
Disgusting.
Splattered on the back wall. Nico looking for another. Oh man, these two CTs can just get rocked if he were to round it.
Look how fast he's going.
But he's going to go back around short instead. Hunter and Alexi both very low.
I mean, this is basically the round if they leave him unaccounted for.
Glaive could be wary of it. Him and BlameF, though, I mean, just the way they're playing this, look like their guards are down.
I can't believe they're leaving short open for this long. They have no vision on the other side of yellow. Like, he could be here, but...
What if they just shut down yellow in the meantime? Yeah, I mean, that had to have been a warning sign. Ages ago, BlameF will drop 2, traded out by Jax. Time to see if Farley can clutch. A1S, 1v2. And G2 just stall out on ramp. Farley wastes no time, takes an angle over. Doesn't know of numbers, clearly. What's the play, G2? They're just going to throw a guy over. Now they know both are here. Hunter. Oh!
Oh, wow. They thought he was opping, maybe.
Covered by Jax.
Tried to...
That would make sense.
Run boost for that.
Yep. Screw with the sniper.
Damn, but the trade is real perfect.
But another round where G2 pick up a win, only one player survives.
Yeah.
They are not out of the deep water yet.
It's been expensive. I mean, considering this start, and then Nico getting all the way around from short to the site, and this still getting close because 2 players die on the ramp in between his lurk. Yeah, got probably a little sketchier than it was supposed to. What a beautiful shot from Jax. God damn.
We take those.
They do indeed.
Still very surprised that Nico was just kind of left unchecked that entire time.
Yeah, that was a pretty weak timing. I don't know if they had any vision, but it didn't seem like it.
Here comes BlameF, blinded. Nico headhunting, but kind of been conditioned to worry about sandbags. We've had a lot of forward positioning from Astralis.
That was a pretty nice tactic as the smoke faded, but the CT's got away.
Nico, gets baited by the player jumping through sight. Farley keeps it clean. Xyp9x, for the majority of these rounds, has been in the depths of the B site. This time decides to play on stairs. Seems like Hunter's going to check this, and sure enough, keeps it clean.
It's scary when the round goes quiet and there's lots of time left to play a spot like that.
Config runs in, though. He's looking to just brick wall this push from G2. 55 seconds. They're going to just slow squeeze for a moment. Hunter gets caught. Config, 2 kills. As he topples the totem pole, nails the 3rd. There's the 4th. Big round from Config and a recovery from Xyp9x. When your B-site player offers you nothing and your rotator pulls that off,
man,
Astralis, a sigh of relief.
He's handing out contributions to both A and B and mid as just his staple, but I mean, he's been everywhere at this point. That's terrifying.
So clean.
Seen Astralis play a lot of spawn-based stuff on CT side, I think, over from Dust 2 into Ancient. This is a hard man to stop right now.
1 mag, 4 kills.
Huge.
Just excellent.
That is huge.
Excellent accuracy.
Man, seeing a lot of innovation out of Astralis, seeing some innovation out of G2. That boost in the A ramp was cool to try to shut down the lower ramp control, but all the looks we've seen from the grenades from Astralis on taking A ramp control have been exquisite. Like, that's the kind of pressure that I consistently talk about when we look at some of the lower level teams who just don't feel confident hanging out there. We're seeing Astralis throw down all the grenades, all the right peaks. And G2 are doing a good job of answering back for sure, but they're a little bit behind.
Another fast one. Oh, BlameF. Gonna shut down Hunter on the yellow push. Ooh, but Nico gets through the smoke. Good recovery. Good answer. Felt like it had to be then and there. And especially when you're just working with Nico's AK.
Yeah, big find. Is Nico going to turn the corner? He really is. Jesus.
Oh, Farley, that's 2 rounds. He gets the better of Nico. Alexi upgrading into the A1S. Glaive tries to fight versus that. Farley decides to jump up. It's just the Tech 9 that now he fights. And Monacy, eats that flashbang. Things get a little bit awkward. They're going to try to chase, and they'll go right into the A1S. It's still tons of damage being done, but Farley just dunks it on him. Drone strike from inside the A site. 3 versus 1 now for Jax to try and deal with.
I mean, this map has been about config, but Farley's 10-3, and he's had some critical frags.
Most certainly so. Jax not able to offer us anything after that. And now it is G2 back with economic problems.
2 rounds where there was money, and he stopped Nico from turning the corner on the ramp, covering his teammate in 1 round, just dealing the 1v1 there to kill Nico. They are very even-handed on both sides of the map. And I think, like I said, I don't know, from the conditioning perspective, I don't know if it's Glaive calls or if it's config, but they did so much work in middle, and now they're even easing up on middle. And G2 have already gotten pounded there so many times. They're working on other things. Astralis are a step ahead.
Playing a dangerous game here, Glaive. Especially on his own. He's the only form of A-site defense, and he's still just flirting with the idea of peeking down ramp.
Yeah, he's
trained on his head.
He's trying to get a spot. Now they have to play retake. He's definitely looking for a B-site hit after all that's been done. G2 are obviously taking over ramp control and are about to commit to this A hit. So the rotations will come back. And now in this spot, sometimes on CD side, you're going to search short. But I don't know if that's the case at the moment. Glaive playing off the corner of default doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, I don't think.
Monacy looking for his opening. Oh, misses his chance. Monacy wounded. Glaive gonna get the better end of it. That's gonna activate Nico. He chases in, kills Blame F. Glaive goes back with more damage, trying to set up his teammates. But now Farley's op starts to miss. No scope. Again, Ben gets the bomb plant. Another towards short side. Good leg damage. Farley going huge with the impact, and he pushes Xyp9x into the clutch. What he's known for. A smoke to just drop on top of bomb, a kit as well to just cause a little bit of panic. Oh, and Jax just finds him because there's a gap in the smoke.
Oh, it's just a little bit smaller than he thought it would be.
Holy Farley.
That was crazy. That was so nasty. That no-scope while he was jumping in the air, it was so fast. That was like a moment where he actually didn't even have time to scope with how quick he shot. That's big moves out of him. And that's just to scare G2 a little bit. I mean, they'll still take the rounds where they can find him. I feel like the morale isn't too high right now. It's like, yeah, instantly. Nico goes down, and he nearly even stops the plant here. I mean, Alexi B was just out of animation. Very close situation. In the rounds that are being won, Hunter is the guy. He's getting 2 kills, refragging. There's not a lot outside of that. That was maybe the messiest situation we've seen Astralis be in, though. So it can make sense. They didn't seem to have a directed idea as to how they want to deal with the A ramp control, and they're kind of floating behind default, not really taking over short control. At least glad to see G2 punish that. But that was a round where they kind of just gambled and hoped it was going to be B. And it didn't work out, but I mean, they have the lead to make a call like that.
Momentum back in G2's hand, and Config's gonna face the noob tube in mid. Don't do it to Jax.
I mean,
he's such a nice guy.
It will just one-shot you.
He's such a nice guy. He does not deserve for this.
Config's nice too. Or so we thought.
Oh, this is horrifying. Because it's actually so viable.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not very useful as a rotator, but he is really good.
Oh, damn.
There to hold. Yeah, these late
is
grenades
thick.
are so good. Wow, Glaive is all the way pressed up against this lurk smoke, and it's going to fade in a second. I don't know if he's going to phase it or what.
Yeah,
and
he
Glaive
got it.
kills Nico, yeah.
So it's only in on B. Jax finds Zipix in the backside. Farley blind as can be. No kills from him. BlameF rotates in with the 5-7. How are you going to get the XM 1014 into this?
He's looking for 1 kill, you know? Make his money back.
I don't really see a door for Config. Hunter still kind of within that like lethal range of the shotgun. He does.
He got him!
No way! Right to the gut. Alexi's gonna turn it. Monacy gives good cover. BlameF's 5-7 with another. It's just Monacy now. He ejects through that smoke. There is no kit on the play. Desperation for BlameF as Monacy locks it in.
Yeesh, that's scary.
They run boost and auto shotgun, and it works.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That was awesome. Welcome to the X Games, G2.
That's not a run boost, but he still gets through. You know what I'm saying, dude? You know what I'm saying, dude. That shouldn't work, dude.
That was great.
I feel like that's in Lord of the Rings, that one orc that just explodes. It just runs in and blows itself up. That's Config right now.
Wow.
Throws himself at it. Nice clean kill here from Jax
well
on
done.
the tap. He gets Glaive's head.
He had that sliver angle, and he actually spotted the cross without being seen.
Rockin' Astralis as they try to push around top middle. So now G2 back in the game, 100%.
Yeah, actually.
The economy was kind of a problem at first, but things are getting close.
Yeah, one messy round there on the A site where they try to play retake. It doesn't work. Where, you know, Farley hits his no scope and they still lose. And yeah, it's backbreaking for the economy of Astralis, so this is a huge find for G2.
BlameF just tried to be as small as he could. Please don't see me. But he gets cleared
That's
out
why I
hard.
play CS, so he can be big in real life and small in a video game.
Yeah, right. Probably feels so fast in game.
Yeah. He can only move at 230 outside.
I wonder if that ever messes with his mental. You know, like I know that I can hide quad. I could do it in game and real life. Do you ever think BlameF's behind quad in game and goes, dude, my shoulders are way too broad?
Doesn't even sound like that, but he should.
Benjamin, hide quad. Bro, they're gonna see me. What do you mean?
He should be in the Fantastic Four, actually. You're right. Man, that 1A attack makes the whole game more interesting.
Right.
Even though Astralis are clearly doing really well right now. But we're back to the even buys. Astralis still have a chance to make this 10. I feel like that would do this half justice based on what we've seen. But G2 have the chance to show us they've gotten better. Let's see how they fight for it.
Waiting for the peaks. Glaive about to give it to him. Oh, and I mean, give it to him.
Annihilated.
Pico just gets deleted. Zipix just trying to get himself as minimized as possible. Working with some sliver shots. Gun gets away from him. Hunter's going to rock 2 players as he gets the better of both Config and Zip. Man advantage here, barely held onto. We've got a frag on Glaive that could be just worth its weight in gold.
Yeah. Yeah, they got to decide. I don't think Monacy's going to put this bomb down, so
That right there
will hurt.
Oh, just tidbits of damage. Jax rocks Farley's world. Glaive is so close to a 1v3, but they are barely alive. He peeks to Monacy, loses his head. That is such a sick one from G2.
Did they fake the plant?
I think so.
Oh,
and
okay,
then backed
nice.
off.
Okay, well, they earned that then. That nade could have
just ended it.
Instantly killed both. Yeah, just put Monacy in a 1v2. Really sick stuff. Nice shooting from Jax, man. He's been incredibly sharp. And I'm going to say Hunter, I feel like in every single round they've won, he's gotten 2 kills. Almost refragged consistently. Jax, of course, top fragging here.
Yeah. Farley. Easy pickup. Feels like these B sites have really been the success story for G2.
Definitely. Yeah, Zipix kind of struggled to maintain his spray. That was
ambitious.
That was awesome.
Config not able to keep those hot hands that he had on Ancient. push to the bottom of ramp for Glaive, gets away with the dink. It's wild that Nico is actually -5. Oh no, Modesty. He backs up into Blame F, still gets the kill. A final round here from G2 and a hell of a recovery on this T side.
It is.
They had an underfunded War Machine.
Mm-hmm.
Finally start to stabilize a little bit in this T half, and now Glaive desperate for something in this final round of it. It's a 1-round difference for Astralis to take that lead into T side, but I feel like if you're G2, you feel like you're doing well.
That's awesome. I mean, seriously, that was
Hell
a
of a
very
recovery.
scary Astralis, you know, between Farley and Config and their game plan, the way they started, even Glaive on the A ramp with all those aggressive plays. You know, they could have very easily been in a 10-5, 11-4 situation. So that was very solid from G2.
5
It
rounds.
is, yeah, razor thin right now. I mean, last 15 and winner goes to the major, and at this point it's clear, like, I think either team could win on a different day with how close they're playing. So now Astralis will show us the T-side game plan. I think G2 are going to be quite happy with this because, again, they've got, I think, actually almost 60% in their last 4 maps on CT side.
Okay.
So they're very much looking forward to this. Now, yeah, actually the pistol stat comes into play because Astralis have won 85+ with that last one in the first half of their pistol rounds, and that could be the one they need with how close this game has gotten.
You're going to hear a lot of footsteps coming. It's Nico and Monacy out of the gate here for the CT side. Nobody else going to panic rotate just yet. Silence falls on ramp. Molotov destined for Monacy. He's able to get outwards, but now it's really the short wrap that kind of puts things in question, and the CTs forfeit the site for the most part. Body blocking smokes, but it still lands where it's meant to. We're gonna get the boost here from Nico, trying to shave a player off. We do have Config on it, and he gets the better of Nico just over the lip of that smoke. He's gonna be locked into the bomb site, goes back for second servings, and now the CT's already starting to cause chaos, but it's within this carnage that Hunter picks up the dual Beretta's kill. Glaive finds a head. Zipix is drawing Jax into short side. Jax is going to win that fight. Alexi's going to stick this bomb. He's on top of it, and he's dead.
Ooh.
Farley and Blame F, both with kills through it. Astralis continue to win pistols, at least on Vertigo.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they get that T-side edge. That'll ease up for them since they're slightly worse on the T-side. Config gets the one that tips the scales, maybe, killing Nico in the back of the site when he's on top of default. And then they try to push that advantage even further because if he gets anything more, it's pretty much over. They're inside the stomachs of G2. Now G2 will try to have to force up, and another fight from behind in half number 2 of our final map today. Feels like this is where things will really get hot. I feel like Glaive is in a playing sharp CS at the moment. Calls have been on point. He got some key frags on that A ramp in the first half as well. Reading the game quite well.
Almost. Honestly, he's got a line of sight open.
Doing
Flashback, late smoke.
Yeah, the execution is perfect here. They're getting the CTs to go back. No space to get back in, but oh, Monacy through the smoke. In the head.
He takes those. We've got Alexi inside of the smokes as well. Looking for maybe a chance to gun Zipix down. Nope. Can't quite find it. Farley going to give good cover on that bomb site. Looking for the jump up of Jax. The Deagle tries to pound Farley back. He's going to stay pressed close. Config gets tagged. Jax finds 2. The Deagles start to sing. Monacy's scout still within this mix. But it's Glaive and Zip on the ramp. They're sticking the defuse, and with that smoke fading, now Glaive's going to have to start pushing inwards. G2, this is all the way down to the final wire. A 10-second stick.
Wow, they pull it off. They maintain that pressure. Jax with the 2 Deagle kills from jump up. He had to work so hard for those kills. But when he got them, that player advantage just leaned the pressure into the A ramp. They had to go shallower and shallower. Receding back, and Monacy's opening. He actually got vision when he jumped up. That's ridiculous.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, and these kills as well. father and son. Combining for 4.
Ooh, ferocious shortcomings for Astralis to deal with here. Into the pistols they'll fall. Oh, forget about that. Nobody saw a thing.
God damn. This game's going to end with carnage, isn't it?
Yeah, you can feel it. No idea which direction this one rolls. Modesty going to keep it clean. 2 shots glaive. And his teammate's so quick to try and grab his gun. Give me that. Still just pistols.
Modesty gets 2 scout shots in before your favorite opera gets 1 up. He is not worried.
Around the yellow. Does a really good job of sectioning off these duels so nobody can really further dink him, but BlameF actually catches it through tarp. Very desperate scenes here for Astralis. 2 players, half health. They do grab an AK at the very least. Bomb plant looking very unlikely. Galil of Hunter starts to fire off and wins the duel. But then he gets his head rocked. And Monacy, the Cyclops, just running around inside of this site. Good job. Holds that line. They lose 2 players, but so be it. It's another round racked up for G2, getting ever closer to the coveted 16, getting ever closer to attending Antwerp.
Yes. And
Major on the line.
I feel like both of these squads, there is some level of doubt as much as there is expectation. Yes. And both those things can result in, bad mental state when there's so much pressure involved, on top of it being a really difficult best of 3 to win any time of the year.
A lot of hungry challengers looking at both of these teams right here, right now, and thinking, I wouldn't mind a piece of them tomorrow.
Now, Nico is the best player on Dust 2. On the first half of this game, it started to get desperate with him coming up the A ramp. Now, I wouldn't say he had any bad misses. He just got outgunned really swiftly by Farley. But right now, he's 9-14. And he's one of 2 players who are keeping ramp under wraps.
Through thick and thin. He's got Monacy to lean on if things go sideways, but grenade down and just a little bit short. Farley doesn't mind losing 11. Monacy got a bit of a gap over that smoke. Nico's also going to try to posture over.
I think they're just missing some info right here. They're so close now. Nico, oh God, he's just dead, isn't he? Yes. And Monacy cannot take a peek with his op.
Clearly they know that he's going to be in a position like this. Hunter comes swinging out from elevator, trying to make up the lost ground that his cousin kind of gave over. Well-timed incendiary. Glaive gets 1 kill. Monacy is still within this short pocket, and man advantage taken back by G2. We've got a fight here with the Galils. Monacy trying to close this, jumps back through into safety. His teammates giving him a net to fall within. Smoke soon to fade on site. T-side, no utility.
They have to fight.
25 seconds.
Getting this plan is going to be damn near impossible. There's 3 CTs all waiting for this. Now, they're allowing the rotation slightly back towards the B site, but I don't think G2 believe it.
No, Monacy comes right back in from elevator. Pick up a grenade. Oh, Alexi dropped shots. Not nearly as clean as he'd hoped to be, but there comes Monacy yet again. The op is just dominant. He picks up those pieces from Nico, as that could have been the end of that one.
Damn, look how excited Alexi got off that. Yeah, that's crazy, these moments.
Hunter sliding out from elevator. Beautiful.
Yeah, that Hunter, man, he has been saving rounds over and over again.
Just throws himself at that fight.
He did it on the T side. He's continuing with that on CT.
Monacy probably communicating, like, I'm holding on to nothing. Yeah. I'm not allowed to peek. I can't shave them off. You've got to stop the plant. Hunter wastes no time. That lands. Farley lucky to be alive and not destined for this one. Hunter's nade will finish him. Nico in towards short as the pistols of Astralis are going to fall flat here on the ramp. Round 20 with G2's name stamped on it. 2-round lead and a CT side that's taking off.
Yeah, that's also a big one. 5 alive. That's 5 full buys. Nobody had an MP9 on that round. No rebuys. Even the nades weren't all used at that point. Now we're in a period of significant advantage here for G2. We had one round where Nico got caught off by the sandbags. He was peeking so aggressively, and then right at the last moment, Astralis found a way to sneak up. And that wall along the sandbags is key for the T side, for those lurks. So it wasn't totally random. They drop into, oh, they try to go for the drop. Monacy ends up getting flashed. That pre-flash is something G2 used versus Astralis and killed Farley. Oh my god, Hunter's gonna find one. Bomb gets dropped. Refrag from Glaive. 3-on-3. Instantly, though.
Alexi killing Config is a huge scalp to take. He's trying to peek down through the rafters. Blame F.
He's being so careful about this. He's actually not spotting this angle. I don't think there's any way they exchange glances from this position.
No. Blame stays small.
But in this spot, Alexi doesn't have utility to work from. If they molly this close spot, he's got another rifler. That's what he's got to rely on. And they use their molly in the wrong position. Alexi can find a timing to peek.
He does. Oh, but it's just damage. And now Alexi barely standing, 4 points of health. Jax is trying to help. Hyper-focused. Glaive's going to edge out Alexi. Oh, Blame F gets the headshot. Now it needs to be Nico. 50 seconds. They've got time to leave if they want to, and Nico sends them a warning.
Oh my god.
Zipix is dead, Glaive and Blame both tagged, and Nico is on the run.
This one comes down to brains. They have less health combined than he, and they know Nico can win this round, and he is reading this correctly. They're walking back to the A site, and you better believe Nico is going to commit to his position.
They've got a smoke and a flash for the site.
One of them will have to have their hands busy. He's starting to walk out. Oh my god, he actually thinks they walk back.
The timing.
He's going to hear the nade. He's still close to the A site.
Oh, he doesn't realize how close he was. Gun back out, bomb planted. Glaive looks to escape off site, but he's denied. And now it comes down to where's Blame F? And he loves those sandbags. Nico seems aware of it. Blame F tags him down lower. Now it's even. 1 point of health, the difference. Blame F, his head just peeking over top, but he just needs to play the time. Bomb halfway gone. Blame F not feeling comfortable, just jiggling back and forth. Nico starts to sprint in, takes the high ground, hits the headshot, but still Blame just hanging on. USP is out, and Blame F pushes it over the line.
He's got the body armor.
Astralis with another.
He's built to eat bullets, and he pulls out the clutch, and the 2-on-1 is won by Astralis, but you better believe they were worried. And Nico missed the timing by a hair. I can't believe he even walked back. He thought the plant was going to go down. Nearly the 1v3. That was a scary spot. There were no grenades for either team. He hit him so many times.
I understand the disbelief. He landed so many shots, but just not enough to be lethal. Quick transition here from Astralis into the next round. Mac 10 gunning down Alexi. Jax is going to be under a world of pressure, and he's still able to survive with at least one kill, but now Config's in the CT spawn. Yo,
Holy
what
hell.
is this aggression?
They're back into it. The fast mid-B split is the correct move for Astralis.
Monacy just going to get wrecked by Config. Never would you see that coming. It'll be taken back by Nico, but it feels like way too little, way too late. Tied game, 11 rounds each.
Yes, and they do it fast. They keep 3 alive. The pressure's high. That was it. Alexi spotted one in mid and got chased down all the way up into heaven.
Holy hell.
Nico has nothing to do except for try to hold them in place, maybe kill them as they're leaving. Wait a second. No, he has to run onto this.
He has an incendiary.
He can try to do this. Oh, okay, Jesus, they were still watching. Then they could say from that point. I mean, holy hell. If it ended like that. Yeah, worth a shot, I suppose. That is a tough round to lose. Alexi be shaking his head. You don't want to lose like that. Such close situations. But that explosiveness from Astralis, Glaive's leaning into it. Players like Config and even now bringing in Farley.
Yep.
They love that. Showing that versatility like they did on the original dominant roster.
Economy warns us that Astralis are about to pull ahead.
This round's pretty much a wash, but we've seen already that G2 can win these CT rounds, so.
Gonna try to press up versus Xyp9x. He is very much alone. Blinds himself, but so be it. Get tagged. They've got him in this corner, but he should be able to escape or just take them all with him. Meanwhile, that boost over on the A ramp, not gonna net them much. Nico with the drive-by. P250 right to the head of Blame F.
They got to be actually kind of careful, but Config and Zip will hunt down too. Farley will see the footsteps of players leaving.
Glaive doubles back to the B site. Farley just going to topple these two as they try to boost. They don't see that one coming. m0NESY quick 180. Good recovery at the very least.
Yeah.
Maybe a weapon for his efforts.
Every little bit of money is going to matter.
12 to 11 Astralis.
Oh, when he can't hold on to that, Glaive hunts him down. You know, it's everyone finding a way to be useful. You can even point to a lot of kills that Glaive has gotten and say the impact is there. Both teams are working very hard. And the closer we get to closing this out, the more you realize how much effort you've had to put in to get to this point, and how easy it is now to do it here rather than tomorrow.
Yep.
And for G2, if they felt like they were going to win this series, how much pressure there will then be to go up against maybe another team they feel like they're supposed to beat. The major is not promised. And we've seen many, many heartbreaks at the RMR. And the last thing you want is to know you could have won and still lost.
Blame F. Holy hell, dude.
Whoa, he just barrels right through that molly. I don't even know how he could have
Just
managed
tries
that
to
space, but you know
sprint.
what? Hey, they trade back and they know m0NESY is here on sandbags.
They've got him locked in at the very least, but there's a short peek.
He's going to get sprayed down.
Hunter, he's no longer stuck in smoke, but he doesn't see Glaive. Glaive has found this position behind m0NESY and Hunter. Oh, executes one. Hunter is lucky to have gotten away because he was just standing on tarp. He could have been an easy 2K for Glaive.
Yeah, even that rotate back around, you got to take it. You know,
Config
one in the
in
pocket.
mid.
Oh, Config, another lurk here.
Goes for the peek towards B. Jack's going to end that one. Still a fight on multiple fronts.
Yes, and Jack's on high alert. His mid is open. He has to think about this. It's an A attack slowly, but now the CT side, they want to make sure he's well protected. Jax has to play alone. One floating at Hunter. He's been the key refragger in the mid round.
Can he do this on his own, though? Farley, you'd think, is an easy knockout. Oh, but with the headshot, Hunter gets denied anything further. Farley with less than 10 health, and Jax with nothing but himself to work with, or Astralis find 13. He has to transition into the save. That round from Glaive is sick.
Yeah, that's nuts.
I mean,
he first of all, he knows he has m0NESY dead to rights. There's no support for him to get out. He has to smoke himself, which ideally you're smoking to the side of the sandbag so you can connect it to the site, maybe get a way out with a flash. In that spot, m0NESY could do nothing but wait. Glaive got up right beside him to make sure he didn't miss a bullet, and Hunter showed up on his screen, and he could let Hunter go. He believes as long as he has an advantage that it's worth taking, not to overthink the situation. And they win off the back of it. What looked like a weird tactic from Blame to run through the molly on the ramp, where that's just not something you can do these days, versus a fully kitted CT team, turns into a series of lurks between Glaive and Blame F, and Blame and Config feeling a lot like Ancient. And it's just the play they need. And then this, man. Farley being aware, being careful. Instantly killing Hunter, even though he's jiggling.
Holy hell, dude. 3 rounds away. 3 rounds away, and Blame F just cranks that tempo just like the previous round. Jax's AK has shown itself towards middle. Hunter's boost could be worth something. At least the information gained. And not to mention, they also took shots towards short. So that's 3 players confirmed to already be trying to press up versus this ramp. They create this little pocket behind the smokes. m0NESY Plays close. Farley goes over.
Oh, that's
2
the play.
kills. He's got a player down beneath him. Alexi grabs that AK. Glaive gives great cover. And Jax now 1v3. He's got Glaive locked into the 1v1. Glaive just showing a little skin, serves up the distraction, and BlameF pushes Astralis on fire.
Wow.
2 away.
Wow. And shout out to Farley for going top boxes. They were living on either side of the wall there, and Farley said, I'm going to come say hi.
2 rounds away from an Antwerp major. Config has not attended a major since 2018. BlameF, if I'm not mistaken, first. This is it. This is what they play for. This is what they were meant to do when they came into Astralis. And it's just the RMR, but it's just such a great ticket to take. You don't want to have to play again tomorrow. You don't want that burden, that feeling of possibly falling short. Hunter peeks into it, and G2 look to be locking this one in. Very convincing round. Total shutdown on the ramp. Total contrast to the last couple.
Yeah, they're tired of dying to lurks. They finally stopped this early ramp pressure. Crazy at which the pace Astralis have come at it with. All it comes down on the sandbags. And this does take the edge off a little bit. That's Nico out. They still also have a significant amount of grenades. A single smoke here to try to scale. There'll have to be a lot of trust in Config to hit these shots, and a late smoke comes out from G2 just to make sure they have to go slowly. Everyone in place. I'm not saying this is possible, but right now,
the tools for it.
Astralis have got some magic.
And Astralis have got momentum. Utility comes in, blocks 2 players off, forces Hunter to reel back. 20 seconds. You'd think that Monesi's op peak could come in, and sure enough, spots bomb, 1 tap, and there it goes. With no plant, Config, doomed. 4 players stand up for G2. They are going to get that 12th, keep this within 2.
And they were happy to take the fights there. Anything that they could do to keep the money low for G2 as they try to mount this comeback after a series of unfortunate events. Getting slightly outplayed over and over again. They finally just crush in the default. 3 kills in a row between Nico and Monesi. Oh, wow, wow. That's actually insane. Glaive, if he had gotten that kill, it's 2v3. But still, flame extinguished. Back to the full money. Do we have a fast ramp once again from Astralis? Or are they going to show us a little bit of range in their playbook? Saw Config use that lurk out mid. They're hanging that over the heads of G2 all the time. He's been the best player here on both sides. They're sitting and waiting. Thinking about how to navigate these smokes. And this is the classic way they played on Vertigo with their original lineup. Dupree and Magis, they pressed on both sides at the same time. Look for boosts on both sides of the ramp. Create threats everywhere.
They're keeping the attention of this A site.
They've won a lot of control here.
Still 3 CTs very much locked into A. Jax pressed close to Tetris.
Oh, this push on the A ramp.
Oh, bad timing. BlameF turns around, looks towards Tarp. Here comes the play into the B site. Jax presses around the side of Tetris. Config gets blindsided. So does Farley in sight. Jax tries to take it back. Glaive has got an answer. Alexi, who's been struggling to hang on, has just 2 players ahead of him, and the rotation's already here. Hunter's got it. G2 keep on kicking. That's 13.
That's solid. That's solid. I mean, they lost B steps. They lost the ramp. Blame was on that lurk, turning the corner. If he had gone a couple more steps, you never know. But that is also the game that Astralis have signed up to play. They know they run that same risk for themselves. But their lead is starting to thin. Jax makes the move right there. His timing was absolutely perfect.
Yes. Yep.
If he had not wrapped, got 2 kills.
Also shooting the second player in the back before he's able to kill Alexi.
Yeah, wouldn't have had a lot of confidence in that side hold if not for that play. Haven't really seen any successful retakes either. We've got Glaive talking. You better believe this one's going to come down to ideas. Again, the pressure mounts, the circumstances. Just being so close now. But knowing only one team is going to make it through.
And the Danes aren't rocking up with much. Blame F's AK, Armored Deagles, some utility. And we wait for that tied game. How do they get this AK into the mix? How do you serve up a Blame F pop-off? Honestly, rocking it back towards short. Short is a bit of an opening. Honestly, not looking to die, just to control it. Incendiary lands at the top of ramp. Not going to disrupt anything just yet.
Sandbag's the perfect place to be based on the utility we see from Astralis.
Very passive round, dude. G2 not taking risks.
Yeah. They've got no way to clear this out without sacrificing people, swinging.
This could just boil down to a strong hit from Astralis. 0 to 100 real fast. If they can swarm Nico on the sandbags, because he's not peeking anything. But Mondesi does have this angle past the crane onto the shelf.
He'll call left. He'll call left for Nico.
35 seconds remaining. Smokes and flashes start to trail out from Astralis. Oh, it's only one.
Farley?
Somehow a Deagle headshot lands in all of that. Mondesi quickly trying to reposition alongside Hunter, but a missed shot off of the op. Now they're starting to flood forward. They're closer. Close enough to plant. A man advantage. Mondesi's got Glaive kind of pinned here. Config gets caught on the cross. Alexi, nice play on that smoke, but Mondesi doesn't click. And that gives Glaive an escape. An AK-47 in the hands of Farley. Mondesi's scope still prying over top of this plant. But they have to go deep if they want this defuse. The smoke is not for the right position. Alexi, he's still trying to fight. Farley gets the kill versus Jax. There's a trade rate back. Tech9 and a Deagle, all they have to work with. And they jump on top of Bomb in time to defuse.
Oh my God.
G2 keeping us on the edge of our seats, but we are tied. 14 all, 2 rounds to go. Map 3 with Major on the line. He shoots through his teammate.
Oh my God, that was an unbelievable trade from Farley, and he didn't get blind, the one guy that could have saved them there, and they nearly win the round off the back of it. He has been clutch with his shots. I can't believe G2 almost lose to a smoke. It's just like, the memes are real, I swear to God. That was supposed to be a gimme just to set up round 29. They're supposed to be tied, okay? I didn't write the script. We still don't know who was going to win. But for it to end like that would have been absolutely insane.
It would have been so G2.
Well, here's time for G2 to rewrite the opinions of everybody who have watched their matches and seen these close moments go the other way.
Round 29. Oh, fast. Oh, what?
Oh my God, how does Hunter win that? How? He's not even looking in Config's direction.
He gets lit up to 19 HP and just snaps it 90 degrees onto Config. Config has to be heartbroken that he didn't just get that 5v4.
Yeah, that's an enormous win. That's an enormous win.
In what world does Hunter not die doing that?
They're coming back to mid. They have to search this out now. Game plan has to be adjusted, and we've got a high-low setup here from Alexi B and Hunter.
Good off angles.
It's a good way to use the fact that one of them is low.
But Blame F is here, and if he were to throw out a flashbang at the right time in the right spot, then these two CTs could just be sitting here.
You know, if they...
But they're not going to use any flashbangs. They're just going to dry peek by the looks of it. And if Farley goes around this corner, he should be dead, done, dusted, doubled by Hunter and Alexi.
It's the
5
call.
versus 2 now. Glaive is going to be desperate to try and find something, but the bomb has to come back from middle.
They tried to use the element of surprise, and instead they just fizzled out in middle.
Oh my god, what a play. What a play. Hunter and Alexi combined for the 3 frags, and Glaive is on the most desperate lurk of his life, and Monacy will catch him out. It's Zipix now left alive.
All of these efforts, all of this showing on Vertigo when there was such a question mark over Astralis, and it's going to be 15 G2.
Wow, they've actually pulled it off. That is ridiculous. There's enough money for Astralis now that G2 have ended the streak and nearly put 5 in a row up for themselves to buy. It won't be an easy round 30, and Zipix holds on to his gun. An absolutely key save, but G2, they've done it. They've got the 15.
Oh
I can't
my
believe
God.
they actually did it based on what we saw from the beginning of this half. That is another key play from Hunter. And such good use of him on low HP with Alexi B there in mid.
Yep.
They also called out that Astralis would hunt them down again and search out mid. They weren't ready for that at all.
How does Hunter not die to Config?
Insane.
And what a different world we're in. If Config holding top mid gets the 5v4, you don't get this drawback. You don't give... Oh my...
Of course.
Hunter blessed by the CS. Nico right back through that smoke. G2, just close it. Just end this. Lock yourself into that Antwerp Major. 1 round versus 2 MAC-10s and a Galil. A map that Astralis have no business winning. And a G2 that was built to win events. Designed for success. Just end this.
2 MAC-10s walking up the ramp.
Nico confirms the audio, footsteps being heard. We've got a decent stack by the looks of things here from G2. They're going to just keep expending that utility, hoping to soften them up. And sure enough, Config will be dropped to 62.
Oh my god.
They pull Nico back. He's trying to set up Hunter, who has been their saving grace. But the flashbang, oh no, it costs Hunter. Nico's able to bring it back with the Config kill, but now Zipix puts his name on this one, and Alexi B in from short will be pressured by Glaive. Zipix to 37, Alexi on 21, Farley finds him, gives chase into the bomb plant. If it's not Monacy and Jax, then it's overtime map 3. And Monacy connects with the first op shot as he arrives into position. Jax is on the flank, looking to just topple this. He's got Farley in the open, but he's captured, he's caught. And he's dealt with swiftly enough for Monacy to just try and throw whatever he can. Bomb beyond the halfway point. He's got a kit and his trusty op to work with. Farley, the first point of contact. Missed shot, missed deed, missed chance at locking in Antwerp. We go again.
Let's go. Let's go to OT. It needs to. There's more to show. Another key play from Farley. Quietly walking in and doing his job. Taking out Alexi B on short. And I would just like to say, one more round of evidence. That playing Crane is a bad idea. Hunter eating that flash, and they try to flash retake the ramp, and there are too many players there. Everyone's blind. It's a CT at a disadvantage. In that round, they had so much going for them. It was Astralis who were low. They pulled it back just to go to overtime, and now who the hell knows who's going to win? Everyone's got money. 2 ops here between Alexi and Monacy.
Let's see it. G2 1 round short of putting 5 consecutive on the board like Astralis did. That would have been the win. Right back to the action. Nico hard pressing to the bottom of this ramp. Oh, and he loses the duel. Farley tries to take a piece out of Nico, and instead it's a return to sender. And Nico doesn't even peel away here, so Glaive just gets blindsided. Flame F now desperate to try and bring something back. There's this mid-fight that could unfold, but Alexi just stays locked in as Config goes towards ladder.
And Nico faked the run back, so Glaive came walking up the ramp right after him. Finally, some revenge for Nico. Glaive was doing such a good job of killing him. Oh, and full blind. Just activates the mouse 1.
Monacy the second top, eyes over smoke,
2v5 in the opening round of OT, and BlameF gets chipped down to 46. G2. Aggression, the name of the game.
Back in the power position. And this 2-op advantage might prove to be too much. They'll give it a shot. Blame gets some leverage. Zippix for the clutch, goes down. Alexi B, 3 kills with that op.
Time for Alexi B to turn around.
Yeah, he was looking nervous in that B site.
Yep. Looking like Zippix, to be honest, dude. Both these guys struggling to keep up with the rest of their team.
Yeah. But in those closing moments of regulation, now in OT, he's back alive. And this move from Nico, he really runs back up the grate, walks down again. Glaive follows him. He doesn't even realize he's been outplayed.
Hook, line, and sinker. Alexi the playmaker, G2 the heartbreaker.
Nico's scoreline's completely revitalized.
Tries to go for a quick shot. Monesi locks into the sandbags. T-side quite close. Fire rains from the skies.
Oh, Farley's just dying. He is gonna die.
Oh my god. So low. Monesi gets him from between the sandbags.
Insane.
We've still got a lot of bodies here from Astralis. Everybody trying to fight their way up this ramp. Another volley of utility, deep smoke included, and then Nico just tries to push himself into the firefight. Monesi finds BlameF ahead of it. More utility being thrown here to just give discomfort towards Astralis. There's a chase.
With the
small
lurk
chase.
Yeah, they're coming up.
Glaive, he comes up from yellow tarp, takes 2. Almost a chance to drop Nico, but now Nico doesn't shy away from a gunfight. He takes it to you. Config trades back yet again in this 1v3 turned 1v2.
There's a chance. There's a chance. Still a minute here for Config to work. He can take all the time in the world to think. He can walk back. G2 are on no kind of flank. They have to guess. Do they want to play together, go for the retake? Config will hope they're still on A, and will go for this plant. Jax and Alexi get the memo.
Together. Just a flash for a desperate cross. Player pushed green, Jax on construction, Config with still some time to play here. Ooh, but nade out, throws it. Jax is gonna move forward, and
Jax
wins! In the fire, he falls to the pylons, gets the kill and the round. G2 with another.
Oh my god, they get another. Man, the way that they went from no pressure on the A ramp into lurk smoke, deep smoke on the ramp, Molly behind the smoke, 3 players peeking, and Glaive comes back and gets 2, but it's already too late. Nico's lurk smoke ends up being the thing to get him the refrag and a second kill after that. That was beautifully done. It looked like they were not aggressive enough in that moment, and then they got it together in the craziest part of the round.
The layers of aggression that they threw at that ramp.
There are so many things they put into place there. And in the end, they needed all of them to survive.
Nico, Monesi, Jax, and Hunter, all within 2 kills of one another.
Yeah,
and all of them interchangeably taking like the front line on ramp, barring Jax, who's just doing his own job and his own thing over on B.
Nico was looking at something like 6 kills coming out of the first half. CT side has definitely been good to him.
Final chance, man. Final chance for the Danes to get something in this T side of overtime. Or else it is 3 map and match points. Glaive gets spotted and shaved down all the way to 28 health. And while Alexi hasn't been putting up mad numbers, his little recovery within this has definitely helped inside mid. Hunter able to peek out from elevator. Alexi falls off construction, and with that utility over Hunter from Nico, really just gives a chance for the B site to breathe.
And Astralis have relied so much on the momentum of those mid splits to get up into heaven, and here they lose a player on the way in. Glaive got tagged down so low at the beginning of the round, and now it's clear that they've taken into middle control. Farley is in an interesting spot. It's high risk, but it can catch rotators in 3 different positions. He'll end up falling back. He's got the responsibility of the bomb on his hands, and Alexi B spots the boost.
They see each other and
Zippix
call
doesn't
it quits.
take the shot, yeah. But, I mean, these are just positions that Astralis are constantly losing. Information, ground, time. It's all starting to pile up.
And plays being given away. Top box, spotted, falls. Boost here, spotted, falls. Their ideas aren't formulating frags. Oh my, Glaive gets the head of the other in-game leader. Jax has been so rock solid on this bomb site, and he just patiently waits in quad, shaves Glaive off, wallbang coming through. Farley gets stopped by Monacy because the reinforcements have arrived. It needs to be Xyp9x and BlameF to somehow bust through. 14 seconds. Jax still alive and kicking every step of the way. He hangs on for that bomb site, and G2 will give Astralis no room to breathe.
What a
No
move.
margin of error and no second chance, except for maybe that one tomorrow. Because it is G2 with 3 shots, 3 rounds, 3 chances to book those tickets to Antwerp.
Oh my god. They didn't volley him, and then he did this.
Jax, the immovable object.
How sharp can you be? No shake in his step. Perfect crosshair placement throughout that whole sequence. A perfect fit for quad. And 3 straight in OT for G2.
No timeouts for Astralis. Just a quick switching of the sides, and we were back underway. And it's got to be perfect. It's got to be double OT. Or it's a disappointing day for Denmark.
We saw great things from G2 near the end of the first half. In the beginning, it was all Astralis, and the recovery was beautiful, but it was assisted by, some key rounds won, economically speaking.
Yes.
But it's not to say Astralis didn't look incredible. And now they've learned from those mistakes. They have the chance to write the story back in their direction. And yeah, they have to win 3 in a row, but as G2 just did that. Why can't they? Why put yourself in any other mental place? They've got nothing else to do today.
Ooh, Nico's boost. This could be big. Glaive flirtatious with this ramp. Nico tries to beckon him inwards. And it's Config playing a similar spot to what Alexi was round after round. Oh, Monacy lands that. Glaive, you are lucky to be alive, and you know it.
That's a warning shot.
This is a swarm of G2 players. The Hornet's Nest has been shook.
Oh my god. Now
Glaive.
desperation. Oh, the op is going wide.
Oh,
Glaive
Hunter
taking this
back
risk.
turned.
Oh my god, Hunter doesn't see this. They've already pushed up. They can't even kill him.
He just exposed himself and somehow doesn't die.
They
that
got blinded.
flashbang.
Yeah, they got blinded, and it was good for the clear. Now they know Hunter's there, but
Oh, that's deep damage on the grenade. Nico and Alexi really softened up, and Farley, 2 kills as he just dives back into the cover, but him and Glaive now very, very low. Farley doesn't stop. Hunter's gonna come out from short, gets shut down, and with 5 players standing, and Jax down for the count, it is Astralis with a lifeline.
Farley with 4 kills. Don't call him an opper. That M4 is insane.
Sub 20 health, and he just comes right back at that fight like he's fully HP. He rocks their world.
Wow. Man, he has had an inspirited performance today. You have to say it. It's got to be the best map we've watched from him. The amount of ridiculous kills. He's at 33. He's top fragging straight up. I mean, I thought
Insane.
he was the underrated pick of the match. No, he's carrying the Astralis squad.
He was right next to the new boys in Config and BlameF. They were all kind of tit for tat, even keel. And now Farley is pulling ahead. A weird Molotov that lands underneath
they
Farley.
got him in
He's
Henny.
done. Jax's fire spreads to his feet, and a 5v4 made off of the back of it without their hero, without their savior. Who locks this in? Glaive steps up with a flashbang. BlameF helping as the pressure is alleviated from ramp, and G2 have to contemplate tucking tail and turning elsewhere. They are gone.
Yeah.
They give it up, and it's a 4v3 for Astralis.
They've got it. It's a 4v3. Farley's out, which is going to feel good for G2. Astralis will still be worried here. Glaive is low. They're actually re-aggressing the ramp. Blame
want
going
this.
wide like he did on that previous round, and he'll be rewarded with a player with his back turned.
Hunter looking to take the place of his dead teammates.
He's still got Alexi to work with, but Blame F, oh, 2 and more. Alexi, he could nade Glaive out of this bomb site, but Glaive's smart enough to fall back into the CT spawn. He'll use that shelf peek eventually. As Alexi looks away, another locked in.
Oh, they could do it. They could bring it back.
An OT that goes the distance.
It could go double. It could go double. And it's the CT side that's just been too strong.
They took away that regulation win.
That was sweet. I mean, they had Farley peeking from Henny with Glaive, waiting on short just in case as an insurance policy. Very smart of him. And they refragged. I think that Blame F flash as well.
Bro, the costs.
To take Jax out.
Deagle Mac 10.
Yeah, and the OT money is not beautiful here for G2. It's a situation like Astralis had at the end of the last round of regulation.
Oh, Zipic's dangerous game.
Yeah, yeah.
Certainly hurt by Hunter.
I think they want to pretend it's B right now, but
Nico trying to puff his chest.
Both teams have done such a good job of disrespecting that A ramp control just to make sure that it isn't going to be the B side right now. Glaive is the one holding that mantle. The exec is coming forward.
Zip is so alone, and unlike Jax, Astralis haven't had this huge B site anchor.
Oh, they've got Config right beside him. Oh, Nico kills Glaive on the ramp.
It's on A.
That's on A, but there's still a minute 5. Nico's attempting not to get refragged. They have to make a decision if they want to go back or not.
There it is.
And Farley gets the key one, but now that pushes them forward.
Yeah, still draws players away from this B site. Zipix, he's got Alexi pressed up close. Config didn't seem to know. Zipix is going to swing out, gets that trade frag. Zipix with more damage onto the back shelf also. Jackson Hunter both half health, but oh, Farley, he falls. And now Blame F's nade, destined for Jax, not enough to end him. Fire on the feet forces Jax back. Still, he fights on from quad yet again. Blame F, a reload. And he's got a flash to work with. He's got the kit to defuse. He's got 2 T's tagged, but that's it. G2 to Antwerp, and Astralis fight tomorrow with one final chance, pushed to the very limit. Astralis in regulation and OT, 1 round away again, but no.
Wow. What a win.
G2 destined for greatness.
What a win. What a win. I mean, it's great because G2 qualify. Astralis still have a chance, but it was such a big victory to take. What an unbelievable Vertigo. I mean, what an unbelievable series. That really had it all.
It's just baffling that Astralis give us this level, man.
Yeah, they look awesome. I mean, if they listen, there's no reason to be upset about the fact that they lost. If they're this good, then they'll keep going. So if you're a fan of Astralis, you know that they've shown the peak that they need.
Sure.
They have Farley operating at the highest frequencies right now.
No doubt.
He can pull it off.
That is an Astralis that should take care of the rest of the pack. Those hungry challengers tomorrow, which team do they have to take on? Still to be decided. But G2 to Antwerp, as it should be. As it should be. Both of these teams would have been in that category of teams expected to be there, and they will still have their chances.
Yeah.
But things get sketchy, and you never want to play on that last day.
No, of course not.
Ooh, so close to Config's return to a major, to Blame F. But not today, my friends. We'll have to tune in again tomorrow to see whether Astralis can actually lock this in. For now, we congratulate G2, and we pass this one back over to James Banks and the boys.
Thank you very much, guys. Scorny just sticking the knife in a little
not
bit
today,
there at the
not
end.
today.
Not today. It's all over. But it was the first time ever Munassi's run at the major, gets himself a slot in it. But boy, oh boy, that was not easy. That was not comfortable. There is so much to look at in this game. Great performances from Farley coming in there. It took ages for Alexi to warm up into the game at all. Pimp, you did actually say Farley wouldn't be able to have a back-to-back performance like this, most likely?
I didn't say that. I said we haven't seen it before. Now that we have seen it, I'm impressed. I think
I'm going to
Farley
start
deserves
clipping this stuff, mate.
You should
You're
say
not
all
away
of
with
it. You
this.
take my words and spinning them out of proportions, you idiot. To be completely honest, No, none of
Okay,
us
HLTV
expected.
forums, help me out.
None of us.
Another thread on
None of us would have expected Farley to play so well over the course of 2 maps. He deserves a lot of credit for this one, and I think Astralis as a team as well, if we take them first, deserves a lot of credit for this one. I don't think many people coming into this qualifier expected them to be able to beat a team like G2. Given G2 are not playing up to their best right now, they're still struggling a little bit. Astralis definitely had a better chance, but I think this game overall was just a very close back and forth, and honestly speaking, it could have easily have gone the way of Astralis as well. This was decided by the smallest of margins.
We were really sat there though, right, at one point when it was like 8-2, and we're thinking, all right, Astralis have cracked it. Like, they are just looking unbeatable. Then we see G2 wake back up into it, and that's what we needed to see, some signs of life out of these guys.
Absolutely, and I felt like I absolutely agree with you there. 8-2 the scoreline for Astralis, and kind of feeling that this is just slipping away from the hands of G2.
Ridiculous.
It was ridiculous, right? But credit where it's due. I felt like there was some really cool T rounds coming out from G2, a couple of which we can touch on a little bit more in depth. But then the second half, honestly, they started going on a streak. They won their force buy on the CD side. It looks like G2 was snatching it back, turning things around. And like you said, Pep, it was a very back and forth affair. Astralis, a couple of very crucial rounds being won thanks to the individuals. We talk about the lack of firepower, so to speak, in his lineup.
You had to get it in, didn't
But
you?
I had to get it in. But Frolic, absolutely fantastic. Glaive, Config, Blame F. Look, Glaive, Config wasn't really topping the server when it comes to the frags, but the amount of openings it was getting, going 9-4 in opening duels, and what was just a back and forth affair. Credit where it's due. If I'm Astralis, I walk away with my head held high. Although it is still kind of rough that they could have made it to the major just with this win.
You saw in the pictures, for the G2 players, it was a sign of relief. I'd say, they were happy, they were excited, they were celebrating. This isn't by far not the biggest game they've ever played, but they're well aware, that this meant a lot to them. They still have a chance to claim a spot as legends, depending on other results. They're still qualified now for the major, of course, as well. And they're well aware. Have they lost this game? Have they lost overtime? They could be in a scenario tomorrow where a 2-2 game could send them out of the major, right? So G2, they're relieved. They should be proud. They should be happy. And as you said, Astralis should keep their head up high because this was a good performance. This was a good game. And I think the real winners are us as viewers and as experts and whatever we call ourselves, because we got a quality Counter-Strike game right here who had everything.
It really was a quality game of Counter-Strike. Now I'm going to try and take your minds back all the way to round 14. Some of these T rounds you were talking about, Blair, right? It was recovery mode for G2 to save that half.
Yeah, this is such an important round for G2. They're on a little bit of a streak. I like this. It's a bit of a ruse towards the A bombs. And Nico, maybe unnecessary for committing to that fight. He gets taken down. Config finds a second. It's a B hit coming in. A bit of a whiff from Zipix, but fantastic trading from Hunter and Jax. Now, it's still a 2v3, but both these plays are very low in health. And I love the composure from G2. They know both of them are low. They need to pick up the C4 first, which they do. Molotov used. Now, Astralis have 2 nades the moment the bomb is going to be planted. Meanwhile, G2, they wait for Monacy to group up with them. You can see Monacy making his way from mid. He's going to be slowly creeping up the B stairs. They tap the bomb. The nades come out. 1, 2. Don't get any of the kills. Then they commit to actually, you just go for the fights. Jack pops the head off Farlig, and then Monacy hitting a pretty comfortable shot there. That was a great example of the way G2 were able to bring it back on the T side over there. And again, showing the depth of experience on his team. When things were looking a little tricky in the 3v2, you can kind of panic a little bit. But they're like, we got time. Wait for Monacy to come back, and we'll win the round.
But that's a classic G2, right? Because I feel they have that ability to be so good. They have that ability to understand the game at a high level, so to speak, at one of the highest level. I think the individuals in Hunter and in Nico, right? They're great Counter-Strike minds. But for some reason, we just see G2 throughout a game like this also make mistakes. I remember the one where Lexi B ended up winning. I think it's 14-14. He got 3 kills, but they smoked the bomb. They thought so, at least. They smoked default on A bomb side, but the bomb is not planted on default. So just as well as G2 can play some perfect Counter-Strike rounds where you think this is what we expect, this is what they can do, this is why they're supposed to be one of the best teams in the world. They also have these blunders where everything just seems like, what are you doing? Why didn't you defuse the bomb? Why didn't you smoke the bomb? So there's still some stuff to be worked out for G2, but I think a win right here is something that's going to give them a lot of confidence coming into the major.
Well, let's try and discover some of that, right? Let's talk to Alexi B as he is standing by for the interview. Alexi, do you hear me okay?
Yeah, all good. You hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, mate. First of all, congratulations on making it to the major, but wow, what a tough series that was. We could see, obviously, from your reaction on the cameras, it looked like it was a relief for you guys. How did you feel after, just the moment where you realized you'd done it?
I mean, it feels great because, as everyone can see, I don't think we're playing the best right now. And, I mean, it's just super important for our confidence overall and everything that we qualify. And honestly, going into the 2-2 game, backs against the wall, I think it's going to be a lot of pressure for any team that's in that situation. So it's a huge relief to do it, and I feel like now we just need to make the next step.
Alexi, again, congratulations, right? Obviously making it a major for your lineup is a big thing. I want to go back a little bit. You had an incredible run in Katowice, and then in Pro League, struggles over there, and even here as well, some teething issues and initially losing to Anonymo and this close matchup. Like, considering how great a start you guys had with this lineup, like, what went wrong? Like, where did you guys fumble, so to speak?
Honestly, the biggest problem is the fact that we couldn't... we set the minds up after Katowice final that we should be there and we deserve everything and blah blah blah. And the blow that happened straight after was that everything was going well, and then I catch COVID and I couldn't travel to Pro League. Even though I was fully, like, I watched all the games at home, I was fully okay, but I was still testing positive, so I couldn't travel. And after the Fnatic loss, I think it took a big hit on some of our players, and they don't think they should have lost that game, even though we had a stand-in. And going into that tournament, losing to Entropic, I think, and Insta going out, it's just not us, you know? After that, we have a talk, we understand the situations, and we head into boot camp. Everyone agreed that we played the best had the best boot camp, even though Ilya couldn't travel at first, but then he made it. We had the best boot camp we'd have with this team. We had plenty of confidence. But then something happened when we went back home. The transition into the week of we spent at home before the major. Something just happened with our mindsets. Like, everything was super clear and super good when we left the boot camp. But then when you go back home and start to practice, it's not as good, right? Like, we just saw each other and now we're playing at home. So we couldn't keep that up when we entered this tournament. And after the first game, we had a huge discussion. After the second game, we had a huge discussion. And I think after that, I could feel the vibe. I could feel everything change. And then we played really good against Bad News Eagles. And now we played pretty good, what I think, except for Ancient, obviously. But I think this was super needed. And now we have a break to actually catch a breather and to go into the next step with much better mentality.
Okay. So no need for any discussions after this game. Alexi, I'm curious, right? Because you've seen G2 from an outside perspective when you were playing in all sorts of different teams, in the OGA in particular. Now that you're part of G2 from the inside, what is it that make you guys so good sometimes and so poor sometimes? I feel like you're one of the most inconsistent teams in terms of, like, one round you play picture perfect Counter-Strike and another one it's just chaos. Is it communication? What is it you think that lacks sometimes?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think it's can be a lot of different things. Obviously, still I feel like we're making way too many communication mistakes. For example, on the T side, Vertigo, even though I don't know if you guys saw it, but sometimes we were buying like a hero AK to go into the round.
Yeah.
But we don't understand it, and we buy 2 AKs and we fuck up our money. Like, things like these just keep happening, and it's something we need to get rid of. But honestly, I think for us, we had, like, right now we have 50% deeper playbook than we had on Katowice, and we're still struggling. So, in my opinion, and the others agreed as well, it's just the hype we need to bring on the server, the atmosphere to play, because that's what's actually gonna win you games. And I think today, after like 7-2 maybe or something like this, when Jackie got the one tap on the third map and clutched us around on T side, like, as soon as that happens, our mental just switches and we're in control, you know? So we just need to keep that up when we go into any tournament, and it's not... If we have that up and we make a fuck up, but we just go on to the next round, we always play good. But sometimes we just get too much into our heads, that's it.
I see.
Well, Alexi, you've made it to the major. Congratulations on an epic game at the end of that as well. We'll see you soon in Antwerp.
Thank you, guys. See you.
It's always good to speak to Alexi because he gives some very well thought out, honest answers on that as well, right? He gives a good perspective on what's going on. And, you know, I'm glad you touched on the communication side of things because that's all I think of when we see these kind of blunders that you guys mention over and over again, right? And it can get chaotic, but, like, when he's saying that about the hero AK thing, like, that just shouldn't be happening, right?
No, it shouldn't be happening. That's why I love speaking to Alexi, and that's why I feel you can ask him some of the critical questions as well, in the sense that he will give you a straight-up answer. He's well aware that stuff like that shouldn't happen, and I'm, I would love to pick his brain even more so, right? But we don't have time for that. But I'm thinking to myself, is there too many voices in the team? Like, who wants to be that hero AK? Is Nico feeling like, oh, hero AK, that's me, but Jax also have the same feeling that, no, I had more money for it, so I'm going to do it, and then they don't communicate. Like, it's tough to know exactly what's going on, but it's easy for us from the outside and the fans to say, ha 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 ha,
That's wrong.
that shouldn't happen, right? But I guess to enable yourself to overcome that and work under pressure, you gotta communicate. You gotta be chill. And the reason why I asked the question as I did is that we've seen it with and without LXB. Like, he's not the guy coming into G2 and all of a sudden we see these weird mistakes and weird mess-ups. They were there before, right? They forget to defuse the bomb or nuke. They sometimes forget to plant the bomb. They always have that, but then you find a round where it's just like, this is perfect Counter-Strike. This is like some of the greatest minds, some of the greatest players playing Counter-Strike. Why can't it be like that more often? Why can't they be it more like that on a consistent basis? That's my only question. That's I guess my only frustration when it comes to G2.
And I feel like you kind of hit the nail on the head right there, right? When you talk about communication, there's also the thing about over-communication. And when you talk about a team with the amount of voices in that team, you're talking about a player like, Nico and Hunter and even Jax, for that matter, is a very lively individual in the server, outside the server as well. And then have LXB as a caller. So sometimes when you have so many voices, it can be great. You have so many ideas. You'll be like, hey, listen, Alexi, this isn't working out. Let's try this. But sometimes, as you pointed out, too many voices, too many people looking to take the lead. And I feel like it could be maybe a flaw in the chain of command, perhaps. I don't know. Hopefully they figure it out, at least to get the win in the end, and maybe they can hopefully breathe a bit of a sigh of relief.
I guess, right, when it comes to those kind of crunch time situations, sometimes you've got to take a breather and be the loudest voice, and maybe Alexi needs to talk a bit more. Maybe Extaz needs to jump in some of these times as well. We don't actually get to know how much input he's having yet, right? He's still trying to go on that side of things. Because if you think about it, how many timeouts did you see on the G2 side?
True, and also, history and a scar. We've all had the ex-girlfriend who messed us up for life, or at least, no one has. Anyway, we've all been in a situation where we had an encounter in life, whether that being an ex-girlfriend or an experience, right, that puts a scar on your soul or that teaches you something. I'm just thinking, if I'm Nico, right, for so long, it's been like, if I don't play well, I'm not going to win anything. So maybe he's also forcing the issue a little bit. Maybe he's feeling... I have to do more. I constantly have to do something. Now you have Monacy around you. You have LXB, who supposedly brings in more of a structure to this lineup, at least from a tactical point of view. Maybe it's not needed from Nico to do as much. Maybe you allow Monacy to take over that role sometimes. Maybe Jax can buy the hero AK, etc., etc. So let's give them some time. It's still relatively early in the process, but it's clear to me, and it was clear to LXB, as he said as well, they're not playing their best Counter-Strike. They can play much, much better than what we saw.
And it's also because of the expectations we set for them, because heading into Katowice, we were like, listen, if they crack the playoffs, maybe a top 4, it's going to be already a great achievement. And then we had an epic finals against FaZe, who are also suffering under their own circumstances as well. So maybe expectations were a little bit high, but I have to agree. Maybe, now it looks like Alexi, at least based on the interview, and based on past experiences as well, he seems to have a very clear idea what the issues are in the team, and that is a good sign. If you know what the problems are, you can start solving them.
There's still one.
There's still one. There's always many problems, though. That's what you can have in every team. No team is perfect, right? We don't get to hit that mark, but we do get to take a look back at some of the results throughout today, because we've had another fantastic day. There's only one more remaining here to qualify for the major, and it's all to play for still. So today we saw ENCE, Ninjas in Pajamas, and G2 Esports make it. Then we saw Entropic, ASG, and Endpoint all eliminated. Now that leaves us with just a few more options on how these matchups and the rest of the games will go. But also, Pimp, you were touching on it, right? Just because G2 won now doesn't mean they're guaranteed a Legends spot. We take a look and see where we're at for the standings overall as well. And ultimately, when you're looking at this 2-2 side of things, who are you saying should be the clear favourites, right? Astralis, maybe?
Yeah.
Has to be.
Yeah. There's no doubt that Astralis are going to be favourites, whoever they face. We don't know the matchups exactly yet. I guess we'll show you in a couple of moments. But for Astralis not to qualify, that'd be a disaster. Like, we had the conversation last time around, even in their worst period ever, they were still in the major, right? They're still qualified for the major. So for them not to qualify, it'd be a disaster. I think they deserve to qualify as well, given how well they've played so far. Beat ENCE very convincingly. They played a good game of Counter-Strike today as well. So whoever they face, I feel sorry for. Let's put it that way.
I mean, like you say deserve, I say well, if they win it, they deserve it, right? They have to. And again,
based on what we've seen so far.
Based on what we've seen so far, they put up fights against some really, really solid teams. And again, you got to understand the Group B is always a slightly weaker group compared to Group A, where we had way more, in my opinion, bigger names out there. So yeah, Astralis would have to be one of them, but also we have a couple of names like Bad News Eagles, man. They have stolen my heart.
See, they're a good team to get behind for sure, right? They've got a lot of passion, a lot of individual firepower in there as well. You guys' favourite word. There you go. Thank you, Pim. You are capable of looking deeper into these teams, aren't you? What else do they have?
Oh, they have good energy. I look at the player camps and I think to myself, that's a team that is really playing with passion, right? We like to see that when we watch South American Counter-Strike, in particular, the Brazilian squads and the guys from down there. They always play with this sort of like passion where it feels like whenever they're on the server, this is the most important thing they possibly could do in their life. And I sense the same when I watch Bad New Eagles plays, and I like that. You know, I don't really root for anyone. I don't really care. I want the best team to qualify. But if someone comes in with that energy, you can't help but liking it.
No, for sure. And I want to touch on a thing here when we're looking at this Astralis roster we just saw there, right? We were talking about Convict. We were talking about Blame F. Really on our lips was, oh, Farlig won't be able to challenge Manassi. He's going to struggle. He ended up being the highest rated player in that entire series. Over Nico, over Blame F, over Config, over Manassi. Now, this isn't something you're normally looking at what he's been able to do there, but what do you think was the catalyst of him being able to actually achieve this success?
I think it's about comfort, right? As a new player coming in, and look, he was obviously more experienced than his counterpart earlier on. Lucky, obviously. He was already more talented. He was playing an FPX lineup and everything. But when you're coming into a team called Astralis and the legacy behind that team, there will always be the little voice in the back of your head. Do I go for this play? And if it goes wrong, I'm going to feel like an idiot. I'm going to look like a clown. And we didn't see that here today. Today, he was, I'm going to take the fights. I'm going to get on top of the headshot. I'm going to go for the nose scope. I'm going to go for the fast scopes. And that is what we wanted to see from this player the moment he joined Astralis. It's time, it's confidence, and I feel like he's finally grown into that role.
He's shown a new dimension as well today, right? He came in as the AWP player to replace Lucky, and even Lucky had a period where, nope, you're not going to be the AWP buddy, you're playing the rifle. We saw Farley again today pick up the rifle and actually do guards work with it, especially on Vertigo. A lot of those frags came in with the M4, a lot of those frags came in with the AK-47 as well, so the fact that he's more versatile in that regard is a good thing. I think that suits Astralis better. I made the point yesterday as well. People think because you have Saivu, because you have Symbol, because you have Searson, these monsters of AWP players, that every team needs to have a monster of an AWP player. But fact of the matter is, there's not enough talent out there to play that role. So if you're in a scenario where
Denmark, like you said,
not in Denmark at least, no. But if you're in that, you
Stop dissing my boy Nikodos, man.
He's good. He's good. That's all I'm saying. But no one has reached the heights of the device yet. Anyhow, the point I'm trying to make here, Jesus, shut up. The point I'm trying to make here, right here, is that most teams don't have an AWP player who's good enough to take the fight against Saivu or Simple, so you don't need to force the AWP. If you have $4,900, buy an AK, buy armor, buy utility, you're way better off than that. And you see a lot of teams right now do that. They prefer the fireman rifle setup more than they prefer necessarily forcing the AWP in. If you have a Simple, if you have a Saivu, if you have Searson or whoever, do it. But if you're Farley, if you're Nikodos, if you're any of those guys, show us that you're worth it. You know, I think they're showing signs of it, but show us consistently that you can do the job with the AWP every single time. Otherwise, it's very, very expensive.
I think Nico is worth it.
He does.
Come on, be nice to him, you know.
He's a Dane as well.
I called him the best Danish Zauber yesterday, or at least a candidate.
I did. Anyway.
We should look at what we're going to be doing tomorrow.
Terrible.
What games are we going to have as poor Pimp is getting reamed out over and over again during this broadcast? We're going to get Anonymo going up against Spirit to start things off with. Then Astralis taking on Heat. On the B stream, we've got Sinners going up against Bad News Eagles. Oh, I think Bad News Eagles will be quite happy for that one. And then it's a to-be decided matchup with the Ninjas sat there waiting. That'll be for the Legend spot.
I feel genuinely sad for Heat. Because if you look at all the other teams, Sinners, Bad News Eagles, Spirit, and Anonymo, they just completely avoided Astralis, right? And Heat, unfortunately, listen, they've shown a lot of promise in their French side and all of that. Obviously, Maniac smiling, watching them play and get these wins.
He's not smiling now.
I don't think he's going to be smiling now. He's going to be just swearing in this room and tossing his glass of wine into the wall, perhaps. But the Anonymo Spirit game, I think that's going to be spicy. Anonymo have shown a lot of grit, a lot of tenacity. Innocent, he's been around for a long... if he makes it, it's going to be his fourth major with a whole different organization altogether again, right? And for Spirit, the CIS team, we always have that one CIS team, Banks. We don't expect them to make it through like a Vegas Squadron or a Quantum Bello to Fire. These are some spicy games overall.
I like these matchups. I like these matchups a lot because I feel they're fair in each ride, right? Obviously, Astralis will be massive favorites against Heat, who so far has played well in this tournament. They've been a bit of a surprise. Anonymo as well. I think the level of Counter-Strike they produced, despite having lost 2 games, have been very, very high. That's going to be a tough one going up against Spirit, though. Going up against Dexter and the boys. They have some individual firepower that could hurt them, theoretically. Then Sinners versus Bad New Eagles. Honestly, I don't know what to expect from that one.
It's very 50-50.
It is, but I haven't really been impressed, to be completely honest, with Sinners. I don't think they've played, you know, good Counter-Strike. They've been okay, and there's definitely potential for more. Whereas, as I said, for Bad News Eagles, the energy they come in with, the fire, the passion.
as LXCB said, you know, all they got to focus on is just bringing the hype to the server. If there's one thing Bad News Eagles got that none of these other teams have had so far in this group, it is that raw emotion, that raw passion, that it just means a little bit more to them than the rest of the guys.
And I'll tell you why that game especially is going to be so interesting, right? Both these teams, again, playing perhaps the most important game of their lives, right? As this 5-man squad, Sinners and Bad News Eagles. There are going to be nerves in the server tomorrow. There are going to be mistakes made, and it might get a little ugly at times, but you know what? Sometimes that's fun. That's fun to watch. It could be great Counter-Strike.
Look at James. Ugly can be pretty, you know?
I know it happens every now and again, you know, they still put my face on this screen. They still make it work. But you know what I will say for teams and what you were just referencing, Blair? It'll come down to how bad do they want it on the day and how hard they're willing to work for it and what they're going to push
And the
into.
firepower.
And always the firepower, as our lovely analysts say. Get me the hell out of here. It's time for us to move on and time for us to close the show. We'll be back tomorrow to decide the final remaining teams for the major in Antwerp. Make sure you don't miss it.
Fire.